FitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Smack on the 40-yard line is where Anger will put it down. Maher from 50 for the win. With 3 seconds showing. Snap, hold, kick from 50. Maher! Cowboys win! Brett Maher walk-off.
Good morning, Metroplex. A little bit different from last week. This is the Monday Cowboys edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station and your home of America's team 105.3 The Fan. How many takes and hesitation did you have until you realized the kick was actually good? I still couldn't tell.
No, I thought the same thing. That thing keeps like creeping. It's like, oh no, he's gonna miss this damn thing, and we're gonna go overtime. And
it was fading right.
It was fading right. I think it was gonna go in.
I'd still like to see like that underneath the uprights camera angle. I'm not questioning whether it went in, but it was very deceiving. It was very deceptive as Brett Maher comes through big along with Cooper Rush, Noah Brown, and this Dallas Cowboys defense, and the season is not done yet.
No, not done yet.
That's all I'm about is week-to-week hope. Week-to-week hope, survival until Dak comes back, and then, of course, before that...
Week 4 is going to happen.
Well, it may not happen if Cooper Rush continues.
Oh, simmer.
Wait, when do we get the Dak versus Rush arguments nationally or even locally? Who's going to start it? Dak versus Rush. It's coming at some point.
Well, I think it's already started with Skip and Simsy, right? It's already started a little bit, but no, it's that right there is why Greg Gumbel hates sports talk radio.
Yeah.
All right, that's why Greg Gumbel hates sports talk.
And then right after the game, we got Greg Gumbel for Arizona against the Raiders. When did you make the ultimate decision in your mind that the Cowboys were winning this game or they were losing this game? We were all just waiting, right, in the second half for for Cincy to score and tie. That was inevitable. We were just waiting. Cowboys offense disappears, whether it's Kellen Moore going conservative, whether it was Mike McCarthy telling him to go conservative, whether, the high from Cooper Rush was deflated after that fantastic start. We were all just waiting for this thing to collapse and crumble, weren't we? When did you make up your mind they were winning or losing this game, whether you were right or wrong? But you said, yep, this is over.
Well, honestly, when it was like, when they got out to that lead early on, I was like, and just the way the defense was playing, I shouldn't even say that. The way the Cincinnati offensive line was not playing, I was like, man, I don't know how Joe Burrow is going to be able to survive this season. Let alone this game. I made up my mind that it never dawned on me that Cincy could win this game the way their offense was playing at all until like that fourth quarter. Then I was like, oh no, are we really gonna blow this? Because this would be one of those games, those losses where you look at the TV and you start laughing. Like, you know what I mean? Like the Romo laugh. He threw a pick. It's like, you gotta be kidding me! Like another one. Oh God, that's what this would have been. If they had blown this game.
So you leaning more towards the Cowboys were going to win, but then you change your mind in the fourth quarter?
In the fourth quarter, absolutely, yeah. It was like, I would say, when they gave Cincy the ball back and Cincy went on that drive that just never ended.
The Diggs? Oh, that drive.
The never-ending drive. Honestly, it was the Diggs missed tackle on Hurst. A 3rd and 7. And Hurst, avoids one guy, and then Diggs kind of does the old, I don't want any part of this dude.
Yeah.
And he gets out of the way, and then he had to basically he kind of like had to redeem himself on that really, really nice tackle he had on 3rd down.
Yes, it was an 8-minute and 54-second drive, 19 plays, the Bengals' longest drive since 2001. And I got burned on Diggs multiple times. I said Diggs was going to get torched by Jamar Chase, absolutely torched. I don't know how much time Burrow had to actually throw, but Chase ended up with 5 for 54. I think PFF had only 2 catches against Diggs. I don't really blame him on that Hayden Hurst play. He definitely did not make a great effort. He did have a man blocking him, but it was Malik Hooker, I believe, who missed the initial tackle, and I didn't think Diggs was going to stop Hurst from picking up that first down, and I had tweeted, Diggs searches out tackling like Dion. He's just as afraid of tackling like Dion, and then, of course, he goes and makes the humongous stop to make me look absolutely awful on the day, but I'm glad to look and sound awful because the Cowboys got the win to even up at 1-1.
He'll be very judicious with who he goes after.
Yeah.
If the guys his size are smaller, he will go after him. If it's a larger human, I'll give it an attempt. You know, I'm not saying how good of an attempt it'll be, but I'll give it an attempt. That's the Hurst thing. Look, I wouldn't get in front of Hayden Hurst either. It's a big dude.
Cooper Rush and Noah Brown or the Cowboys defense? Which one would you like to start with as the storyline?
The storyline's the pass rush. Now, whether that pass rush is aided because Joe Burrow has, let me check these notes. He's been sacked 3 or more times in 7 straight games, which Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals are single-handedly going to change the theory that sacks are a quarterback stat because Joe Burrow cannot get any breaks. And he is far too good and far too good of a decision maker to, be holding the football too long.
Oh, you're blaming him for holding too long for a lot of the sacks.
Well, I mean, I'm saying, like, the theory is they're a quarterback stat because the quarterback gets rid of the ball quick.
Right.
Tom Brady makes his offensive line the best offensive line in the NFL, regardless of who's in front of him. Joe Burrow's either isn't there yet, or the offensive line is way, way, way worse than anything else.
6 more sacks. 6 sacks for Burrow. The number of times that Micah Parsons forced him off of his spot, like that nice little area and setup in the pocket, the amount of times that it seemed like Joe Burrow was rolling out, getting rid of it, dumping it off, throwing it into the ground because of the mere thought of Micah Parsons coming. And the Cowboys, to their credit, finally seemed like they unleashed him. I got to get the pass rush / defensive end snap count.
Yeah.
For Micah, but they opened up with it right out of the gate, as RJ and others have been asking for, been lobbying every week to Mike McCarthy and Jerry Jones here weekly on the show. But this Cowboys defense now, you look at what they've done against Joe Burrow, the defending AFC champs, and then Tom Brady and the Buccaneers. Now, that Tom Brady offense may be broken, but 35? I think that's what we're at in the 36. 36 total points to start off the season against Tom Brady and Joe Burrow.
I mean, that's pretty solid, man. Like that is a salty start of the season defensively. And these are 2 of the better players. These are 2 of the best quarterbacks you're going to face all year. Like there's talk. You could say this. Maybe defenses are ahead of offenses early in the season because of a lack of training camp.
Preseason.
And that certainly is lack of preseason play, and that certainly is a possibility. You don't like to necessarily make judgments on teams and players. It's like 30 games in baseball. I usually do like 3 or 4 games in the NFL. Patriots used to say that they use the first 4 games of the football season as like their real preseason.
Yeah,
but I mean, just take it. Like this defense is playing fantastic.
Cooper Rush on the final drive with the sun in his face. There's a couple times you're sitting there, you're watching on TV, and you're like, oh, there's the damn curtains. Going to end up costing the Cowboys right there. 57 seconds left. Own 35-yard line. He hit CeeDee Lamb. You talk about some Cowboys luck. That tipped ball to Noah Brown. First, I thought it was a duck. I was like, oh, my Lord, that's a Peyton Manning quack right there. No, the ball got tipped. Still found its way to Noah Brown for 12, and then Rush goes back to Lamb for 10. So, whop, wham, bam, 3 straight completions. The clock management, Romo was kind of disagreeing with what the Cowboys were doing. They took their final timeout with 24 seconds left. They ran a running play, thank God, no hold, and then Maher somehow, some way from 50. I like Dave Hellman's tweet, the Maharati doesn't go below 50, baby. The Maharati.
He does not go. It does not go below 50. I don't know if he can make one from 35 or not. Doesn't matter. He can make it from 50.
Yes.
That's it. And it was. I thought they were gonna really lose it on the broadcast when they kind of they didn't get another playoff. Oh, man, this is going to get ugly. This is going to get real, real ugly.
Well, they got the run play
They
off.
have the run play. Yep, that's it. But they had to use their timeout, right? They did not want them to use that timeout because they wanted. Romo said right before, you got to say the timeout.
Yeah.
Say out. Well, I guess we're not going to say the timeout. I guess we're just going to go here. Okay.
But it's a win, and in my opinion, you just take it. It's survival mode. Every single week, we all had the Cowboys losing this game, so it is a celebratory Cowboys Monday right here on Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us to celebrate and get your week started off. Peyton Russell running things as always. Let's go inside the locker room because apparently there was an explosion of joy inside the Cowboys locker room. Let's hear from Jerry Jones. Everybody else go around the NFC East and recap a crazy day of comebacks in the National Football League. Cowboys Monday with Bobby Belt, Brad Sham, Nick Eatman, your phone calls as well. Just getting started. Season ain't dead yet. Right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next. just obliterated Jonah Williams, the left tackle.
Absolute animal the unstoppable force, Micah Parsons, aligning right there in front of Lael Collins to start the game. Lael interrupted his post-game interview on CBS with Tracy Wolfson. He came up and he's like, hey, man, good to see you. Love you. Even after that ass whipping that took place with Micah Parsons, 2 more sacks. How many pressures on the day for this young man? How many times did he just force? It's kind of like shots altered. That's what I think of with Micah yesterday. Not just the sacks, but in the NBA, you don't have to get credit just for the block. How many shots does Rudy Gobert alter? How many throws and decisions did Micah Parsons alter against Joe Burrow? With that Cincinnati offense really not getting going. 24-36 for 199 for Burrow. His QBR was a 48.6. He was sacked 6 times. Give some props to Dorrance Armstrong as well. 1 touchdown and no interceptions. And Jamar Chase was limited to 5 for 54. Throughout the first half of this game, Jamar Chase was the only one with receiving yards. That's it. He had 35 yards, and no other receivers did anything. Then, of course, you got T. Higgins going with 6 for 71. And Micah, after the game, in the locker room. Let's go right inside there before Star Up, Star Down here on Sean and RJ. Parsons explaining what this win means for his squad.
We've just been through so much as a team with injuries and one person going down, another person going down, and, you know, all the whispers, the Dallas Cowboys this, the Dallas Cowboys. But, you know, we just bought into each other and said, you know, F what everybody else think. This is about us. And I think we came out here and proved that.
Man, there are some hard-hitting questions down on this audio sheet that the media asked Jerry Jones. Look at 15 through 17. Confidence in McCarthy. Change your mindset on the Dak injury.
Simmer.
And then look at 17. Is this as big a win as you've ever had? I didn't listen to Jerry after the game. I haven't heard any of these. So I'm just imagining how giddy and euphoric he was. So I'm hearing this for the first time. Is this as big of a win as you've had under the circumstances? Oh, I don't know, like Cooper Rush last year, I guess.
Yeah, the same thing happened on the road.
On the road. Let's hear what Jerry had to say.
I think so. This was such a downer for our opening day, compounded by losing Dak. To come back and get this addressing of our quarterback spot with a performance like this, plus play a Super Bowl team and do some good things where our strengths were blocking, running, our running game, as well as defense. Yeah, I feel good about this ball game we just played. Very good, and feel good about our personnel.
How different are the answers if they lose this game? Same questions and everything. I mean, it would have been.
Well, this allows him. This allows him to extend that hope.
Yeah.
Right, just keep us all coming back. I'm back. I mean, I'm not back for them being a Super Bowl team.
Oh, yes, you are. Oh, don't start that now.
But it feels. I mean, I was never there with them being a Super Bowl team. But 1-1 feels so much different than 0-2 as you get ready to take on the Giants and the Commanders. Now we get back in that little safe nest, that little safe cocoon of the NFC East, even though the Giants are sitting here at 2-0 and the Commanders just lost to the Lions. Okay, where do we go here? You want McCarthy confidence or Dak timeline with Jerry Jones?
Let's go Dak timeline.
All right. Does this win change your mindset? Stephen Jones, apparently Jerry convinced Stephen, hey, you sell everyone on this week 3 or 4 return, okay? I'm just telling you, son, that's what you got to do. Steven did it yesterday. Well, actually, I think he first did it on Friday with G-Bag. He's talking about, Dak timeline could be earlier. Dak was telling Tracy Wolfson yesterday before the game, I'm telling you, I feel much, much better. And then Jerry, McCarthy, Steven, reiterating it yesterday before the game that Dak could be back. Does Cooper Rush's performance allow you to wait?
No, we weren't going to rush Dak back. The nature of Dak's repair allows him to play when he can grip the ball. And that's not rushing him back. If he can't grip the ball, he'd be the first to tell you he doesn't want to play. But if he can grip that ball, so this game has no bearing on that at all. All it does is confirm that we've got a couple of good quarterbacks backing him up.
How good do they look, Choppy, with the backup quarterbacks. Two of the big storylines in training camp all off season. Backup QB, they're so bad they can put their guys on waivers. They can cut them and bring them back the very next day. And the kicking debacle with what we saw at training camp with the way Brett Maher came through and the start of the season that he's had. How much they sticking their chest out in that front office today?
Good question. The kicking situation, I mean, it looks better now than it did 3 weeks ago. And that could change in a heartbeat. It could change with one missed kick.
Just like a reliever in baseball.
Yeah, they are the most maddening, fickle bunch are NFL place kickers. The backup quarterback, I mean, look, they won the game. Nobody's going to sit here. If they cut Cooper Rush today, he's still not getting picked up. Okay, we know the answer to that question. There's no difference between Cooper Rush and 96% of the other backup quarterbacks in the NFL.
Woo!
They're all trash. And, you would not want nobody.
Did the second half change your opinion? Or in the first half, were you sitting there saying, what is he doing so differently than Dak Prescott? I mean, we could save a lot of this for star up, star down, but were you kind of second guessing?
He got to play in the preseason, right? Like he wasn't just rolling out there out of bed. He got to play in the preseason.
So does this prove your point though that you brought up last week about playing in the preseason? I mean, very well
look,
could.
I appreciate the assist there. I'm gonna use that one. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I mean, like this is to me. Let's look at it like that. I mean, this is more of a reason that you think that you would want guys to play in the preseason. Obviously, the injury factors are going to be there, so you have to weigh. You have to weigh that. So you got to weigh: is it more risk reward to play them in the preseason so they're not looking like an abject disaster in the opener?
And then Jerry asked about his confidence in our weekly Friday friend, his head coach Mike McCarthy.
Knowing that our back was against the ropes. Anybody knows how disappointing our first loss was last week. We could point to the reasons why, but that's not enough. But to come out here with our same home crowd and beat a really fine young quarterback and beat the team that was played in the Super Bowl here just a few months ago was a big tonic for the disappointment we had last week. And we all know how tough these games are, and we've got a tough one coming up. But the main thing is, kudos to Cooper Rush. That shows me so much about him and the principle of he's just kept in, he's just hammered, he's kept a workmanlike basis. He's done that, he's gotten better. He knows this offense as well as anybody breathing, and he stepped out there and did some great execution today. But make no mistake about it, he had a lot of help with our blocking and with our basically supporting cast. Can't say enough. Really would like to make my comment about how inspirational and how the great plays that CeeDee Lamb made today. And he was playing inspired. Not that he hasn't, not that he doesn't, but CeeDee Lamb was a difference out there today and gave us all a look of what he's capable of doing. I'm proud for him.
Back to real quick, back-to-back text. This is going to show you the quarterback debate. Rush is going to get paid after this season by someone, followed immediately by all kickers are the same and all backups are the same. That's the entire point of not paying either one of them. Back-to-back text.
Yeah.
Like that's where we're at. That's where we're going to be at for the next 4 weeks.
Yes. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. What an awesome feeling it is after you probably thought they were going to give that thing away in the second half against the defending AFC champs. A quick look around the rest of the NFC East. The Giants are 2-0 in a hideous game. They beat the Panthers and Baker Mayfield 19-16. That was a fun one in Detroit. The Lions are playing some fun games as they had another high-scoring affair against the NFC East. Detroit beats the Commanders 36-27, and then you're going to get Monday Night Football doubleheader. On Monday Night Football doubleheader, it'll be the Titans and the Bills at 6:15, and then at 7:30, the Vikings and Filthy in Philadelphia. So the football does not stop. We need your star up, star down. Your review of all things Cowboys Bengals on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And I think we got a perfect sponsor for it. Star up or star down? Brought to you by Blue Chew.
Oh, baby.
Next on Sean and RJ.
Commercial-free fellowship. Sportsnet.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Can't get much bigger than this. At the Cincinnati 15. Snap to Burrow. Throws it right. There's the tackle by Diggs on Boyd to deny him the first down. That's as big a play as there has been, and the Dallas defense has had some plays.
Sham was as surprised as I was that Trayvon Diggs made a tackle. Good morning, Metroplex. It is a victorious Cowboys Monday. It is time for your Star Up, Star Down Cowboys report card, brought to you by Blue Chew on DFW Sports Station. Brian Broaddus talked about it in the postgame. We had talked about it after last week. Bobby Belt had brought it up, the physicality or lack thereof of Trayvon Diggs in the run game. Hayden Hurst converted a first down yesterday. I'm not blaming Diggs, but I chose at that time to tweet, don't count on any extra support from Trayvon because he tackles like Deion Sanders, and that was not meant to be a compliment. And then Trayvon Diggs with probably the stop of the game on that third down that set it up for Cooper Rush, Noah Brown, CeeDee Lamb, and Brett Maher to win it. And I got, first off, the entire game wrong. I thought Cincy was going to bounce back and romp. You ended up right with your bet. Technically, you won.
I did win, yeah, the +7, yeah. And now I'm interested to see how this changes the Giants line. Bassick had said he had seen it at 4.5. I never saw it that high. I always saw it at 3.
Yesterday, I looked at last night. It was 3 still.
Yeah,
which is interesting.
I don't know that it'll change much, only because the Giants are 2-0. And they look halfway decent. But I mean, it to me that's another one that I think the Cowboys have that would be a good bet.
And I thought that Jamar Chase, the phenom, was going to torch Trayvon Diggs. PFF has their one-on-one numbers out. 2 catches allowed, 14 total yards for Jamar Chase against Diggs. So star up Trayvon Diggs, as I'm happy to eat that corner crow this morning, but that was a humongous tackle on the outside. Joe Burrow, some Tolos pointing out, hey, Burrow couldn't get rid of the football. He was under duress. He got sacked 6 times, but I'm going to go star up Trayvon Diggs to begin.
Star up until you see otherwise, why it would be. And, you know, the grades will come out here in the next couple hours. And I suppose there's a way where, you know, like the receiver was open and Burrow just didn't hit him or didn't have time to throw. That's a big thing, not having time to throw. But it's not like, you know, Burrow didn't complete any passes that day. You know, so he obviously completed some. So there obviously was no real threat when anybody was on Diggs yesterday. And to me, that's big. So he has a star up for me as well. That was really a game-saving tackle. It really was. As bad as he looked, I thought of the Hayden Hurst.
First down.
Yeah, first down where it was what a great play by Hurst on that one. What a fantastic run. He was amped. As bad as that may have been.
Did you think that Diggs should have been more in on that?
Oh, yeah, because you saw like they did the camera on the pylon cam. Yeah, you could tell he purposely got the hell out of the way of that one. And guess what? I don't blame him at all. All right? Save that until you get your contract.
We gave a star up to Cooper Rush already, but how about his favorite target on the day?
2nd and 7, Rush, play fake, bootleg to the right, looking to throw it in the end zone, leaping catch. That is Noah Brown with his first ever NFL touchdown.
How awesome was this production? This is why we go to training camp to come back with the reports of Noah Brown being a top 10 player at camp. He finishes with 5 for 91 and a touchdown. And, man, how can you not feel great for this guy?
You have to. I mean, he's been basically a non-factor his entire career. And then all of a sudden it's clicking, coming together.
Lost weight, decided to be more of a receiver than a blocker.
Right.
Kind of like Dalton Schultz, right? Dalton Schultz came into the league. His specialty is blocking. And he's like, no, I'm going to go ahead and be a tight end that gets franchise tagged.
And you know, Noah Brown looked, he's looked like an actual receiver early on in the season, which is great. Because you're right. I mean, he was a blocker. He was a glorified tight end. There was a point where you could have sat there and said, you know what? Should we try to make him that sort of Gronk tight end where he's more of a receiver, a big-bodied receiving tight end versus a blocking wide receiver, or he can just lose some weight and become an actual wide receiver.
And that was the Cowboys' first touchdown of the season. Yeah. And I know you're giving a star up to that 4th and 2 on their own 43. I'm currently still undecided. I was like, wait a sec. I thought we were supposed to be smarter, a little bit more conservative, win it with defense and running game, and we're going to give the ball to the Bengals on your own 40-yard line, and bam, Cooper Rush hits Noah Brown for 17 yards.
It's the way to go, man. That is the new NFL, and I'm here for it. I absolutely love it. That the chart says 4th and 1, you go for it from every yard line on the field. There is not a yard line you do not go for a 4th and 1 on. That's what the chart says. 4th and 2, not quite that far, but you still go for it when you're within the 4. Anytime past your 40, you should. I think you should go for it on 4th and 2. I loved that play call. Not necessarily I would say I would throw it 17 yards on the field, but I love that play call.
Noah had the 4th down conversion. He had 2 3rd down conversions. 4 for 79 and a touchdown in the first half. And, of course, that final drive, a name that we did fail to bring up on the show last week to give us a little bit more Cowboy hope. We never brought up the name Eli Apple, and we should have. That was star down on us for not bringing up one of the most attacked dudes in the NFL on social media. And some of this damage was against Eli Apple, and we forgot to pick on him.
We failed. We definitely failed to do that one. Another star up here from me. This is a star up to Kellen Moore. Not for any game plan. No, I'm not gonna. This was a good move. Tony Pollard got you all the way down to the 1/2 yard line with a long run, overturned, and on the very next play, instead of giving it to somebody else to get the reward of the touchdown, they go right back to Pollard.
1st and goal at the 1. Everybody in tight, no wide receivers. And the ball goes to Pollard, and he dives in for the touchdown. Like I said.
Other time, it would be one of those things that is bad etiquette to give it to somebody else. Terrible football etiquette.
I needed it for Zeke in my fantasy team. Good Lord, I'm getting smoked in both leagues.
I've already stopped looking. I won't set a lineup the rest of the year. Whoever's playing me,
who's your quarterback?
I got Justin Herbert in one of them.
Yeah. But in your other one, I don't know. I got the 2 oldest, most done dudes through 2 weeks. One of my quarterbacks is so bad, Vegas refunded bettors their MVP slip on Russell Wilson. They've refunded and gave it back. And my other one is Tom Brady, who can't score any points.
I think I got Rodgers in 2 of them.
Oh, yeah, Rodgers.
I got Rodgers in 2 of my leagues.
Yeah, the Green Bay run game last night.
Yep, and then Herbert in the other one. So my quarterbacks are, theoretically decent, but
did it feel like Tony Pollard stopped being used in this game? He ended up with 9 for 43 and a touchdown. 17-yard run was the longest of the day for either side. Zeke had 15 for 53, 3.5 a carry. Tony Pollard 4.8 a carry. He also had 4 catches for 55 yards. I mean, is it without hesitation and clear, RJ, that Tony Pollard is the better running back?
Yeah.
He's definitely the most dangerous and the most explosive.
Well, then he's the better one. Although there is something to be said for being
dirty yards.
Yeah, yes. There is something to be said for being able to be trustworthy. You can get 4. Like if Tony Pollard gets 18, 32, -4, 0, 1, 0, 17,
Zeke is like the truck that you can trust to move furniture. But that's it. You want to go on a date? You want to go out for a joyride? You want to go out for a spin?
That bench seat, man, on a date, it's a pretty good idea.
You take Tony or a golf cart for you.
Yeah.
You take Tony Pollard, but you need to go ahead and lug that couch and that refrigerator or the washer and dryer. You go ahead and load up the truck and take it, 12 miles down the road. That's Zeke Elliott. But that's it. That's it. Otherwise, in every other scenario and situation, you want Tony Pollard, man.
That's what you want. Give me Tony Pollard. I mean, Tony Pollard to me is the guy. The problem is that the team doesn't either believe that or $15 million refuses to allow them to believe it.
A lot of Tolos would give Kellen Moore a star down because of what happened after the first half, right? 17-3. And then you end up with 3 points for the rest of the game. It felt and looked like, Romo was even bringing it up, it did feel like they went a little more conservative. I don't know what adjustments were made by Cincinnati. We'll hear more on that with our film study guys, Bobby Belt, Brad Sham, Nick Eatman. But the offense completely went away in the third and fourth quarter.
It did. How much of that was...
If they would have lost that game, we'd be opening up this show, or the first 30 minutes, shredding Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy for giving it away, playing not to lose versus going out and getting it. Right? That's the way it was trending towards.
It was. Now, in their defense, on the second drive of the second half, they had moved the ball 50 yards, and then there was a fumble.
Schultz?
Mm-hmm. So they had moved it. They were at the 35. They were in field goal range, and they had a 1st and 10, and they had a 2nd and 8, and then the fumble. Who knows what they wind up doing on that drive?
Schultz was stripped on the Cincy 25. You were up 8, end of the third. That was the Bengals' first takeaway this season. And then Dante Fowler responded with that 3rd and 5 knockdown. A little star up for the other defensive lineman, by the way, which we'll get to in a second. But first half, Cowboys versus Bengals yards, 227 versus 84. Third quarter, Bengals 84-42. So Cowboys picked up 150 of those yards on their first 2 possessions. The next 7 possessions got them 154 yards total.
Yeah, there was an element of the first half of the offense that was reminiscent of, the Garrett days. Remember, they would come out, they would script the first 15 plays. There was a great script. They did, like, the one great thing that you could say Jason Garrett did was their offense game planned throughout the week with a really good game plan for those first 15 or so plays. And then once they had to go off script, that's when it all went to hell. And that's kind of what happened yesterday. Once they went off script and they were no longer in their first 15 plays, which I don't know, just take the script and flip it and go back again and do the whole thing over again. Once they were off that script, they were much worse.
Micah Parsons is going to get his love, deservedly so. PFF had him with 7 pressures. That was late yesterday. We'll get the new numbers this morning. Micah ends up with 2 sacks, but the Tolos are pointing it out. Jerry Jones is going to be happy about this tomorrow morning at 8:30. Another star up to the D-line and Dorrance Armstrong.
Chase wide to the right. Always find him. Snap to Burrow. Little late pressure coming up the middle. They flushed him out. They're chasing. They sacked him. Back at the 17-yard line.
Dorrance got 2. They sacked Burrow 4 times in the half. The stat you already said. 7th straight time. Burrow sacked 3 times or more. Fowler with that big knockdown of that pass before the half. Van Der Esch coming through with a sack. That was their 6th sack on the day. That was on 3rd down. That forced a field goal to make it 17-9. So star up the rest of that defensive line and Dan Quinn. In that first half, there was a period where it seemed like there was a defender. There were guys in the backfield every play. And with an offense that has just scored 2 touchdowns on the season, Dan Quinn and the D have held Brady and Burrow to a total of 2 touchdown drives and 36 total points. Star up, Cowboys D-line, Dan Quinn, and the D.
Yeah, it is. And I look, it's an aggressive defense too. And sometimes that's going to lead to some really dumb penalties. And they had some dumb penalties yesterday. Barr, Wilson, like you got to know.
Who was offsides on the special teams play? The TV said it was Tank, but it was not Tank, as a lot of Tolos pointed out and corrected. The stupid penalties, Barr with the hit on the opening 3rd down stop. You're off the field.
Yep.
You're off the field. It resulted in 3 points ultimately, so you cost yourself a field goal. Simi Fehoko had a false start on 3rd and 4. That makes it 3rd and 9, but Noah Brown came up with a 3rd down conversion. Donovan Wilson with the hit on Burrow sliding, and then it was a 4th and 4 punt, and the Cowboys were offsides 4th and 4. That resulted in 3 points. So 6 points off the jump in terms of the stupid penalties.
Yeah, just especially when you get some of those unsportsmanlike conduct or roughing, unnecessary roughness. Those are killers, man.
Total penalties. How many? How many for the Cowboys? I have it.
9?
Only 5. We won the turn. Well, no, usually it's a turnover battle. We won the penalty battle.
That's right, baby.
5-7.
Yeah.
Cincinnati had 7. We had 5 for 45. Do you know who was offsides on the punt?
I do not. I thought they said number 50, but I don't think they were on. Was it Sam Williams? Was he on the?
That was the final drive, right?
Truckwreck.com text line. They'll let us know. 877-881-1053.
Let's see. I'm looking on the play-by-play sheet.
It'll pop up. 877-881-1053. What did Tony Romo have to say about the Cowboys and their win yesterday? We'll get to that at 6:40, but what else happened throughout the NFC East? And last week, it was about the kicking. Yesterday, it was about the comebacks throughout the entire NFL. That was Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Blue Chew around the NFC East and the rest of the league. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But first,
for the pylon. Is he in? No signal yet. Touchdown, Giants.
Okay. Anybody worried about the 2-0 New York Giants yet? It's Sean and RJ. What did Tony Romo think about the Cowboys yesterday? You'll hear that at 6:40. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. What a way to wake up and start off your week. Much different from last week here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The Giants, that was Giants Radio with the call, get a 56-yard field goal in order to end up beating the Carolina Panthers. Two pretty tough losses for Baker Mayfield, starting off with Carolina. The New York Giants, their first 2-0 start since 2016. That was their last postseason appearance, and my meatball buddies from New York sent me this stat. You'll appreciate this one. The Mets, Yankees, Jets, and Giants all won on the same day for the first time since what year?
I will say 2001.
2009.
Right.
Can you imagine over 20 years? First time that all four won. Jets, Giants, and both baseball teams won on the same day for the first time since September 2009. It'll be the Cowboys and the Giants on Monday Night Football. But yesterday, you heard it on Giants Radio, they beat Carolina. Any worry? Any concern with the Giants at 2-0? RJ Choppy.
I mean, look, they've scored 40 points in 2 games. Let's not put Daniel Jones as Bill Parcells would say. Let's not put him in Canton yet.
Yeah.
I'm not necessarily scared. The Cowboys, what they do best, they beat the NFC East. Now, granted, that's with Romo or Dak is when they've really controlled their record in the division over the last 8 years or so.
Well, it's even more of a lock now with Rush.
I know, right? Because he's better than Dak, according to Skip Bayless and Phil Sims.
And
a few other
there's
Tolos.
There's gonna be some Tolos.
Yeah, they are.
There.
And you know what those Tolos are called?
No.
Blocked and muted. That's what they're called. Blocked and muted. Although I don't block. I'm just kidding. But look, they're 2-0. They found ways to win close games. Matt Rule, poor guy, snake bit. Can't find himself a quarterback. But this is a Giants team that, you do have to take them seriously now. At least for this game.
I don't take them seriously. I don't even care if they beat the Cowboys. I'm not impressed. I'm not worried at all.
They're going to start the year. If they beat the Cowboys, they're going to start the year 4-0.
Who do they have after?
The Bears at home.
Ooh.
And then they're going to go lose, Packers, Ravens. Then the Jags, they could win that one.
Yeah.
Seattle, they could win that one. Now all of a sudden you're 6-2. Then they got Houston and then Detroit.
Oh.
I mean, they could be 8-2.
Oh. Well, put it like this. I'm not impressed. I'm not
either.
I'm not impressed so far. Okay. Yes, you beat the Titans, and Carolina may be decent. It's still Daniel Jones. I hope they go 8-2 so that they sign Daniel Jones back up. I hope they do. I hope that Bills GM makes that mistake. But yesterday, Daniel Jones with this big run, that was like his highlight. And that's all that was there, as their point differential is +4 on the season. They've won 21-20 and 19-16. Now, look, it's a 3-point league.
It is.
I get it. But come on, Daniel Jones threw for 176 yards.
Yeah, they're on an unsustainable rate of success in one-score games already. Now that might last the entire year. We've seen it where it lasts the entire year, but it doesn't carry over.
Yep.
This would be one of those things where if they do this next year, or they do this all year, we go into next season, and all of a sudden it's like, this is the team that's going to take. Bill Barnwell does this every year. The team that wins too many close games, they're going to take a step back the next year.
How about RJ Choppy's Detroit Lions?
Oh, my God. What an offense.
The Detroit Lions get the win over the Commanders. Man, screw you, Zach Wolchuk, and this receiver that I was like, this no name. Yeah, I know he finished last year well, but come on, I'm not going to draft this guy. This is a premium pick in fantasy football. And then he freaking torched me yesterday. What a start to the season for St. Brown.
Amon-Ra, they call him the sun god. Because Amon-Ra is the Egyptian sun god.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. So Amon-Ra, St. Brown.
4th round pick out of USC.
fantastic player. Had a great end of the season last year.
Yes.
The Lions offense picked it up towards the end of the year last year, and it's carried over. It's the first time since 1952-53 season where the Lions have scored 35 or more in 3 straight games.
Woo! St. Brown, third player in history to have at least 8 catches in 8 consecutive games. Joining Michael Thomas at 22. He's the youngest to do it. And yesterday, the Lions were up 22-0. Commanders cut it to 29-21. St. Brown, again, he had like a 50-yard run around the corner down the sideline. And the team that we're all rooting for, Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions, get a W after the close one last week against the Philadelphia Eagles.
9 for 184 and 2 TDs for St. Brown. And this was a good win. This is one of those wins for Detroit. If you have Detroit, and a lot of people, they were one of the most bet teams for the over this year. This is one of those games they absolutely had to win. Right? You have to beat the Commanders if you're.
Oh, what was the over under?
It was like 6.5, 7 wins.
Yeah.
So this is one of those games where, like, if you were gonna hit that over, this is one of those you got to win, because they got Vikings on the road next week, home to Seattle, at New England, here, Miami, Green Bay. I mean, they got a tough schedule, relatively tough. You know, if Dak's back, you know, Cowboys, Dolphins, Packers in back-to-back weeks.
And now let's talk about the insanity of the comebacks. Are you kidding me? Again, Eagles are going to play the Vikings tonight. That should be really fun. Monday Night Football doubleheader, Titans, Bills, an hour before filthy hosts Minnesota. But you had the craziness of the Cardinal comeback in overtime with Kyler running around for minutes at a time. What the New York Jets did to the Cleveland Browns. But I think the number one storyline in the National Football League today, the number one storyline, is a guy that I wrote off, and maybe Dolphins fans did yesterday with what was happening in Baltimore.
Back to throw, looking, steps up, fires, touchdown, Miami! It's Waddle! Touchdown! Oh my gosh, Tua looked around and came back to Waddle. What a throw and catch with 14 seconds left.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The Miami Dolphins are down 21 in the fourth against Pay That Man. That's what was trending all day long. It was Lamar Jackson with 80-yard touchdown runs, 3 touchdowns in the first half. And RJ Choppy, your boy, Tua Tagovailoa, throws for 6 touchdowns with his duper Clayton combo in Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. And the Miami Dolphins pull off the stunner, and they're 2-0 for my boy, my favorite coach in the league, Mike McDaniel.
Dude, you've been on Mike McDaniel since the beginning.
Not
You've
saying
loved
that
him.
he was going to be good. I just love his personality. I'm not going to pretend like I believed in him being this whiz kid. I'm in love with the guy giving interviews. Yesterday, after the game, he goes, I told my team the night before, like his delivery is amazing. He goes, I told my team the night before I wanted to see some adversity, and they just took it way too literal. That was his delivery.
It's a great quote.
After the game.
It's a great quote. Look, I mean, Tua is, I still don't know what he is. You know, he had a ton of yards. Look, let's see.
6 touchdowns.
5th quarterback in NFL history with 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
Say that again?
5th quarterback in NFL history with 4 TDs in the fourth quarter.
He had 4 in the fourth?
Yeah.
I think they outscored Baltimore 28-3 in the fourth. Did they not?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
So here's another one for this game.
Threw for 469.
Yeah, buddy. Teams had lost 755 straight games when trailing by 21 in the fourth. Lamar is the first quarterback since 1950 with 300 yards passing, 3 touchdowns passing, 100 yards rushing, and a rush TD in the same game. And he's also the first player in NFL history with a 75-yard pass TD and a 75-yard rush TD in the same game. And they lost.
The Dolphins were 25-1 in the fourth quarter. So Vegas had set up like the live betting.
Yeah.
They were 25-1. And then, as you said, teams leading by 21 or more in the fourth had won 711 consecutive games. They were down 20 at the half. So was Arizona. First time in NFL history, multiple teams have overcome a 20-point halftime deficit on the same day. And you had euphoria of the Cowboys win, right? And then you get the awesome extra bonus coverage with what happened with the Cardinals and the Raiders.
Carr waiting for the shotgun snap. He's got the ball. Quick throw left side. Renfro with a catch. And he breaks one tackle. Then the ball comes out. It's loose. And it's picked up by the Cardinals in midfield. It's picked up by Byron Murphy at the 40, at the 30, at the 20, at the 10. Ball game! Byron Murphy picks up the ball at midfield, returns it for a touchdown, and the Cardinals win. No flags. What an unbelievable finish here in Vegas.
Cards radio, man, the boredom of the beginning of that call turning into excitement. 59-yard fumble recovery. Hunter Renfro fumbles twice in the overtime after Arizona comes back with Kyler running around for 2-point conversions. Kingsbury and the offense getting a delay of game on the 2 points. Kyler drops back and finds A.J. Green at the very back of the end zone on an incredible 15-yard throw. And Arizona, they set aside disaster to start their year. And instead, the Raiders are 0-2.
Oh, and they're done. They're cooked now. They ain't catching Kansas City in that division.
You got Denver looking like, you know, 2 wins.
But still, like they're not as good as Kansas City. They're not as good as the Chargers. And they're in a brutally tough spot. But I will say this: that 2-point conversion, not the one to tie it, the one before that.
Okay, the one to tie is where he ran around forever.
No, that was the one that was made it 23-15 or whatever it is.
I need to get the next gen on how many yards he actually ran.
It was insane.
I think someone,
because the one to tie it was A.J. Green, right at the back of
to
the
go
end
into
zone.
overtime.
To go into overtime.
Yes.
This was the one before that. This one, this was like a 15-second play. Running everywhere, waiting, pointing, going backwards, running around, pointing some more, waiting, and then running. Like, what an absolute fantastic athletic play.
Video game.
Video game. There you go.
It wasn't double XP weekend, too.
Good point. It wasn't.
It was
That's
not.
why they won. And that's why they won.
It's crazy.
And then the devastation in Cleveland of the dog pound. With Amari Cooper having a fantastic game, the New York Jets are down 30-17 with 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left, 30-17, and they end up getting the win over Cleveland. Joe Flacco with the W.
Joe Flacco with a wide open
Garrett Wilson,
down the right
fantasy
side.
pickups today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh, the receiver out of The Ohio State University.
Yeah. I think I already have him on my bench on one of my leagues. He had a really good game. And Joe Flacco, at the very end, had himself a really nice day at the end of the game. But the Browns fans are the ones that are eating crow today. They got egg on their face. They're sitting there taking selfies with that stupid elf in the middle of the field and then leaving the game after the Nick Chubb touchdown.
The Browns, with blown coverages, their D coordinator may be in some trouble. Onside recoveries. Browns missed an extra point. They had a 99.9% win probability.
How about this?
99.9.
All they had to do on that touchdown that Chubb had with like a minute 55 to go, if he just stops for the end zone, the game's over. The Jets had no timeouts.
Oh. Instead, he had to get number 3.
He got number 3 instead, which I had on my fantasy team. I approve.
Yes.
I approve. But they would have won the game.
Miami, the Jets, the Cardinals, with epic comebacks during another amazing NFL Sunday. Of course, that was started off by the Cowboys beating the AFC champs. What did Tony Romo think of your squad? He had the TV call. We'll bring back Romo's best moments of the day on a Cowboys Monday next.
But let's get you over to
Side, 3 men down. Parsons rushing. Burrow back. Flushed out by Parsons. Sacked by Parsons. At the 32-yard line. Neville Gallimore in there to finish it up. Parsons rubs his tummy. Says, more Tiger, please.
That was sack number 1. Did you feel bad at all for La'el Collins yesterday at any point in time in the game with what Micah Parsons was doing to that man? I think it was his second sack where somehow, like, it's hard to not get touched when you go inside the offensive lineman. When you go inside the tackle to not get touched, that is the quickness and that is the fear and that is the footwork that Micah put on display yesterday against his former teammate who used to show him the ropes in training camp when we watched them in Oxnard, California, and back here in Frisco. But Micah does this. Yesterday, Jim Nantz tried to rename it the Texas 3-step. Romo was going crazy over this. His third step. And he put a move on Collins where he went inside. I believe he went inside, but I know he was untouched. It was like a crossover in basketball where he went out, whoop, crossed it back in, and just the explosion and the quickness, I'm convinced, had Joe Burrow thinking about it. And Burrow's obviously a tough SOB. I mean, but as
the fan text said, he's going to be David Carr. Poor guy.
13 sacks in the first 2 games. And they thought they had addressed and fixed this in the offseason after what happened, especially last year in the playoffs. But Micah Parsons was a menace. We're looking to get the final numbers from the different websites, but 7 pressures, 2 sacks, and he's unstoppable.
He is. It's really hard to improve and fix your offensive line by acquiring people that other teams don't want. Right? That's not really how you do it.
I love Twitter from the Tolos. We still mad at losing layout or nah?
Or nah.
Or nah?
Or nah.
Or nah.
Yeah, I'm not like, I'm not broken up over it. That's for damn sure. But look, we
didn't call Terrence Steele's name at all yesterday, which you'd think is a good thing.
I would think that's a pretty good thing. There's a 3-word phrase that I want to drill. I want to drill into my head, into the Cowboys front office heads when it comes to Micah Parsons and when it comes to Tony Pollard. It's 3 words: speed needs space. That's why I don't like. I want Micah rushing the passer every time, whether it's from the inside or the outside, whatever. But the outside is so much more advantageous for him because he has speed, and speed needs space. Speed doesn't work well in traffic. It works fantastic when you've got a little bit of space to work with. That's why the fastest guys are the defensive ends, not the interior guys. Even though you're closer to the quarterback, you want to use that space that you have to be able to get around the offensive lineman, and he does an amazing job at it. He's the best pass rusher in the game, and he has been since game 1 of last year.
Micah was asked if he thought it was going to be easy for the Cowboys to get pressure against the Bungles.
We knew that they were chipping, they were max protecting most of the game, and I don't think they can beat us with 3 receivers down the field, too much defense, and we were still able to get pressure. But that was the game plan. We were expecting those chips. We executed on all cylinders. The only thing I wish is that we didn't give up the touchdown.
So I just kind of kept a separate part of my work prep for Tony Romo and just his thoughts throughout the entire game, doing the TV call with Jim Nantz. He, of course, was talking about those 3 steps from Micah Parsons. But, man, he was gushing over Cooper Rush from the very beginning.
Well, yeah, because he wants Cooper Rush to take over for Dak because he's still jealous. He still hates Dak. That's why.
A couple Tolos tweeted that.
Yeah.
I wrote that down. Tolos think there could be Dak jealousy.
Oh, of course.
Gushing.
Cooper Rush could throw a pick six and so be like, oh, man, but look at that footwork. That's amazing footwork. That's fantastic. What a great play on the receiver. Great play. The DB made it just a great play on there. That pass was right there.
Dude,
that's all the DB.
He was going crazy. I was like, has he talked about this a lot for backup quarterbacks? He was talking about Rush's anticipation. Said he liked him a lot in Minnesota. I had to go back. I said, did he play for the Golden Gophers or something? Like, was he a Viking? Oh, no, he's just talking about the one game in Minnesota.
Yeah.
That's it. I liked him a lot in Minnesota. And I was like, what, Rush was a Viking?
He was like Central Michigan, right, or something like that?
He's like, oh, something different. I'm just telling you, there's something different about this guy. There was an overreaction. He also said there was a major overreaction to the Tampa game with us freaking out over the Cowboys offense, but he was going nuts, doing backflips over Cooper Rush. Dan Quinn, he said, that's the number one coaching candidate in the National Football League when they showed Dan Quinn. He also mentioned Kellen Moore as a head coaching candidate. That was a little bit weird to hear that. Talked about the Bengals game plan altered by the Cowboys pass rush. Said the Cowboys went conservative. Like, when are they going to stop being so conservative in the second half? He couldn't decide on the Van Der Esch penalty that they picked up against Hurst.
The helmet to helmet or the helmet to chin strap, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. So at first I was like, oh, they're calling this, they think this is helmet to helmet. And then they were debating whether it was defenseless. And I really thought it was a good decision to pick up the flag. It wasn't helmet to helmet. I thought it was textbook from Van Der Esch to hit Hurst with the shoulder pad. And then I don't think you're defenseless when the ball was like right there. I have to go back on the defenseless part, but I thought it was smart to pick up the flag. Romo couldn't decide.
The defenseless part is what screws me up. To me, it's like it's very subjective, right? It's a very subjective call, and I can never tell. I can never tell which way. If you had to tell me to guess which way they're going to go on this, I have no idea more often than not, because I just don't know what they really view as defenseless anymore. I don't know. So I was not. I was surprised they picked it up. Not saying they shouldn't have,
right?
But I was surprised knowing today's NFL.
And then the final thing I wrote down for Romo, he was talking about that time management. 24 seconds left on the final Cooper Rush game-winning drive, and he was saying, don't burn it. Don't burn it here. He seems to have it down better than any other commentator in terms of game management. It used to be him predicting plays, and now I think it's like that final minute in terms of he's got it down in his head what needs to happen by the exact times for field goal attempts, for timeouts. He said this needs to be a run here. Yeah. He called that perfectly. That it was a run. So he said don't burn that final timeout with 24 seconds left. He was also talking about accepting the penalty before. They didn't on the 8-yard gain. It ended up being 2nd and 2. He goes, take the penalty. Why did they take the play instead of
because it gave them 3 more yards.
Okay.
And so now you're at 2nd and 2.
It was 2nd and 2.
Yeah, so as opposed to 1st and 5, it gave them 2nd and 2. They wanted to get closer to field goal range, so it gave them 3 more yards.
Okay.
I think that's the only reason. That was
had to be.
Yeah,
had to be. But Romo was saying take the penalty there, and then the time/clock management at the very end. But those were my Romo notes. But he was gushing over Rush.
Yeah, he was. I've got one other note that Tony had said in this game that I wrote down. It was about Micah. All right, and I don't know if you picked up on this, but when he said that when Micah's lined up on the inside, he said it sometimes can be easier for a quarterback because he knows that Micah's not going to drop into coverage. So it's easier for him to utilize the middle of the field, right? 7, 8, 10 yards downfield, because he knows that linebacker is not dropping into coverage. When Micah's lined up right there in the A, he's not going to drop into coverage, right? We know that, right? He's going to come at the passer. He's so good now. He's such a dangerous weapon. You'd be foolish to drop into coverage. And that was I thought a very interesting thing that Tony had said. Like, wow, I don't think I ever would have thought of that, because more often than not, the linebacker doesn't always rush from there. Sometimes they rush, sometimes they drop back. But with Micah, because he's such a threat, you almost want him to rush on every play.
Most sacks in a player's first 18 career games, y'all, was 17. You have a Luka Doncic phenomenon on your football team. That's what we have. We what would that number be if he was just rushing the passer the entire time? How many more sacks would he have? 7? He would have 24 sacks, 25 sacks in his first 18 career games. Right now, he's got the most in NFL history with this amount.
Yeah,
he is. You have Luka Doncic on your football team.
Yeah, you do. You've got the best player in the field.
You got a guy going to the Hall of Fame if he stays healthy.
Stays healthy.
Done.
Yep. Absolutely. And it'd be great to, it'd be great to see that happen, because if it does, it probably means that A, he had a really long, healthy career, and B, maybe he was able to continue the sack. This sack total is stupid.
Does he have the most sacks in the NFL this year?
Yeah,
he's got 4.
I think he leads the league. I think I saw that.
Doesn't it seem like, though, he's got 6 or 7?
Well, he's always in the quarterback's face.
Orlovsky said Micah was the best player in the NFL today, totally wrecked the game, and won it for the Cowboys. It is a treat to watch. And I just want to check out and not even pay attention when he plays linebacker. Just line it up.
Line it up, man. Man, I would love to see it. I would love to see it on every play. Just line him up on the edge and let's go. And that should help Tank out on the other side a lot because they're going to shift. I mean, if you're not shifting every single bit of coverage to Micah's side, to protection, if you're not shifting every bit of protection, Tank is going to get – if they line up Mike on the edge, Tank's getting one-on-ones all day. All day.
Mike McCarthy on his new quarterback. What did Mike McCarthy think of Cooper Rush's performance? The Cowboys going crazy in the locker room, who got the game ball, and the rest of the insane, amazing action with the sport that we love so much around the rest of the NFL. College football recap as well. And Aaron Judge getting closer to history. Our highest rated segment of the show. Headlines on a Cowboys Monday next.
But let's talk. Let's talk, boys and girls. It's time to stop the stigma.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Burrow and the Bengals. This could be fun today. 2nd and 7, rush, play fake, bootleg to the right, looking to throw it in the end zone, leaping catch. That is Noah Brown with his first ever NFL touchdown. Parsons was out of the lineup. He's come back in, standing up on the left side. 3 men down. Parsons rushing. Burrow back, flushed out by Parsons, sacked by Parsons. Chase wide to the right. Always find him. Snap to Burrow. Little late pressure coming up the middle. They flushed him out. They're chasing. They sacked him. Back at the 17-yard line.
They're just going to get Joe Burrow killed.
Smack on the 40-yard line is where Anger will put it down. Maher from 50 for the win. With 3 seconds showing. Snap, hold, kick from 50. Maher! Cowboys win! Brett Maher walk-off.
And the
Wow, that was
season,
fun.
and the season
Okay.
is. Oh, and the montage isn't done
Ball
yet.
back in off the ledge for a minute.
My bad, Peyton Russell. Peyton Russell with the montage. That was not done yet. And Brad Sham, voice of the Cowboys, saying the season is not done yet as they beat the defending AFC champs 20-17 on this radio station.
What a feeling.
It is.
That's the thing. It's not necessarily what a game. What a feeling. It's just you're
It's not work today.
man. Food,
Show's gonna fly by.
food tastes better. I don't even taste food. This coffee, this terrible coffee that we have up here, it doesn't taste burnt today.
That's because I made it. Made it like
You
4:15.
You did make it. Yeah, we taught Peyton how to make coffee. He was making half pots before. Now he's making full pots.
Yes.
Everything is coming. Everything comes together.
The Cowboys defense, Micah Parsons, Trayvon Diggs late, combining with Cooper Rush and Noah Brown for the Cowboys hanging on. It was a thrilling first half, and then they were hanging on in that second half. You thought we were going to overtime. You knew Cincy was going to score.
Yeah.
Would they get the 2 point? That was the question. It was inevitable. The Cowboys are going conservative. Give it back, give it back, give it back. They eventually score the touchdown. They get the 2 point conversion, and then you know that you thought they're going to lose. 0-2. Here we go. And then Cooper Rush on the final drive finds CeeDee Lamb twice, Noah Brown once, and Brett Maher with this kicking situation that was much maligned, hits one that I'm still not totally convinced went through the uprights. I don't think
it was deceiving. It was very deceiving.
very deceiving. It looked like he was going wide right. Maher hits again. He hit what? A 54-yarder earlier in the game. He hits the game winner from 50, and Cooper Rush is the offensive hero after filling in for Dak Prescott. Here's Cooper on that final drive.
Great job by Terp getting us, not backed up, got us out there a little bit. We only needed Brett's got a big leg. His range is pretty out there, so you just had to get a few first downs. That first down we always talk about in 2 minutes important, and CeeDee making a good play on the first one, and then Noah's tip catch, and we were able to get in range.
I saw the stat. Jason Garrett with backup quarterbacks, 1-13 throughout his coaching career here.
That's really interesting considering he had Dak Prescott. He went 13-3 in his first year. I mean,
This is from Blogging the Boys. I
yeah,
saw.
that's what that is. That's a Jason Garrett slander site. You cannot cherry pick what you call a backup quarterback. He went 13-3 with a third stringer. Like, that's just the reality. I'm sorry that Jason Garrett fans don't want to hear, or haters don't want to hear that.
Yep.
But I mean, how do you say that he didn't?
You're right. Dak was the backup. Or do they change it if it's game one of the season?
I know, right?
That's very convenient.
Yeah, very convenient.
Dak was actually the third string. It was supposed to be Kellen that year. Everyone forgets Kellen got hurt in that camp.
Yeah, and then of
Dak
course,
was third.
Right, Dak was third. Then Kellen got hurt. And then also to that, they conveniently took off his interim tag year where he was 5-3 with John Kitna.
The interim tag. Yeah, that's definitely some Jason Garrett slander right there. But Mike McCarthy's now 2-0. You got the win last year. By the way, Cooper Rush last year in that Vikings game-winning drive at the end. His only career start, game-winning drive, and then he got another one yesterday. Here's Mike McCarthy on his backup QB getting the W.
Well, I tell you, we all had confidence in Cooper coming in, but I think it's an excellent point. It just, just gives you an opportunity to keep building and growing, and that's what we're all about. We're about stacking success. We want to just keep, in the little things, whether it's situational offense, third down will be another big emphasis for us this week. We spent a little extra time on it last week. We need to be better there, but it's about stacking success, and just really happy for Cooper. But if it fits his personality. I mean, it's never too big for him.
Man, it's circling already on the Trucker.com text line
About Rush versus Dak.
Yep, trade Dak now while he has some value. Cowboys beat the Super Bowl contender with a backup quarterback. We didn't beat teams like that all year. CD looked like a number 1 this week. Surprising. It's not surprising with Cooper Rush.
I'm not doing this today. We cannot do this. I refuse. I refuse to stoop down to the level of the first fake shows of Dak versus Cooper Rush. Now, we're going to take phone calls at 8 this morning, okay? Throughout the year, I've moved the great Brad Sham from 8 to 8:40. For 10 years, Brad's been at 8. But it's going to be Cowboy calls with you, the Tolos, 8 o'clock. If you want to take it there, we can't control it, but we're not doing that as a topic today. We can't. We got to just enjoy this. Yes. I'm not gonna stoop down to that Cooper versus Rush, or Cooper versus Dak level.
Thank you. Like it's not. We're not there. We're not there.
Are you there?
What if they're 5-1?
Are you there?
What if they get to 5-1?
We're not doing this today.
All right, Peyton.
Because Steven told us that Dak is coming back even sooner. Man, you talk about the Cowboys pregame show, the stuff Mike McCarthy gives Brad Sham clarifying that Kellen Moore needs to be smarter stuff that the media twisted and turned. You talk about the evil, nasty, horrible media. Very nasty, very
nasty. The nastiest media we've ever seen. Fake news.
Steven then told Christy Scales Dak could come back by week 4.
Well, we went to bed thinking it was more going to be a 8-week variety of an injury, and woke up after surgery a 4-week, and then the results of the surgery are to the point that who knows? I mean, he's got a chance to come back maybe third or fourth game. We'll see what happens. Obviously, that's why we didn't put him on the designated to return list, and as soon as he can get out here and he feels up to it, he'll start working back in.
One more game. That's it. He's out.
Third or fourth game.
He's out for the Giants. He's out for Monday night against the Giants.
Oh, no, that's not right. He's got an extra day's rest. I can't even roll him out now for this one.
And then he's back against the Commanders.
Oh, man.
Wow. Does that change your mind? We'll ask Bobby. It's one thing for Jerry to say it, but then Steven maybe says it. It's all fun today. Enjoy it. It's an amazing feeling on a Cowboys Monday here on your home of America's team.
We're in such a good mood. Like, people are gonna wonder they're gonna hate us by the end of today's show. We're in such a happy mood because most people like happiness. They want everybody to be miserable with them.
Nah,
yeah,
no,
but not today.
Everyone's happy.
Not today. Everyone's gonna be happy.
Giants are 2-0. They beat Carolina 19-16. The Commanders lose in Detroit 36-27. And the injury news of the day, it's a good thing that they didn't trade Jimmy Garoppolo to us because San Francisco needs him now.
Long snap. It's a handoff to Ray. No, Trey kept it. Beautifully done by Trey Lance. He's so good, like Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, and holding it at the mesh point. But Ray took it wide, and then Trey's down.
Yep.
Trey's on his back as he took the handoff there, and Trey Lance
Willis
is hurt.
hit him, and it's not good. He tried to get up, and then immediately you could see by his body language there is an issue, and he went straight back down to his back. The trainer's working on him now.
Season-ending ankle surgery for Trey Lance on 49ers radio as Jimmy Garoppolo comes in, RJ, and leads. This guy didn't play at all. He's had no reps with this team this offseason, and they destroy Seattle, the 1972 Seahawks, 27-7 as Jimmy Garoppolo steps in. Did you get my reference?
I did.
Okay. Pete Carroll addressed his team like they could be the 72 Dolphins. We'll get to that later on. But Jimmy G threw for a touchdown, ran for one.
They are 31-14 with Jimmy Garoppolo as quarterback. Kyle Shanahan is. They are 9-29 with everybody else. I mean, there is one of these days, San Fran, and I don't think it was a wrong decision to go to Trey. I don't. There's an upside to Trey Lance that was never there with Jimmy. But one of these days, they're going to wake up and they're going to see the value of a guy and the coach that have some weird thing together where they just win. I don't know what it is because Jimmy's not great. But there's got to be an inherent value of just going to the playoffs every year, right? I think. I mean, do you not feel better about San Fran's chances of winning?
Oh, San Francisco just became more dangerous today.
They're a title contender again. They weren't with Trey Lance. Not this year, at least. I should say title contender, but they're a threat. They're a playoff team. You know, if you're going to be a wild card team, you're going to have to fight with San Francisco. You're going to figure them out now.
Other scores throughout the NFL here on Sean and RJ. Of course, we took you through the comebacks. Tua teased the story today nationally. Tua throws for 6 touchdowns. The Dolphins come back to stun the Ravens. Lamar was having a day where people are saying he's going to get his fully guaranteed money after that game. Miami wins to go 2-0. The Jets were down 13 with 2 minutes left. They break the hearts of the dog pound. And the Cardinals, this is after the Cowboys game, they go to live coverage. The Cardinals were down 20-0, and they beat the Raiders in overtime to stop themselves from going 0-2 on the season. Buccaneers, hideous game, beat the Saints. So the Tom Brady losing streak as a Buccaneer against New Orleans is over. Patriots, hideous game, beat Pittsburgh 17-14. The Colts suck.
Oh, dude.
The Colts suck. I feel good being right about them. They get shut up by Jacksonville. Jacksonville owns them like the Saints owned Tampa.
That's so weird, too. It's only there.
24-0.
The Colts don't win. I think the last time they won in Jacksonville, like Andrew Luck was the quarterback. They just don't win there.
Rams hang on. Falcons, they tried to come back. They gave up the comeback last week. Jalen Ramsey seals it with an interception. Cooper Kupp going off for you again. Rams win 31-27. Stafford had 3 early passing touchdowns. They're panicking in Denver. They're freaking out in Denver as they barely beat the Texans. The Nathaniel Hackett coaching timeline in yesterday's game. Did you see this? Go look at my timeline and study this for after Bobby Belt. But Denver wins 16-9. And last night, you could turn it off a little bit early as Aaron Jones and the Packers beat the Bears 27-10 to avoid going 0-2.
Can we stop with this charade that's actually a game that people want to watch on Sunday Night Football?
The Bears?
Bears-Packers?
Keep the Bears off of television.
Look, these TV networks have this fetish
tradition
with some of these. The only thing the NFL does wrong, the only thing, is that you want to see what happens when you hang on to tradition. Look at Major League Baseball. Nobody cares about tradition. They care about entertainment. The Bears-Packers is not entertaining. It's a click. It's a turnoff. Stop trying to force Bears-Packers every year on Sunday Night Football or Monday Night Football down our throats.
Tonight, Monday night doubleheader. Titans-Bills, 6:15. Buffalo favored by 10. And the Eagles are favored by 2.5. They're going to host the Minnesota Vikings at 7:30. So Manning Cast and Joe and Troy and everything everywhere for Monday Night Football. Also, Aaron Judge, we got to mention, hit number 58 and 59. Yep. 58 and 59 at KNC today, giving you a chance to sit in the outfield for Rangers, Yankees. Bring your glove for Aaron Judge, that giveaway during KMC.
Yeah, the outfield seats are impossible to come by right now for that series because he probably will have the record broken, but you might be able to catch the final home run, which would be the new record. So if he hits 62 or 68, you catch 68, all of a sudden that's the record now.
Brett Maher getting the game ball, an explosion of joy in the Cowboys locker room from the players. Let's go inside there and recap with Bobby Belt, Cowboys Insider, on a Cowboys Monday next.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when on the roads. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
First and goal at the 1. Everybody in tight, no wide receivers. And the ball goes to Pollard, and he dives in for the touchdown. Like I said,
Tony Pollard rewarded. That was credited as a pass, actually. They need to get rid of that in the NFL, that little
shovel pass
forward. The Chiefs getting Patrick Mahomes all these TDs through that. Pollard for 47, and then he finished with a 1-yard score in order to give the Cowboys their second touchdown of the day. Star up to Tony Pollard and Kellen Moore for getting him more involved. This is Sean and RJ on your home of America's team, and what a Monday feeling this is after they beat the Bengals 20-17. Our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt was there. Bobby joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline. Take us inside the stadium for the ups and the downs and inside that locker room as well.
Well, the first thing I got to do after listening to you guys this morning is I need to go back and find the audio and find out who in the world asked Jerry, like, is this the greatest victory of your career or whatever that was?
Hard-hitting questions.
I love my friends on the beat. I got to know who threw him up that softball. I'm betting KG was with us post game. I bet it was KG. KG threw him up the softball.
Oh no.
Biggest win. I thought you were going to say you were going to have to come back on, study the film to find out who was offsides, because no one knows the answer to who was offsides 4th and 4 on the punt.
Yeah, we didn't get a good look at it on the replay. In fact, like hearing you guys talk about it, that was the first time that I just had assumed it was DeMarcus Lawrence the whole time. And so I didn't realize that it wasn't him. So I'm going to have to go back and check it out. But we had all assumed it was Lawrence in the stadium, just where we were out in the press box. We didn't get a good look at it. And so look, I think the key to the game, Brian and I were talking about this last night, them going for it on 4th and 2 on the opening drive. For all the rhetoric, I know I talked to you guys on Friday and mentioned that one of the lines they were using in the locker room was, hey, it's just, week 1. It's one game. There's 16 more to go. You don't go for it on 4th and 2 in your own territory at the very beginning of a game unless you understand, like, the critical situation that your team's in right now. And I think that they knew we need this early. We need to score early. It's important for us to set a tone here and get some momentum. And I think it also shows a lot of trust in the defense that they knew, all right, the worst we're going to give up out of this if we give or Cincinnati the ball here at the 44 is that, Cincy will get a field goal. The defense surely isn't giving up a touchdown even with this short field. And so a lot of faith in the defense, a lot of faith in Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush on that pass showing a lot of faith in Noah Brown. You're seeing all those practice reps they've gotten together on scout team from since 2017. There's a connection there. There's a chemistry there. But I think that set the tone for everything else. And it's amazing how just an opening drive touchdown with this defense makes you feel so much better about the prospects for the game. Because when they scored that touchdown, you felt a little bit like, all right, you can kind of relax probably for the next few drives because you can trust that this defense is going to hold this lead.
Yeah, real quick with that. Like, we always say, punt the ball away and trust your defense, but isn't going for it there the ultimate trust? That's more trust in the defense than punting it away.
Yeah, I think so, because you're saying it doesn't matter, how short a field we give you. And something that we've seen consistently from the Cowboys these first few weeks is that even when they bend, they don't really break. When the field gets shorter, they get better, and they really tighten things up. And the shorter the field, the shorter the area there is for the offense to work in, the defense it just gets better. And so I think that was a lot of trust in Dan Quinn. That was a lot of trust in what they have on defense and Micah Parsons, their ability to get to Joe Burrow. And gosh, I know they've invested a lot of money in Cincinnati to try and fix that offensive line. Burrow couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
Like he was he couldn't just stand back there and make a throw all night. I had to look it up. If you include the playoffs, then the last 11 games Burrow's played, he's been sacked 53 times, which is an absurd number.
Wow.
And they changed it. They changed the O-line this offseason and still not working. So maybe Burrow's just hold on to the ball too long.
That's part of it. Burrow holds on to the ball too long. He likes to, take shots down the field. Those are longer developing routes. He's also a guy who while he can kind of slide around in the pocket and evade pressure, he tends to, kind of step up into sacks sometimes. That happened with the Leighton Vander Esch sack. That happened, I think, with the first Micah Parsons sack. So he's a guy who I think no matter how good his offensive line is, he's always going to take a lot of sacks. But, I mean, still, for him to have 6 this week, 7 last week, he had the 9 in the Super Bowl or whatever it was. I mean, they've got to do a better job protecting him, but he's always going to be a guy who's, I don't think is really going to help his offensive line out with those statistics.
But was it clear the Cowboys yesterday decided to unleash Micah as more of a pass rusher, and they're like, we're going to show everyone why we decided to get rid of La'el Collins in the offseason?
Yeah, I think that they primarily used Micah as like, look, you're here to wreck the game and wreck Joe Burrow.
Yep.
and really pressure him, and did a great job. It was getting to Burrow in 1 to 2 seconds, forcing him to make, even the times where he wasn't getting sacks, he was forcing Burrow to make bad throws, to release the ball sooner than he wanted. I can think of 2 plays right off the top of my head where Burrow had to basically throw it away because Parsons was in his face. The sack from Vander Esch was pretty much all because of Micah Parsons. Micah spun inside, and Burrow had to immediately step up and stepped right into Vander Esch's arms. And so Micah wrecks the game, even when you're not seeing a sack statistic. Micah's getting assists along the way, just with the way that he pressures them, and did a great job, not just against La'el Collins, but honestly, I kind of wished we could have seen him rushing from the other side a little bit, because it seemed like every time he was going up against Jonah Williams couldn't do anything to him. That's where he got his second sack, was off of Jonah Williams. And so Micah, big MVP, big star up there, and really I think is clearly the tone setter for the defense. I mean, you guys played the audio earlier where he's talking about we hear the noise and we just decided F that. And that's the way he's playing right now. And there's a case to be made that if I think if he keeps up his production and, they weather this storm and get Dak back and are able to get to, a run to the playoffs, like there's a legitimate argument that he would be, in most valuable player type of conversation.
Who else is on your star up, star down list?
I thought a lot of guys on defense stood out to me. We talk about freeing up Micah to rush and rushing a lot more. Anthony Barr played really well and played a lot of snaps, played close to, I think, 90% of the snaps. And playing linebacker out there with Leighton Vander Esch obviously freed up Micah Parsons to do a little bit more rushing. They rushed Barr a couple of times. Looked like he had a little bit of success there, but really it was just the value of him playing linebacker and freeing Mike up to do those things. Trayvon Diggs obviously heard all the criticism, it seemed like, about his aversion to tackling. And I know we all talk about that third down tackle, which was great, and it was the play of the game to me, but there was also that second down tackle where he got Mixon in the open field. And so it was back-to-back plays where he made a tackle and prevented a first down. And I think Donovan Wilson played really well at safety. He had one missed tackle where he was going in to get Mixon and kind of got hurdled. But overall, I thought Donovan Wilson was really, really good. I thought Anthony Brown played really well in the second half. And in general, like, star up to the physicality of the football team, because we've talked about it so much that the way you beat the Cowboys is you punch them in the mouth. Like, when you do that, they generally wilt. And it looked pretty clear, like, Cincinnati came out in the second half and said, just ride Mixon. Let's turn this into a brawl, and let's get this game as physical as we can, because that's clearly the way to beat this football team.
Yeah.
And Mixon went from 5 carries in the first half to touching the ball 15, 16 times in the second half. There was one stretch where I think he had 5 carries in a row, and they were just bullying him. It's like, we don't care if we get 2 yards. We're going to wear you guys down, and it was starting to work. It looked like they were breaking down a little bit, but
I don't know about y'all. It didn't even feel like to me that Mixon got that many touches, and he ended up with 19 for 57, only 3 yards a carry. His long of the day was 10, but it didn't feel like he even got that many touches because of the Cowboys' run defense.
Real quick, I mean, that's almost as many as Zeke has the entire year.
19?
Yeah. Zeke's got 25, right, for the whole year.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No,
we never would have thought that after 2 games you have 25 carries.
No, and like, I think when you look at, while Mixon, you're right, he wasn't, picking up a bunch of chunk plays. I think what mattered to them more was try and wear this defense down. I thought the pass rush looked tired in the fourth quarter. They were not getting to Burrow like they were earlier in the game, and I think that was just they were worn down. They were fatigued. But overall, I think that when you see that physicality, typically the Cowboys have fallen consistently in the McCarthy era, and they stood up, and a physical play was made by a guy who's accused as being the least physical player on this team in Trayvon Diggs. And they stepped up, go on that drive, win the game, and that's got to be the most physical victory, in my opinion, in Mike McCarthy's entire time here in Dallas. And so that was the most encouraging thing to me, was that they were able to respond to physicality. Because I felt like, I don't know about you guys, when that 2-point conversion went through and it was 17-17, I was like, they've lost this football game. Like, this is Cincinnati's game. It doesn't matter if it goes into overtime or this ends in regulation, whatever it is, Cincinnati's winning this football game. And it was nice to see that they were not mentally broken by it. And Cooper Rush steps up, makes a couple throws on the drive. Noah Brown with the big catch off the tip pass. And then, Brett Money Maher, all of our hero, stepping up. And 3 for 3 from 50-plus already this year. I just think it was all around a great victory, not just for this football team and obviously to right the ship a little bit, but I thought it was a great victory in terms of how they held on in the second half, stylistically, the way the game was played, and really a big win for that culture in the locker room more than anything else.
Well said. Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider on the Diamond Factory Hotline. How surprised were you by Cooper Rush's performance?
Not totally surprised, because we saw it last year. We saw that he can step up and he can make plays, and like I said, he's gotten a lot of reps with Noah Brown over the years, and he clearly has a lot of trust in him. Noah Brown, we're talking about a guy who had those 5 catches. All 5 of those were huge.
Yeah.
He had the tipped catch on the final drive. He had the 4th down conversion. He had a 3rd and 10 conversion on a drive they scored on. He had the touchdown catch. It's one of those things where when you watch it, it's like, I don't know that they win the game without any, like if any of those catches aren't made by Noah Brown, they might lose. And so Noah Brown stepped up in a big way, and he and Cooper Rush obviously have good chemistry and have gotten a lot of work in over the years. But one of the things that I thought was big, we talked about it during the pregame show, Cincinnati was going to play the run early, and you were going to get some favorable looks. So the offensive line needed to protect Cooper Rush, and Cooper Rush was going to need to take that time and make Cincinnati pay for the favorable matchups they were getting. And he did that and made Cincinnati play the game a little bit more honestly. And I think that's why you saw in the second half the play slipped a little bit. It wasn't, great in the second half for Cooper Rush. But I think that's because Cincinnati went, okay, we have to kind of respect this a little bit. And you saw them start playing the pass a little bit more. But that's exactly what they needed. They needed Cooper Rush to make them pay for, cheating against the run early and often. And he did that. And honestly, if he was unable to do that, they lose that game. But Cooper Rush, this is 2 huge victories and 2 times now that he's led them on game-winning drives late.
So you don't think that Kellen Moore just all of a sudden got conservative in the second half offensively?
He maybe played it a little bit more conservative, but overall I think Cincinnati just realized they had to start respecting things and change things up a little bit and had to start respecting what Cooper Rush was going to do, because he was going to have to show them, like, you make us pay for the way that we're covering things. And look, he was not perfect. I was watching the game back again last night after I got home, and he had the couple times where Mike Hilton almost picked him off for a pick six. That happened twice. There was one throw to Pollard in the flat where he just threw it right at his feet. I don't know what it is. Those throws to the sideline in the flat, Rush can't make those. There were like 3 of those that he just threw like at their feet and 2 feet in front of him. But overall, I think Cincinnati just realized, okay, we can't just give him soft looks. We can't just give him gimmies, because he will take advantage of those. And I think that was a bigger factor than, Kellen Moore just tightening up.
How much Rush versus Dak is in your timeline?
There's a lot, but I think a lot of people also can contextualize like what Rush is, which is, he's a little bit better than a bus driver, I think. But he'll make you pay if you give him those soft looks. I think if Dak is against that defense last night and Cincinnati's giving him the same sort of looks, Dak has a lot of success. It's just, defenses are going to tailor things based off of the quarterback they're going against. But yeah, there's certainly plenty of people on Twitter right now. I'm sure there's plenty of people on the truckwreck.com fan text that are clamoring for, well, he needs to get Wally pipped. This is Cooper Rush's football team. And, obviously it's the biggest win of Jerry Jones's career. So
obviously it is. Yeah.
Did Steven's comment to Christy Scales in the pregame show make you take Jerry's Dak timeline more serious?
No, because they always lie about injuries. So I will believe it when I see it. They can say week 4, week 5, whatever else. I'll just nod my head and go, great. Certainly possible. I'm just flat out not going to believe you guys because you consistently lie about injuries. You lied about, especially when they come to your quarterback, you lie about injuries.
Yes.
I mean, and not just Dak, which they've consistently lied about. They used to lie about Romo all the time. You remember it was after Romo broke his back in Seattle and, it was out for 10 weeks that set up Dak even playing. All the chatter coming from the team afterwards, oh, Romo was walking around the charter. He was laughing. He was having fun. He's great. No worries at all. We really dodged a bullet. We're a month removed from, boy, we really sweated that Tyron Smith injury, but we just need an MRI to confirm that, we avoided disaster. And then it always comes out like, oh, yeah, Tyron's out for 3 months.
Oh, by the way. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Did Micah get banged up in the second half, and what other injuries do we need to know about?
Yeah, Micah got hurt somehow. He wouldn't tell us what it was. It looked like an ankle, but he just kind of said, I'm hurt every week. I always get hurt, but you got to play through the pain, and talked about how, my team needs me, the people in the stands need me to play through the pain, and I'm going to do that. I'm sure the next thing they'll lie to us about is whatever was going on with CeeDee Lamb, that right leg. I couldn't tell if it was knee, ankle, what was going on there, but when he got kind of rolled up on that one of those catches he made, the first big catch he made of the game, and he was in some pain, and Tyler Biadasz tried to wave over the training staff, call him over, and CeeDee slapped Tyler Biadasz's hand down and gave a thumbs up to the sideline, and then started waving them off and cursing out the training staff do not come over here, I'm staying in the game. But then when he got to the sideline after the drive, was working with their assistant athletic trainer, Hanson Yang, and Hanson was taping up something. He had his back turned to us, but he was taping up something and clearly was limping around for the first few plays after that. So something to monitor. There was something going on with CeeDee's leg, but again, they're all very cagey about the details, and I'm sure they'll tell us that. I'm sure if it is a problem, they'll tell us that it's not one at all. So we'll just have to, find it through other means.
This is the second straight week we have not come on here and sounded the alarms on Tyler Smith at left tackle. Totally forgotten so far this morning. Bobby, I'm assuming that's a very good thing.
He looked really good to me. Now, look, I got to be honest. Brian and I were joking about this. He probably got away with about 6 holding calls yesterday. They didn't throw a single one at him.
It only counts if they made him.
Yeah, exactly. He's learning how to finesse it a little bit, I guess. But I look at it, and there were several times I was like, where's the flag? It's coming somewhere because he's clearly holding that guy. But no, he's getting space in the running game. He is so damn powerful in pass protection. Like if he gets hands on you in pass protection, you are not moving him. He will just lock you in, anchor right there, and you can trust that the left side's going to be good. There's not going to be any pressure coming through there. So I thought Tyler Smith was really, really good yesterday. I still got to watch the actual film. I watched the broadcast back, but watching the film back, I'm interested to see how Biadasz looked. Biadasz was the one guy I kept noticing looking like he was getting beat and having some trouble. Farniak got beat a couple times as well, but overall I thought Tyler Smith was really stable, and I thought it was a good bounce-back week for Terrence Steele. He wasn't perfect, but he was far from the problem that he was in the first week.
Anything else we need to know?
No, just that I'm going to have to go research, like I said, who gave that Jerry question. I'll be sure to report back to you guys so you can properly harass them on the air.
Well, let's figure out who's offsides first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, offsides and whoever asked the Jerry question, those are two big things for me. And, I can't wait to – you guys have Jerry tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Do you even have to bring up Dorrance Armstrong's name before Jerry will?
Oh, no. Never happened. We don't do that anyway.
Zero chance.
He always brings up Dorrance Armstrong's name. By the way, some Tolos had tweeted out pictures showing the stadium not that full early on. What was the crowd like?
Oh, I'll text you a picture right here. Jane and I were talking about that. There were into like the third quarter on the second level. There were plenty of towels on seats, which meant nobody had sat there all game. And so it was kind of interesting. It was spottier than that was something we were talking about. It looked a little spottier than we've seen in recent years.
I guess that's what happens when the excitement is drained after week one. Now it'll be a complete reversal for the next home game, assuming
travel to the Meadowlands.
Yeah, well, that's a home game for the Cowboys generally.
Yes, it is. Bobby, thank you so much. Great work. Get some sleep.
I love you all.
Bobby Belts, Cowboys Insider, on a victorious Cowboys Monday on the Diamond Factory hotline.
Truckwreck.com text line.
Uh-oh. Calls at 8, by the way. 8 o'clock, Cowboy calls.
Dumbest thing on Twitter is the Cowboys sabotaging Dak with play calling and gaslighting the fans. Rush is going to Dak like Dak Romo. Dak isn't the dude he once was. He's not a threat with his legs anymore. That's what Dak is now. He's just a bus driver. So if Cooper Rush is better than a bus driver, is he better than Dak, since everyone considers Dak a bus driver? Rush is the best quarterback we've had on the roster over the last 6 years. You are
I'm not doing it. I'm not going to do it today.
I agree.
We can't control where the calls totally go. I know this is going to become it's low-hanging fruit as a topic.
Yeah.
I know, but it feels so dirty. It feels so cheap.
Very dirty. Very cheap.
Wherever you want to take your calls at 8 o'clock, you can do it. That's your time. That's your moment for the Tolos. Brad Sham will join us at 8:40, but I'm going to enjoy this moment on a Cowboys Monday and other things taking place throughout the NFL. The brawl that happened between the Buccaneers and the Saints. Mike Evans once again going right at Marshawn Lattimore. Both of them got ejected, and you saw video of Evans going, that's blanking Tom Brady. What do you expect me to do? So Evans trying to take up for his quarterback. Well, that got Tom's top receiver kicked out. Julio, shocker, hurt already. Make sure, by the way, when we keep these receipts for all the Cowboy targets in the offseason, when the old guys get hurt, whether it's Julio, Odell's still not playing, Von Miller, make sure we do keep track of when they're injured. So Julio missed. Godwin was gone. Julio gone, Mike Evans kicked out of the game. So the Buccaneers offense stinks again. Brady is breaking the technology on the sideline and cursing nonstop, but he finally stops the streak. He was 0-4 as a Buccaneer against the Saints, and Tampa is 2-0.
In the regular season. He beat him in the playoffs that one year.
That's right.
Yeah. By the way, why is Bruce Arians on the sideline?
Right.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine, like,
I wish someone one time would Don Zimmer his ass.
Just take him and just take him by the head, just gonna throw him down there. But could you imagine
going? Pedro was a jerk for that.
Yeah. Could you imagine going and getting a job, and then as soon as you get the job, the guy that was previously the incumbent of that job is sitting right next to you the entire time,
and he's sitting there just barking on the sideline, running his mouth.
What the hell is he doing there? Like, how is that remotely fair to Todd Bowles? Get that old fart clown with his stupid hat off the field.
You know I can't stand Bruce Arians. Michael Thomas, post-game, talking about the fights that broke out in this one.
That's just like a little bit out of control, man, what those guys be doing, man. Like, it's hard not to react like Marshawn does when you're getting pushed in the back, or, that's reaction. Like, you're trying to protect yourself, and, if somebody pushed, that's not tough, that's not cool, that's not whatever you want to call it. That's not, it's getting old.
It's getting old. That's Mike Evans. He just does this against the Bucs now, against the Saints every time they play. Did you see the sequence for the Broncos that I was talking about?
Yes, I did. I could defend this.
Okay, so this is Denver against the armpit. Russell Wilson, my two fantasy quarterbacks are Tom Brady and Russell Wilson. Ooh. I suck in both leagues. Are you freaking kidding? I'm going to lose to Wolchuk, who started Trey Lance. And I'm still going to lose. Mm-hmm. And Trey Lance was carted off with the ankle because Tom Brady has no one to throw to. His wife, I'm going to blame Giselle for screwing up my fantasy season. And Russ stinks so far. And they were tweeting out Russ's stat line for the Broncos. And Richard Sherman tweets back the cook emoji, mocking Russell Wilson. He's so horrible. One Vegas book refunded everybody's bets that wagered on Russell winning the MVP. Yeah. They're giving the money back.
It was PointsBet. It was the same place that refunded that gave the Cowboy under bets back. It was the same place that paid out.
All right, so now Nathaniel Hackett. Broncos win and survive. But, man, the Texans with a nice start to their season. Dalton Miller, former Sean and RJ producer, tweeted, the Broncos being unwatchable is not something I predicted this year. So here's the sequence in this one. 3rd and 1, they run a speed option with the tight end. My guy Javonte Williams was averaging 6.7 a carry. They run a speed option with the tight end. They lose a yard. They leave Russell on the field, then take him off at the last second for the field goal attempt. They get a delay of game, pushing the field goal back despite having timeouts. So now it's 4th and 7. They opt for a punt instead of the field goal, despite it being shorter than the controversial decision last week against Seattle. Nathaniel Hackett is getting caught up by Denver people as like the most unprepared coach they've ever seen to start off a year. That's just a media response.
Yeah. And look, it's not necessarily wrong, but let me try. Let me try here.
Okay.
It wasn't a delay of game. Go back and watch the film or watch the game replay. That thing, as it was snapped, hit 0. We all know it's 0 and then 1, right? It's when it hits 0, it doesn't mean it's 0. It's 0.9 seconds. Yeah. They gave him that was the quickest delay of game you've ever seen.
We've definitely seen times where they don't flag it.
Like almost every time. That was, as the kids would say, soup's quick, Sean. Soup's quick. Super.
Oh,
short super. Soup's quick. Okay, you cut syllables out when you can. It was soup's quick. All right, you got to. They've got to fix the delay game thing here. You got to get a red light and a buzzer,
or make it the NBA countdown clock,
or make the clock where you got the point
decimal
fractions, decimals. There you go, fractions.
Yeah.
What a moron I am. Decimals. They got to do that because that's not fair. That's not fair to Nathaniel Hackett right there. That wasn't a delay game. That's not a delay game that's consistent with the rest of the delay games around the league.
You want to defend the other 4 things?
No, can't. Other 4 things were a joke. Disaster. I don't mean, look, you want to do the running play. I mean, to me, look, if it's 3rd and 1, kind of around the middle or close to it. Don't have to go all the way outside like that.
Again, if it works and he's an offensive creative genius.
Right, yeah, but like, that one is, you got Russell Wilson. Russ can move a little bit. That's great for a bootleg, get around, get to the outside, get out of bounds if you want to, whatever. That was not the time for that kind of play.
Meanwhile, the Browns, right? They almost choked away the Panthers game in their opener.
They did. They almost choked away.
They survived. I think it took a 58-yard field goal to win it. Well, yesterday, an epic meltdown against the New York Jets, and people are laughing. Normally, we feel sorry for Browns fans because they deserve better after all the misery. But people yesterday were laughing at the Browns fans and saying, you deserve it because of what they did pregame with the mannequin.
Oh my God!
I don't know how to describe this.
It's a guy laying down on what's supposed to be a massage table.
Yep.
With a sheet covering his loins.
Hey, he's very excited.
He definitely took Blue Chew. Well done so far. And there's a sign on there that says, I think I can say it. You can say
we played the attorney saying it, Rusty Hard. Happy endings are not illegal. And then,
well, hang on. I do believe if you pay for them, they are. I do believe that.
And then in the back, does this guy have a name? End of the bed guy.
End of the bed guy.
Yeah. Why were you laughing? What did you think I was talking about right there?
Well, no, because the idea that they're not illegal. Like, what world do we live in? I think they are.
No,
I think they are.
No. Hanging up in back of the massage table from these tailgaters is Deshaun's face superimposed.
Oh,
on the. Does this guy have a name, Peyton?
Yes, he does.
The guy sits at the end of the bed. That's well
it's
represented.
Barry. His name is Barry.
Yeah. So they put Deshaun's face on that, showing off his equipment, and they're like making light of the whole thing. And people are like, cancel this franchise right now, as the Dog Pound has sold their souls for Deshaun Watson. So y'all deserve to lose that game in the way
Barry
you did.
Wood. That's it. His name is Barry Wood. I don't know if that's his given name or not, but that's
So that's what they did while tailgating in Cleveland yesterday. People were happy that the Browns lost that game the way they did. My Lord.
Terrible. What are they doing over there in Cleveland? Not much.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line 877-881-1053. What a day in the National Football League, and it is just so much better when your team wins. And when we get phone calls. Cowboy calls on Cowboy Mondays at 8 o'clock. That's the way we're doing it moving forward. Brad Shim at 8:40, but Peyton is going to take the calls right now at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. That's also the number for the truckwreck.com text line. But let's celebrate with you, the Tolo, to kick off your Monday morning Cowboy calls after the win over the Bengals. Next on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's celebrate together. Cowboy phone calls with the Tolos on a Cowboys Monday with Sean and RJ. Peyton Russell is running things, and the phone lines are open, y'all. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The Cowboys moved to 1-1 and beat the Bengals 20-17. And you know who was celebrating loud and proud yesterday on his social media.
This is why it is America's team when all hope is gone and nobody believes it's possible. You know, and nobody think there's a chance to do anything. And every time it's somebody has something to do with that team that wears a star on the side of their helmet and they rise up and they do something great. Did you see that? Hey, Stephen A., they said Cooper Rush was doing a Tom Brady imitation the last few plays there, and when they got that, oh my God, we gotta win. Oh, Cooper Rush.
Was he that optimistic on his appearance last week?
You know, I don't recall him being that optimistic on the appearance. He was more optimistic than many Cowboy fans would be.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of Michael Irvin. He has faith. He always has faith. He's always kept the faith. But that's great content right there.
All right, y'all, let's do it up. Cowboy calls on the Diamond Factory hotline to celebrate yesterday's win in Arlington. Let's start with Christian in San Antonio. Christian, you are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, so let's preface this by saying we're 2 weeks into the season. I get it, and I also understand, it's one win. But here's a message to the fans. Tyler Smith, check. So far, so good. Brett Maher, check. So far, so good. Wide receiver core, check. So far, so good. Nobody's talking about Noah Brown having better numbers than Amari Cooper right now. So stop listening to all those poser-ass bloggers on social media, pretend like they know what the hell they're talking about, and start tuning into the people that actually have insight, like Broadus and Bobby and Patrick. And those guys actually made some of their lives. I'm so tired of listening to these clowns on social media gaslight these fans and make them believe that these guys have any talent or knowledge about what's going on. They don't see practice. They don't see the warm-ups. They don't see the tryouts. They don't see the workouts. Sit down, shut up, watch the game, and let us fans live and enjoy the season in peace, win or lose. Thanks, boys.
Thank you for the phone call. Wow. So Noah Brown on the season has 10 for 159 and a touchdown.
And Amari's got 12 for 118 and a TD.
And a TD. Noah's got 16 yards a catch after yesterday.
And Amari's got 10.
Okay. So in terms of the yardage, Noah Brown has him beat. I don't know if you were trying to make the point that Noah Brown is better than Amari Cooper.
Yeah, no one's making that. No one's making that case.
Amari had a great game yesterday.
Yeah, he did. No one's making that case. There's no comparison. Amari Cooper would be the 1 or the 1A here.
He'd be the 1. I think he'd be the 1.
I think he'd be the 1 over CD, but they drafted CD as Amari's replacement. That's why they drafted him in the first place.
We'll do our former Cowboys segment tomorrow.
Word.
Right here, as Jerry Jones will also join us on Sean and RJ, and we'll have a Monday Night Football doubleheader to discuss. Jeffro in Greenville, you're live on The Fan. Go ahead, buddy.
Good morning, Cowboy Nation, man. I'm telling you, man, I feel good, man. I ain't optimistic about the season, but I do got to say, to get that win, it do feel good. Cooper Rush, shout out to Michael Parsons. Trayvon Diggs came up and made a big play at the end of the game, man. I got to give it to him because he make his plays with the INT, but to come up to making tackle, man, I got to say, we can keep it going, man. Hold on to that comeback. And, hey, I don't know, man. I just want to say I shout out to the guys, man. It feel good. I'm on my way to work, but I'm going to have a good week. Shout out to Cowboy Nation. Let's go.
Hell yeah. Great call. That's the way I'm approaching it as well. Week to week.
Week to week,
Week
man.
to week, baby.
Week to week. You ain't bringing me down this week.
No.
Nope. You ain't bringing me down this week.
When you're missing your starting quarterback.
You win a game in the NFL against the team that went to the Super Bowl last year. May have been a bit of a lucky run that they went on.
Yep.
They were 7-6 at one point last year. And, they won. Joe Burrow got sacked 9 times against Tennessee, and they won the game. Okay, Ryan Tannehill gave that game away. They never should have made it there. They shouldn't have beaten Kansas City. They did. They shouldn't have beaten Tennessee. They did. But they were in the Super Bowl. They almost won the dang thing.
Yep.
They almost won. And you went and you beat that team. Whether they have flaws or not, the Bengals, and whether the Cowboys have their quarterback or not, which they know, obviously Dak's the quarterback. It doesn't matter. It was a tremendous victory. This is one of those weeks where nothing should get you down. Plus, for me, it's Florida week. Big game this weekend. Big game in Knoxville this weekend. So I am all. You are going to see the happiest mofo you've ever seen this week with me.
And you got the coverage of the Queen.
Well, that's sad, Sean. She died.
Oh, Michael in Arlington. Michael, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I wanted to know if kind of like the eyeball test was correct. And it seemed to me like Cooper Rush made a few really good contested throws, threading the needle to his boy Noah Brown.
Yeah.
It just seemed like he was able to find the open man faster and more accurately, and I wondered if that was just a new scheming, by the offensive coordinator. Thank you, guys.
Well, I can't speak to the scheme, but some of the things I was wondering in the first half, and you seem to notice, people think Cooper Rush plays with less hesitation. A lot of people think that Cooper Rush plays with less hesitation and less fear than Dak Prescott does. That Dak is not going to... Hell, I was so happy yesterday when they just made one deep ball attempt down the field. I can't even remember who it was to. But they threw one deep, and it was like, okay, he's willing to take a chance, and he's going to play faster than Dak, at least as of late. Don't forget that Dak had an MVP first half last year. Don't forget that. I was sitting there saying, I was wrong about this dude. He was quick, he was decisive, he was accurate, he was balling. And then we had the second half of the season, injuries, Denver blueprint. I don't want to go back into all of it. But what are you noticing? If you could take a trait or two, RJ, from Cooper Rush's game and give it to Dak's game, is there anything that you would take? Question for y'all on the Truck Wreck text line as well. Anything you would borrow from Rush's game for Dak? At least think about it. Maybe that's a topic for tomorrow.
Yeah, you know what? Hang on a second. I'm looking right now.
What did y'all notice of any difference? Now, remember they only scored 3 points in the second half. Everyone's going to forget that because they won. It was an exciting and very surprising and thrilling first half. Tony Romo was gushing over Cooper Rush. What would you borrow and give to Dak's game?
All right, so time to throw. That stat, time to throw. This is not an offensive line stat. This is basically how fast you get rid of the football. Now, you've got to compare time to throw with intended air yards, because if your time to throw is very low, but the ball only travels through the air on average 5 yards, that means you're just dumping it off.
Right.
You're not.
Joe Burrow throws.
Right.
Yesterday.
You're not being efficient and fast with your reads. You're just getting rid of the ball so you don't get sacked because you're scared. Cooper Rush has the lowest time to throw in the NFL after 2 weeks, 2.42 seconds. He gets rid of the ball faster than any quarterback in the National Football League through 2 weeks. Dak Prescott was at 2.72. Very similar. A third of a second difference. That's marginal. Intended air yards, Cooper Rush has thrown it downfield more than Dak did in game 2 than Dak did in game 1. Almost 8 yards. 8 yards downfield, which would put him in the top 15, 12, top 12 in the NFL. Pretty good. And he's aggressive on 17% of his throws. It's pretty good. Those are pretty good numbers. So I guess decision-making, at least in this game, maybe Cincinnati was giving him things and they dumbed the playbook down for him or not.
Going up against a lesser defense as well. I mean, let's be honest about that.
Let's be fair on that one. Tampa's given up 1 TD this year.
Bengals versus Bucks is a difference. Bennett and Palestine. Bennett, you are live on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys Monday.
Yes, sir. So in regards to the Dak kind of question, I would say that, honestly, it looked like Cooper Rush may have been a little bit more accurate. Some of those easier balls, within 5 to 10 yards, it just seemed like he actually put them where the receiver could catch them. And I don't know if week 1 Dak was rusty, but Cooper Rush seemed like he was spot on with some of those throws.
Agreed. What was that? I wanted to give him more time.
He hung up. He's out.
I didn't know if he had an additional point right there. Texas Tweet is in Fort Worth. TT, go ahead.
What's up, man? Hey, guys. What's happening this morning? Say good stars up. I think the problem is when you run the ball more with Dak, if you run the ball more with Dak, the safeties come down and go deep. Dak never goes deep.
Yeah.
That's the problem. They need to run. They need to play call like the Kellen was. Let Dak just throw the ball 15 times a game. Dak can't throw the ball 30 times a game and win. We
just paid him $40 million. You want him to throw 15 times? We just paid him $40 million.
Hey, we're not gonna win like that because he's not making the right decisions. He don't go deep. If you notice at the beginning, I know I ain't got a long time. Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, they throw the ball deep just to throw it. If it's an interception, what? Dak is dump, and they sitting on them routes. You got to go deep for no reason. What y'all think, Sean and RJ?
Thank you for the call, man.
I love going deep, and I think it's needed.
Yeah, you love balls deep.
I do, but it is needed. But the idea that Dak doesn't throw the ball downfield, I think, is not fair. That's not a fair take. Dak throws the ball downfield. Now, he didn't really in game one. He only threw one pass that traveled more than 20 yards through the air. I'll have to go see what Rush's exact numbers were yesterday on that one. I don't think the chart's out yet, but I think it's unfair to Dak to say he's a dump off guy. He's not. Now he's not. I don't believe he also is the same quarterback he was prior to the ankle injury. He was a much bigger threat when he ran the ball more. And if you're just going to make him a drop back pocket passer, I think it's a different player, and that's one that you may have a conversation about at some point, but not today. But Dak throws the ball downfield. Come on.
Terrell in Fort Worth. T, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I had a couple quick points, man. First of all, I'm so happy we won. Like, I didn't realize I was such a minority. Like, I did not go into that game thinking, like, oh, there's no shot. Like, yeah. I was like, the Bengals O-line is horrible. We have Mike on them. I was like, we have to shot them. I didn't realize so many people felt like it was a hopeless game. So
yeah.
I guess I had a whole different mindset in that game to begin with. But the mouth breathers that are starting this Cooper over Dak stuff, like, stop. I'm so tired of stop. It's like social media, first thing that happens to the world because it gives everyone a voice. Some people aren't smart enough to deserve a voice. And when I see that crowd, it blows my mind. But yeah, we can hold this thing until Dak gets back. And I mean, another thing is, Dak misses our starters don't play in the preseason. Like, this is a reoccurring thing.
Yeah.
We lose game one because we're rusty because our starters don't play. Cooper Rush looks better because he spent the whole summer playing. He spent the whole preseason playing. Him and Noah have been together for years. Like, of course it's going to look like this, but Cooper's not better than Dak. It's not close. But he's doing his job. He's doing what a backup quarterback's supposed to do. We have a great defense. And when Dak gets back and Michael Gallup gets back, this thing is going to get ugly. So I'm ready. Let's go, Cowboy Nation.
Woo! Good point. Right. Good points and good call. Preseason back. This has been
it's
something you've harped on.
I keep going back to the quarterbacks that have started the season this year in the NFL. The best are Allen and Mahomes. Now, granted, they're the two best. Yeah. They're the two best of the game.
Yeah,
it's easy. It's
LeBron and Durant.
LeBron and Durant having the best first 5 games of the year, man. It's crazy. But they did play in the preseason. And Brady has not looked sharp. Didn't play. Rodgers did not look good in his first game. Didn't play. Dak looked terrible in his first game. Didn't play. Now, Jimmy G is going to blow this whole thing up because he came in and he was fine. And he probably hadn't even taken a snap in camp.
Right.
It's going to be one of those things. It's confirmation bias, and I'm just looking for a reason to give Dak a break here. But maybe it is something.
We need Tampa Bay to have an incredible defensive run here.
Yeah, we do. That would make Dak look better too.
That would make me feel better. That would justify what took place. Tampa defense through 2 games, points per game, and they've had some damn good defenses, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, the year they won the title, I mean, that
you could say that
was
was an all-time defense.
It's great, man.
Points per game allowed, 6.5. That's their best since 2003. Yards per game allowed, 276. That's Tampa Bay's best since 2005. Opponents' yards per play, 4.3. Their best since 2005. Offense, third down percentage, 25%. That is their best since 2004. So the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are playing their best defense to start this early year, their best defense in 17 years. I like that. That makes me feel better. It's justifying the Cowboys' offensive performance being so bad in week 1, making me feel a little better about Dak. They get Aaron Rodgers in week 3. So let's see if it continues. All right, let's continue with just a few more calls. Austin, Greg, Antoine, we'll knock y'all out as we continue to celebrate. And was your cable knocked out yesterday as you were trying to watch the noon games as we go around the NFL and more Cowboy calls before Brad Sham on the way with Sean and RJ?
Well, let's get that carpet.
Lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Call them 214-333-3333 or visit truckwreck.com.
Can't get much bigger than this. At the Cincinnati 15. Snap to Burrow. Throws it right. There's the tackle by Diggs on Boyd to deny him the first down. That's as big a play as there has been, and the Dallas defense has had some plays.
Brad Sham, the voice of America's team, will join us at 8:40 this morning on a Cowboys Monday. Join us for the celebration on the Diamond Factory hotline. We're going to knock out a few more Cowboy calls to celebrate. I do want to acknowledge for the third time, got the game wrong, got the matchup wrong, got the Deion Sanders comparison wrong with Trayvon Diggs. I said that Jamar was going to torch Diggs, absolutely torch him. I'm going to have to look at how many times they matched up against each other. The passing game for the Bengals was limited by Micah Parsons wreaking havoc with 6 sacks total for the Cowboys defense, but PFF has the times that they matched up going Trayvon's way. 2 catches allowed, 14 total yards for Chase. And then as soon as I made fun of Diggs as a tackler, he comes up with the defensive play of the game to give the ball back to Cooper Rush that set up the game-winning drive with CeeDee Lamb, Noah Brown, and Brett Mahervich. Jamar Chase getting laughed at because of what he said about Diggs with the scouting report last week.
Great ball. He got great ball skills in the air. He's super fast. He's not too much on technique sound though, you know what I'm saying? He's a little hit or miss, you know what I'm saying? Like he's either all the way on, he's like not on at all. So, but he's definitely a great athlete.
So the battle goes to Trayvon, and take that for your scouting report. Jamar Chase. Antoine in Dallas. Antoine, you're live with the Cowboys celebration going down on Sean and RJ.
Yo, man. Cowboy Nation is on fire this morning. It's that boy Twan, a.k.a. Twan, the one, a.k.a. the hood analyst. Let me tell y'all, man. Yesterday, my wife and I were at the game, and it was lit. Here's the thing. I had friends after Dak got hurt the last week. Man, we're going to sell our tickets now, man. We're going in. We true fans. We are lit. It was on fire yesterday. It didn't look like it when you looked on TV, but it was on fire. I'm talking about the crowd meter was up to about 120 yesterday. We were in the game. And I'm going to tell you what happened. Here's the deal. It was a different game yesterday because the Dallas Cowboys, after they lost Dak Prescott last week, everybody counted them out, said the season was over. This team got together and they made a decision. We're not going to let Dak Prescott define our entire season. And they came together and they rallied with Rush. If you look yesterday, even Zeke played different. He was running with more power yesterday. He was trying to get through the hole. He was trying to pick up first downs. And I'm telling you right now, man, these guys came together and they decided, look, we're going to play a full season whether we got Dak or not. And that's the big difference because when Dak is there, they play with a lot more finesse. Yesterday, they just played ugly, dirty, and they said, we're going to do whatever we got to do to try to win the game. And if I could tell Dak to do anything, that Cooper Rush did yesterday, here's the deal. Play to win, man. Play like you got paid. That's the difference, man. Cooper Rush came out, and was he perfect? No. It went silent a little bit in the second half, but he didn't give up. He followed through that last drive that they had, going down to kick the field goal. Man, he just put our best on the line, throwing balls that we thought was about to get picked off, and they end up being spot on, dude. So I'm telling you, man, we just got to keep that team ball going. We got to stay lit. Cowboy Nation was on lit last night, man. We went to the middle light after party, man. It was just, man, I'm barely making it this morning, man. Nobody would turn down my high. You know what I mean? So, hey,
great call.
Let's do it week after week, man. Let's do it week after week, 1 week at a time, man. I'm with you, boy.
Great call. Thank you. Look, especially early on, they played aggressive, unpredictable, throwing in a little no huddle here and there, and hungry in all areas. They definitely played with a resolve. It felt like, now these are things you can't measure, but it felt like they're like, everyone ended our season. Everyone just said the season is over with, and in that first half, they came out with that type of attitude. The opening drive touchdown, first touchdown of the season, and it was the first time the Cowboys scored a touchdown on their first 2 possessions since Week 7 against Philadelphia in 2019. First time the Cowboys scored a TD, first 2 possessions since Week 7 of 2019, and Cooper's quarterback rating, 155.8 after 1 quarter. Of course, as Nick Eatman pointed out, Nick will join us at 9:20. 158.3 is the perfect score. 155.8, the QB rating after 1 quarter. Austin in Dallas. Austin, you're live on Sean and RJ on the Cowboys Monday. Keep it going.
Hey, guys. To answer your question about the Cooper and Dak thing, I think Cooper anticipates where his receivers are going to be at. He kind of throws them open versus just throwing to the guy who's wide open.
Great point.
Now, to the point I want to get to, I'm done with John Bozo Fossil. You're up by 14. Why are you trying to block the punt? You got your special teams line on the edge, and you commit a neutral zone infraction because you're trying to block the punt. This guy's like, it's like you do that when you're trying to change the momentum of the game, or when you're down. You're up by 14. Why are you going for that? It's like the guy's trying to do too much to get some credit for a win. Just do your job, man.
Thank you for the call, man. So there was one throw that Romo showed that did highlight Cooper's anticipation. That's kind of a knock on Dak, right? We're not doing Cooper or Dak. The Sean and RJ approach. What, if anything, would you want Dak to borrow from Cooper's game when Dak eventually comes back? Which Steven told Christy Scales could be in 2 weeks against the Commanders. More on that with Jerry tomorrow at 8:30. But one of the knocks against Dak has been waiting to see the man open versus throwing him open with anticipation. Greg in Cedar Creek. Greg, you're live on Sean and RJ, and thank you for holding on. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, man. So, Sean, I know you don't want to talk about it, but I know you can probably see the writing on the wall. If Cooper Rush plays good for the next 2-3 games, however long he's going to be in there, and then Dak comes back, he's got an injury on his throwing hand. He didn't play all preseason, and he's still not playing with him right now. And Cooper Rush has been. People are going to be asking for his head on a pike.
You think that Dak is going to get dacked the way he did Romo by Cooper?
I don't think it's going to happen because I think in the second half you kind of saw a blueprint on how to shut down Cooper Rush because they only got 3 points. Now, it was the most important 3 points of the game, but they only got 3 points in the second half of that game. So I don't know if it's going to happen, but I swear if they have a good game next game or 2 games or whatever, and then Dak comes back in and sucks, then they're going to be wanting his head.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing: the people who are going to want Dak's head are going to be the same ones that didn't want him to start in the first place over Tony, and they're going to use the opposite of the same argument they used with Tony. When Dak was taking over for Tony, everything was they're playing the run to stop Zeke, and they're giving him this
game manager,
and he's taking advantage of it. He's really not that good.
Bus driver.
Yesterday, what were they doing? They were playing the run and giving Cooper the passes a little bit further downfield, like over the middle and stuff. But they're not going to mention that. So they use that argument against Dak, and they will ignore that argument in favor of Cooper Rush. That's what's going to happen. That's my prediction.
Okay.
And I'll be wrong because everything I predict is wrong.
Let's finish it up with Why Polito in Dallas. You're live on Sean and RJ on the Cowboys Monday.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all doing today?
Awesome.
It's a great day to be a Cowboys fan, isn't it?
Yes.
First and foremost, I want to say I'm a longtime listener of a year. I just moved out to the DFW area, and I love listening to you guys in the morning, especially after a Cowboy win. What I saw yesterday, and I think that Dak really needs to take from Cooper Rush, is play with confidence, man. Cooper Rush went through his progressions, saw the man open, and threw. In game one, it might have been rust. You know, he didn't play during the preseason and whatnot, but I feel like he wasn't throwing with confidence. He was just like, I'm going. Oh, crap, here they come, and I'm throwing it, and I'm throwing it, and I'm throwing it, and I'm throwing it. To be honest, after the first game, I was that fan. I was that fan that I was like, you know what? Putting up the jersey, putting up the apparel, putting up everything. Not even gonna want to watch the rest of the season. And that opening drive, just you get that feeling like, hey, we got this. I gotta have confidence in my team and our team and moving forward. I had a humbling, had me a nice piece of humble pie when it came to we got this. We can do something with what's going on. And going back, the 4th and 4 has been bugging me all morning.
Yes.
Number 25 was the one who caused it.
Lance Dunbar? No, thank you. That's the one thing we haven't been able to figure out. I think One Tolo tweeted a name that I already forgot. Who jumped off sides on the 4th and 4 to extend the drive? Who was it? Brad Sham, the TV broadcast said that it was Tank Lawrence, but who was that? The biggest star down, just the dumb penalties that continued. But it was not DeMarcus Lawrence. Let's see if Brad Sham remembers who it was as we recap yesterday's awesome win with the voice of the boys next.
But let's get you over to a number one area.
Maher from 50 for the win. With 3 seconds showing. Snap, hold, kick from 50. Maher! Cowboys win! Brett Maher walk-off!
And I was going to start off asking Brad Sham which storyline he wanted to highlight first between Cooper Rush or this Cowboys defense, but I was sitting there dodging kicks with Brad in the end zone in Oxnard, California, with the balls that Garibay and everyone else, Hyralahu, were sailing every which way, and there's Brett Maher. Brad, did you think that thing was definitely through, or you had to wait for the referees? I'm still not sure that it got through versus wide right.
Oh no! Last night, no. Yesterday, I think it was through, but we were a little ways away, and I always wait for the striped shirt arms to go up. But it looked good to me. But I've been fooled before.
This Cowboys defense can be what?
I just stopped short of saying the word great because it's too early to know that yet. But somewhere between, whatever's between really solid and great, and they might even be able to be dominant, but it's too early to say that yet. The play at the right end position was the one that a lot of people up front wondered, can they replace Randy Gregory? And they said, well, we can replace Randy Gregory with Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler, and then you throw a little bit of Parsons in there. That sure happened yesterday, and so we'll see if they can continue to get that kind of production. They're not going to get 2 sacks every week out of Armstrong, but he was a little better than people thought. And, the big difference in terms of the defensive personnel production from week 1 to 2 was the number of snaps that Fowler and Anthony Barr played. They didn't play very much against Tampa for whatever reason, and they did yesterday, and they were both really important in the game. Now, we've seen Diggs, I think, cover pretty well. And it's just 2 games, but we've seen him cover pretty well. Obviously, he tackled well yesterday. No cornerback's going to be perfect, but I like it better when Curse is in there. But in a few weeks he will be. I mean, they can be a reason they win. How about that?
Did it feel like that they wanted to unleash Micah as a pass rusher more yesterday, even specifically against his former teammate in Leo Collins? And what else can you say about his performance?
Well, yeah, I don't know if they had it in mind to abuse Collins, because the left tackle also has had some. And that guy's a number 1 draft choice, but he's had some moments where he looked a little susceptible, and Micah had quite a bit of his production over there also. I just think, remember last year against the Chargers in week 2, now they didn't have Lawrence, so that's when we really first got a little heavier dose of Parsons as a pass rusher. So I would caution against saying that they wanted to unleash him as a pass rusher because he's proven that he can do that from just about anywhere. And if everyone's healthy up there, then I think that you'll see he'll still make plays all over the field. But him rushing the passer, hey, if he's getting home that often and affecting play that often, the key to it, I still think, is that he comes from everywhere. You don't know where he's going to be, and you don't know exactly what his assignment's going to be. And he's a special player. We haven't seen the very best of him yet. That might be a year down the road, but he's pretty good.
Have you figured out where he may be best? Like, not where you prefer him to be, but like where he is the most effective when he does rush the passer, from which spot? Have you kind of gotten a handle on that?
RJ, I think the great thing about that is that the answer is it depends on the other team. If they've got a weakness going in, if there's a weak spot anywhere along the line, but especially on the outside where it's a little harder to double down, like you can't double down inside every time, then you can start him there. And then when the other team makes adjustments and decides to put two people out there, then you can put another pass rusher there, put him where he might get one-on-one. That's the beauty of it. I don't think the answer is left end, whatever right. I don't think that's the answer. I think the answer is whatever today's matchups present to us as the way to use him. That's the best part about him, is his versatility.
Brad Sham here on a Cowboys Victory Monday on 105.3 The Fan. What were you and Babe saying about that first half offensive performance from Cooper Rush?
Well, I mean, he was solid, and I think that's what I expected. And people were making out like he was Humpty Dumpty, and we should know after the Minnesota game last year, which was just one game, very small sample size, but I mean, the guy's not going to trip over his own shoelaces out there. He knows how to play quarterback. He doesn't have some of the physical skills that most starting quarterbacks do, but I think the great asset to a backup quarterback is to just be the quarterback. Babe said that on the pregame show yesterday. They asked him about being a backup quarterback, and he said, when the guy's playing, he's not the backup quarterback. He's the quarterback. There's only one guy playing that position that day, and it's him. And so that's, I think, how they treated it. And he shows efficiency. And the part of the thing was receivers working a little harder to get. I don't know if they were working harder, but they were having more success at getting open. And they came out and tried to attack by running the ball a little bit, but they weren't afraid. Sean, that's the most important thing. They didn't. You could tell that they did not believe that we're playing Cooper Rush today, and so we can't do this 35% of our playbook. They didn't feel that way. Yeah. They just came out and played, and he was able to compete and execute and keep them in their plan.
What other performances jumped out to you yesterday?
Well, Barr, because he got on the field so much. There's some little things. Brian Anger's really good, and punters don't get any attention.
Yeah.
But that punt that put Cincinnati back at the 8-yard line that set up the last position, because you had a shorter field when they punted because of the defense, because of Diggs' tackle, but it all starts with Anger's punt. And I talked to him afterwards. He said, yeah, I was looking forward to that one. That's one that I kind of live for. So those guys don't get much attention. I'm anxious to look at the tape, but I think Farniak is playing pretty well for a guy who just kind of got thrown in there. I'm interested to see that, and I really think Jake Ferguson played really well. I don't know what the status of Schultz's knee is. I guess we'll find out today. But there were some really key blocks on like that Pollard. What I thought at first was a run turned out to be a pass that looked like a touchdown. Then they made him do it again from the one. That was a Ferguson block on the outside. I am most interested to see them involve him in the offense a little bit more and see if that can help open things up some.
Who was offsides on the 4th and 4 punt?
Devin Harper. He just flinched, and I hate it for him because he is not only is he a bright young man, but he essentially at Oklahoma State, he was a special teams ace, even more than he was a linebacker. He made the team by being really good on special teams and by how well he played on defense and the opportunities that he got. He's really fast. He's got a great nose for the ball, and he's a smart kid. And I'll bet he doesn't do that. He may not do that twice more in his whole career. Very much unlike him. And so I hated it for him, but it was definitely 50 who flinched.
Can you clarify for us, a lot was made of this Mike McCarthy headline, Kellen needs to be smarter. And Mike McCarthy really seems to like doing these pregame interviews with you when he's sitting there right before kickoff. Clarify for us this Kellen needs to be smarter headline.
Well, he never said, first of all, during the week, he never said smarter. That was what he said was Kellen has has had the luxury of being really aggressive for most of the time that he's been a coordinator, and now we are in a position where we may have to be a little more conservative. And I'll tell you, this is one little plus, Sean, for me, in my opinion, not just for me, that not being in COVID protocols so much helps with. Every other head coach wants to do a pregame thing during the week. Mike likes to do it just after the inactives are announced. And so it wasn't an option to do it face-to-face at home. We may not be able to do it on the road technically, but it wasn't an option to do it that way for the last 2 years. This year, we're back to pre-COVID protocols. And so I suggested that it would just be a better conversation looking him in the eye and face-to-face. And it gives you the opportunity to go down. So I go down, not way early, but he comes in maybe 2 or 3, 5 minutes before we have a chance to chat. I can kind of take his temperature, see what mood he's in. And so if there's something, like I knew I wanted to try to ask him that yesterday, and that's a harder question to ask and get a good response to. Like you could ask him that on a Friday morning when he calls in, but it's easier to get a good non-edgy response if you can look him in the eye.
Yeah.
So my question was to him, the narrative, this is what you said, and the narrative has been that you've got him on kind of a virtual play-calling leash. You want to address that, please? And he said, yeah, that's just not the case. And so it wasn't a question of be smarter, or the question was, do you have him on a virtual play-calling leash? And he said, no, that's a misunderstanding of what I was talking about. So, and then I heard the guys on the postgame show saying, well, he probably was still talking to him a little bit more. And I mean, I don't know how you come to that conclusion. It may be what you think you would do, and maybe he did. I don't know, but what I said to them and what I would say now is, because I had the opportunity to sit and look him in the eye and was right in front of him, I believe what he says when he says that was not his intention in trying to say that he had Kellen on a leash. He never, ever said smarter. He said on a leash, and I said, do you have him on a leash? And he said, no, absolutely not. We talked during the week, but no, I believe in him, and he's doing it the same way. And because of the way we were able to communicate, I believe him.
You got a player show tonight?
Yeah, how about Noah Brown?
Oh, timing. Season's not over. Thank you, Brad Sham.
Have a great day.
You too. Brad Sham, voice of the boys on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Well, the Bengals, people are going after the Bengals with the national media. And you have those that said Cooper Rush wouldn't be that big of a fall off. We laughed at him. Are we still laughing this morning? Plus, a crazy day of comebacks throughout the entire NFL. Final hour. Don't go anywhere. We continue celebrating on a Cowboys Monday next.
Well, let's get you over to K-Post.
Studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Jones rolls left, throws left. Wide open is Bellinger. The rookie dives for the pylon. Is he in? No signal yet. Touchdown, Giants.
And the New York Giants, the next opponent, are 2-0. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, live on YouTube. It is a fantastic Cowboys Monday here on Sean and RJ. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for turn it on, leave it on after the Cooper Rush drive, the Brett Maher kick, and the Cowboys defense led by Micah Parsons beats the Cincinnati Bengals 20-17 in Arlington. We are 1-1 on the season. And as Babe Laufenberg pointed out on social media, and again, that 0-2 stat is going to change now with more playoff teams, but Laufenberg tweeted the difference between winning and losing yesterday. Winning go 1-1. 42% of those teams went to the playoffs since 1990. You go 0-2, 11%. Of the 7 teams that started 0-2 last year, right, the new format, none made the playoffs. So last year, at least, saying that the Cincinnati Bengals are going to miss the postseason after going to the Super Bowl. That is Babe Laufenberg, who joins us on Thursdays.
Certainly a possibility. I think we both did we not both have Cincinnati out of the playoffs this year?
I think I had them making the wild card, but I was trying to bump them out. I was trying to have them as one of the teams that would miss. Because if Deshaun was there, I definitely would. But because Watson's missing, I think they're going to replace Trubisky soon with Kenny Pickett. I think I had Cincy making it as a wild card, but I definitely had the Ravens winning the division.
I had the Ravens win the division as well. I can't remember if I had Cincy. I think I had Cincy. I can't remember. It's not important, but there's always that Super Bowl hangover. That Super Bowl hangover when you lose the Super Bowl. We've seen it so many times over the last 20 years. The team that loses the Super Bowl struggles the next year, especially early on. It's really, really odd how that works. But Cincinnati's got problems. Their offensive line's not good. Joe Burrow is he's either going to single-handedly ruin the stat or the theory or prove it, the theory that sacks are a quarterback stat. They changed the O-line, and he's still getting sacked at a high rate, which leads me to believe it might be him. On the other hand, I don't think it's him. Some of the other numbers show that he doesn't really hold on to the ball too long, and his decision-making isn't that bad because he is very aggressive, and he does love to go downfield. But that they've got some issues on the O-line, no doubt about it.
This is the NFL Network discussing the Bengals' problems at 0-2 earlier this morning.
Did you guys see the video? I don't even know if we have it. Burrow is walking out and he's getting onto the team bus and Micah Parsons tackles him from behind, unencumbered, nobody blocked. He just blasted. I thought it was gratuitous, but that's what's going on here. Joe Burrow last year was sacked 51 times. At the rate he's going now, it's going to be over 100 times, and I'm not exaggerating. This was supposed to be a storyline of the past. Protect Joe Burrow, protect Joe Burrow. It ain't happening. And look, I get it. You played TJ Watt and Micah Parsons. It's a tough way to start the season. Wah! You're AFC champs. This is the pros. There's going to be a lot of good pass rushers. The scoring drive that they had, which was a great drive to tie the game late, was a 19-play drive. Yeah. It took 9 minutes. That's not the Bengals that won the AFC. Jamar Chase had 5 catches for 54 yards. Jamar Chase hits jacks. That is not going to work for them. The dink, 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 dink. They got lightning. They got a chucker. They got wide receivers. It's a great drive. You cannot win with 19-play drives.
So there you go. You cannot win with 19-play drives. Interesting comment.
I don't necessarily get that. Now, what it does is it takes a lot of clock away, and that's not necessarily good because you're going to limit possessions. If you have an explosive offense, you don't want to limit possessions. You want to increase possessions. But a 19-play drive also shows that you have the patience. And what is Tom Brady always talked about? What has Peyton Manning always talked about? You got to have patience to take what they're giving you. And if it's just short, take that profit, get your first down. You don't have to wait the third down to get a first down. You get a first down on first down. But, that doesn't mean that you just force the ball downfield. If you're going to have to do it at 5 yards a clip, I'm no math guy, but I'm pretty sure that's every second play is a first down.
More Cowboys at 9:20 with Nick Eatman What was it like in that locker room? Mike Leslie tweeted there was an explosion of joy winning that game without their starting quarterback. And Brett Maher got the game ball for that game-winning kick. Nick Eatman, who was in Arlington at 9:20 this morning. Giants are in first place in the NFC East. The Cowboys have them next. All right, it's going to be Monday Night Football tonight. Filthy plays. Monday night doubleheader. Bills, Titans, and then an hour later, Eagles, Vikings. So how are y'all going to play remote control roulette right there? Apparently there were no options to kick off the games at noon. Sunday ticket in the red zone went out for a lot of people. I don't know whether this was just the app. I always watch in my living room right there on the television, but apparently there's another Sunday ticket issue with DirecTV and their feed.
If you pay for that and it's not working, like, you getting your money back? Well, what's happening there?
Getting a week refunded? I don't know.
What's that cost for the year? Like $300?
Yeah, it's a lot. I try not to look at it. Even though it's a write-off for us, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Do you guys have it? The Sunday ticket?
I do not, but if it's a write-off, I might as well get it, right?
It's your job?
Yeah.
Yeah, they changed a lot of tax codes. You can't write as much off as you used to be able to.
Okay.
Well,
you told me I couldn't write off the gas anymore. Fine. Why can't I write this off? I've heard a cell phone, TV bill, internet bill. It's all job expense. Laptop. Well, if you get a new one every year.
You can write that off. Yeah, you can't write the whole thing. You can write a portion of it off. Yeah. I don't have it. They don't have it offered to me. I don't have DirecTV. I can't get the red zone. Even the Sunday ticket, even if I wanted it.
So
I couldn't get it.
Tonight you're going to be able to watch Monday Night Football doubleheader. Let's go around the rest of the NFL. This is defined by the comebacks. The day of the comeback. 4 teams overcame fourth quarter deficits, including 3 that came back from being down double digits. That only happened 6 times across the league last year. 6 times. And yesterday it happened 4 times. The greatness of the NFL continues to give us new stuff every single week. And I think the number one storyline in the entire league is what happened in Baltimore.
Back to throw, looking, steps up, fires, touchdown again! It's Waddle! Touchdown! Oh my gosh, Tua looked around and came back to Waddle. What a throw and catch with 14 seconds left.
469-6 for Tua. So the big national question, we can get to it tomorrow with week 2 overreactions or not, but the big question is going to be, did Tua prove himself as legit? The second question is going to be, are the Dolphins for real? But did Tua silence all the doubters? Michael Irvin is discussing it right now as they come back and stun the Ravens 42-38. I'll tell you what, man, this is like the new school Clayton and Duper. This might be the new school offense to pay attention to with the speed of Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
So they've got 22 catches on the year for 361 yards and 4 TDs in 2 games. Tua, yesterday, did the silence of doubters? I mean, probably not, because there are enough people out there that, like, they don't want him. They don't want to be wrong, so it's going to take more than one game. But, he was, and let's be fair, how many points did he have going in the fourth quarter? Right? 14? Like, that's not going to silence a whole lot of people. Someone's going to say, he just got lucky. But the idea that he didn't have a good arm, that's not really true. I mean, he's always had a good arm. What he had was he had a hip that was broke. That's it. I still don't know if he's the guy. I have no idea. All I do know is that I thought it was just a little bit too early to make judgments on him just because of the hip. The hip, to me, was the game changer. If he never had the hip injury, I think you could have made a little bit more of a judgment on him early on. I just didn't want to do that with the hip. That was such a bad injury. It's the biggest, movement of your body all comes through your hip. But he had a great game.
Dolphins get their first lead with 14 seconds to play. They were down 21 in the final quarter. Teams leading by 21 or more in the fourth had won 711 consecutive games. And the story in the league today is my boy Mike McDaniel to a T and the Miami Dolphins. And it was going to be, one of the stories was going to be Lamar. Yeah. Pay that man was trending all day long. He had 3 passing touchdowns. He ran one for 79 yards after adding 18 pounds of weight in the offseason, and Miami steals the show. Cowboys win with Maher, and then we go to the bonus coverage with the Cardinals and the Raiders.
Carr waiting for the shotgun snap. He's got the ball. Quick throw left side. Renfro with a catch. And he breaks one tackle. Then the ball comes out. It's loose. And it's picked up by the Cardinals in midfield. It's picked up by Byron Murphy at the 40, at the 30, at the 20, at the 10. Ball game! Byron Murphy picks up the ball at midfield, returns it for a touchdown, and the Cardinals win. No flags. What an unbelievable finish here in Vegas.
Insanity. Hunter Renfrow, who I started over Christian Kirk like a dummy, fumbles twice in overtime. I don't even blame Renfrow for the final fumble. He turns around, and it's a head-on missile in Isaiah Simmons. It was a perfect hit. Ball pops out. I can't even really blame him for that. But Kyler and the Cardinals, they were about to be. I was getting ready to do an over-under on Kingsbury fired. I was getting ready for it. The entire NFL world was about to come crashing down on Kyler Murray. You're about to get 2 coaches in the state fired after they ran Herm Edwards at Arizona State. And Kyler runs 85 yards on one play to convert a 2-point. The throw in the back of the end zone to A.J. Green. Time expiring. Overtime. This was insanity.
Wait, was that the actual number of it? It was 85 yards? That was the actual... Yards. Dang!
Next Gen said he ran 85 yards on one of those conversions. How incredible was that? What a heartbreaker.
Oh, yeah. For the Raiders? I mean, the Raiders are cooked now.
And now the Raiders are 0-2.
They're 0-2.
This was 20-0.
20-0. Brutal division to have to come back from 0-2 down. And they're never going to catch the Chiefs. They could catch Denver. But, I mean, now they're going to have to wind up winning 10 of their next 15 games if they want a shot at the playoffs. That's going to be really, really difficult to navigate through for them.
And Kingsbury, man, I thought he was going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
He's going to be, and he may still be in trouble.
He might, but put your faith in a video game player. And that's what Kyler Murray was in that one play, dude. That was a video game.
On and off the field, he's a video game player.
Yes, he is. And as Peyton said, it was not a double XP weekend.
Which means?
That's where you get like the double points for playing
double points, yeah. You can
Call of Duty
level up that battle pass.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. So that's the first time in NFL history multiple teams have overcome a 20-point halftime deficit on the same day. But what the New York Jets did topped them all.
He's back to pass. Looks, throws, middle, caught, touchdown! Garrett Wilson caught it, his second touchdown catch of the game, and if the Jets kick the extra point, they take the lead with 22 seconds left. An unbelievable collapse by the Browns in the last 2 minutes of the game.
Jets radio with the call, 30-17 with 2 minutes left. The Jets were 60-1 at Caesars to come from behind and win the game. They were even longer at other sports books. PointsBet offered the Jets at 175-1 with 133 left. They got no takers. It's a 99.1% win probability. Flacco then leads them to 2 scores in 60 seconds. And the fantasy pickup of the week, Garrett Wilson from The Ohio State University. Teams that were up 13 points with less than 2 minutes left had won 2,229 consecutive games.
Is that a lot?
22-29 straight. Went up 13 with less than 2 minutes left.
All Chubb had to do.
And the Browns almost gave it away in week 1 against Carolina.
Almost did. All Chubb had to do was get down before the touchdown. He scored to make it 31-17. All he had to do was get down. Because if he did, the Jets had no timeouts left. They would have been able to run the clock out. But he did. He wanted to score the touchdown. That's fine because I have him in my fantasy. Real quick, Sean. The last time the Lions, Jets, and Jags all won on the same day.
Lions, Jets, and Jags?
Uh-huh.
When?
I want to get your calculator out for this one and figure out how many years this has been.
Is it been longer than the Mets, Yankees, Jets, and Giants all winning on the same day?
Yes.
That happened yesterday for the first time since 2009. all 4 New York teams winning.
Oh, wait. Nope. It hasn't been. It was less than that. It's 3,934 days. So we're looking at 2011. It was the late 2011 season. The last time the Jags, Jets, and Lions all won on the same day.
Love you, National Football League, and even more tonight with the Monday night doubleheader. Back to Arlington for the win over the AFC champs. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com on a Cowboys Monday next. But first, let me get you on over to TrajanWealth.com. I'm getting Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 to celebrate the 20-17 win over the Bengals on this radio station yesterday. Jerry Jones was then asked in the post, is this as big a win as you've ever had given the circumstances?
I think so. This was such a downer for our opening day, compounded by losing Dak. To come back and get this addressing of our quarterback spot with a performance like this, plus play a Super Bowl team and do some good things where our strengths were blocking, running, our running game, as well as defense. Yeah, I feel good about this ball game we just played. Very good, and feel good about our personnel.
Bobby wanted to find out who asked that question. Maybe it was Nick Eatman joining us from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. What was the feeling around that locker room and in that stadium after this one, Nick?
Well, I mean, everybody was super excited about it, you know, and for those reasons that Jerry just said. I mean, you know, just going back, 7 days earlier, and the feeling that you had when you're standing in that locker room and they just got worked by the Bucs and they couldn't do anything offensively, and you're looking in the locker room and all you see is a cast on Dak's right hand, you know, and you see a walking boot here and another walking boot here, and you're like, this is bad to worse. So to come back and win the game the way they did, beat the team like that, and I don't know if Cincinnati's got things figured out. You know, I don't know how great they're going to be, but still, it was a big win for the Cowboys, and it's not one that we really expected coming.
Let's go through your Cowboys report card. Yep. I was stunned by the first half, and many of us even had the season completely over. What were the things and the storylines that jumped out to you for Cowboys.com? DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah. Thank you. Big difference. I think that Cooper Rush, you know, just the fact that they were able to, you know, I thought Kellen Moore, let's start there. I thought Kellen Moore did a nice job of mixing it up there, scripting some plays. And you could tell, you know, it was different after the first few series of the game, but still that was big enough to you know, build a lead that they had for most of the game. I thought the way that they balanced things up, run, pass, and made it simple for Cooper Rush. You know, just some of the easier throws, some of just the pitching wide. I thought the running backs did a nice job, particularly Pollard. It was just a good, well balanced, nothing too fancy, but a good, you know, offensive drive. That, you know, you saw that they mixed in Gifford on a you know, trying to figure things out. He's blocking fullback. I mean, you know, they're trying to be resourceful here. I just thought that was a good, solid first half, and it was compounded by the fact that the defense was really just off the charts.
Who's the best running back in this team right now?
Man, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think Zeke. I think Zeke's the better running back when you're everything that you need a running back to be. But I mean, there's no doubt Pollard's the most explosive running back, and he's the one when they use him the right way. I like the way that they're using him. I really do. I think that this 1-2 punch is better than when they're both out there a lot. I think Pollard is a backup running back who needs his touches, not so much this slot receiver guy. I think he's kind of just a change of pace runner. I think Zeke is still probably the better runner, but I don't think you're asking the question if you agree with me.
No, I was just curious. I haven't. Sean had asked that earlier, and I wasn't sure what my answer was going to be.
You know, the thing about Pollard is I think we got to be careful, because last week we were all like, I was like, oh, okay, well, this is, you guys want to see Pollard? Check this out. You know, this is what you got. And, you know, and I think we're finding out that Bucs defense is really good. The Bucs defense is going to carry that team. Mm-hmm. And this sort of reminds me of remember the Broncos won the Super Bowl and Peyton was not really Peyton anymore. Yeah. And I'm not sure if I'm ready to say Tom Brady's not Tom Brady, but I just feel like the defense is kind of that team. And so my point is that nothing we saw in the first game might be a good storyline for what we're going to see later on. But still, I think Pollard didn't have a great game, but he comes back, has a really nice game here, and I'm glad they gave him the touchdown. He deserved it. It's a big run or pass, whatever they're calling that, around the edge. but it was his speed that made that play. And I mean, there were some angles that he just ran through. So, I think the answer is both. It really is. The answer is both. These two guys, I think they work well together. Skip Pete, the running backs coach, does not believe, he said this many times, he does not believe Pollard's the guy that can just take the hit every single play like Zeke has. And you don't want him that way. You want him to kind of be a change of pace. So together, I think that they could be a really good duo.
Nick Eatman joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. This defense can be what?
It can be as good as Micah Parsons is. It really can. And Micah Parsons, and I said this, and I know I picked the Bengals. There's no doubt I picked the Bengals.
Same.
And I thought they would win the game.
Same.
But I say this, and I go back to my days of being, I'm obviously the biggest Arkansas fan ever, and I remember back in the day saying, well, it's probably not going to win, but we have the best player on the field, Darren McFadden, the best player on the field, and when you have that, you can always win. And I said that line 3 or 4 times this week, and a couple times Sunday. They have the best player on the field, and if he wrecks the game, then anything can happen. That's exactly what he did. He wrecked the game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're, and you just an average football fan can see it. And if you really, really are kind of studying the X's and O's, and you see every time Burrow moves to his left, moves to his right, moves back 2 steps, it's because number 11 is doing something to affect the game. I thought that was. Me personally, I think that was the best game he's ever played. But I could be, there could be 9 others that are better. But to me, I just can't remember a game where somebody just affected it as much as he did.
Yeah, to me, not only is he the best pass rusher in the league, he's the best disruptor of game. He's a great disruptor. That's what he is. He just disrupts everything.
Yeah. I listened to what you guys were interviewing Brad Sham this morning, and I thought I said it in the car, and there's the same answer. Where do you rush him from? And my family we're big fans of the TV show The Weakest Link. We watch it all the time. That's exactly where he needs to go. The weakest link.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever the weakest link, because he can do it. And I think another thing that needs to be pointed out. I always say this about corners who travel. If you're traveling from left to right, don't forget the other corners also having to do that. So I think got to give some credit to the guys like Armstrong, even Sam Williams. I'm missing another edge rusher here, but Fowler. I mean, those guys, because they're also having to learn the defense and learn both sides and learn different schemes. It's not just Micah's moving around, but it's also that they have to adjust, and I think they did a nice job too. So just overall, the Dan Quinn scheme, but it starts and ends with Parsons, and he was just phenomenal yesterday.
Did Diggs shut down Jamar Chase?
I think he did. I mean, shut down. I don't know if he did that because he didn't guard him every single time. I mean, there were some times he was against Higgins, and I think he plays his side for the most part, but he did flip some. I mean, there's times he's on the right side, there's times he's on the left. The play of the game, he was on left corner, so he flipped some. It's sort of like Parsons. There's times where he follows the guys. There's times he stays on his side and his boundary. I think overall the defense did a nice job. But again, not to sound like a broken record, but Micah Parsons shut down Jamar Chase. Micah Parsons, Burrow got that ball out of his hands so quick that he's not standing back there waiting for these guys to knife him up. He that's what he does, and that whole defensive line. But I just can't say it enough how remarkable he was. I know after the game we talked a little bit about who was the MVP of the game, and we had to put it on a graphic, and because I was just like, you mean other than Parsons? I was like, oh. Okay, we're not doing this every time. Like, okay, I'm sure Scottie Pippen got some players at the game every once in a while, but I mean, you could do it every time. And I thought Maher and Cooper Rush and all that was great, but they had to win off defense. Cooper Rush is 2-0, and I think you can make the case that Micah Parsons' best 2 games have been those 2. Mm-hmm. Minnesota, when he had 4 tackles for loss, and then this game when he had the two tackles and 2 sacks and maybe a dozen hurries. I don't know what they're going to give him, but man, it felt like he was making every play in the backfield.
I think I see Micah getting credited with 10 pressures. The rest of the Cowboys had 5. Offensive MVP would be Rush or Noah Brown?
I like Rush there. I mean, I thought he did a nice job. I mean, Noah Brown was amazing too. But you know, Cooper Rush did a really good job of taking what was there, and I thought they would, you know, maybe get after him a little too much. One of the differences that I was expecting to see was, you know, when a guy puts his hand on Dak's shoulder, that doesn't mean he's down. You know, he can get out of that and go make some plays. Cooper Rush, I didn't think that would happen much, and they got him a couple times, but he got the ball out pretty quick, and you know he managed the game. That's what he was supposed to do. Just go manage the game. That fourth down throw early, I thought was big for his confidence to let him do that and throw it on 4th and 2. And it wasn't the greatest throw. He threw it behind Noah Brown, but he stopped and made a catch. A lot of times those receivers they're over the middle. They want to just catch it like Jerry Rice and take off. And you have to stop. It doesn't always work that way. Stop, make the catch, and then keep going. And that was a really big moment in the game. I think it calmed him down a little bit. And, you know, those guys have been working together for years, Noah Brown, Cooper Rush, and it was evident. I thought that their chemistry was pretty good.
We saw Schultz get banged up. Was Micah slowed with that injury in the second half? What do we need to know injury-wise?
Yeah, I heard Micah's got a couple things, knee and toe maybe, that he's dealing with. You know, so we'll see about that. See how the Lion heals this week. As far as I was gonna say tail. No. Anyways, I as for Schultz, guys, I really don't have a good update for you there. I'd just be speculating. I haven't heard anything definitive on that, and I don't know if we will till later. You know, obviously he did come back in the game for a play, I believe, and then hobbled off. You guys might know better than me. It's kind of hectic up there. Press box, everyone's yelling, trying to, you know, do you go down to the elevator? Do you get down now? Do you wait for this? And so, but you know, I really don't know if it's serious or not. I wish I could tell you a better answer there.
Thank you, brother. We will catch up with you on Wednesday. Appreciate it.
Okay, see you guys.
Nick Eatman. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. You know, D. Wade, not the D-bag, Dwayne Wade, the Tolo, D. Wade on Twitter. He just sent me a tweet that we've made a mistake. I mean, we can talk about it tomorrow and throughout the week, but not today with the thrill and the feeling this win gave us. It's a great point. How many interceptions did get dropped by the Bengals? We haven't brought this up one time today. One Tolo counted 4 different ones. That one drive, they kept like trying to give it away. Schultz finally fumbled, but there was like 3 or 4 near interceptions yesterday from Cooper Rush that we conveniently ignored and forgot about this morning.
There's a great statistic. It's called interceptable passes. It's how many interceptable balls do you throw compared to how many actually get picked. There's where the luck comes into play, right? So if you throw like 25 interceptable balls a year and only 6 get intercepted, you're going to look great on paper. But the reality is that was not a very good year from a ball security standpoint. I have to find out. I'm going to find that. I'll have to find out, see if they have it even out there by tomorrow or by tonight on how many he actually threw yesterday.
Let's Cowboy crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece to keep the party going next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks, your official game day headquarters of drink specials.
like a cannon. I was proud of myself. I was like, I was when I saw 7, I was shocked for a second, But that was huge, man. Huge momentum, way to get off the field, 3 and out, and he was able to go down the field goal with enough time.
Micah with the comments on the Trayvon Diggs tackle that set up the game-winning drive. It's a Cowboys crosstalk with KMC, Kevin Hagelin, Mike Bassett, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
We got Stephen Jones coming up at noon today, and I'm sure he'll be, nice and gentle with everything.
Right.
Well, he was depressed last week. He certainly sounded down.
Well, we're going to try to hype him up with, is it 11 o'clock, our segment? Do certain people need to apologize to the Joneses for some of these personnel moves? Because, holy cow, there's a whole lot of loud people who are like, you could never get rid of Randy Gregory. And you're like, cool, what has he done this year? And
do you have any apologies that would be lined up?
I think you do, Sean. You keep posting up all that stuff on Twitter, showing off the stats of everybody, just trying to really dig in on the Cowboys on that.
Like it's your fault Amari Cooper can't field an onside kick.
Oh, yeah. Yesterday I'm posting Amari's stats, like 9, 100 touchdown, and then people are like, yeah, but he cost his game.
He did cost them the game, and he did nothing. He did nothing last week, and then Lyle Collins sucks.
Well, week 1, he did draw some penalties. He was open. Stat line didn't look that great. I think Randy Gregory has had 2 straight weeks forcing a fumble, and then I'll get the PFF stuff on Connor Williams.
Someday they'll come out.
Yeah.
Connor Williams
when nobody
stop
cares
it.
About really, right?
There's nobody around here. Everyone was like, Connor Williams is the worst offensive lineman ever. If you want to push for the other ones, I get it. Because there's a lot of people who are like, you can't let those people go. Nobody was arguing Connor Williams.
I think Cedric Wilson had 0 for 0 on 1 target.
I don't know why he went. He went there before they had traded for Tyreek, right?
Yeah.
Like that was, now he is just getting to get lost in the depth chart. He's so far down now because they got Waddle and then Tyreek. Like there's no place to go.
Awesome yesterday.
Waddle and Tyreek together.
Yeah.
Have
Tyreek was
22.
better, actually.
What did you pick the Cowboys to be?
I picked for the season. 10-7.
Okay.
8-9 before the Dak injury.
I was asking Kevin, not.
Sorry, you looked at me.
Because I was going to ask you.
Sorry for the body language. I was reading your body language.
Oh my goodness.
What type of mood are you in?
I'm in a great mood. This Cowboys team. I'm just like, it's a nice win. They won. Good for them. All the Cowboy fans, let's celebrate.
And we're going to start giving away tickets to the last Rangers game of the season, where you need to bring your glove and get that Aaron Judge lottery ticket.
He hit 58 and 59 yesterday.
Yeah, so it'll be whatever the American League record is going to be. Like that's what ultimately, like,
or
whatever
the real
number,
home run record.
Or the real one. You never know.
All right, here's the question of the day: what attribute, if any, would you want Dak to borrow or use from Rush?
His clock.
His beard,
his internal clock, and the ability, like just watching his reads before snap, and then ability to recognize it fast and move onto the next one, the next progression. And that happened yesterday. I mean, we were talking about the 4th and 2. That happened specifically on that play. They pick up 17 yards. And Mike, were you the one telling me that both linebackers get sucked down here
to Dalton Schultz? He ran about a 5-yard route, and both guys went to him.
And so he knew immediately next progression. Bam! His clock was just on point early in the game. I don't think it was as great later on, but that's the one thing I was seeing yesterday was his internal clocks. Dax is just all sorts of messed up.
His vibe with Noah Brown. That's like, I really need that to transfer over if and when Dak comes back. But I think internal clock's a really good answer too.
Bassett, do you have one? Any trait?
Beard's a good answer too, though.
I do like that he seems to want to get rid of the ball quicker than Dak. And I mean, Dak's game, I think, has changed since the ankle injury.
Yeah, he can't run as much.
Right.
He's a fullback now.
So I think he was used to, hey, I can hold the ball. At times, he could shed a guy trying to tackle him and be like, okay, I'm going to buy more time or take off and run. And now that he's probably not as strong, to shed those tackles and to create longer plays by using his strength and legs, he probably has to work on just getting rid of the ball quicker and living for another down than putting himself in more sack situations.
Which is something that Joe Burrow is clearly going to have to work on, because you could talk about that offensive line needs to be better all you like, and I'll grant that. But at the same time, you have to deal with the reality that's in front of you is he might hold the ball too long anyway, but especially with the offensive line he's got in front of him, he needs to move that ball out.
Yeah, I went and looked. So Dak and Rush, there's Cooper Rush got rid of the ball, or has, so in terms of time to throw, how long it takes him to throw it. 2.42 seconds. That's the quickest in the league.
Wow.
Dak last week was 2.72, which is like still top 10.
Yeah,
super fast. Either one. They both throw downfield about the same distance on average.
I guess another thing. Do you remember the play where CeeDee Lamb kind of gets knocked down pretty hard at the 50? He kind of gets bent back. His knees are down, and I worried a little bit when he got hit. I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
But if you watch that, and I'm not saying Dak never does this. He does lead receivers sometimes. But a lot of times on that CD pass, which was a first down on the catch, is the ball's on his hip. The ball's closer to his knees, and you got to make that catch, right? We get mad when guys don't make the catch. Like, dang it, that's a catchable ball. But what Cooper Rush did there on that quick slant was, I'm going to throw the ball 1 yard out in front of you. Do not break stride. And so instead of it being first down on the 40, it's first down at midfield. That's 10 extra yards that sometimes Dak can't get you because he can't hit a guy moving that fast.
Yeah.
And he does sometimes. I'm sure Bobby Belt has 20 to 40 plays of where he does hit a guy and it's on perfect stride and they're going. But I think plays like that, those are 10 yards that we don't see. It's kind of like in baseball when we go, that's a hit. I'm like, no, it's not a hit. That guy should have caught that ball. But because he's 10 feet away from it, when it falls, you go, well, like Willie Calhoun, since he's not here, you kind of pick on him. There's times where like, oh, there's a double. You're like, no, that's not a double. That's an easy out. But because he's not anywhere close to catching the ball, you just say, well, that's a hit. It's in the books as a hit. He wasn't close to catching it. But as a baseball player, that's an out for the majority of outfielders in the outfield. And I think at times, that CeeDee Lamb play just reminds me of that's 12 extra yards or 10 extra yards that sometimes Dak can't throw that guy to.
At what point did you all make up your mind that it was either a win or a loss? Were you just waiting for them to tie and the 2 point? Okay, so not before. First half, you weren't like, this is a win. Or in the second half, when they tied and got the 2 point, you said, they're losing this game.
I think I was more hopeful than locked in that it was a win in the first half. I was like, all right, feeling good. But at no point was I like, this game is effing over. Like, at no point did I think that.
And in the second half, did you have them losing it after they went on that 9-minute drive?
When they got the 2 point conversion, I thought, okay, and maybe Choppy, you can back me up on this, maybe not. Then it becomes Burrow versus Cooper Rush in kind of a 3-minute game.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh, this is where sometimes good quarterbacks will beat backup quarterbacks. And so I thought when they tied it up, I thought we were in trouble, but great job by the defense and great job by Cooper Rush to get you in field goal position.
I did not want, you did not want overtime there. Like, overtime drastically is going to favor Cincinnati with the better quarterback. But, man, with this team's pass rush and that offensive line and Burrow's inability to get rid of the ball quick, I mean, maybe they aren't the better team at all. Yeah. Even if it is just coming down to overtime and it's just quarterback on quarterback, it's just a great equalizer now.
Quick side question, since y'all been locked into this, I'm not being sarcastic, I'm really asking, where are they all walking to?
The Queen?
Yeah, I'm like really asking, where are they going?
Oh, I thought it was the Cowboys. They were walking them back into the season.
Oh my gosh.
I thought last Monday that was the Cowboys funeral, and then this Monday they were walking them back into the NFL.
No, they're bringing her to Windsor Castle. I think it's her final resting place.
Is that thing like climate controlled? Like how long is this poor woman?
She's probably been buried already, bro.
Oh,
that's my
no. She's fermented.
What? They're just rolling.
They're embalmed.
All right. Never mind.
Is that? Oh, you mean is the van climate controlled?
No,
the
like
hearse?
inside the coffin.
Oh, they're not going to open it up and find out.
Yeah, they're going to find out.
Open casket.
What time was that segment? Sean asked all the Monarch questions.
10 days later, how does the Queen look?
We're back tomorrow.
It was a regular question to start. I want to point
your
that
fault.
out.
You're the squirrel moment.
Still dead.
That's what I'll be telling Spittle in the post-show meeting.
Yeah, we're talking T-Law for 4 hours, baby.
No, we are not.
Yesterday
he did
when
throw
I get
5
off the
incompletions.
phone. And God, I just hope Gabriel Davis does nothing tonight. I have to hear from Mike nonstop 2 freaking weeks in a row. Yesterday at the end of the phone call, about T-Law. How about T-Law? It's the KMC masterpiece. Everyone should enjoy today. Stephen Jones coming up next. We'll have Jerry tomorrow. KMC next on The Fan. But...
first ever NFL touchdown.
Woo! K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. My question for y'all to kick it off, and I don't know, maybe Reggie has tipped his hand right here. Who is your number one reason for the Cowboys winning yesterday? Because I want to say it's Micah Parsons, but I don't know if people are all across the board and they have different theories about why the Cowboys won this game. 877-881-1053. If you want to give us your number one reason, number one player. So don't say the defense. I get that. Number one player that won this game for the Cowboys.
You want me to go first? Because I'll have somebody you guys aren't going to pick.
Oh.
But I'm not saying, no, I'm not going to do that. Dak's a good quarterback, but we're finding out he's probably not great.
Oh my God.
877-881.
I'm going to go with Kicker Boy.
Oh!
Because that was a pressure kick. And by the way,
put some respect on his name. He hit a game winner. His name's
Brett
Maher.
He needs to pronounce his name better.
You didn't put any respect on it like Reggie just asked.
He had, I thought, 2 really big field goals to end the half and then to end the game. And that being said, look, I get it. He's just a kicker. But those weren't easy. Those weren't easy kicks.
Yeah.
And just think about where we were before this season started. I know he made the points in the Tampa Bay game, but I wasn't going, oh yeah, we got, a good kicker back there. I thought, oh God, all right. I mean, this is a guy nobody wanted coming into this season. Let's see if he makes it. And he made it. It was a big time kick. And by the way, when it went in, before you saw the hands go up, were you 100% sure that was in?
Absolutely not.
Because I was like, crap, I can't tell. And then they put the hands up like, it did go in. Because I was like, I can't tell if it did or didn't.
Yeah, I said, son of a biscuit eater, and I was really upset.
I was listening to the crowd, but then I was like, are they always right about this? So, yes, no, I was not sure.
RJ Ochoa, I know you have thoughts about him, but he posted up last year. Number 19 from Cooper Rush, set up for the win against the Vikings. This year, Brett Maher, number 19, also set up by Cooper Rush to get the dub.
Which I appreciate that, but some of the other things he put
That's
out
the only
yesterday,
thing I wanted to bring up, Kevin.
Okay.
That was the only thing that mattered is number 19 has been set up in both of Cooper Rush's victories as a starter.
Okay.
Starting quarterback.
From the 214, Brett Maher, and from another 214, they said Micah Parsons or Noah Brown. Can't do that. You can only pick one. From another 214 showing out this morning, Micah Parsons. And from the 210, they not only went with a player, they went next level with a specific play, the Trayvon Diggs tackle.
What a play. What a play, man.
Of all of the things that I thought would tilt the game one way or another. If you said Trayvon Diggs, I'd be like, okay. Tackle being the next word, I would have thought this will end poorly for us.
You mean interception, right? You mean interception.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you said tackle, I was like, oh, did he do the dive?
Maybe in pass breakup.
Yeah. But I was thinking, I would have thought, did he do the dive at the feet thing? And it didn't work, and it really cost us. But it said, man, he rocked that dude.
He knew it was the moment that was the biggest moment. That was the biggest moment of the game. He had to make the play, and he did, and it was awesome. And also, I mean, if you look at that play really closely, Chase and T. Higgins didn't do their job right. They were supposed to be in his way. Diggs shouldn't have been as close on that play as he was. So they should have nudged him a little bit, been in his way, made it more difficult for him. But he made a fantastic play on that. Good job by Diggs in that game, man.
Now, I'm not trying to I already see the text, and I figured this would happen all week long. People have thoughts about Dak and whatnot, but Cooper Rush, how much do you look at him and say, that's the reason we won this game?
Oh, for sure. That's why I thought we had no chance, to be honest. 2 weeks ago, Corey, you release Cooper Rush, you allow all 31 other teams to pick him up to be the backup quarterback for their team. And all 31 teams said, we're good.
Yeah.
And then 2 weeks later, he's starting for you against a team that made the Super Bowl last year, and he takes you down. And I know that pretty much Pollard was the main reason, but he was part of it. Is you score 2 touchdowns to start the game, Corey. So I think he was huge. He was obviously better than I thought. I thought I got to give a lot of credit to the offensive staff for giving him situations that he could be successful in. So
got to give credit to McCarthy then, right, for the 4th and 2 on the opening drive.
Yeah, no, absolutely, for saying let's go ahead and go for it to keep the idea of momentum going. They did have 5 punts after, they punted 5 times and kicked 2 field goals.
Wait, are you pro momentum or no momentum?
I think momentum's a thing. Like, I think confidence is, and I know Reggie will say, well, that's a different description, that's a different definition.
Yeah.
I think when you're gaining confidence in something, just we talk about hitters all the time. Hitter confidence is huge. Pitcher confidence in his own defense, massive.
So what happened to the confidence after the first 2 drives then?
I have no clue.
Okay.
I think the
Just
play
ask
calling
questions.
changed for sure. That they became more conservative with their approach to it.
I do think, Kevin, I'd love to know your thoughts. That 4th and 2 to me, and I know in the moment, I think if you don't get that 4th and 2, I think that's a totally different game. So they get the ball already in almost field goal range to start the game off. You're walking off the field. I get that your coach was like, I believe in you, or, hey, we got nothing to lose. We're the underdog. Let's go for things that maybe wouldn't make sense if we felt like we were the better team, but we got to try to force a little bit here. And I thought it was a great play call, got the ball to Noah Brown, but I'd love to know your thoughts on how big that 4th and 2 to start the game was.
I can't help but wonder if you see an offensive effort that plays out kind of like Tampa. Although one of the things that we saw yesterday is, maybe Tampa's defense is just effing phenomenal, and you don't have to feel as bad about the opening weekend. We'll see how the rest of that plays out. But, the run game, it was working for you. Zeke and Pollard, had moved you around, and then Zeke moved you forward again, and you felt pretty good about the early run game. But that was the pass that not only kept the drive going, but I liked that Mike McCarthy, it kind of felt like today is a day that we don't have a lot of room for error. And you were at about midfield, which doesn't seem like a victory, but seeing as how we didn't get inside, the 30 all of last year of the opponent, it felt like you needed to kind of make something happen. And so I think the confidence gained by the offense on converting that, I think the confidence gained by McCarthy, and I think the confidence gained in terms of, hey, we're on the other side of the field now. All of those were huge, and really quickly you were inside the red zone for the first time all season, or the opponent's red zone for the first time all season.
My single person to pick, though, is Dan Quinn. This is 2 weeks in a row now. I know last week you can say, well, they lost and everything, but that defense was pretty gassed by the time that because our offense couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Dan Quinn comes out again and says, hey, you know what? And they were gassed again in the second half too, because that showed later in the game, and that's where, Mike, you were saying the good quarterback is probably going to get his chance to beat the bad quarterback. He recognized that they're miserable on offensive line and said, we're not going to stop. We're going to be relentless with our pursuit, our pass rush today. And he recognized, where I can put Micah for the best advantage today. Here we go. And they did, man. They got after the quarterback. That was awesome. Because every time that they lined up, I was like, oh, they smell blood. That was my feeling, was they cannot wait to go get the quarterback.
Is there any way that we get a new book coming out called Rush 10? Where I learn all the things of Cooper Rush and his training and his personal trainers and everything, because wasn't that very Tom Brady-like there? The reason that you don't like Tom Brady is that he took a team from, where do we get the ball? Off the 35-yard line. I remember Turpentine took it to the 35, from the 25 to the 35 down the right side. And then he got you to the 35.
Tom Brady's career.
Isn't that
kick
right?
a field goal.
Started
Tom
at the
Brady
35 and you drove 33 yards.
Yeah, that's most of Tom Brady's career. Is there's other reasons too, but yeah, that's why I was curious about it. And I see all kinds of different answers. So the 5 people that I listed off, not to violate my own rules, but that I was considering, is because I do think I default to Micah Parsons, who every part of me is it's stupid to go ahead and say that. But when they were he might be the best defensive player in the game, I'm nodding my head and I'm I think he is the best defensive player in the game. that feels absurd. He's played one season in 2 games, but every part of me watching football is like, maybe he is. Yeah.
Coming into the year, wasn't he 3rd in defensive player?
Second or third? Yeah, I think so.
So, I mean, you're not way off on this that, hey, people thought he has a legitimate chance to win defensive player of the year. And right now with TJ Watt being out for 6+ weeks, there's a good chance that he has an opportunity to be the best defensive player in the NFL this year.
And I think my internal reaction, neither one of them are good, but when it looked for half a second like Micah might be hurt, I feel like I was thinking, oh, dear God, no, more than I was the week before. Yeah. Even though quarterbacks are what moves this league, when they were like, Micah might be hurt, I was like, oh, no.
So does it feel like, Corey, that Dorrance Armstrong is benefiting more than DeMarcus Lawrence from Micah Parsons?
Yeah, and I mean, actually, I kind of am happy about that because DeMarcus Lawrence, you saw the run play that he stopped.
Right.
Like that's what he's really good at. Go back and watch him even at Boise State. There were lots of good plays where he was able to get around the edge and everything. But what he's always been really good at is run defense. And if you can say Dorrance is getting after it and Micah is getting after it, then I don't need this guy to let up on the run game.
Is that our best 2 pass rushers? Is it better when Micah and Dorrance are the ends?
And you
I know
do you view DeMarcus Lawrence more of like a run stuffer then?
That's what I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm wondering because help me out here. I watched the game twice. I watched it at my kid's baseball game on a little phone, but then I went back last night and watched the whole thing play out, and I don't recall Lawrence, as much as there were leaks in getting to Joe Burrow, I don't remember Lawrence ever being one of the guys that was forcing a lot of things, and I could be really wrong. You can correct me. I'm not saying I'm right. I just felt like Dorrance Armstrong and Micah Parsons were the ones causing the most havoc. Obviously, 56 did it one time. The Jacksonville dude, why am I drawing a blank? Fowler, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Or is he
Dante Fowler.
He was
on the Jags.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. And then, so I just remember Sam Williams making a big play in the backfield. That wasn't on Joe Burrow, but that was on a handoff. And to your point, I do remember DeMarcus Lawrence tripping up Mixon where it looked like there was a nice hole there and he got him. And so it was only a 1-yard gain.
But there was another one where he was squared up. Like he was right there. He's like, I got you. And then he makes the stop on Joe Burrow, which the Barr thing kind of negates that. I still didn't think that was as dumb on Barr's. I thought the other one later was much dumber.
Great point.
But Barr's, I was upset about it, but I was like, if DeMarcus Lawrence didn't get his hand on him, he's not falling. And he was going for a tackle. He probably shouldn't have put as much body into it later.
Rewatching the game, they only 2 of their scores.
Yes, their first 2
were based off of our penalties, not based off of they drove down and we stopped them.
Honest to goodness, that's why I felt better about the lead when it looked like Cincinnati was creeping back. And I was like, well, your first 2 scoring drives were only because of penalties, of which I'm with Corey. I think you can argue the varying degrees of like ineptitude on those penalties. Because one of them I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I get that he did slide, but there's that moment where if he doesn't slide and you don't, and you're like already making the move for the tackle, then you're cooked.
Yeah. Another one. I thought the ref called Cincinnati's ball way too quick when Micah Parsons was fighting for the ball.
Yes.
Like, God, you got. Usually you let guys fight for it
because it looked like there was movement on that ball.
And I'm like, Micah's going to win this fight. Is there a human being? If there's a ball that you're fighting for 5 seconds, anybody can have it. You get 5 seconds to fight for the ball, and you both kind of have a grasp of the ball.
You give me Micah, I'll take my chances.
Yeah, Micah's going to rip that ball away from that person if you give him a long enough chance to fight for it. And I was like, Micah did win the battle, but they just called it Cincinnati's ball very quick on that one.
And then from the 6-3-1, they're going to shout out the refs or maybe one particular ref for not calling holding on Tyler Smith. Hey, that's fine with me.
If they don't call it, it doesn't matter.
Is that something that you just want to examine?
The difference between good coverage and poor coverage or great coverage and poor coverage is a flag. Like that's the only difference. And the same thing goes for holding is that hey, great offensive line play today.
Well, and that's
Let's not point it out, Bobby.
That's a great point because on one of the Trayvon Diggs, where Jamar Chase did actually catch the ball against him, which was very rare on the day, is his hand was in the middle of Jamar Chase's hands, and then you immediately hear Romo and then we had a way better call on the fan, I'm sure, is Romo's like, oh, he just whiffed on that. And I'm like, man. But also like, wow, that's a pretty amazing catch by Jamar Chase to get the football just around someone's outstretched hands that are in between your hands without actually touching you and getting a penalty. I thought that was a hell of a catch.
Yeah, man. It didn't turn into what I thought it was going to be offensively for the Bengals. And that was because of the pressure the Cowboys were able to get up front. And then, Mike, they did eat up a lot of clock. I was very surprised when I was like, holy crap, the second quarter's we're almost at halftime.
Right.
And they were listening to me.
Yeah.
We started off like 1977, Robert Newhouse and Tony Dorsett.
And look,
I love that part of it, Mike. There was balance to the offense. They were like, all right, run this way, different running back, passing with this. It was just like, I got all my pitches today, and I'm going to throw all of them at you.
And I hear what this person's saying, but I can't help it because I am a fan of this team, and I think this happens from the 2-4. Don't buy into the fool's gold. The moment I knew I'd bought in is when Sam Williams did make that play, and they're like, they're really high on him. They've been talking him up, and I was like, hell yeah, they are. And I was like, okay, you need to calm down just a little bit. He played 6 snaps last week.
And he's replacing Randy Gregory, who was really high.
You thought he was going to make a real point. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Text away your thoughts.
Brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan, where we are regaling stories of fellowship and perhaps drunkenness over the weekend.
Great.
Out
That's
in
libel and slander.
Bartonville. I feel like
One of those.
I should have been recording in the break, and then I could disprove your case very quickly. All right, right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you guys.
Well,
as predicted, Mickey, the Cowboys are back.
I feel
told you with them 7 points I'd cover.
That is true. That is true. I was going to say, I don't think any of us predicted them to win, but life feels good again. Now, I asked this question, or we all were kicking this around. If you had to boil it down to just one player, and you're like, this player is most responsible for the victory yesterday, who would you go with?
Boy, I'm not sure you can do that. Because I think it took all 45 guys that played in that game to produce that victory. And, a whole bunch of them had a big part in it. I mean, they gave the game ball to Brett Maher, right?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And that's a guy that wasn't even on the roster till August 9th, and he didn't win the kicking job till the 23rd. And he kicks his third 50-yard field goal in 2 games, including the game winner. How do you pass on Cooper Rush, what he did, winning his second start?
Never lost.
Never lost yet, right? 2-0. And there's only 3 other Cowboy quarterbacks in history that have won their first 2 starts for the Cowboys in non-strike games. Micah Parsons, he's unstoppable. And at times they tried to stop him with 3 guys, and he was still busting through and putting pressure on Joe Burrow. The young offensive lineman, Tyler Smith, making his second NFL start. Matt Forniak making his first NFL start, and they protected Rush, I thought, reasonably well for how young that offensive line really is. It might have been just one play, but if Trayvon Diggs doesn't drag down the receiver there in the final minute, the Cowboys may not have that chance to drive for the winning touchdown. Noah Brown, 91 yards, career high, his first NFL touchdown in his 6th year now. CeeDee Lamb, who everybody was questioning if he had number 1 receiving qualities, 7 catches, 75 yards, and 2 of those for 18 yards in that final drive. So, we can go on and on and on how many guys were instrumental in getting this first win. Now, I'd be interested to hear. So the Cowboys decided the game ball went to Brett Maher. Who did you guys decide the game ball went to?
Quinn.
Yeah,
not bad.
Yeah. I went with Micah, and we were talking about it, and I know he's super young, and it's a prove-it league, but I feel like I probably am ready to say he's the best defensive player in the league.
Well, they had one play that I specifically remember. The Cowboys rushed with 3 guys. That's it, 3 against 5. And he took on 3 guys, the tackle, the guard, the center, and he was just about to get DeBurrow to sack him another time before the pass got thrown. He's unstoppable. And as for Quinn, you got to love how they mixed it up with Parsons. They would put him on the left side next to DeMarcus Lawrence. Okay, La'el Collins, which one you want to block?
Yep.
They would put him over there, and that forced Cincinnati to put their tight end on that side. And before the snap, they would reposition the running back to their right, the Cowboys left, so they would have 3 guys to take care of Micah Parsons. And if you're doing that, that's taking 2 guys out of the pass pattern, right? And they still had trouble stopping him. I just think that, and then when they started doing that, he said, okay, well, we're not going to let you know where he's lining up. We'll just play 4 down defensive linemen, and we'll put him back at linebacker and put him in the middle. And now you decide which gap he's coming in. next to the center on either side, and they still had problems picking him up. So, and you know, if you're going to pick, you know, Dan Quinn, you give Kellen Moore a pat on the back for all the grief he took in the first game?
I do
give him a pat on the back. Yeah, for sure.
And I think that he deserves some credit on how they devised an offense that, you know, ran the ball somewhat effectively, threw the ball effectively, and were able to, you know, get their minimum of 20 points to be able to win a game.
What did change in the second half or after the first couple of touchdowns? I'm not sure that they became more conservative, and maybe it was just that Cooper Rush's throws were a little off, but it seemed like something did change in the second half where they had to punt a lot more than they did very early in the game.
Well, the first thing that took place was they had a 3-and-out, the first possession, right? After Cincinnati had an 11-play drive to kick a field goal. So they go 3-and-out, and then they have another drive for a field goal. And then the Cowboys drove all the way to the 26, right? They're going to kick a field goal at least, and they fumbled the ball away. So I don't know that you can blame that on Kellen Moore, right?
Okay. I'll blame Dalton Schultz then appropriately.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And he got hurt on that. And then on their next possession, it was another 3-and-out. You know, they had a first down. I guess it was the next 3-and-out, 17 yards, and then they had an incomplete pass, and Rush got sacked, so they had to punt. And then Cincinnati had a 19-play drive. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
19 plays. And that's when they finally scored their first touchdown. And then unfortunately, the Cowboys, again, struggled on that next possession. And then the final one, they drive their 33 yards and kick the field goal. So I think it had a little bit more to do with, you know, fewer opportunities and not getting those first downs and giving the ball back to Cincinnati, which kind of hogged the ball. Gosh, that 19-play drive must have been, it felt like it was an eternity. I was going to say it was 10 minutes. It was right at 9 minutes. They had the ball 9 minutes.
Well, while we're talking about the defense, and this is not a problem for the Cowboys alone, I feel like you see it again and again. The Cowboys got hit with 2 penalties for the unnecessary roughness on the sliding quarterback.
Why did you do hand quotes when you said that? You didn't believe it? You didn't buy into it?
I guess I am not a huge proponent of, I get that you got to protect the quarterback, but I didn't think he was like down and like had set the ball on the ground and then somebody just threw their body into him. And the way they acted was like, oh my God, that's one of the most egregious things I've ever seen. I was like, was it? Or was it like a half a second away for somebody trying to make a football play? What are your general thoughts on
I agree with that. And I think throughout the league, they were getting a way too ticky-tack on those 15-yard personal fouls. Like the one they picked up the flag.
Yes.
Why'd the flag ever go down? Were they watching? Because he came in, the guy was trying to catch the ball, and you're coming in flying to make a tackle, and you hit him with your shoulder pad, and it was below the head. So why did you throw it in the first place? So take away that roughing call on Barr, they don't kick a field goal, right? Because that drive was over with. And then their other field goal, Cincinnati doesn't kick if they don't get the neutral zone infraction on the punt. When it was 4th and 4, they picked up 5 yards and they proceeded to go and kick another field goal. So from a defensive standpoint, you know, they were pretty darn good. They should have, really only given up, 11 points?
Yeah. Yeah, and that's why, yet again, Kevin, Dan Quinn gets not, you know,
I'm not discrediting that whatsoever. I'm very happy that Dan Quinn is, as I feel like most Cowboys fans are. Do your days get jumbled and confused this week now as we move to Monday Night Football? Will that throw off your concept of what day is actually happening?
It'll throw out our concept, too, on what day and what time I'm on, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, yeah.
And we haven't seen the schedule, if they're going to give them an extra day off or, and how will they practice? Will it be normal and get an extra practice, or will they go Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then travel on Sunday to New York for a night game? So, stay tuned on that one, because the only thing it might jumble is if they have a full day on Saturday, meaning the Friday that they don't practice. Maybe they don't practice on Saturday, but McCarthy does his press conference on Saturday like he does on Friday.
Right.
So we will be adjusting this week for sure.
The cornerback play was pretty interesting to me yesterday. I presume that both the pass rush and the cornerbacks were hand in hand. Every time we ask a defensive player, they're like, "Oh no, absolutely, I need those guys back there," or the other way around there. But Diggs' big play at the end of the game. And the fact that he pretty much anytime was locked up with Chase, he had him.
Yeah, and they didn't do that often. Towards the end of the game, I think he was somewhat locked up on him, but not that much. And you know what? And this kind of proves my theory that the best way to stop these top wide receivers is get to the quarterback. You make life difficult on the quarterback, and that's what holds down these wide receivers that gain 1,000 yards and catch 90 balls to a reasonable amount. I mean, Jamar Chase, what did he have? Five catches for, what was it, 54 yards? The longest was 17.
Yeah.
That's a win. However you decided to cover him, right? It was a combination, play sides. I had somebody tell me on Friday over here that's like, oh my gosh, they're just going to put Jamar Chase on Anthony Brown and it's going to be lights out. And I said, well, what do you mean? I said, Anthony Brown's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, and so they kind of held their own and played their sides. And, their top two receivers had 11 catches for 125 yards. You'll take that. And it was one touchdown. And, it took a really nice play for Higgins to get the touchdown. But one touchdown. That's one touchdown in what, each of the last two games?
I'll take it.
Yeah.
So, I think, but you're right. Quinn, he does a good job of taking his strengths and finding the weakness on that offense. And you knew it was going to be the offensive tackles, right? And you saw why that they let La'el Collins go.
Yes, I did.
Am I right?
Yes, you are.
I don't want everybody to say, well, La'el Collins left. No, they decided that Terrence Steele was better than La'el Collins. And he needed much help over there to survive as he was lining up 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, trying to get an extra step on everybody.
He was on the field, though. That's a win.
Yeah,
for
he
them.
was. He was. He was almost in the backfield is where he was.
Yeah, man. Just what is great about
he wasn't in the bathroom peeing.
What is great about a day like today is if you're looking at Twitter, it's just constant updates on Micah Parsons abusing him, throughout that
God,
game.
I love that.
And Mickey, if you keep watching it, it's a DeMarcus Ware move where he gets you outside, goes inside, and then uses the right hand to just push you down, and La'el Collins fell for it every time, man.
Well, yeah, and so if they want to put that tight end over there, he's not going to go to the outside all the time and just run into a double team, right? He'll hit the tackle and spin inside, right? And if the guard's not paying attention or he's not, fleet of foot, he'll just push the guy out of the way. It's rather amazing. I think one of the stats the Cowboys PR team came up with, his 18 sacks
in 17 games. Is that what it was?
Yeah,
or 17 in 18
however
games.
Whatever it was the most since they kept sacks. Became an official stat since 1982.
Wow!
And think about the pass rushers that we've seen come through since then. So that kind of puts in perspective what he's actually doing out there, kind of controlling that defense. And now everybody's got to say, okay, what do we do at number 11? And I remember, and I'm not patting myself on the back.
You should.
Well, maybe I am. when he was coming out, and everybody, a bunch of people were saying we can't draft a linebacker that
I'm
high.
one of those people. I'll admit it.
And I said, well, okay, what if he's not just a linebacker? What if he's Lawrence Taylor?
Yeah.
And somebody said, oh, you want to go there? And I said, well, okay, we'll see. Well,
here we are.
It's looking pretty good for you, Mickey. It really is.
So he's awfully special, and his motor runs. I mean, it's unbelievable. Did you see his quote towards the end of his session?
Was it about the hyenas?
No, this
and
was
10
about
hyenas?
going to chapel.
Oh no!
And he called whoever was leading the chapel. He called him the chapel man.
Chapel, I like it.
Okay,
the chapel man. And he said something about he was talking about you're going to get test to reach your testimony. And we're going through this storm right now, but there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and we're headed in the right direction. And I just looked at it and I said, does he sit there and think this stuff up, or does it just come out? You know, he didn't call him the
new
chaplain.
Yogi Berra.
Yeah, he didn't call him the chaplain. He called him the chapel man.
Chapel man.
Thank you very much, good sir. Let's chat again tomorrow.
We're going to call him the rush man.
Ooh, I like that. There you go.
We already have one. He's number 10.
Good. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com every day right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, though, we need to get a betting with Bassick update. Plus, is this man a gambling genius or a fool?
Oh.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I know normally we do shout-outs on Fridays, but wanted to shout out our very own Chris Arnold. Today is his birthday, so happy birthday to Chris Arnold.
I need to do whatever he's doing. Because
Yeah,
I think he's getting closer to 80, and he looks like he's 30.
God, I don't. He's not that. He's not.
No, he's
close.
like, I think he's way older than 50. I'll bet you a whole bunch of money.
26.
That's what he looks like.
He does look like that. It's incredible.
Reggie, do you know how old CA is?
I just know he's older than me. That's
Does
all.
anybody know? Is it one of those like big mysteries that nobody
he started
knows?
when FM radio started.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
God. I did not know this was going to turn into Basic's roast of CA.
No, I don't know. I think he's like 60, but I don't know his real
I'm
age.
looking up on his Facebook page right now.
He's in the Hall of Fame. He probably has a Wikipedia.
Okay. Now, do you want to? Yeah, he did. Do you want to go right to the Betting with Basic update, or do you want me to ask you a betting question? And if this person is a genius or a fool?
Yeah, ask me, you fart head, because you keep winning.
All right. What's the update?
Oh, you're gonna make. I was gonna say the fun stuff.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Because the update is you never lose.
Thanks.
Never lose.
Thanks, Mike. All right. So this guy, I think it was all on college football. I looked at all the bets. I'm almost positive it was all on college football. He made a 25-team parlay.
That sounds really stupid.
All right.
There's no way you can pick 25 games in a row, right?
Isn't there? He bet $7.16.
Wait, why
if you're
that
on a
particular
25-team parlay, you're going to get $1 million freaking bucks if you get this right.
And that is exactly the reason, because it would cash out, I believe, right at $1 million or just a little bit above $1 million. A $7.16-team parlay. Bet some standards: Indiana, Baylor, Oklahoma, Michigan, Syracuse. Win. Bet some over-unders. Bet some Georgia, UCLA on the money line. Some Rutgers. Win. He gets to 10 wins. He gets to 15 wins.
He still needs 10 more.
He gets to 20 wins.
He still needs 5 more, Corey.
He gets to 21, 22, 23.
Don't tell me.
So did he watch all these games, or did he just keep track on his app?
I was looking at, some of them are going on simultaneously, so he would need Reggie/Elvis's TV setup to make it happen. Now, here's where the question comes in.
So he needs 2 more?
He needs 2 more.
What are the last 2 games?
Yeah, what are the 2 bets?
The last 2 games.
Where are they?
Michigan State versus Washington.
Hopefully.
He took the over at 56.5, and he also bet on the Texas A&M and Miami game.
Did he bet at Texas A&M?
I'm not going to tell you the answer to that just yet. My question is, you hit on 23 of the 25. He was offered, off his $7.19 bet, 16-cent bet, $252,000.
Take it.
And how much could he have won?
$1 million.
Take
Or
it.
still could if he didn't take
it's a
it.
$7 ticket for $1 million.
You're guaranteed $252,000.
But you could have $750,000 more than that.
That's why you're
off
poor.
a $7
Oh
ticket.
my God, Mike.
Off a $7 ticket. No.
It's 16 cents.
You're not taking it?
I came to this to gamble.
Okay. Reggie, are you taking the cash out? Or are you
gambling.
letting it roll?
Yeah, this is gambling, and this is why I can't get myself in that headspace. I don't do that.
Okay.
He stupidly gets no money.
He did, in fact,
He hit on all 25.
take the guarantee cash.
Smart.
At $252,000.
But
Mike says smart. Game number 24. Washington versus Michigan State. Over under of 56.5. He took the over. Final score 39-28. That is an over under of 67. That would have been number 24, correct. Texas A&M versus Miami. He took
The Aggies, the fighting Aggies of Texas A&M.
Texas A&M -6.5. They won 17-9. That, my friends, would have been
$1 million.
successful. So whoever bought the ticket off of
Got
him,
$1 million.
they cashed the rest of it.
Everybody
so
wins.
It is
Yeah,
it is an
everybody wins.
interesting split decision where Mike's guaranteed $252,000 off of a $7 bet is successful. But let me ask you this, Mike. If you saw, or when you saw, because you know you're looking, that the rest of it cashed out, are you mad at yourself, or are you like, I still did the right thing?
You're disappointed because you're obviously leaving money on the table there, but you got money for nothing. So you're happy. It's kind of like one of those things. Yeah, hey, I sold a $150,000 Tom Brady card for $2,000. But I bought
You're
it.
pissed about that all the time, Mike.
But I did buy that card for $110. So I did make approximately $1,900 off of that card. I didn't know that he was going to keep winning Super Bowls starting in 2015. I thought his career was over.
By the way, I did find out
TB12.
Chris Arnold's age.
Okay.
All right.
Go ahead.
And Corey, I was going to say, I feel like you were vindicated as well because you wrote it out and you would have won.
I would have gotten $1 million. Actually, 999,900.
No, it was like just a touch above $1 million. So you would have had $1 million.
You have to pay taxes. It's not even worth it.
July
That is such a weird take.
July 7th, 2020. In the GarlandJournal.com, Kevin, they wrote a story and they said Arnold, who turned 62 in September. So I'm going to need your help doing math here. This was in 2020.
64?
He was turning 62, and I guess it's been 2 years since, so he's 64.
Did you say I guess?
Up.
Well, I mean, according to Kevin's math, yeah.
Okay.
When do you start collecting Social Security? He's already doing that, or was it 65? I don't even know.
I don't know.
I know that I can start collecting pension in baseball. Like, I can do it now,
His
but
energy is insane. He's in fantastic shape all the time.
God, he is in fantastic shape, man. 64.
And he always has a joke.
Allegedly.
He'll
tell us
allegedly.
if that's wrong. He's like, y'all better
No,
stop.
he's already confirmed.
Oh, okay.
All right. There.
All right. Okay. I know you yelled and said I never stop winning. It's interesting that you're like, I would let it go, but you're down $80 now and you were like caught up on that. I feel like if you would have cashed that ticket for $252,000 instead of $1 million, you would have stuck with it forever.
Hey, I thought the Cowboys were going to lose by 11 points. They did not lose.
No.
It was a 7-point spread. I thought I picked 24-13 Cincinnati. I felt pretty good about that one. I was wrong. Cowboys win that game. I lose. You felt good about Detroit covering that 1-point spread, and they covered it pretty easily for the most part. I know Washington made a nice run there, but I picked Baltimore. Or sorry, I didn't pick Baltimore. I picked Miami, so I got a win there. That's a loss for Corey, so you couldn't do anything about that. But then,
what a sweat for that game, though.
That's crazy.
We'll talk about that game a little bit more in a minute.
I did think I was going at that point. I was losing that game, but didn't lose it because Tua T. Tank for Tua is working out.
Yeah, like we all predicted.
And then you picked Jacksonville +3. They were an underdog, and they won 24-0. So I expect that 12-5 Jacksonville Jaguars team to work out just fine. But you did win money off of my Jags. I just know.
Were you conflicted because of that?
Not conflicted. I was happy they won. I want them to win.
Yeah.
That's my team. That's the team where you go, I'm following a horrible franchise, a horrible team, but they took a super stud quarterback, and I really hope that it ends up working out. So I'm very happy they won. Corey and I, we're even for the year. You haven't lost yet. So you're 4-0. But maybe I do what Gavin did. Gavin bet $40 on Dallas. So he went from losing his first 3 games to really making it up right there. And then Eric Chiafalo, he's 0-2 so far, but he's only betting $5 a game.
Piece.
Yeah, he can't figure out the Patriots. He's 0-2 against the Patriots.
He keeps trying. He's like,
I got the Patriots, bet against the Patriots.
That's a dangerous thing. Is once a team screws you over, you want to bet against them, and then they screw you over again.
I am now 0-2 on my Colts predictions of this is their year. This is their year that they put it all together. I'm deciding it's not necessarily the quarterback. It might be Frank Reich. Maybe he's not that guy because I am.
It's not looking like it is the Colts year.
The year of the cat.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I cannot wait to see what kind of response and if it's angry or not. Do some fans owe the Cowboys an apology over some of these personnel moves that are working out just fine? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Finish it up. Parsons was out of the lineup. He's come back in, standing up on the left side. 3 men down. Parsons rushing. Burrow back. Flushed out by Parsons. Sacked by Parsons at the 32-yard line.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Dallas Cowboys are victorious 20-17 over the, at least for thus far this season, I feel like we can go back to calling them the Bungles. Just for now.
Dude. I feel bad. My agent came into town from Cincinnati and brought all his friends in because the Bengals are finally good at football again and they wanted to travel here. They love Texas. They love, going to Ranger games, being baseball agent. But he's like, yeah, I want to go to a football game at AT&T Stadium and the Bengals, and then they lost.
Now, and this, I'm really fascinated to see the direction people go with this because, sometimes we have a hard time owning up to our mistakes, but do you think that any Cowboys fans owe the organization an apology for some of these personnel moves? Because the 3 in particular that obviously came up time and time again, Lyle Collins, Amari Cooper, and Randy Gregory. Now, Randy Gregory is complex because he has no sacks, but he also has a couple of forced fumbles, which is clearly a huge impact on the game. But the guy they always shout out, the Jones family always shouts out, Dorrance Armstrong, does have 2 sacks thus far this year. Amari Cooper was not a part of any relevant part of the game in week 1, and then he dropped the onside kick that would have secured the win for Cleveland yesterday, and Lyle Collins is not good.
Don't leave out that Amari Cooper also had 9 for 101 on 10 targets for a touchdown.
No, he definitely did, which was awesome. But then
too.
The one catch he needed to make to win the game, he couldn't do. But I hear what you're saying.
That defense could have done something too. But you're right. Yeah. I just want to make sure we give I see where you're going with this because I believe, was it Jerry, when you asked him, you believe that was that about this specific?
I mean, in part because
I asked him very similar. I asked Steven very similar face to face in Oxnard.
And Amari Cooper, I think, is the more complex of the bunch because I got that argument way more. Like, I didn't particularly understand the Lyle Collins argument. Like, how could you let him go? And I'm like, well, he's not that great, and he misses a lot of time for not football reasons. And so that one I didn't understand. Amari Cooper I understood more because he had shown to be like a quality player despite, I know, the consistency that annoyed the Joneses. So I'm just asking today, when you see that Lyle Collins, probably not that, you're probably not worse off without him. Dorrance Armstrong has been just fine, and clearly Amari Cooper is the more complicated of the bunch. Do you think anybody has some apologies today?
I mean,
this is the best franchise.
Like, what are you doing over here right now?
Don't think that, but
I think there are a lot of people that do. A lot of people out there that do. I agree. I think I'm with you. I agreed on the Collins thing immediately. Somebody pointed at me on some point, and they were like, "Yeah, you need to fess up on your Amari Cooper thing." I was like, "Man, I actually was okay with that one too."
Yeah.
Did I hate that it was a 5th round pick? Not as much as some people.
I hated that the Cowboys let everyone in the world know that they were going to move away from him, thus destroying your bargaining positioning.
For the point of, is the CeeDee Lamb experiment working? It worked better this week than it did the first week. And I also,
but you still wouldn't hate to have Amari Cooper.
I'd love to, yeah. But I also look at the CeeDee Lamb thing right now, and I'm like, okay, was he listening to Jerry? Because Jerry was like, you got to fight through some of these things. You got to go be the guy. And, to be quite honest, one of the criticisms of the wide receiver room heading into this season was y'all need to be alphas. And there needs to be a personality in this room that is an alpha. And CD, you're going to have to grow up because you're the guy. If you want that payment, if you want to, cash that check, you got to prove that you're it. And so the experiment right now is he had 11 targets, 7 catches, 75 yards.
And Corey, there's one thing that that if you came out to the 407 or Bartonville store, myself, you, Bobby, had a lot of conversations with folks. And one of the things that we discussed was like, there was a lot of pressure heaped on CeeDee Lamb this season. Some of that he did himself. And there is a question to be asked of, like, if that got to him in week 1 and if maybe that somewhat dissipated or, lessened for week 2, where now he feels himself a slightly bit more comfortable and you see a difference. I don't know.
You're saying people couldn't hear Bobby's opinions?
No,
everybody. People driving by Bartonville could hear his opinions. I have no doubt
Hey,
about
man,
that.
you get a little litty, and things kind of go that way a little bit. But it was fun. It was a blast, man. And we got more of them coming up, by the way. We got a couple more of these tours that I'm looking forward to.
I mean, I love it, too, because they've been bringing the food up here, and it's freaking incredible.
You just wait.
From the 940, no apology just yet, because it's one game. From the 214, like LeVar Ball, no apologies. I never lost. And then from the 940, I figured we'd start to move back in this direction. No, they owe us an apology for 26 years of failure.
Oh, okay.
That is the assumption I was going to make. So the only reason I'm asking this question is because for everyone who's saying it was just one game, I just want to let you know how many texts, emails, things on social media we got after one game saying that the Cowboys were the stupidest thing in the world because they let go of X, Y, and Z. So I was just curious if when you see it work on the flip side, if you're like, okay, well, that might have been an overreaction.
I think Jerry's probably sitting I am very interested to know that after the game, was he walking around downstairs going, that Lyle Collins thing, how's that working out? It feels like he kind of was walking around with the crotch first feel on that one. And I like just the way that Micah Parsons made him look, it was exhausting for that. But I will say this: our friend Kajana Carter tweeted this out.
Not actual Kajana Carter.
Right. He's the Bengals guy.
Okay.
He said Zach Taylor made the Cowboys D look really good yesterday.
Oh, whoa.
And
I don't know.
He's a Bengals fan, right?
Yeah.
So what's he doing? He's critical of his team today.
Yeah.
That being said, I think the Cowboys defense made itself look good because I think that's 2 games in a row where they've looked really good, and I think they have the talent on that side of the ball. But as Cowboys fans, you're going to be critical of your team the same way. Those things happen, and you're critical every single week. People are going to be critical of at least 3 players that aren't with the team. Nobody cares about Connor Williams, but they're going to be very critical about
Connor.
that thing. And I think that, Kevin, each week we could probably do this, but the end of the year, let's go ahead and reassess this one more time. But 2 weeks in, I love overreactions, and there's some people overreacting on the fan text, and I'm okay with that.
And I do see, because I get what Corey is saying, is because sometimes I wonder, and I know Mike talks about this, I think you would agree, sometimes a tiny bit more aggressively, is sometimes I do wonder when people hear the show if they're not listening or if they just get confused, because some people were like, see, Tony Pollard just scored, and all you guys ever talk about is how we need to run Zeke nonstop. And I was like,
who said that?
What?
When has Mike ever said that?
Are you thinking of a different
Mike has never
Mike
said
McCarthy?
that. No, Mike. No, when I say Mike, I'm talking about you, Mike Bassick. No, you've never said, hey, this whole offseason, it was never, hey, we should run Tony Pollard less. Everybody on this show is like, we know what we need to do.
I was wrong on this, but I felt like, it almost really did happen. I said, I think Tony Pollard's going to score the first touchdown for the Dallas Cowboys.
And for a second, he did.
I said a long run, like a 30 to 50 yard run type of situation, and he did get it really close, then punched it in the next play after a 75-minute review. I will say, when you do watch the game again, it's nice that you don't have to wait for 47 minutes for them to decide it wasn't a touchdown and they can mark the ball on the 1 yard line.
That is very true. Now, I don't mean this as my wife will tell you she is not the most avid football fan in the world. I know there are lots of women who know lots and lots and lots about sports. My mom taught me everything I need to know about sports, but my wife always uses herself as an example, and she says, if I know that, why don't they know that? And one of them was Tony Pollard. When he ran, she goes, how long has he been on the team? And I was like, quite a while. And she goes, I feel like maybe, does he not get used a lot? And I was like, oh man,
not enough.
You just hit on what gets talked about all the time. She also threw out when, I think it was either obviously Romo or Nance, was like, oh, once again, the Cowboys get penalized a lot. And she said something to the effect of it. She's like, oh, yeah, well, hey, guess what? If I know that, the announcers know that, wouldn't you think the Cowboys would know to stop committing so many penalties? And I was like, that's a great point. I feel like they know.
Why is she not on the show?
That's a good point.
My wife doesn't watch football at all, or sports really in general, except for our kids. And so after last night playing some baseball games, 14-year-old baseball, is we were at Chili's and the Packers game was on, and then they were showing highlights, and Tom Brady came on in his post-game press conference, and she said he needs to eat a cheeseburger.
Oh,
he does look a little emaciated, man.
Yeah, it looks like he's been on.
He's sad.
It looks like he's been on the show alone for about 30 days, where you're really vitamin deficient and you haven't had enough food.
Oh no,
that's what she was saying about Tom Brady and his face.
Okay, I mean, I would like him to quit playing football, but I don't want anything physically poor to happen.
Well, she was hoping that he starts eating food because it looks like he hasn't been eating food this offseason.
Yeah, because he's sad.
Well, and he has a method, that he's really he's sticking to.
You said he's a meth head?
No, he has a method.
Oh,
the TB12 method. Isn't that what it's called?
And yeah, I mean, yes, not the other part of it.
Yeah, we want to be very clear about that.
From the 228, because like that, I think this would be a great example. Maybe we could do this when we do the call-in show with Jerry. It's like fans will call in and apologize for something, and then you apologize for something. And it'll be like, hey, we would like to apologize for doubting Cooper Rush. And then he apologizes for firing Jimmy. Like, we'll just kind of go back and forth like that.
He'll never apologize for that.
Oh, yeah. No, I know
There are
for
two
sure.
things that I can guarantee you never. He'll never sell the team. He will never apologize for Jimmy.
He'll never put Jimmy in the Ring of Honor either.
Well, yeah, that's...
and
he said he would, though.
Yeah. He didn't understand the question.
Because here's how it goes from the 228. No, I need first for them to apologize for paying Dak $40 million. And
my
you knew that discussion was going to come up at some point. We're going to try to avoid it as long as possible. From the 817, me and my friends owe no apologies. The only things we complained about were Cooper and Gregory, and those mistakes are still huge and unjustifiable. I don't know if you can say they're
and
huge
somebody,
and unjustifiable.
somebody did say, well, the only problem with letting Cooper go is that you didn't go get a real NFL receiver to replace him with.
Right.
And I think that they thought, well, we're going to take the hit. Having three receivers like we have with Gallup, Cooper, and CeeDee Lamb is a luxury. And not every team has that luxury. And so we think that CeeDee Lamb is going to replace that production. That's like the mentality that I think they were going into it with. We don't have to replace that.
Question then, it would be unprecedented. Can we go ahead and trade for Cedric Wilson? Because the Dolphins already clearly don't need him. So let's just get him
I got
back.
a concern, Mike, about Tolbert.
Well, how about this? I'm going to be positive Mike right here.
I love it.
You start playing next week with Michael Gallup. I think Monday night, Michael Gallup makes his debut for the season. So all of these things that are happening right now, and Noah Brown had a great game. Great game from Noah Brown yesterday. But
sign him his contract.
Everybody is going to take a step back. So before we talk about Tolbert, Michael Gallup, I think, is going to be your number 2 receiver starting Monday night. So that should help out the wide receiver situation. James Washington was signed to be your number 3. I don't know when he's coming back. Week 6. I don't know.
He's on PUP, so he's out for
But I do think that the wide receiver situation, yes, Amari Cooper's better than obviously Michael Gallup, better than Cedric Wilson, better than Noah Brown. But you do get Michael Gallup back starting next week, so that should help. And to Tolbert, I think of him as this. I don't know if he's going to be good or not. Think of him as a redshirt wide receiver.
I hope so.
Is that he's going to get time. He's probably going to get maybe even a little less time now that Noah Brown had his game and Michael Gallup's coming back. But with injuries, it could push him back into the lineup more. But take Tolbert as a redshirt year, really hoping that he shows promise at the second half of this year and then going into next year. Because I'll be positive about him. There's no reason to say after 2 weeks, he's from a small school, not ready to play NFL football, and it doesn't mean he's going to be bad at it. I know he's probably not going to be Gabriel Davis. But, I mean, it does sometimes take time for a guy to develop.
Shouting yourself out while trying to be complimentary of the Cowboys.
He's no Laviska Shenault.
Just watch my Gaby tonight.
Oh, my God.
Is that what?
Don't.
He's my Gaby. My blankie.
Yeah. You better watch it. All right, so my new
his name's Gabe, but
okay.
He's like his pet project is Baby, but this is Gaby. I get it.
My new segment idea going forward is going to be, what do you want to apologize to the Cowboys for if they apologize in return? And so, they'll apologize for one thing, but the Cowboys have to apologize for something in return.
I have 2 things I really kind of I want them to apologize to me for at this
as much
point.
as Jerry has apologized.
I want them to apologize, obviously, for the curtains not being up, for one.
Never going to happen.
But also, the heck, man, This stadium is a freaking circus. This thing now, like,
Did they lower the scoreboard?
Yeah,
did they lower it and forget to raise it? Did they lower it down for a concert and forgot to pull it up 10 feet?
They're like, oh, we got to pull the rope here. My bad.
Oh, man, we had the NCAA basketball tournament or something. And then they're like, lower it for the basketball fans. They're like, hey, did anybody raise it up?
I don't know how many other stadiums, how many other fan bases are sitting there going, our stadium's stupid. Why? Why is it like this?
Also, replay, I feel like did they just not get the CBS angle when that punt clearly hit the board, and they're like, well, we couldn't tell. Break for the Cowboys. It's like, great, let's just go. Don't punt it again. We got the ball inside the 20. Let's just go.
Finally, they're doing their job in New York in the NFL and going, let's give the Cowboys some breaks here.
Yes.
We need them.
That's the biggest secret to our success this year. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, in the noon o'clock hour, we will talk with Stephen Jones and give away a 4-pack of tickets to the Rangers season finale against Aaron Judge and the Yankees, which could be historical. Coming up next, though, was this quarterback battle actually better than Herbert Mahomes? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Okay.
Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades and is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when that one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Back to throw, looking, steps up, fires, touchdown again! It's Waddle! Touchdown! Oh my gosh, Tua looked around and came back to Waddle. What a throw and catch with 14 seconds left.
K&C masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Clearly going into week 2, the biggest quarterback matchup was Mahomes and Herbert. I'm not saying these players are better, but can we all agree to start things off that matchup ended up being better?
I didn't get to watch any of that game. Saw obviously a lot of the highlights. There were tons of stats there. I mean, Lamar Jackson, 9 carries for 199 yards. Going off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure
that is correct. You didn't get to see, you just saw the highlights?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mike,
my God.
This is one I would go back and watch. Like,
It's
I know you like to go
amazing.
back and watch 1977 football. Like, this is one of those I would say, go check out the second half of this, because was it, you said a 200-yard and 199 and 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter for Tua?
Which is
insane.
Yeah.
So, and then Lamar breaks off the 79-yard touchdown. Like, there's so many good moments in that game.
Do you want to start with the team that, actually won then?
I don't even remember which one.
Miami won.
Like, I just keep playing.
Interest in this.
I just wanted them to keep playing.
All right.
I bet that game, so I was really happy with the comeback.
Well, I bet you were. Here's how unlikely that comeback was. Per Elias Sports, the last 754 teams, including the playoffs, that had a 21-point lead or more going into the fourth quarter
won the
game.
Oh, okay.
The last time it happened and that team did not win was in 2010.
It was the Cowboys.
It was not the Cowboys.
It always seems like we're on the end of that
that is true.
Tony Romo trying to keep his buddy still in the NFL. He's like, hey, Bobby Carpenter, here's a pick.
That was a super weird thing. Now, my question to go along with all these stats is, do you feel like you're going to start to believe in Tua, or do you think people have already made up their mind and he can win in spite of that?
No, I think that people probably today, I haven't checked, I bet they're buying Tua cards. I bet people are going, because, remember, he was supposed to be tank for Tua. I know Burrow ended up having the great year.
But going into it, that's tank for Tua.
Tua's it. He's going to be great. He's going to be the franchise-changing guy that you want. And obviously the hip injury hurt him quite a bit. His first 2 years in the NFL have not been impressive at all. But I think now having Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, now it's very different than Randy Moss and Chris Carter. They're different receivers, different body structures, different game today. But we saw how Randy Moss and Chris Carter, no offense to Jeff George and Randall Cunningham and Dante Culpepper, very average quarterbacks at best if you want to be nice to them without those two receivers. But those two receivers made those 3 quarterbacks look awesome. And so if Tua T is going to play the next 5+ years with those 2 guys, maybe he's just going to be awesome by giving them the ball and saying, you run fast, please.
Now, the very first text you see on this from the 214, it was the receivers that made Tua look better than he was.
I agree.
All right. I want to hear more about that in just 1 second, because I
mean, he had to make the throw to them.
Yeah.
But watching those receivers do some very special things.
And I think that's fair. Like, there's a couple times I was watching Jalen Waddle. I was like, good night. That is incredible. But check out some of these stats for Tua. They're amazing. Tua is the second quarterback in Dolphins history to throw for 400+ yards and 5+ touchdowns in a game. The other one, Brian Grease. No, I'm just kidding. It was obviously Dan Marino. Tua is also now 8-1 versus Super Bowl winning head coaches, which is the highest winning percentage in NFL history. And then here's my bizarre stat of the day for you. Quarterbacks with 6 or more touchdowns in a game since 2015. Patrick Mahomes. Sure, that makes sense.
I've heard of him.
And then the other 2 are Tua and Mitch Trubisky.
Heck yeah. As I told you guys.
With all that,
we always knew that about Mitch.
Is there anything that you think then, Corey, since you said the receivers as well, which I totally get?
By the way, Tua cards on myslabs.com did get bought up quite a bit this morning and last night.
I mean, I have to assume if you're going off of just what happened and you always have new information, is that Tua cards skyrocket or bump up and Trey Lance cards plummet, like just in the immediate aftermath of that game. Corey, do you think there's anything that could happen then that you would get to the point where you're like, you know what, man, Tua's badass? Or do you think it'll always kind of default to, he's good enough, but those receivers are badass?
817, Tua has to have an absolutely loaded team to succeed, which is every GM's job, is to try and make sure that your team is absolutely loaded. Like, you want to be the team that's stacked with the best free agents, the best draft picks. Like, that's what you're trying to do. So I don't think that, like, that's any indignation on Tua. Like, that's not his fault that this team is really stacked. And that, listen to Mike McDaniel talk about getting Tua that day, and he was like, the Tyreek that day, and he was like, hold on, Tyreek wants to come to us? Yeah, let me have a conversation with this guy immediately. So, like, that's part of the thing, is you want to give your guy the best tools to be successful. There were still a couple of plays where the throws were a little under, but those guys, Tyreek's so fast. He's going to outrun everything unless it's Mahomes, in my opinion. But he still had a couple of those moments. But he delivered, man. Like, there's 22 catches between two receivers. They decided we have Baltimore, we have what they're putting out there beat today, and we're going to pick on it, and we're going to take advantage of it. And then Waddle's catch in the end zone, Kevin, that was the game winner, I believe. Like, he looked like he floated in the air for like an hour on that catch. They are exceptional receivers, and I think that he definitely benefited from the fact that they were able to get, on many occasions, wide open.
This just shows how amazing this performance was, because at first when I read it, I think this is another Elias one. I was like, wow, the first ever, that's incredible. And then I was like, well, this is a pretty specific stat. This was the first game in NFL history where a quarterback threw for 6 touchdowns and had 2 wide receivers who each had more than 170 yards receiving. I was like, wow, incredible. And then I was like, well, I guess it's not that surprising, because it was incredible. Like, if you have 11 catches for 171 yards and 2 touchdowns, guess how many categories that led? None for the Dolphins, because he got matched in catches, touchdowns, and had fewer yards than Tyreek Hill. That is how, that offensive onslaught went.
It's interesting thinking about those 2 wide receivers. I know you're talking about Tua T, and by the way, I mean, he could have like a Randall Cunningham year. I know that Randall Cunningham was older with the Vikings, but I mean, it could be just one of those.
Great that year.
Yeah, just one of those things where these 2 receivers make a average or pretty good quarterback into arguably the best quarterback of the year. And where I'm going with this is, on Thursday Night Football, last Thursday, not Kansas City and LA, but LA and Buffalo, we talked about, and they play tonight, we talked about Diggs and Davis. Is that the best 1-2 receiver combination in the NFL? And then we're talking about this game, and then we get to Hill and Waddle, and you're probably like, maybe those guys are better. But I mean, I don't know. Is there another group after watching Chase and Higgins? As much as we love them, they only have like 1 second to get open. So that's going to be tough for them this year to match those 2.
Yeah, because they would still be in my mix, but I hear what you're saying about in terms of this season.
And then we get to see Thielen and Jefferson tonight too in Minnesota. So I just think of this, is Waddle Hill by far right now after yesterday? I know it's 2 weeks into the season. Are you going, that's the best 1-2 receiver combination?
I think so. And one of the reasons I will continue on that is the McDaniel is exceptional at creating an offense that gets great yards after catch.
Yeah.
Go look at last year. Why did Deebo Samuel have such a good season last year? Yards after catch. George Kittle, yards after catch. Like, those are huge factors, because Mike, this goes to leading your receiver into the route.
Yeah.
And they create those spaces of, once it gets to this place, now my receiver, as long as he has secured the ball, should be able to take off for big yards. Who are the 3 leaders in yards after catch this season? Austin Eckler with 119 is number 1. Jalen Waddle's number 2 with 116, and Tyreek Hill is number 3 with 104. So, like, when they get the ball in their hands, they take off, either because they have defeated wherever the safety is, they're beyond them, or because in the route they find that seam that creates a lot of space.
And not to be lost in all of this, which is why I wanted to say what an incredible matchup this was. Lamar Jackson has a staggering amount of positive stats coming out of this game as well. Lamar Jackson is the first player in NFL history with a 75-plus yard touchdown pass and a 75-plus rushing touchdown in a game, which makes sense. That is whatever the next level of explosive play is, that's what that is. And he did both of them in the same game. Whoa. And also, that's how excited I am about this game. And then also, Lamar Jackson, he now has 3 games with 3 passing touchdowns or more and 100 rushing yards or more. In the rest of the history of football, it's been done 6 times.
By one person?
No, by everyone else combined ever.
Oh, wow. No, I know they're 1-1 because they lost the game.
Yeah, they did. This is this loss hurts.
And now the one thing that they can look at is Cincinnati looks horrible this year. And I shouldn't say horrible. They just look underwhelming after 2 weeks, losing to Mitch Trubisky and Cooper Rush, if you want to put it that way, if you're a Cincinnati fan.
Man, that makes it feel worse.
Yeah, and then you have Mitch Trubisky in Pittsburgh until they switch to rookie quarterback, which doesn't make them sound that threatening. And then you look at Cleveland, who are going to have to play 11 games until they get Deshaun Watson back, who we'll get to it probably later, blow probably a worse lead than
they did.
They did really bad right there. So
I'm surprised you didn't already switch to that vernacular before then.
But looking at Baltimore, and look, as a fan, what I'm doing is as a fan, not as a player or a coaching staff who just kind of lost a game like they just did, is, God, our division, which has been a beast for a good decade now with Pittsburgh, and every once in a while you'd have Cincinnati with Andy Dalton. They would win 10 games.
Yeah.
So, you might think of them as a playoff threat, but they would win quite a few regular season games. They might look at it and go, hey, I know Cincinnati and what they did last year, but our division looks pretty good for the taking.
That is an interesting take.
Nobody respects Lamar Jackson, so I don't know.
It is super weird because one of the next things I see is, did you see how bad that Hail Mary pass was? Yeah, and that might have been because of him, or it might have been because he's like, what the hell am I doing back out here? Like, we were winning this game by 21 points going into the fourth quarter. Or he might have been thinking, I amounted for 437 yards of offense and 4 touchdowns and completed more than 70% of my passes.
Which also, like, when we're talking about completion, there's a advanced stat called completion percentage over expected. He was the 5th best quarterback on the day when it came to like completing over the expectation of the completions that he needed.
And that's another impressive thing. So I kind of wonder, like when we were talking about our apology segment last segment, is like people make up their mind. It is hard to change someone's mind once they've slotted something a certain place. And I wonder about that. But, for Baltimore, going into the fourth quarter, it looked like they were ready to say, hey, I know the Chiefs are good. Hey, I know the Bills are good, but don't forget about us.
And I was thinking the same thing.
And now you're like, well, whoops.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that exact thing was, oh crap, Baltimore's the team.
Yeah,
like they've arrived. They're going to show everybody, and then they give up the booty like that late. And now you have a lot of questions, but there's 15 more of them.
Sure.
And this one's one of those where they got to go, okay, that can't happen again.
One more wild thing for you. Yesterday, Lamar Jackson broke the all-time NFL record for most 100-yard rushing games by a quarterback. Michael Vick held it at 10.
And he's 24 years old?
Lamar Jackson now has 11.
I mean, he might be 25. I'm sorry.
He is 25. He turned 25 at the beginning of the year.
But I mean, isn't that the same age as Joe Burrow?
I think that is right.
Just because of when they came out in the draft. It's just one of those interesting things. He's doing all of these things. And sometimes with running quarterbacks, their careers don't last as long because they have to change their game at 30, 31, and that's very tough to do. But, man, he still should have a good another 5 years or so of being this premium. I'm not trying to take a shot at this. I don't want people to say this as a shot, and I know we got to go. Is like this unbelievable kind of high school dual threat quarterback.
Right.
Because in high school, when you're a dual threat quarterback, you can run for 100 yards and pass for 200 yards. It gets really tough to do that at an NFL level, but he seems to be able to do it at an NFL level like he's playing high school.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where the Seahawks still haven't learned to run the ball, but the team they lost to has a big problem too. We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan.
Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen.
When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it from full market value, not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Biscuits. Oh, yeah. All right,
Aaron
guys.
Judge hit home runs 58 and 59. Don't forget, we'll be giving away tickets to the Rangers season finale against the Yankees coming up in the noon hour.
Tampa football got us last week, and Tampa baseball gets us this weekend.
Now, the breaking news that just hit, I can't say it's the most surprising, is Mike Evans has been suspended.
What did he do?
I don't think. Well, he got in a fight that was instigated by Tom Brady.
Yes, that's
Yes. Tom Brady started that
He
fight.
did. He said,
He also stunk in that game. I feel like I need to get that out.
He stunk in that game and smashed a tablet that was called Passion.
Who won? Who won the game?
Jameis Winston won the game for them. We'll get to that in just 1 second. That's also a fact. Mike Evans.
Tom Brady was still the worst quarterback.
Mike Evans.
He's passing to your sister right now for wide receivers.
For one game. Mike Evans suspended for one game for the fight that caused a brief delay to that game over the weekend. And a lot of intrigue in that game because going into it, the report was that Jameis Winston is playing with 4 fractures in his back from his L1 to his L4 vertebrae, which, I mean, that's not great.
And somehow that also was accompanied with the phrase is not going to cause more damage, which I don't, you can say that, but 4 fractures in the back, I don't believe that. It's going to cause more damage.
I'm with you. I also thought it was a weird added sentence that said he's playing in a lot of pain. And I'm like, right.
Sure.
I figured as much, but appreciate the clarification.
Hold on. So you're saying he has 4
fractures.
and Dak had 1.
What are you doing?
And
come on, man.
And a
This is
sprained
Victory Monday.
And a cramp.
And we won. We won. Look what happened. See, Jameis has fractures, decides going to play through it, loses.
You know
Dak
what?
says not playing through this, we win.
All right, you know what? If you want to bash Dak, I'll give you
not bashing
you
Dak.
all the
I'm
room
thanking
you
him.
want tomorrow
I'm
to
thanking him.
talk about Dak Prescott. How about that?
I don't know.
Not today, Corey.
It's Victory Monday, you jackhole, as Mike would say, or some variation of that. Now, it was 3-3. Then in 3 consecutive drives, Jameis threw 3 consecutive interceptions.
Baby Brady.
Bad ones at that.
And then it was 20-3. And then
Tom Brady threw a touchdown.
Yeah, he did. You know what? Hold on. No. Say that one more time. I'm going to respond in a Mike Bassick way. Say that one more time.
Oh, wow. He just knocked over his bottles at me.
Wow. This was not a headphones incident. That was an accident.
And Tom Brady had a great touchdown pass.
Oh, you know what? You're right. F me. Tom Brady's the you know what? That's exactly what you would say in that scenario.
I don't want to sleep with you just because Tom Brady threw a touchdown. Okay, Kevin?
Okay, fair enough. All right. Now, this is the definition of adding insult to injury. In the postgame, Devin White said, when Jameis left our team, everybody knows what he did last year. We feel like we had a great defense, and he threw 30 picks. We just knew he'd give us the ball. We knew it. And so...
Isn't that like that? Listen, I'm not trying to knock Tony Romo here.
Oh, my God.
But there were players on other defenses that would always say, late in the games, we know he'll give us a shot to get the ball.
I get it.
And I think that there are quarterbacks that you just kind of have the faith that at some point that's going to happen, especially if you play him right.
Yeah.
Jameis is one of those guys.
No, absolutely.
There's a lot of fun to Jameis.
Just
for
not
both teams.
Just not if he's your quarterback.
For both teams.
Well, I do think it's still fun at times, and then also he's like a steroided version of Carson Wentz in terms of the dizzying highs and lows that come along with him.
Winning's fun.
Yes, no, absolutely. All right, let's talk about winning or maybe lack thereof.
Oh, that's losing.
I think you'll know exactly who this is directed at, but anyone can feel free to respond. Geno Smith filed a trademark. They wrote me off. I ain't right back, though.
I like it. Yeah.
That was, of course, the phrase after they beat Russell Wilson and the Broncos on Monday Night Football.
That's right.
do we still think
Oh, no. The year of Geno.
that this is the year that Geno Smith puts it all together?
Hold on, have they played again already?
They did.
They lost.
I think they scored.
They did score.
They did. They
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
Not via a Geno Smith touchdown, of course, though.
That was a defensive touchdown, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Geno Smith looked in the mirror and he saw Geno Smith again, unfortunately.
He only had 6 incompletions on the day.
That's right.
All right.
That's what Geno Smith is, man.
Yeah.
Okay, but
Tyler
also
Lockett had 107
Geno Smith
yards.
led the team to 0 points.
I mean, it's the Niners.
Says you.
No, says the game. The only points they scored were on a field goal block.
This week he once again was Geno Smith.
Whoa.
All right, I don't think.
I just pronounced it differently.
No, it's with an E, so
Oh.
you can't even pronounce it that way, Mike.
There's no
Mr.
I in Geno.
English language.
There's an I in Smith.
I think it's interesting that he's like, I'm mad there's not an I in Geno, so I can point out how they say it wrong. And he actually probably says it correct.
Did he go crying and decided not to come back out because he wasn't a first round
At the
pick?
draft. It was at the draft.
My world's come to an end. Hey, dumbass, there's 6 more rounds.
See, that's it. That's how Mike talks. If you ever feel hurt by something Mike said to you, well, join the club. I have as well. Is the most famous of which, and I always remember this, is last year when I was like, well, you know what? Maybe the Cowboys defense will be like average. And you go, you know what? Fine. Maybe you're right. Maybe this will be the next coming of the doomsday defense. And I was like, that's not what I said at all.
This is, man. This is doomsday. It is really good this year. Holy cow.
It was a big day for the Lions, the Jags, and the Jets because this was the first time in 11 years those 3 teams won on the same day. Just think about how sad that is.
Wait, what was that? Say that one more time.
Lions,
The
Jets,
Lions,
and
Jags, and
Jaguars.
Jets. It had been 11 years since just those 3 teams won on the same day.
That's insane. That
It
is
is.
insane. But I guess there have been so few victories for those teams in the like the last how many years again?
11.
There've been just so few victories. I want to add it up and see what their total record has been in the last 11 years.
Well, and-
on it, I'll see y'all in a little bit.
And keep in mind, if not for, as Colby would say, Cleveland's going to Cleveland, we would not have broken this stat because the Browns, with less than 2 minutes to go, had an astonishing 99.9% win probability.
Oops.
And they were that close to getting to their first 2-0 start in 30 years.
Well, I'm very happy they didn't because I have a 6-5 or better bet with Derek Holland. He said the Browns would be 6-5 or better when Deshaun Watson came back. And I said, I don't think they will. And he said, you want to bet $100? And I said, this sounds fun. And so I was like, son of a gun, they're going to go 2-0 to start this year. And then they lost.
Is there any part of you that thinks that this is sports karma for the pregame tailgating festivities?
What did they do?
Well, they had a mannequin who
Oh,
was
my
definitely
gosh.
super
Heaven, no.
excited
Oh, my
about the situation, and they put a sign up that said, happy endings are not illegal. That was their bit. And remember,
man.
this is for a case in which the NFL arbitrator said that by their standards, 3 cases of sexual assault took place.
Yeah.
And they decided, let's do some hilarious bits about it.
That's not good.
No, people do things.
But
do.
I'm going up there. I'll go up there and
gonna
investigate.
fix it?
I'll go investigate.
I remember the first time I saw a fake private part.
Yep.
And it was because as I was walking to the Cowboy game with my dad, and let's just say about 1991 or 92, we were playing the Eagles, and this guy had a shirt on that said Eagles suck with an arrow going
Oh, my
down.
gosh.
And then he pulled up like a towel, and then it was a fake thing. And I was like,
dear.
oh, that's not his real thing as
Nope.
a fake thing. And then that's when I found out what it starts with a D and ends with an O.
Yes.
A dough was.
Yeah.
That was the first time I saw
like
one.
that whole truck full that spilled over.
Yes.
in
Yeah,
Oklahoma
with the
on
lubricants.
Friday.
Oh, my God.
What does the segment become?
Yeah, that's a great question, Reggie. All right, let's get back to football, although
I was talking Cowboys.
you were. Is cut number 14 right here. Bad things happening for San Francisco.
Long snap. It's a handoff to Ray Ray. No, Trey kept it. Beautifully done by Trey Lance. He's so good, like Lamar Jackson in Baltimore, at holding it at the mesh point. But Ray
He's
Ray
hurt.
took it wide,
Trey's
and then
hurt.
Trey's down.
Yep.
Trey's on his back. as he took the handoff there, and Trey
Jordan
Lance is
Willis
hurt.
hit him, and it's not good. He tried to get up, and then immediately you could see by his body language there is an issue, and he went straight back down to his back. The trainer's working on him now.
So he needs ankle surgery, and it was confirmed that he is out for the rest of the year. And we were talking about this off air so Trey Lance will miss most of this year, did not play a lot last year. In 2020, he literally played one showcase game because of COVID. So if he comes back next year, which I would assume he would, you'll have gone from 2019 to at least 2023 since Trey Lance has played a full season of football.
All right, so in a weird way, does this give you more confidence the Niners are going to make the playoffs? That there's a known in Jimmy Garoppolo? We all know that probably come playoff time, it's going to be tough for him to win unless his defense plays spectacular, but he seems to win regular season games.
I think he can get them to the playoffs, though. By the way, for every
week will he get hurt?
Oh, my gosh. Then that's a whole new set of problems. I believe for every game he starts now, he will get $350,000 additional dollars. So
Garoppolo will?
Yes.
He could, what is it, $5.6 million he could earn as a starter or something?
And that's just off of starting, because remember the way it was structured was $6 million guaranteed with up to $16 million. So I think he might have $10 million of total guarantees that could go from there.
$250,000 for every 25% of the snaps in a game, and then it bumps up to $350 for wins.
Yep. So
that's pretty smart contract working right there.
Absolutely. Now, what is not smart is in that very same game, Seattle still doesn't know to run the ball. Seattle set up a play, and I don't know if you saw the formation, Corey, but they had 4 running backs and decided to pass the ball anyway, and that would be the interception.
Their leading running back had 15 yards.
Oh, man. That is
their second leading had 10.
Is that good?
So
no.
I'm thinking it was just
for
like
a singular play.
It was
Yes,
tough sledding is what I'm thinking was going on that day. They were like, no matter how many running backs we have back here, it's just not going to work.
All right, that's fair.
They're good at stopping it.
Now,
Gino audibled.
They just don't like to run.
It sounds like a legitimate question. It's just the way Mike says it makes it funny.
Now, I told you real quick, that the Jets came back and won. Joe Flacco is now 18-3 in his career against the Browns. And the most passing yards this season, as we all predicted, it's led by Tua. And then in second place is Carson Wentz. And Joe Flacco is in third ahead of Justin Herbert. So it's pretty much all shaken out how
exactly the way
literally nobody would have guessed.
Flacco cook.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, coming on a Victory Monday. And right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
We're doing good. I imagine you're doing good as well. I got to know, what were the emotions and thoughts when the Maher kick was in the air? When did you know it was good? And how much better do you feel today as opposed to last Monday?
Well, obviously, it was a clutch kick, and I will admit it looked like it was. It took me a while to make sure it was good until I saw the official's hands, because it was even from the end zone views, you could see it was kind of starting to head a little right there at the end. But
didn't it feel like they took forever to say it was good?
Felt like it took forever. But anyway, it's certainly it was a very, very big win for us after a very difficult week, a week in which not only did we play a game that was disappointing in terms of how we played, but certainly the injury to your franchise quarterback, but things started to get better right away after the surgery, as the prognosis went from about 8 weeks to 4 weeks. And certainly to get a win against, a Super Bowl caliber team in the Bengals, it was just a big win there in front of our home crowd. They played a big role in it. I thought the atmosphere was great, but a big win for our team.
Well, and since you just brought that up, you said in the pregame show yesterday on the station that you're not counting him out Dak out against the Giants. Is that correct?
Oh, against the Giants this week? Absolutely, he's out. I think where I got misconstrued there is it's 3 to 4 weeks from the time of injury.
Okay, so
the best, I think the very best it would be Washington or the Rams.
Okay, and how are you feeling about that today? Because I know we did see him, gripping the football and everything too this week.
Yeah, we just won't know until we get closer, to really give an educated guess. Right now it's still, I will say this, so far everything's gone his way. From the surgery to the swelling after the surgery was very minimal compared to what it can be. And, we're just optimistic about it. And, that along with the win, it's a big win for us, and certainly to feel the optimism about that coming back sooner and later is a great deal too. Although certainly Cooper played a really nice game for us yesterday, and feel like he can do some good things with his team.
Did you feel like your offense yesterday was much different from what the typical plan of attack is for them? Was it more creative? What did you feel about the offense, especially early in the game?
I just think it was execution, getting in a rhythm, and making those third and shorts. That's a big key. Obviously, we made a fourth and mid-range that was really big, and give Coach McCarthy a ton of credit. Those calls go against you, then you're certainly on the other end of the spectrum. But if you can convert on third down, then you get your offense gets in a rhythm, and certainly you see that not only with our team but most teams. I mean, the Bengals, when they weren't converting, it was 3 and outs, and it was quick, and it's hard to get in a rhythm for the quarterback, for the whole offense, if you don't make a couple first downs in a drive. And that was to me, at the end of the day, we're getting ready to have our meetings today, but I'm sure that's going to be a big key to why our offense had some success yesterday. Certainly we want to get better on both sides, on all three phases, but that was a nice step yesterday.
Now, I know there's a lot of great defensive players across the league as you go with, Watt, Donald, and the like, but is it crazy to already think that Micah not only is in the conversation, but just might be the best defensive player in the NFL?
Well, I think his performances are speaking for themselves right now. I don't think anyone needs to give him or especially internally need to add on the pressure there, but he's just doing an outstanding job. And certainly, he's one of those players in our league that when they break the huddle, they certainly are looking to see where number 11 is. And, I think we got a great complement of guys that go with him. D-Law had a big day yesterday. Certainly Dorrance Armstrong and Fowler had big days. I thought Diggs made some big plays when we needed it. And, that's one of the best receivers in the league in Chase. He's one of the best in the business, and thought we did a good job. We knew going into the game that was going to be one of the boxes we need to check, is at least hold him somewhat in check. You don't ever just totally stop guys like that. And then I thought we did a nice job in the running game, too, against Mixon, who's a very talented back and certainly been productive for the Bengals.
I realize it's only one game, but I'm kind of curious, like, you and the organization's general philosophy in terms of, like, you mentioned Dorrance Armstrong, you mentioned Dante Fowler. Quite frankly, a lot of people kind of made fun of the organization when y'all talked about those players as, like, being people who could help replace the loss of Randy Gregory. Do you look back at a game like yesterday and you're like, you know what? I told you so.
Well, you throw Sam Mills in that mix. Sam Williams in that mix. And I hope Sam Williams is as good as Sam Mills. But throw Sam Williams in that mix, making a big play for a, tackle for a loss on their end of the field. We just, that was the philosophy that we took when we decided to pass on Randy's last demands. And certainly, it's well documented what we think of Randy, but we also think we ended up with, 3 or 4 good football players instead of one.
The play of Tony Pollard yesterday was pretty, like, everybody's like, that's why Tony Pollard right there. That's why we want to see. Do you want to see more Tony Pollard now? That's a huge run for him.
Yeah, obviously he shows his juice, his acceleration, what makes him unique. In addition to, he's just a very instinctive running back. But certainly he brings that element to the game. I think they're, a great compliment, Zeke and Tony, to one another. I know they're great teammates for each other. They root each other on, and I think that's going to make them put together as one. I think it's going to really give the other team something to have to look at. When they line up against us, we committed to run the ball. I think we ended up running it about half the time and throwing it half the time, and that's a good mix.
There's a lot of positives coming out of the game, and obviously we're all inherently more excited when the team wins. I was kind of curious, though. Can you give us any updates or tell us why Jabril Cox and Jalen Tolbert haven't been able to get on the field or even be active?
Well, they actually both were dealing with some injury, especially Jabril coming off major knee surgery. He was really ahead of the game. We thought he might even be coming into training camp might be a PUP candidate. And so he's had to battle through some of that. And, I fully expect him, as we move forward to just keep getting better. And then Tolbert battled a hamstring. And I know he had a great week of practice last week, and it was discussed whether he should move on up. It was close on the decision there, but to expect both those guys will be contributors to this football team sooner than later.
And just to make sure, I want to make sure I get this right, is so you think it's injuries as opposed to like lack of progress on the field that have kept them from being out there thus far?
I think the injuries held them back in terms of their progress at being able to be ready for the start of the season. Tolbert had a hamstring, and and I will say this: we asked a lot of Tolbert in camp, to learn all 3 positions with the. And probably set him back a little bit in the short term, but moved him forward in the long term. I think it's something he'll benefit from, knowing all 3 spots as we move forward. But then had the hamstring injury, and with his focus on the receiver spot, didn't play as much on special teams in the preseason as well. So he's certainly diving into the special teams part of this as well. And then certainly Jabril was more of it's just held him back some. He had, we had to hold him out, I think, the second preseason game or the first. But he was, somebody, as I said, that was a candidate coming off that big knee injury, that he might be a pup guy, but he's coming along fine, and I think he will be a contributor.
Stephen Jones joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan. Your offensive line going into week 1 was obviously the talk. That was the conversation. How is Tyler Smith going to do? And then Connor McGovern goes down. What did you think of your left side of the offensive line this week?
I think they did a nice job. Obviously, I think Tyler's settling in there good. certainly when you get that good mix of run and pass, it helps him out. And I thought he did a real nice job, and I thought Farniok took it to another level and did a nice job as well. So I thought Cooper had time to throw. One of Cooper's strong points, though, is to get the ball out timely, and he's always, been good at that because he has such a good understanding of our offense and what we need to do and where to go with the ball. So that's a big benefit as well, and starting to feel good, especially as we know both Peters and Connor McGovern are going to be getting well sooner than later, so it should just help with our depth in the offensive line.
And then in terms of receiver, is this more what you'd hope for or envision for on CeeDee Lamb? The media's been tough on him. Obviously, you mentioned him last week. Is this kind of what you would hope for, at least in week 2?
Absolutely. I mean, he's just you get him going early is important. Get him a few balls, get him in rhythm, and then I think we're going to continue to see that CeeDee Lamb can be a really solid number one receiver in this league, and certainly be a great one for that matter. But and then Noah had a big game yesterday. Certainly, Gallup now has a chance to start working back in. Certainly possible for him to get to be up against the Giants this week. So this core, I think, is going to come together. And as I mentioned earlier, I think Tolbert's going to really start working into the mix, and kind of is the vision that we ultimately had for this receiving core, with certainly Semi and Houston being a part of that mix as well. So I think it's a good group that's only going to get better as people get healthier, and look forward to seeing how it comes together.
It's almost like he knew I was about to
yes,
ask
it
about
is.
Michael
You're going to
Gallup.
ask about
That was
Gallup, and he was like, I got
impressive.
this
Very
covered
impressive.
for you, Kevin. Nice job. Hey, real quick, Steven, last week I asked Jerry if he had a suggestion box or hotline, and he was like, I'll take phone calls. How entertaining do you think that would be if Jerry was taking phone calls from fans?
Well, I think it'd be great. He would handle it just fine. And, whether it's a week like last week or a week like this week, he's seen it all. And I think it'd be entertaining, to answer your question, but I think he'd do a nice job with it.
Well, we don't want to leave anybody out on this show. Would you also like to volunteer for the fan phone call segment that we're trying to set up here?
Certainly. Sign me up. If he'll go, I'll go.
Oh, my gosh.
I got work to do then. All right. I see
All
how
right.
it is. All
Now,
right.
don't think we'll just let this go. We can be very persistent.
We are persistent.
So, all right, excellent. And are there any other, I know we'll see how the week goes, especially since you have an extra day, but are there any other injury updates or anything that you can share with us coming out of the game, specifically, whether it's Schultz, Parsons, or anything of that ilk from yesterday's game?
No, it's a little early in the day just yet to be given a prognosis there, but overall feel pretty good about it. As you mentioned, Schultz is the one that would be a question mark, but we'll see how everything comes back and how he feels today moving around, and get a better feel for what we're looking at for the Giants.
All right. Appreciate the time. As always, love talking with you every Monday, and maybe even talking with the fans every Monday to go along with this. We'll see how that goes. Thank you very much, Stephen.
Hey, appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Absolutely. There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105 through the Fan. One of the things I did like that he said right there at the end is he goes, Dalton is the concern, and kind of just breezed by Micah, which
that makes me feel good.
Not that you want either one to be injured,
Right.
but if you had to choose,
Micah.
Okay. Well,
No, not Micah is what we're saying.
yes, I do not want Micah.
Neither one, Kevin, is
to
what
be
I'm
hurt.
hoping. But you,
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we're going to kick off the lunch rush on the Expressway, and we have tickets to Rangers-Yankees to give away during Around the NFC East.
Wow.
You guys did a terrible job with this last
Yeah.
time. Let's see if you do better this
You can
time.
do it.
We'll give away tickets to the Rangers season finale and that potential lottery ticket against Aaron Judge. All of that kicks off next on the Fan.
Listen.
Shipping on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Texans Can Cars for Kids.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we're going to need to talk with Ben Baby, as he says the numbers suggest the Bengals' offensive line is getting better. So there's that.
I got to find out.
That's his real name?
They were really bad before, so they could be better and still bad.
That is true. That is very good point.
B-E-N, first word.
Baby.
B-Y.
Baby.
Yes.
Ben.
He worked for the Dallas Morning News.
Baby.
He went to UNT.
He went to UNT?
I thought for sure I've heard that name a
We've had him on
thousand
the
times.
show.
I know, and I'm like, that's a made up name. It's like a rap name.
Uh-huh.
He's
The
like
Baby.
Dr. Dre. It's like, no, you're not Dr. Dre, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't be Ben Baby.
But his name's not like Steve Wordsmith or something like that.
That would make more sense.
Okay. All right. It's time. We're going through the lunch rush as part of the Expressway. You guys didn't do super well at this last time. All right. When you pick the Magic team, we will give away tickets to the last Rangers game of the season, which could be a potential lottery ticket with Aaron Judge.
Corey, you with me? You see what he did there, right?
Yes.
It's the Orlando Magic.
It is the Orlando
they're not
Magic.
in the NFC East.
In
Your
Orlando.
choices are
They're in the East.
the Giants, the Cowboys, the Eagles, or the Commanders.
Giants are in first place.
Giants are in first place right now
So you're
because Dave's is just doing his thing, man.
So you're going to pick the Giants
Did you
first.
see Dave's get another dub?
Dude, he took out the number one pick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So you're right. The Giants were victorious. That is not the Magic team, by the way. The Giants are 2-0 for the first time since 2016, which is also the last time that they made the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Now, other good news for them: Saquon Barkley has officially broken the Manning cast curse, if you believe that's a thing. There were 7 active NFL players on the Manning cast last year. Every single one of them lost their next game. Not
what?
Barkley and the Giants, as they are victorious in part due to Graham Gano, who faced his former team, put on a clinic, made all 4 field goals, including a 56-yarder in the fourth quarter.
Wow, man. It was and he wore the Panthers jersey for a long time. And then he got his chance to do that against them. Graham Gano, that
Yes,
is. You know,
yes.
So that was a really cool opportunity
I
for
did
him.
not know that.
Well, you know what? That's why we're here. I really like this, man. I like around the NFC East. This is my favorite thing.
Did you know that Dory Jackson, as the nearest defender yesterday, gave up 0 catches on 27 coverage snaps?
I don't think I did know that.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. And they stopped targeting him because of how ineffective that was. All right.
I'm listening.
You've got the Commanders.
You got this.
The Eagles and the Cowboys. If you pick the right
Around
team,
the NFC East.
The Eagles are in second
Philadelphia 76ers.
What?
All right, I want to hear more about Tyrese Maxey. I think
No!
he's going to have a big year.
You have to pick
They're in the
NFL teams in the NFC East.
Who said? When was
I
that
said!
When was that the rules?
Let's pick Jalen. It hurts to throw a football.
Okay,
go
we
with
go
the-
to the Philadelphia Eagles, which guess what? Shocker, not the mystery team either to
Now
win
it's
these
a mystery
Rangers
team? I thought it was a
ticket.
Magic
Yeah,
It's
I
a
thought you said it was a
Magic team.
specific
Whatever.
team.
Oh, we're down to
Flustered by you
50%.
idiots. Don't forget, depending on what you think about Minnesota, the Eagles were 0-6 last year against teams that made the playoffs. So,
Including
if
us.
you
And they've only beat
think-
Detroit so far this year.
I
so-
know. So that's bad news for Detroit. It's playoff hopes. But also, depending on what you think about the Vikings, that could kind of dictate which direction this game goes.
I will say, like, if you watched Jared Goff this week with St. Brown again, like, they have a very special connection, and that was something that helped them out last week against the Eagles. That's one of the reasons I'm really looking forward to this game, because Thielen should have a pretty good day, but Justin Jefferson could have an exceptional day, and they gave up a lot of points to Detroit last week. And so that's kind of telling me that, you know, if Minnesota could really have an opportunity to win this game tonight and maybe make the Eagles look like, you know, a regular team rather than, hey, they're the ones that are going to run the NFC East. So I'm very interested in this one for sure.
Well, I think Mike already knows who's going to win because it's a primetime game and Kirk Cousins is playing in it, which is why
they're wearing brown or dark pants.
They're a purple team, so
purple pants. If
that
they
could
wear purple
probably-
pants,
yeah, purple's dark.
That could probably work. The Eagles are favored by 2.5, and also in the last 5 years, they have the 5th best primetime winning percentage. So it would seem, good? Yeah, I mean, that's the 5th best. So depending on how demanding your standards are.
Not as good as 4 others.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is
true. Who are the other 4?
I don't have that information for you. I apologize.
I'll ask next time.
All right. Now, you only got 2 teams left.
Washington Wizards.
It's the Commanders or the Cowboys.
That is a Magic team.
I'm going with the Commandos because they beat the Jaguars, and that's a great win.
All right.
Season.
Well, you know who looks great right now is Amon-Ra St. Brown, who
plays the Lions.
Yes, but they just beat the Commanders.
Mhm. Exactly. He did it against the Eagles last week, and he did a great job against the Commanders this week too.
He now matches Michael Thomas and Antonio Brown as the 3rd player in NFL history with 8 or more catches in 8 straight games. Just think about that. If you get 8 catches in a game, that's pretty dang good. He's done it 8 straight games.
And he does it. I don't know how many of the opportunities you got to see him do that, but he was doing it from all different areas on the field. Not like he just lined up in one spot. They're using him right. And Washington had they struggled yesterday to keep any kind of grips on him at all, man. It was very interesting because Kevin, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, DeAndre Swift, and that's about it whenever they knew, and Dan Campbell, that's all they knew about this Detroit Lions team, and a failed Jared Goff, and now here you go with this.
And by the way, for the Lions, they have now, since they put 35 plus on the Commanders as well, they have now scored 35 or more points in 3 consecutive NFL games, which might not seem like the biggest deal. That's the first time they've done that since 1953.
Wow, that's wild. I will add this. I'm very interested in the Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson trio. Like I know
Jahan
we were
Dotson
talking,
got another touchdown.
Yeah, we were talking, and he looked hurt after that, pretty bad, and so did Samuel. He got hit pretty hard, but all 3 of those guys are looking very good. And Dotson, I know, there were people that were really excited. Our own Quentin Mayo was very excited that Washington drafted him. But that's a trio of receivers. Now, I don't know if Wentz is capable of, doing anything else with that team. But that's a trio of receivers. We talk about Waddle and Tyreek Hill. They're not even close to that level.
Right.
But it's a really good trio of receivers that's pretty fun to watch.
And you just brought it up. It is early, but the 7 touchdown passes have Carson Wentz tied for the league lead.
With Dak?
Corey.
Was Dak not?
It's not with Dak. I don't know if you just heard, Steven. He's still out.
He doesn't have any
He'll be
touchdowns
out
this
for a couple more.
Not yet.
We'll find out.
Not yet.
Well, he definitely told us he's out against the Giants.
Actually, I just saw that reported on NFL Network with Jane Slater. She was reporting what Steven told us.
Because she was listening to our show. I love that. All right. You already guessed the Giants, the Commanders, the Eagles. There's only one team left in the NFC East. And it's not
Magic.
Okay. Which means the Dallas Cowboys. Which means...
Let's give something away!
Caller number 10 will win a 4-pack of tickets in the right field to the Rangers season finale against Aaron Judge and the New York Yankees on October 5th. By the way, it's also Dollar Dog Night, but you also might be able to buy Dollar Dogs for everyone who's been in the ballpark because Aaron Judge could be going for history. You could be there. Caller number 10. Well, he'll definitely be going for history.
I like this. You catch the ball, and you're like, yeah, hot dogs for everybody.
Hell yeah. I'll tell you that. I would make that guarantee. If I bought that record-breaking baseball, I'm buying hot dogs for everybody. If I caught it, I would buy hot dogs for everybody in that ballpark. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
I know we got to get to the Cowboys because they were the Magic team, which nobody could see that coming.
It was the same as last time.
But Mike, my question to you is, you get 4 tickets with this victory, and they were giving those away all week.
All week.
Do you take 3 people with you, or do you say, no, I want the space to be able to catch the ball just in case?
You have 3 ultra-competitive people to go with.
But what if one of them catches it? They're like, no, you know what? I kind of want to keep
I would
this
hope
ball.
this. If you invite 3 of your friends, and one of your friends catches that ball, that they'd at least give you like $10,000 for inviting them to that game, because they're going to get a check for anywhere from $200,000 to $2 million.
Nice.
If they get the ball.
And the bad news is, Corey, is I don't think people are going to be like, well, there's nobody sitting in that seat. I can't move in that area. You know, like when the
I'll
ball's
hold
in
my
the air.
tickets up. I'll hold my phone up because that's how the
Okay,
tickets
but when
are
the
done.
ball's in the
These
air.
are all my seats. I'm going
Okay.
to rope it off. I'll take some rope and rope it off. I'll have velvet rope there. Nobody can get by.
Let me know how that works out for you.
Well, I can't win the tickets.
Okay, that's a good point. Let's go to the Cowboys. Let's talk some more about Cooper Rush. Cooper Rush became the 5th quarterback since 1966 to lead a game-winning drive in the 4th quarter overtime of his first 2 career starts. The rest of them did not necessarily all go on to have great careers.
What happened?
The other ones were TJ Yates.
Heard of him.
John Kitna.
He was good.
Wade Wilson.
Two Cowboys.
And Virgil Carter. Now, Corey, what can you tell me? Don't look it up. What can you tell me about Virgil Carter? Because I definitely had to look that up.
I can tell you nothing about
That
it. I was
is
actually
fair.
going to look up and see if TJ Yates ever played for the Cowboys.
Well,
I was trying to figure
Virgil
that out.
Carter came into the league in the 60s and for 4 years played for the Cincinnati Bengals, then the Chicago Fire, then the San Diego Chargers, and then to the Chicago Bears, which is where he started his career. So that part, maybe not super encouraging. However, Cooper Rush is also the 5th quarterback in franchise history to have wins in his first 2 quarterback starts with the Cowboys. The other 4, Jason Garrett, Kevin Sweeney.
Jason Garrett, isn't he a Super Bowl champion with the Cowboys? They never won a Super Bowl.
But like,
His backup.
not because
Jason
of
Garrett,
him.
yeah, 95.
But not because of him.
Do you think they would have gotten to that if
Yes,
he hadn't thrown those
I
touchdowns?
do. Danny White and Roger Staubach. So
Wow.
Cooper Rush just did something that Roger Staubach
I was
did.
just thinking, no Wally Pipp on that list, huh?
Yeah, that's pretty amazing,
I mean,
man.
Dak Prescott.
One, yeah. Oh, wow.
And then, obviously, in case you missed
Can
it
you
earlier,
imagine if we get to week 6 or 7 and Cooper Rush is undefeated and they go, we ain't stopping.
yes, I don't think you should after the way the first game looked.
We don't want to take a shot at the greatest.
Is Micah Parsons, in case you missed it earlier, does have 17 sacks in his first 18 games. That is an NFL record. So positive things for the Cowboys are happening across the NFC East. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And normally, this would be obviously when we go to break. But instead, we're going to get to Mike Likes It in just 1 second. But I have more positive news for you. Did you see that FC Dallas clinched a playoff spot?
Yes!
Nice!
Bring it on, Man City.
Are we going to be hosting any playoff games? I want to go.
That is the hope and opportunity, especially if you can bump past Austin. Plus, what do you think this glove should go for?
Champions League? Did
No.
we make it? Did we qualify?
They have not moved the Champions League to North America.
Well, there
just
is a
quite yet.
CONCACAF Champions League, though.
Yeah, which is held in equal esteem. I'm just kidding. Sorry,
Facts.
people,
Yeah,
relax.
thank you. That's like before a cow's born.
Jackie Robinson's used glove that he had in 1955 and 1956 with the Dodgers, so the last 2 years of his career, is hitting the auction block. They said it might sell for $750,000. Whenever we talk about cards, and I know some people are like, that's absurd, this feels like a genuine piece of history, like the Jordan Finals jersey that, like, if you had the financial means, you would be all about, right?
More than my glove that I had on my hand during the Barry Bonds home run.
Mike, I think so. I also think that's historic, but I feel like, is it fair to say Jackie Robinson much more historic than Barry Bonds? Or at least regular. What about regular more historic?
I would
than
say
Barry
Jackie
Bonds?
Robinson is
the most historic player in baseball.
I think Babe Ruth is, honestly.
Okay.
I just like his legend. I think Babe Ruth's legend is the biggest. Like is he the greatest player of all time? I don't know, but when you look at what he did, most people will say yes. So I think Babe Ruth is the biggest baseball player of all time, but Jackie Robinson I think is in the conversation right there with probably in a weird way. And this is the history of baseball, as the people we remember the most in basketball are in our lifetime.
Right.
The people that are remembered in baseball for the most popular of all time, they weren't in our lifetime. So I think Jackie Robinson, Ted Williams, I think is a guy that goes into the category of after Babe Ruth. But it's a good question. But I think Babe, because I think if you asked almost anybody about who is Babe Ruth, I think they would be able to answer. I think most people would with Jackie Robinson because of the history lessons that you get taught in school.
And the pop culture stuff that's come along with the movie and everything. All right, so we're talking about iconic people there. Is it fair to say that you guys do not believe Mark Sanchez is iconic?
Yes.
All right.
Butt fumble.
What? Yeah, you can say 2 words and you know exactly about.
Okay. What should be more iconic, the butt fumble or what he said yesterday during a game?
The butt fumbler and the MILF hunter as their big picks in the draft.
This is what Mark Sanchez said yesterday during a game talking about Rams offensive lineman Coleman Shelton.
Blown open this hole, getting the start at center. I mean, Shelton's clearing out defenders faster than a teenager clears his search history on his web browser. Holy smokes.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious.
That
What's he suggesting there, by the way?
is it that teenagers look at things that you would probably prefer that they not
Yeah,
look
they don't
at.
want you to know what kind of Wikipedia things that they're looking at for their homework.
Don't know if that's...
They're trying to do their works cited page, and they're like, hey, look, these are surprises for you. You got to read my paper later.
How mad would that teacher be if just every entry just cited Wikipedia and it wasn't like any other, and they're like, just Wikipedia. Mark Sanchez's
they get pretty
page.
mad.
Yes.
Yeah, they get pretty mad.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right. Now.
Not my teachers.
I thought you would like that line. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Ready?
I'm ready.
All right. I have a couple of football things for you.
No way.
All right, so I was looking this up. I'm going to do a little high school football and then transition to NFL
You
football.
going to talk about Duncanville's winning streak?
A little bit.
Okay.
So I was looking this up. Last Friday, we were talking a little high school football.
Yep.
Not like we were breaking
Yeah.
down games or anything, but so I went to USA Today and I was like, all right, so where is Duncanville ranked? And then that sorry, shouldn't have said that word. North Shore. I honestly didn't mean to say that. Luckily, I didn't say a worse cuss word.
Galena Park.
Yeah, they're ranked 9th in the country. Can you guys not be so good at football anymore down there in Houston? It really stinks for us Duncanville people that you keep beating us in the championship game. But North Shore is the highest ranked Texas team in the country. Westlake, Austin Westlake is number 11. Duncanville is number 16. They beat Lake Ridge 44-6 this week. And number 17 in the country. Would you like to take a guess on this? It is a Metroplex team. So if you had to guess, you guys are big high school football guys. I know you're not following it today, but who would you guess in this Metroplex would be ranked with Duncanville as a nationally ranked team?
Okay, it's not Allen
Correct,
because they already lost.
Every time you say a wrong team, if you're trying to guess, I'll just say no. It's okay.
Carter.
No, not Carter.
Red Oak.
That's a horrible guess. Denton Geyer is ranked
Denton Geyer.
17th in the country. They beat Prosper 23-6.
Quarterback, dude. We met a guy that like knows him, right? Like over the weekend, Tolo that like knows him very well.
Tolo Mike? Is that his name?
Tolo Mike, and he knows that quarterback very well. He was like, "This is the guy you need to be watching." So this is awesome.
Mike likes it. There are 4 teams ranked nationally in the state of Texas. Your 2 local teams are Duncanville and Denton Geyer. And by the way, Duncanville, if this is way too high a praise, just because, like, you know, when a quarterback's number 1, he's going to be the next, whatever you want to say, Patrick Mahomes or whatever. There's a dude at Duncanville. I'm sorry, I don't know his name. He's the number 1 defensive end as a junior in the country.
That.
And if you'd like to watch Micah Parsons play high school football, watch a Duncanville high school football game. They have the Micah Parsons of high school football on their team. All right. Next one. This led me down a little bit of a rabbit hole, which was a fun article from USA Today / Max Preps.
Okay.
Would you like to guess, out of the starting quarterbacks in the NFL, who threw for the most yards in a single high school football game?
Ooh, I feel like Stafford's probably a decent guess.
Is it a known person? Do you think
It's a starting quarterback from week 1 in the NFL. So
Baker Mayfield.
It was Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I've heard
Patrick
that.
Mahomes. And in Patrick Mahomes fashion, from high school and college,
He didn't start week 1.
Patrick Mahomes threw for 619 yards against Mesquite Petite his senior year.
Oh.
And they lost the game 65-60. It sounds just like a Texas Tech game.
Golly.
He threw for the most yards. Now, this is NFL quarterbacks. There's better numbers from people you'd never hear of.
Right.
But from your week 1 starting quarterbacks in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes threw for the most yards in a single high school football game against Mesquite Petite, but lost the game 65-60. How about this? Who threw for the most touchdowns in a single game in their high school career? A starting quarterback in week 1.
I feel like I feel like I shouldn't keep saying Stafford, but I don't.
Say Mahomes.
Mahomes.
Close.
Baker Mayfield.
You guys are guessing the same people.
Davis Mills.
Joe Burrow.
Oh.
So Joe Burrow, who just played the Dallas Cowboys, he threw for 8 touchdowns in a 55 to 46 win.
Son of a gun.
And then there's really no guess here. This is just the other stat they give you from quarterbacks in the NFL today in impressive games in high school. Jalen Hurts had 554 combined yards from his highest passing game, where he threw for 373 yards and added 181 yards on the ground for Channelview in a 70-49 win over Port Arthur Memorial. And he's from the Houston area, so those are Houston schools. So I thought it was kind of cool. 2 out of the 3, and then the other guy played against the Dallas Cowboys. And like I said, that's what Lamar Jackson does at times in the NFL. That's what I mean by Jalen Hurts can't do that. He's as good as Jalen Hurts is in being that combo quarterback. We've never seen a better combo quarterback than Lamar Jackson. And I'm sorry, I do love Randall Cunningham. So fun to watch as a kid. And I loved Michael Vick, the lefty Michael Vick. Before
Lamar Jackson just passed his rushing record yesterday.
Michael Vick doesn't really compare to, in a way, what Lamar Jackson's able to do from that kind of.
He's already won an MVP too.
All right, so last night, are you convinced that the Packers are back? That is it going to be the same year for the Packers because they covered the 10-point spread. I know the game was close early on, but they were able to make it a pretty comfortable victory in the second half.
No, they definitely were, but I thought that this was a week where some of the teams that I thought were going to be bad regressed back to where I thought. Seattle got hammered, obviously the Bears that you mentioned, and so I mean, the Falcons are still chugging along, so good for them. But I thought this was a week where you saw some of those teams slide again, and I think the Bears are awful.
Okay. Corey.
Yo.
Pack attack.
What's up?
They got killed.
Pack attack back.
They got killed against Minnesota. Then they handle Chicago pretty easily on Sunday Night Football last night.
I still think they'll be good.
Yeah,
but
it just feels similar. And then, boy, I tell you, we talk about the 1-2 combination, and I'm just throwing one more thing in here for you, Corey, to talk about is the 1-2 combination of wide receivers, like Miami and Buffalo. By the way, they play each other next week. I look at Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon as maybe, I don't know, but maybe the best 1-2 running back combination in the NFL.
And I don't know if you were watching the pregame last night on NBC, but Jason Garrett was like, look, man, they're about to have a lot of trouble tonight with Jones and Dillon. And he went through an elaborate explanation of it, which was also not very elaborate because it's Jason Garrett. But but as soon as he said it, as soon as he got done, Tony Dungy goes, you must have been talking to Scott Eberflus just like I was, because I'm absolutely concerned about what they're about to do to him tonight. Because I think the Bears defensive front, not good enough to do what they wanted against those two running backs. But Aaron Rodgers still had to have some magical moments last night for them to do some special things. But you're right, Mike. That combination of those two running backs is going to be a difficult thing to deal with. And just imagine, Kevin, that gives Rodgers time now. That gives him more time to say, okay, I don't have to rush it with these receivers. I can rely on this patiently.
Yeah.
And then by mid-season, he could probably be back in form.
it also helps when you job the Bears out of a touchdown.
Wow, you're just such a Bears lover.
I mean, I like Justin Fields. I thought they stole a touchdown from him.
Okay. Next thing. Now I've gone from high school to pro. Now I'm going to college football.
Okay.
I have been very impressed, and I think other people have been too, with Deion Sanders and what he's been able to do at Jackson State. I do look, I know that we get media stuff from him a lot because people are following him. If his name wasn't Deion Sanders and what he did, and he would be doing something at Jackson State, we wouldn't really care. But he is a huge name, the greatest cornerback of my lifetime, I think, by far, maybe of all time. And Deion Sanders is now getting mentioned media-wise for whether it's Arizona State, whether it's Nebraska, whether it's other teams that look like they could be a Power 5 school that might be looking for a new head coach. Would you consider hiring Deion Sanders? And then do you think Deion Sanders would consider leaving Jackson State to go to a bigger school?
You're damn right I would consider hiring Deion Sanders, especially at Nebraska, where I saw stupid people wearing Hire Urban Meyer shirts, and they decided to highlight that.
Not a fan?
No, I am not
Since
a fan.
when?
Since I feel like that's pretty established. That definitely feels like part of the show. But yeah, if you've seen how well Deion Sanders can recruit already, I think it's worthy of just having a phone call at least and seeing like what his vision for the program would be.
I wonder this. I don't know this. I wonder this. I wonder how tough it would be to go to Nebraska and recruit well these days. Just because I think when you're taking recruiting trips and the way campuses have got and different things,
you don't feel like
if
Nebraska's
I'm going
a
to Nebraska,
destination.
Oklahoma, UT, A&M,
Yeah.
Nebraska is like, where the hell am I right now? You know? And I just don't think you're going to get – I don't know how they got kids back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s and early 90s, by the way, either. But I just can't imagine going to Nebraska and going, this is the school of my choice.
There's a South Park episode where it was like, welcome to Nebraska. Sorry.
By the way, Georgia
man.
Tech and Auburn, according to, if I'm saying his last name right, Barrett Sally, I believe he's a cover of like college football.
Right.
He's saying Georgia Tech and Auburn are both about to get in on the Deion Sanders sweepstakes. Now, I know you didn't answer it this way because I asked you about those schools. And
right.
Do you think Deion Sanders is going to consider leaving Jackson State after this year if he's getting interviews and offers from, let's just say, the 4 schools we named? Georgia Tech, Auburn, Arizona State, and Nebraska all want to interview him for the head coaching job.
I could be mistaken on this. I don't think so just yet. I think he seems kind of dead set on proving his point.
Yeah.
Where he is, at least to start. I don't know how long that mission statement lasts, but I think he will stay for at least a couple more years.
Corey?
What's that? What's the question again?
Do you think that Deion Sanders will stay at Jackson State? Look, I'm not taking interviews. I will say this. I do think, I'll throw this in here, Corey, for you, and then you can answer it. I do think if Florida State called, then I think that would maybe change because but I don't know if he's ready yet, but I think he's going to be one of those. He's just doing, to me, a tremendous job, and he's treating. I know this doesn't sound right, but he's treating those kids like kids. No, you're not men. You're 18 to 22 years old. Your ass is going to get.
You have a lot to learn.
I'm going to scream. I'm going to yell at you. I'm going to get your focus and your attention. And at times, not all the time, but at times I will coach by fear because fear does work.
Yeah.
Not all the time. And it doesn't work with professionals, especially because we make more money than you do, coach. So shut the F up.
Yeah.
Like, we understand our job's on the line here. I think that college is very different where you can somewhat coach at times with fear and intimidation, and it works.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Do you think there is a handful of NFL coaches where fear could work? Like Belichick jumps to mind. I wonder about like Reed or...
Yes, but I don't think it works with guys that are making guaranteed big contracts. I think it's very tough to say, I'm going to bench your ass, Tom Brady. Yeah, guess what? I have $75 more million guaranteed, and I have 4 Super Bowls. Even, we'll get into it tomorrow and later in the week of hypotheticals. I think it would be very tough to look at, no matter what happens, Dak Prescott's contract and go, yeah, we're going in another direction.
Okay.
With Cooper Rush.
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I Mike, just to add to
go
that,
ahead.
Somebody did say that when his son leaves, he wants the Florida State job.
Okay, well, yeah, that
and
makes sense.
I could totally see that as a thing, but I think he does love the ability to learn and train at a smaller place.
Yeah.
and give himself a lot of leeway to work with, a lot of that. But man, at some point, you do have this feeling that. But you're right. When you're a parent, what are the 4 C's? You're a cop. You're a counselor. You're a consultant. Like, you're all these things. At the age that he's working with, he is counselor, and that he understands what his responsibility is to those guys at this point.
Yeah, and he loves it. I mean, what he did here with Prime Prep failed tremendously and cut a lot of corners to give kids less of a chance to be successful in life. Let's be honest on some of the things that happened there.
We were very honest when we had him on.
But what he's doing at Jackson State, I'm super impressed with, and I think he's giving those kids a great base to become men after their college career is over, and hopefully a few of them do play in the NFL. So let's get on to the C block, Corey.
Guys, just how good could this defense be? Could it be as good as what Kevin says is the greatest defense of all time?
Oh.
Next on The Fan.
Get the latest.
app.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Can't get much bigger than this. At the Cincinnati 15. Snap to Burrow, throws it right. There's the tackle by Diggs on Boyd to deny him the first down. That's as big a play as there has been, and the Dallas defense has had some plays.
Woo! Hell of a call right there by Brad Sham right here on 105.3 The Fan. Hell of a tackle as well. Cowboys win 20-17. And now what I know is going to be a hell of a segment. It's the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We're going to get into some defensive statistics in just a moment, but before we do, there is this from 203. The defense will be undone by the offense's inability to sustain drives. Fatigue makes cowards of us all. I don't disagree with they have to be able to sustain drives for this team, this defense to do what it can do, because the fresher their legs are in the second half, the less likely you're going to see what Joe Burrow and company did in the second half against that football team. But I kind of like, one of the reasons I wanted to bring that up is I'm seeing the discussion that Broadus, by the way, Broadus came out to the Bartonville store and hung out with us while we were out there eating barbecue over the weekend. Sounds like I got another one of those coming up very soon too, and Sharif's going to be there, so excited about that. But Broadus and Duke Manyweather are having a discussion right now about the left side of the offensive line. Kevin, we heard this morning from Stephen Jones when he was on at noon that Peters is on his way. Yeah. And we don't know exactly what that means because, he's just on his way. Don't worry about that. The suggestion from the two of them is they have to move Tyler Smith back to left guard and put Peters at left tackle. And if that's the case, that fits perfectly with the idea of having a more powerful offense. Because Farnock's he did fine. Right. He also got thrown to the ground. I saw a couple of plays, but he did okay. But if you have that left side and you have Peters and Smith there, which don't you hate taking the future at a position away from that position where he seems to be doing okay? But it's the best option to have your best offensive line out
there. And that's where McGovern kind of threw another wrench into this whole thing, because Jerry has mentioned on multiple occasions now, one of the things I like about Peters is he can play either side. And so I was always curious if they were like angling against maybe replacing Steele for some amount of time.
I think Peters would probably be like, hey, Jerry, don't say that anymore. It would probably be in the best interest of Peters staying on the left side. Sure. But I think that to kind of secure, like, hey, now you feel pretty good that Zach Martin's doing fine over there with Terrence Steele. Your power. Now you can run left too. And that's somewhere, because did you see that hole that Tony Pollard ran through to get the touchdown, on that play? Like, it was wide open for him to just walk right into the end zone on that. Wouldn't you like to have that opportunity on the left side behind Peters and Smith to say, we can go either direction on this. Now we can actually commit to this run game more, and that should help our offense out, and we should be able to have more sustainability when it comes to drives.
Yeah, because it's felt like our team has struggled in short yardage obvious run situations. And I get you can be like, aren't most short yardage situations obvious runs? Not always. But like, we've really struggled at the 1 and 2 to go situations, and that was an easy touchdown for him. I also really wanted him to get that touchdown because I feel like he did a lot of work to earn that touchdown, and then they took it away from him.
So I agree with you, because I was like, dang it, that's a touchdown.
Yeah.
But
good enough.
There's part of me that looks at this, I know Cowboy fans aren't going to like this, as a little bit of a developmental year. I just don't think, even if everything goes right for the Cowboys, you can really do anything special. Now, I know the Cowboys don't see it that way. They shouldn't see it that way. But I would like to right now, because of the Tyron Smith injury, just play Steele and Smith as long as they're healthy. They start all 17 games at tackle, because
figure out what you got.
Yeah, I'm glad they signed Peters. I think Peters was a great signing, but I almost feel like let's keep the 40-year-old guy as the just in case guy.
And I get that, because I always think that when the Rangers, I mean, I know other teams do it as well, but when the Rangers were to bring up, like your Colby Allards or whoever I was like, come on, dude. like just leave him out there. Like, let's just see how this season goes, because you're not going to win anything. And I would like to know straight away, be like, okay, well, we had analyzed it for a year and we feel pretty confident. But instead you would get you get 5 starts back to the minors. You get 4 starts back. And I'm like, well, that doesn't feel helpful. So I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. And I'm not against Jason Peters. I'm glad they signed him, but I would just like to see Tyler Smith and Terrence Steele keep playing those positions until you say they can't do it. Because I don't know. I don't know if the Cowboys are better with Jason Peters going to the outside. I get the whole thing is play your best 5. If you really believe that Peters is still at that level at his age, but there's also part of me that goes, hey, Steele had a great bounce back game, I think, after having just a horrible first game. And I was like, hey, this is the guy you believed in. If you truly believe that he's a starting guy and he's going to be your starter at right tackle for the next, let's say, 7 or 8 years until his career starts coming to a close, then why bench him? And then if you think Tyler Smith is your left tackle for the next 10 years or so, why move him to guard? And I get, because it may, somebody say, because it makes you better, and maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
Yeah, again, that's a discussion I'm seeing that Broadus and Duke are having on Twitter right now. And if you go listen to Mike McCarthy, who's on early with Sean and RJ every Friday morning, they asked, I think it was Choppy that asked, hey, what's your feeling on best guy, best 5 versus this? And McCarthy's approach was, I like guys that I prefer to have guys that have like a main focus and do what they're good at. So best 5 doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to just mix and match. If they're good at this, I want them to be good at that. I'll go be great at that. Go be elite at that if that's what you're really good at. So that is kind of it's a balancing act that they have to figure out as they go along. But unfortunately, you're in a much different situation than you were the day we found out Tyron Smith wasn't available.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you're in a situation now where you're like, okay, all right, at least we got options, and that's a good thing.
Which gives me optimism for when inevitably the next injury comes up, that I don't have to freak out, or my freak out window can be shorter.
Because
that's my question. What's your usual freak out window for an injury like this?
Yeah, especially knowing that Tyron will be there for the meat of the schedule, right?
What are you doing right now? I mean, I hope so.
Yeah. All right, so right now,
do we start serving meat in January?
Turkey? Oh, no, that's a different time. Micah Parsons, Kevin, I don't know if you know this or not, the 6th player since 1982 with at least 5 multi-sack performances in his first 20 career games.
And 1982 is the cutoff because that's when they first started registering sacks as an official number, right? Which is why we've struggled with like Harvey Martin and the like.
Oh, I thought it was because it was right after my first birthday. But that makes sense. That's a good approach.
I am intrigued. Could a future C Block episode have at least something to do with things that you thought were related to the year you were born? And you were like, no, I think E.T. came out because they were so excited, like I was born. And so they were like, we need to make a movie that represents that.
Is one of them Javon Curse? Do you have the list?
On this specific list, which is at least 5 multi-sack performances in their first 20 games, he is not. But he is on the list of fastest to get to 16 or plus.
Okay.
Which Javon Curse was definitely on that list too within 18 games. This list consists of Mark Anderson, of course, y'all knew that. Joey Bosa.
Okay, that makes...
What year did Mark Anderson do?
Don't worry about that. Elvis Dumerville, Clay Matthews.
He's good.
And Alden Smith. So, like, young players.
I knew Alden Smith because we've seen him on some of these lists.
Great place to get groceries at a discount.
Aldi's,
That's Aldi Smith.
He's also the first player with 5 multi-sack games in a player's first 2 seasons since Myles Garrett did it in 2017 and 18. So he's better than Myles Garrett.
Okay, but
allegedly.
At the very least, it's not a stretch to say that Micah Parsons can be as good as Myles Garrett.
Not a stretch at all.
Like, I know there's a long way to go, but yesterday Romo was like being really careful. He's like, I'm trying not to say it, but like he looks kind of like Lawrence Taylor, and I was like,
I love that you look at my face and think pessimism's going to come from Mike, with the pest being part of it. No. This dude might end up being one of the 5 greatest defensive players of all time.
I love it.
The thing that I was thinking about, I'm not predicting that. I'm just saying that's how good it could possibly be. Is that a lot of the Cowboys' greatest picks, they kind of fell into it. Now, it doesn't mean like they didn't want the person, but they didn't want Micah Parsons.
Oh, absolutely. They wanted a cornerback. We all
didn't-
know that.
They didn't want Zach Martin necessarily. They wanted, and I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the guy that got paralyzed for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Shazier.
Yeah, but that's kind of the guy that they had marked as like, we want this guy, and it's just like, dang it, he just got picked. What do we do? Take Johnny Manziel. No, Dad, shut up. And so I don't know. I think of even Dak Prescott, and I'm not saying he's one of the greatest Cowboys of all time, close to, but it's kind of like, we don't want Dak. We want 2 or 3 other quarterbacks in this draft, but they're like, well, all that's left is Dak. And then Jason Garrett's like, hey, I think he's going to be all right. I coached him, and Jerry's like, fine, I don't care. It's the 4th round. I forgot the last 100 picks anyways. Take whoever you want.
Unless you believe my theory that Dak was always the one they wanted, which I'll have to explain at some point to you.
God, I hate that theory so much. I've heard
There's
that
a lot
theory.
of stuff that kind of points to it, doesn't
me.
it? All right, so
you can watch the audio and the video of Garrett and
You're
Jerry
not going
Jones.
to change his mind.
And
You're
Jerry
not
Jones
gonna
has no
change his
clue
mind,
who
Mike.
Dak Prescott is at that moment. He's like, if you believe in him, take him. I don't care.
Interesting. Where was he the night that he got his DUI?
In Jerry's backyard. I don't know.
Yep.
Where was he?
He was hanging out with the Joneses.
Serious?
Yeah.
But the Joneses didn't get one.
Because the Joneses. Anyway,
I see
long
what
story.
No, what's your answer to that? Because the Joneses
They were
what?
home. They were
Okay.
home. Like, why would they get one? Stay at
The
home.
Joneses are
You
the
drink at the house, man.
Joneses. Yeah.
All right, so I did want to hop into this real quick. The best. Kevin, you think the best defense in history was the 92 Super Bowl, the first Super Bowl?
I think the best football team in NFL history was the 1992
best football
Cowboys.
team. Okay. You put their defense right up there with
Their defense
because it
was
elite.
awesome that year.
All right, so I went through and looked at some of the numbers, and I kind of I would like for you to help me out here. Can you look up the current stats right now?
Yes.
And let's see if we can get some trajectory on some of these things.
Because that's the biggest difference. Like, if you wanted to argue, the Ravens, Bucks, or obviously the 85 Bears, this is the best defense. Like, I would certainly.
Their offenses couldn't do this.
Yeah, I'm just best overall team ever. I'll go ahead and take the 92 Cowboys.
All right, that 92 team produced 44 sacks that season.
Okay.
Do you know who the leader in sacks was for the 92 team?
I mean, Charles Haley
makes a lot of sense.
I don't think he was. For some reason, I think he had like 6.5.
He had 6. Nice job, Mike.
Yeah. I remember, was it Tony Tolbert?
Tony Tolbert was second with 8.5.
I don't know who was first then.
Kevin, this is a very close friend of yours.
Oh my God, it was Jim Jeffcoat.
It was Jim Jeffcoat with 10.5 sacks.
Jim Jeffcoat hates me.
He had 10.5 sacks, and like the sacks came from everywhere on that roster for sure. But man, that's impressive, Mike, that you knew those two.
I just
sure.
remember because Charles Haley, when he was up for the Hall of Fame, and you go look at stats, because I can't go watch the guy play right now. He's been retired for 5+ years.
Yeah.
I can go back and try to watch games or highlights, and that takes a long time to be like, hey, you know what I need to do? Let me go watch the last 100 games of Charles Haley to see if he was really a Hall of Famer. So usually we look at stats,
right,
or we look at highlights.
And Kevin,
and when you looked at stats, you were just like, wait, where are I thought like he had more sacks than that.
This current Cowboys iteration has produced how many sacks so far? Because I know that
8.
Micah had, so that's 8. So over at 8.
Oh, that was a guess. I'm sorry.
Actually, yeah, 8 is the number.
Yes.
So congratulations to you.
So they're on pace for 68?
68 potential sacks, which
Hell yeah.
obviously Mike is on pace for 32, which that would be like half of those sacks there.
That's
so
absurd.
I think you're wrong on that number.
well, it's just less than half. Yeah, but
No,
definitely.
you're counting 16-game season.
Yeah, 34.
34. That's what I meant. Yeah, man, which would be about half, almost more than half of
and
that.
by
So,
far a record.
yeah, so that would be awesome if that continues, but I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
We'll see if it happens. It's a long season.
I'll stand firm that 34 would have been a record.
They had 17 interceptions that year and 21 forced fumbles.
Okay.
But the thing I wanted to get to, and I think, Mike, if the offense is better at sustaining drives, the defense won't be giving up as many second half points. I could be wrong about this, but you've held the team to 19 and 17. I really do think it wouldn't have been 19 had the defense had to, just say, we got to be on the field all the time because our offense is doing nothing. In that year, the Cowboys held their opponent under 10 points 8 times. 10 points or less 8 times. Under 14 points 10. So that would be in addition to that too. They gave up, I believe it was 7 times in the whole season. This includes the playoffs.
That's incredible.
They gave up 20 points 7 times.
Yeah.
Through the whole season and into the playoffs. That's my point that I'm trying to get to is if the Cowboys offensive line can figure it out and they can sustain drives and they can do that offensively, which the Cowboys of those 90s teams did,
right?
Their defense will be in that category. You said 68, you said?
Yep.
That was one off. But even still, like that's going to be a huge number if they can do that because they will. They're going after it, man. They could be a very, very good defense.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who had the worst weekend? And that includes a couple more NFL teams, because was Kyler about to get in a fight? We'll talk about it all next right here on The Fan.
brought to you by Baker Brothers Plumbing, Air, and Electric.
First and goal at the 1. Everybody in tight, no wide receivers. And the ball goes to Pollard, and he dives in for the touchdown. Like I said.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it can definitely be 105.3 The Fun. I am okay with that as well because we're having a good time. But a lot of folks over the weekend did not have a good time. So my question for y'all here is, who had the worst weekend? You can submit any candidate that you like. I will start off with a couple of NFL candidates. Is it Joe Burrow, who for the 7th straight game got sacked at least 3 times? And also, he was the 3rd player in the last 20 years to get sacked at least 6 times in their first 2 games.
That's a good win for the Cowboys. You beat a team that was in the Super Bowl last year.
You won the line of scrimmage.
I'm not taking anything away from what the Cowboys did. I have no clue how the Bengals are going to play the rest of the year, but it doesn't look promising. I don't know how they're going to win 10 or more games this year with the way that they're blocking. It would be if the Cowboys would have blocked the way that they blocked in week 1, in week 2, Cowboys lose.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the offensive line had a close to 180 turnaround from what they did in week 1 to week 2, the Dallas Cowboys. So you feel a lot better going into week 3 that Cooper Rush is going to have some time. There's going to be some holes for the running backs to run through. If you're the Bengals going forward, I don't know how you can look at the rest of the season and go, hey, I know we're 0-2, but we're going to bounce back. I mean, we did have to play Trubisky and Cooper Rush. What are you going to do?
And I know we're going to talk about that more tomorrow, but another candidate in the NFL realm who had the worst weekend, the Las Vegas Raiders.
Ooh, they forgot about the end of the game.
It was 20-0. And the game felt so lopsided that people were already trying to take over social media with, do the Cardinals regret the Kyler Murray contract? Which is absurd that quickly, but it was already happening. Now, to go along with that, I've watched a couple of different variations of this video, and I can't believe I didn't see this until this morning. It looked like a Raiders fan kind of slapped Kyler Murray in the face while he was celebrating afterwards. Like, you see him bouncing around with some Cardinals fans that he found in the end zone after the touchdown, and it looked like a Raiders fan in gray either pie-faced him or straight up slapped him in the face. Kyler Murray stops, turns around, and looks like he wants to have a very heated conversation with that gentleman, which I think is extremely fair. But luckily, the rest of his teammates come over, and it was time to party and celebrate and all that stuff again. So it didn't happen. But that's pretty bad. Your team chokes, and you decide that you're going to hit somebody in the face. Maybe it was an errant high five, but it looked like that was probably not what happened.
I will say, I know this doesn't go to that story right there, but I will say with both teams, you can't feel good about your season right now if you're Arizona or if you're, I always want to say Oakland, but if you're Las Vegas. Both of those teams look like they're going to struggle to play 500 football.
Absolutely. Now we're going to start to expand this out for who had the worst weekend. All right? So you've got Joe Burrow as candidate. You've got the Raiders as a candidate. Could it be the Texas Rangers, who already...
Hey, they won Friday.
They did, but they set the record for most one-run losses ever in a season for their franchise. And also their franchise never had 5 consecutive losing seasons. Now they have clinched their 6th consecutive losing season. Now, I know we've known that was going to happen for a while, but to see that even numbers-wise, you can't possibly overcome it, that sucks.
Yeah, you know what? And this is for maybe baseball nuggets tomorrow, but we can talk about it right now if you want. I can find plenty of other things for tomorrow as you say that. Is right now at 63 and 83. The Rangers are going to lose 90-plus games.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. They would have to win 10 more games. And
go 10-6.
10-6, which most likely they're not. Hopefully they do. Most likely they don't, but you're probably looking at 92 to 95 losses this year, which then you start going, well, that is a 10-game improvement if you go from 102 losses to 92 losses. But I feel like if they were to have a bad last 2 weeks and they get to 95 losses this year, I was going to do this you start looking at, there's only 3 teams worse than you in the American League this year. And then you start going, hey, we're supposed to jump how many teams in the offseason to get to a playoff spot? Because I know a lot of people say, hey, I think the Rangers can be in the playoffs in 2023. I've always said 2024 should be way more of the goal. And when you get to the end of this year, and let's just say you're 70-92, I think that's somewhat of a likely record. It's tough to go from 70-92 to 90-72 the next year.
Now, okay, so they're a candidate. Here's a couple. I got a couple more for you, but here's some on the fan text that are probably fair. From the 469, if it doesn't have to be sports, what about Post Malone? He fell on stage and cracked 5 ribs this weekend.
Really? Was it here at American Airlines Center?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I thought he had a concert either coming up here pretty soon in town.
I'm not positive on that, but I don't think so. And then, is Trey Lance a candidate? I mean,
that's the worst.
We talked about it a little earlier. That one is really, really bad because we're talking about another year where he's just not going to get to play football. And I'm not saying that doesn't mean he can't develop into a good player, but at some point, when you were talking about how tough it is to just flip your record, it's probably really tough to not play consistent football for 3 to 4 years and then just be awesome again.
Yep, and especially when you played at such a small school and you're just thinking, okay, hey, this isn't really close to NFL competition when you did play. Look, and I know Alabama isn't super close to NFL competition too, but you're getting way closer than playing at North Dakota State.
Right.
And so I don't know. This is one of those things for Trey Lance people, for San Francisco 49er fans, which it's weird. We do have quite a few of them.
Yeah.
Like my buddy Ryan Drees, Jeff Fry, they're big 49er fans. I don't know how you can really look at Trey Lance and go, I know or I think that he's our future, Super Bowl winning or the guy that's going to take us over the top now. I think you have to start evaluating. It's not Garoppolo and son of a gun. It's really tough to look at Trey Lance right now and say he's going to be the guy.
Is it possible that Doc Rivers had the worst weekend? Now, I don't know how much mileage you get from some of these stories, but the sleuths on the interwebs made sure to point out that Doc Rivers' Twitter account had liked, let's say, quite a bit of adult content. Reggie, are you familiar with this story?
I don't know.
Yes,
okay.
I kind of caught up with it in real time.
Okay, so is that a fair way to describe it? Is that Doc Rivers' Twitter account had liked a decent amount of adult content?
Yeah, I don't think that Doc Rivers, and let me make this a public service announcement to everybody that happens to use Twitter.com. Your likes are public information. Like, people can see what you like. And with that being the case, I guess someone happened to look at Doc Rivers' likes, and at least the last 5 or 6 likes in there, with maybe one Sixers tweet in between, were adult content, which makes me it also takes away some of the plausible deniability of if you were going to come with what we understand in these PR situations would be some level of spin.
Yeah.
Even if your spin would be well, maybe he got hacked and somebody just decided to, like bad content. Well, then who liked the Sixers tweet in the middle of that?
You have still stumbled upon the correct excuse. The word coming out now, of course, is that the Sixers discovered that, unfortunately, Doc Rivers' Twitter account was hacked.
That's right.
Doc Rivers had to be informed by a friend who, for some reason, they had that person liking adult content and 76ers things on his Twitter account. But, unfortunately, he was hacked. If you are to believe that, or what you might not believe, or what you might think happened is that he didn't know that everybody could see what you like and what you don't like. And that is what happened.
Well,
Mike, do you have an immediate thought about whether Doc Rivers just likes to party or if his Twitter account got hacked?
So, only my opinion. I don't think his Twitter got hacked, because if it got hacked, why would somebody just like those things instead of starting to post
them or
things?
Yes, that's a great point.
That would be now. I mean, maybe that's the whole scam of this is I'm going to hack into there, do almost nothing except just hit a couple like buttons and see what happens.
Now, one thing I will say is and this is me giving him a lot of benefit of the doubt and really being generous here, right? But, as we understand, certain people don't run their own Twitter in certain instances, or there'll be multiple people, they'll have teams that will help them run their Twitter. There could be the possibility that someone else had access to his account and was also liking things, thinking that they were on a different account.
Which
Maybe
we're
that's
still
something
lying
like
about
that.
the hacking then, that makes sense.
Maybe it was Kevin Durant. He has a lot of Twitters.
I don't want to rule that out. All right, 2 more quick candidates for you. Did the bookies have the worst weekend? Because if you're running live odds like they do at Caesars, the Cardinals and Dolphins were both as far as 25-1 to win in the fourth quarter of their games. And multiple books have reported that they took a pretty good-sized hit on that Dolphins game. Or is it all the hits that Triple G took over the weekend he lost to Canelo, and some might argue for the first time in that rivalry lost definitively to Canelo, but he lost to finish it out in it was pretty definitive fashion. I know some of the scorecards were tighter, but it definitely felt like Canelo won that fight.
Yeah, Triple G is not a young man.
No.
And I honestly...
Is he 40?
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin. There have been some fights previously where you go, man, it feels like he's really defying what I would expect somebody of his age. No, he looked old. His age against Canelo Saul Alvarez today.
And it took him what felt like at least half the fight to decide that he wanted to engage in the fights, because he really controlled the end of the fight, but by that point you're like, cool, it's way too late. I think I will be inclined to agree with you with all due respect to Triple G, Doc, and the rest. I feel like Trey Lance had the worst weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a long recovery time, and then will that job be there when he gets back for next year?
Yeah,
I know they put a lot into him. Number 3 overall pick, traded up for that pick, but you start looking at it from a 49er situation, and I don't know if that job's just given back to you in 2023.
Now, on the flip side, Reggie, I know you'll be proud to know I know one of the people or entities that had the best weekend. The Las Vegas Aces won their first WNBA title.
That's true.
And Chelsea Gray was the MVP. Right. So while there's all kinds of bad stuff happening, there's a good note for you.
2 things. Is that a new team, or have they moved 73 times to Las Vegas to be the Las Vegas Aces?
So they've been in Vegas for, I want to say, 3 or 4 seasons, but they did move. They were previously the San Antonio Silver Stars.
Okay.
Oh.
And then, was it true? I don't know if this was one of those memes or bits or whatever on social media. Is their MVP for All-Star Game trophies really small? Is also their championship trophy really small too?
No, the championship trophy is the same as it's been, which is a fairly, reasonable size of what you'd expect, like a Larry O'Brien trophy or whatever.
I think somebody did one of those.
No, the MVP trophy for the All-Star Game. Kelsey Plum, who is a point guard for this team, or a guard for this team, she won the WNBA All-Star Game, and they gave her a comically small trophy,
cup,
it looked like somebody went to the trophy shop around the corner and got one, like a trophy that you would hand out to all the kids after the soccer game, and they gave that to her as their MVP.
But the WNBA championship trophy is, how many feet would you say tall it is?
Probably about what, like 2.5, like you would for like a Larry O'Brien.
Okay,
right?
good.
It looks similar to what the NBA trophy would be.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the Fan.
It's looking like another unders week. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. NFL unders went 11-5 in week 1. Chargers and Chiefs went under last night.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value, not a penny less. It's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, courtesy of Dean M. Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. How is you today? I'll get to the rest in a second. Okay.
The hell was Cleveland doing yesterday?
That is a great question. Dawson just reenacted essentially the lunch bag scene from the Breakfast Club with all of these snacks that you've taken out of your bag. Will you consume all of these during the show, or do you just like to have options?
I'm planning to. That's been building up for the last week or so. I keep buying snacks, but not eating them all because I've been hitting the Jersey Mike's up the road for sandwiches most days. Okay, so I get a sandwich, and then I'm full, but then I still buy snacks.
Okay.
So now I got leftover snacks. So today is like a leftovers day, essentially.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Now, one more thing before we get to Cowboys, and I know there's a lot to talk about there, is was just talking about the Frankels. I actually got in a car accident over the weekend, and somebody goes, well, hold on, were you driving around Austin with any Aggie stuff in your car? I was not, but do you guys have stuff on your car? And if so, what kind of stuff?
I did have stuff on my car.
Yeah, well, you have to have a car to have stuff on your car, and right now Broadus is at a precarious place in life.
Before some idiot who whatever took
somebody decided that they wanted to make that their truck.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just a big LSU fan and they saw the emblem. Does that help?
I had one of those. I had one of those magnet, like an LSU, like the Eye of the Tiger. And so the new thing now is instead of the sticker, you have the magnet, and then you could take it off and move it around wherever you want to. But yeah, I was bummed by my Masters umbrella I lost. I was bummed by my prescription sunglasses I lost, and my LSU logo.
Magnet, yeah,
my magnet. I was kind of pissed off that. That's gone now.
We've got the North Texas Eagle on the back of it.
Okay.
Magnet?
Yep, magnet. I've got the Cowboys star, and I've got a G-Bag Nation sticker.
Do you ever see people who have the old election stickers or whatever? And you're
Reagan 84?
Yeah, it feels like you see some really old ones, and you're like, did you try to take it off? Or you're like, that's never going to
The caucus.
Yeah.
They're still thinking Dukakis could pull it out in 88.
Dukakis?
Reagan came back with retro political style a few years back. Everybody was talking about him, a Reagan purist or whatever. So I think that was like a reprinting of the stickers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I see the Laura Miller parade route stickers.
I think I have a Tolo sticker.
Okay.
On the Scooby-Doo van?
I do. I have a Tolo sticker on the Scooby-Doo van, and I think I have a soccer sticker for Abby's team.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good to know. Excellent information, y'all. Did you feel like the Cowboys won both sides of the line of scrimmage yesterday? And if so, how encouraging is that going forward?
I think absolutely they did. 100%. I mean, they outgained him on the ground. They outpassed him as well. And I felt like the pass rush, one of the things that was a little bit head scratching in that first game, and I know mostly it's because it's Tom Brady and he gets the ball out so quickly, but it was like, man, Game one, other than Micah Parsons, how much pressure are we really getting from everybody else? And then yesterday it was like, okay, everybody else is here, and there's Dorrance Armstrong, and there's Dante Fowler, and when they do those obvious passing situations, and it's Tank, Parsons, Fowler, Armstrong, and it's just the four of them get to go unleash. It was amazing. So the pass rush was there consistently. I thought they stopped the run at a pretty nice level as well. And then offensively, for the most part, I mean, this offensive line, I really don't have much to complain about because my expectations were so low. And I'm like, okay, you give up what, one sack? Can't be mad at you.
Fourth quarter, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I thought Tyler Smith had another really strong game. I thought him, and you saw the communication. There was one breakdown early between him and Farniak, but I thought overall they did an excellent job. In that first half, they were really running to that left side. They really put a lot of pressure between the youngsters, and they had a lot of success. I mean, you saw them get the pull that they were able to make, and they did an excellent job springing Tony Pollard as well when you had Martin and Biotish getting pulled around there. I was really pleased with what you saw, and the penalties. I mean, Terrence Steele specifically cleaned that up. So, I think that this was a physical game, and you saw it in the second half as well. The Bengals wanted to kind of bully this thing up a little bit, and the Cowboys answered the call on that.
Do you think it's questionable? And I want to hear y'all's thoughts as well. I just wanted to, something you said about Tyler Smith having another good game. There's speculation, or maybe just people out in social media world is like, well, when Jason Peters is good to go, you'd obviously slide Tyler Smith back inside. And is that really what you want to do, since this is like future projection for him is to be out at left tackle?
It's not what I wanted to do, no. But we have seen, and when we've had Brian Baldinger and talking with Broadus and speaking with other offensive linemen, and they've said, hey, Jason Peters moving over to right tackle doesn't seem like something that's realistic. If you want to get your best players on the field, it seems as though the best place to put Jason Peters is at left tackle. You were going to start Tyler Smith at left guard.
Yeah.
I really don't care what they were saying about Connor McGovern.
Right.
I don't believe it. I'm sorry. Tyler Smith, we all have eyeballs. He outperformed Connor McGovern. And it's not to say McGovern played badly. I think he really did have a good camp. I think he really did make strides and was better on that left side. Tyler Smith was the better option there. So in 2 weeks, does that completely change what your entire plan and thought process was coming into the year? Maybe it shouldn't. And if we've seen other guys be able to move from guard to tackle and have success, plus he's already got 2 games, maybe that is the way to go if you want to just have your best offensive line on the field and he kicks into guard and you can be okay there.
I wonder if they think that Jason Peters can play guard. That's the thing I wonder about.
You seemed very doubtful about that, which made me hesitate.
I'm very doubtful about it, but I'm also, to me, I've seen enough. I think yesterday, when you go back and watch the All-22, you're going to get an idea of Tyler Smith hung on yesterday. And I mean hung on. And I mean it in a way of that he could have been called for several holding penalties.
Yeah.
He wasn't. There were several opportunities where his feet were bad. Hendrickson beat him inside one time pretty badly on a play where he's trying to step hard left and he couldn't adjust back to the right. It's good right now because it's not like watching Lyle Collins give up sacks on the for the Bengals. And that's where I'm to me, I think that the kid has done a great job. There are some things that he has done wrong though. There are things he's done scheme-wise wrong. There's been some busts that they've had along the way, it appears. But it hasn't done anything to kill them right now.
Right, and that's going to happen. He's not going to be perfect.
And
he's going to make those mistakes.
He's not. But we shouldn't act like that this is the finished product.
Absolutely not.
Let's go forward. So to me, I would consider this, just me, play Peters at left tackle, put Smith back at left guard. I think Farniak is a bigger liability. I know I talk about the right tackle, so I don't think they're going to change the right tackle. But if you watch the game, and we'll get into it at 2:40 today about with Krusty's Corner, I think Farniak is the one guy that if you could replace him, then that would be, I think, going in the right direction there. Because losing McGovern hurt them, especially playing with the way Smith is right now. I mean, Smith is getting by at left tackle, but it's not doing anything. It's not one of those things like he's just stomping people. His run blocking is so much better than his pass blocking right now.
Now, we had talked about this just a few minutes ago, and now the Associated Press is putting out a story that Las Vegas police are investigating the allegations that somebody struck Kyler Murray in that. And have you ever been at a sporting event where you've seen someone actively try to physically engage with one of the competitors? Because I just don't understand the headspace of, I'm going to slap Kyler Murray in the face because my team lost.
Were you guys in camp in Oxnard when they had the scrimmage with, it was either the Raiders or the Rams, and that fan swung a helmet at one of a fan had a helmet.
I remember that. I was not there.
Yeah, it had a signing helmet. I think it was the Rams. They had it, and I think it might have been Anthony Brown or somebody. I mean, the place spilled to the sidelines, and there was pushing and shoving going on. and a fan in the stands along the railing where you can lean on that yellow, that yellow plastic stuff. This guy took a swing with a helmet in hand at Anthony Brown during that thing.
That's why I'm so shocked they allow college kids to rush the field at college games. Something bad's going to happen one of these days when thousands of kids run onto the field and they just get into one of the players' faces of the other team that lost. And a guy's
remember LeGarrette Blount punching that guy?
LeGarrette Blount punched somebody. Yeah, that was Oregon, right?
Oregon and
he
Boise
shouldn't
State.
get any trouble for that. That person came onto his property.
Yeah.
That's my property. That's my house. Yours
But
is
that was an opposing player. That was LeGarrette Blount. He wasn't punching a fan. He was punching a player, but that player was getting up in his face.
I thought
he knocked out an opposing player on the other team.
I think, I guess I thought it was a fan too.
No, that would have been even more legendary. But
but I just don't think that they should, we got to do a better job of, look, this is my property. If I go into the stands, that's yours. As in, I shouldn't go into the stands no matter what you say, type of deal. I can't go in the stands. I get that as a player. I don't want to lose my cool, but I don't know. It's a whole another topic.
Well, nothing should surprise us with Raiders fans.
That's a good-ass point.
I saw a stat that over 60% of them are convicted felons.
You know what? It's funny that you say that, and I know we got to go, but whenever we were there for that joint practice, that was my question to Raiders fans. I was like, how long have you loved the Raiders, and how long have you been on parole? And so, a lot of them were like, that's fair. And actually, second guy goes, you know what? I know you're joking, but it's 6 weeks. I've been on parole. What do you got?
Good
Shout
win.
out to Raider Joe.
Yeah, shouts.
Good job on
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I think I'm only $10 down now.
I know, yeah.
That was a big 4-day stretch.
And you're
I'm
really
down. I'm down 10 to Mike as well.
You might
I'm
want to
0-2.
stop on I know what the Patriots are going to do.
No more Patriots from me.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold, as always. Thanks for asking. We'll talk about everything with the Cowboys right out of the gates and for the majority of our 5 hours today. But we will have the Cy Young Show at 3:20.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say Victory Monday, Kevin.
Victory Monday.
Coming up on The Fan. the app. From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on a Cowboys Victory Monday. Welcome into the show. The text line is open for you. The chats on Twitch and YouTube are available for your use as well. General at your service. You see me, bear me. Let's celebrate. Here's Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And these Cowboys are now 1-1, gentlemen. Okay, what does the win mean to you? Who's in first? Good afternoon, guys. How we doing?
Good afternoon. We are partying, man. It's Cowboys Victory Monday. Chicken soup for our Cowboys soul.
I got my Cowboys shirt on. Broaddus got the Cowboys color blue on. You're rocking your blue. You got Roger the Dodger. Bob Lilly. My apologies. You had Roger Staubach on the Saturday show, BetQL. Now you're busting out the Bob Lilly.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
What happened?
You got bad news?
Nope. Everybody turn and congratulate Gavin Dawson. He's the only one that picked the Cowboys.
Congratulations.
The rest of us don't know what the hell we're talking about.
In a low-scoring, close game.
17-16, I think he said the game was.
Yeah. Way to go. Would have nailed it on the dot if it wasn't for those damn 2-point conversions they've legalized.
Sometimes it gets you, but I'm going to think you're one of the – I don't think there's anybody in the Dallas media world that picked the Dallas Cowboys with the exception of you.
Well, I think the Bengals...
Even at DallasCowboys.com, they picked against the Cowboys.
Wow. Did they?
Yeah.
We couldn't even get a homer pick from the .coms?
Not even
.comers were...
Wait, not even Mickey?
The .comers I worked with all picked the Bengals.
I'm going to be picking against the Cowboys next week, too.
For the rest of the time?
I'm going to keep this going.
Keep the streak alive.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I love it. Yeah, I want to thank the defense for making me a smart man.
Damn right.
You're 2-0, by the way. You picked Tampa last week and Dallas this week. So, if you're out there listening to the program, when Gavin gives your picks, make sure you listen.
That's right. Yeah, you don't have to listen to anything else. But Fridays to start off the show, we do kick off with our predictions. And, I think last year, even when the Cowboys offense was misfiring and everybody was frustrated even following wins, what we were seeing was this defense becoming nasty. And I worried that it could be gone when they lost Randy Gregory. But the combination of players, I think Micah Parsons being the main straw that stirs that drink with Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, Tank Lawrence helping. There's just a variety of ways. Leighton Vander Esch. Now, once you have to be totally worried about Micah Parsons, it's freeing other guys up. And I think it's only going to get better if they stay healthy.
Micah?
So I don't know how many games they'll be out of this year.
2 sacks pushed his career total to 17, most of any NFL player through the first 18 games of his career. Since sacks became an official stat back in 1982, I'm feeling very good about hitting that 15.5 over. Okay, overreaction, Cowboys Victory Monday. Dante Fowler is the second best pass rusher on this Cowboys team for the rest of the year.
I like that. I mean, he was great yesterday. Pro Football Focus will tell you he was the highest graded defender on the Cowboys yesterday, slightly above Micah.
Above Micah?
It's Pro Football Focus. Take it with a grain of salt, but there's no question Dante Fowler was a monster yesterday, and that was a welcome sight. The rest of the guys, I'll say yes on that. I do think, and shout out to your guy, Broaddus, Dorrance, Mr. Armstrong.
Nice bounce back
He
Dorrance.
bounced back, yeah.
Looked really, really nice. And as you mentioned, General, like Micah Parsons is the reason he makes everybody else look better. There is no question about it. When he is off the field, the pass rush you can see there's a difference there. But those other guys, as long as Mike is healthy, this is a legit pass rush. I was a little nervous last week. I'll chalk it up to Brady gets the ball out quickly. But now you start to say, okay, when you get a lead, when this team does have a lead, then it's the floodgates can really open on you.
Yeah, it was very exciting to see them win that game. I think, other things to think about as far as now we have the Giants and then the Commanders coming up before a big game against the Rams, and maybe Dak will be back by then. I don't know. It's tough to say exactly what is in his best interest, but I think a big part of this is with how Dak has played, especially post-Denver of last year. Maybe I should put a trigger warning on this. It's not that big of a drop-off to Cooper Rush. And what you're talking about now is a hell of a defensive team and an offense that maybe knows it needs to play conservative now with Cooper Rush, limit mistakes, try to establish the run, hit a couple of big plays in the passing game. And I think this might be a very solid winning formula. 2 2 years ago, Andy Dalton played 500 football, and had some impressive games. I hate to say it, but I think where Dak was pre-injury is remarkably different from where he is now, and he's not running the ball anymore, So it was oh my goodness, the season over, Dak is hurt. And it's like, you got to think about how bad Dak has played over the last 10 games of football. Mm-hmm. And if this team could be competitive with Dak playing that poorly in a lot of games other than Atlanta and the Eagles, that's what it was last year. There was a lot of poor football. Then this team should be viable under Cooper Rush, I think, until Dak returns. And if I'm Dak Prescott today, I'm not in a huge hurry. I can't come back and have my hand be weak and drop 2 fumbles and have the crowd calling for Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
You know, and I did not expect it to be that close. And it's only 20 points for Cooper Rush. I'm not saying Cooper Rush is Dak. But I'm saying, unfortunately, the comparison between those two players might be closer than anybody wanted to admit.
Well, when you start talking about the formula for Cooper Rush Cowboy victories, it's conservative offense, it's great defense, it's a couple of big plays through the air. You just got to add one more thing, which is get lucky and have the defense drop like 3 or 4 interceptions. And that needs to be a part of the game plan as well with Cooper Rush. Okay, so throw that on the chalkboard. Things that must happen. Get lucky on about 3 or 4 dropped interceptions from Cooper Rush. Outside of that, I get what you mean. The drop-off from last week Dak to yesterday Cooper Rush, I don't really know if there is any. But when you say Dak since the injury, which injury are you talking about? The ankle in New England? Because everything up before that, last year, was really, really good. And that's the thing about Dak is you still know what he's ultimately capable of, and there's no chance you're actually going to consider when he's healthy.
No,
keeping Rush in there, right?
No, but if Dak comes back and struggles, so they were 6-1 last year or 6-2 at the 8-game mark. He gets a lot of credit. If you look inside those box scores, there's one huge game, and then even in some wins where they looked impressive, it was a very mediocre yards per attempt, right? And the QBR is a failing grade as the Cowboys were off to this great start last year. And I think what is happening is this particular injury is so difficult to come back from to the point that no quarterback has ever done it. I'm not aware of any athlete that's ever done it, and he had 2 of those surgeries. You're able to play well for a couple of weeks, but the balance, the strength, the flexibility is not there for you consistently. And so you take away, that ability to get set and throw accurately. That's a lot of it is out of the table with this injury. Like an ankle reconstruction, you can redo almost every part of the human body in sports. They can't redo that injury. And that's what you're seeing. Plus, he's not running, right? And that was a huge part of keeping defenses honest for a long, long time. Dak not running, Dak coming back from the worst leg injury a quarterback can try to come back from. It brings his level down significantly. So after the decent start for 8 games last year, then you start in with the calf and then the shoulder. And now to start off this year, I think it was a really unlucky injury for the foot, but the inability to stay healthy and his decline of play, I think it's remarkable. And if Cooper Rush continues to win, if Cooper Rush goes out there and continues to win with Dak's surroundings, I think we're going to look at it and say, Dak putting up regular season wins against mediocre and bad teams inside the division, what's that really getting you? And has he been a passenger along for the ride, or has he been the main reason for this offense being so good? Am I making you nervous with these kind of things, Zach? I see you biting your lip over there.
Yeah, that's because he's turned on, dude. It's a Cowboy victory Monday.
I'm just happy overall. I think big picture with this offense, the scripted plays, clearly with Kellen Moore, we got to give him a lot of credit. He definitely designed a very friendly offense that it got Cooper Rush in the game. It was very, all right, we're going to show a lot of faith in the quarterback by going for it on that 4th and 2.
Oh,
beautiful play by Cooper
amazing.
Rush, stepping up in the pocket. There's pressure around him, delivers the ball to Noah Brown, right? I thought that was ballsy as hell. Give McCarthy and Kellen Moore. But then it's a lot of the same issues, big picture, after you have the first 14 plays or so. Where'd the offense go? And again, you're forcing your defense to be on the field for essentially the entire second half. And
I think Cincinnati had something to do with that, though.
Right, but I'm looking at this
Cincinnati
from a
got tired of
Cowboys lens,
yeah,
right?
but
I don't give a damn about the Bengals from now for the rest of the year.
No,
okay?
no,
Like,
I
I'm
know
just
you don't.
focusing on
But
the Cowboys.
I know you don't.
For
but
right now,
but you just made a point to say that the offense
100%.
sucked. The offense sucked.
But this is a trend with Kellen Moore's offense. Is the point that I'm trying to make here?
But
right?
I think
the adjustments.
Yeah. If the adjustments, I think that he had a 14-point lead.
Mm-hmm.
Cincinnati got tired of seeing their quarterback get hit.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, what they start doing? They started running the football.
They did.
Cincinnati's saying, okay, we're going to run it 5-6 straight times, and we're gonna try and wear you down. That 19-play drive. It is what it is.
Yeah.
It took a lot off the clock, and it got them back in the game and all that. But Cincinnati got tired of seeing their quarterback get hit. And if it wasn't for Dalton Schultz fumble, this might not even be a contest at the end.
Well, no, that's 100%. A good point.
And
maybe too that extended some drives.
Maybe the first two series of the second half probably a little bit too conservative. But once that Cincinnati started kind of clawing back in the game, I felt like they reopened up the offense in some of the passes that were thrown.
Well, and Brian, I wonder, if you saw this too, just one adjustment from last week to this week, and maybe this was a Cooper Rush thing to your point, Gavin. Not as much, long developing routes down the field where it takes a lot of time, where you've got to kind of wait for something to develop. It was a lot more, all right, get the ball out, underneath drags, crosses, where it's quick hitters to where you don't have to hold the football and read the defense and wait for something to get open. It was, let's try and help our quarterback here to where he can get the ball out a little bit quicker.
You saw what a good example is if you throw a slant in front of CeeDee Lamb. You saw that. You saw a big play out of that. You saw where ball placement does make a difference. And maybe too, it's a little bit about Dak and some of the double hitching that he does on slants and things like that. With Cooper Rush, it seems like it's a little bit more confident about, hey, I'm just going to throw the ball. I'm just going to make this throw here and see what happens. I trust that CeeDee Lamb is going to get out of his break and he's going to be there. And he put the ball in front of CeeDee. Hey, every pass that Noah Brown caught yesterday, 5 of them, 5 targets, 5. Every one of them was a huge play in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Every one of them. Third down. See, that's what you got to have. If you're Dak Prescott, you've got to make those plays.
Yeah.
You've got to find a way. If it's 5 targets to Noah Brown and 4 of them convert third downs and one of them converts a fourth down, that's what you got to have. We would think a lot differently about Dak Prescott throwing the ball if he was as accurate as what Cooper Rush was yesterday with the guys that were open.
And I hope I'm wrong, but we're coming up on 2 years since the injury, so we got to see this thing turning back around and generating some positive momentum. But I think what we're seeing is it's still a very, very loaded team like the Saints, who when Drew Brees was out, Teddy Bridgewater could come in and have them with a winning record, and it was crazy to see that at times. And we lionize the starting quarterback and think of all the backups as jobbers. But I think what this is telling me, Cooper Rush is 2-0 the last 2 times he's gone out there, not even against NFC East teams,
Not against the worst teams in football.
Not against the worst teams in football.
Yeah.
And what he's doing is having success because the roster is really, really good, and it's a roster that Dak can't even win a playoff game with. Okay? He's not an elite pocket quarterback. He's a guy that needs to run to keep defenses honest. He's not accurate, and that is a big part of what's holding the team back because of his injury. But just consider the fact, Dak homers, and I know some of you are getting after me on the text, and some of you love what I'm saying on the text, but this team has to be honest about this. If it does not start turning around in a profound way for Dak Prescott by the end of this season, 2023 could be it. Okay, you're watching guys who could barely be in the league come in and beat a team that was just in the Super Bowl with this roster. And if I'm the Cowboys, I'm thinking, who all is holding us back right now? I think it's the coaching staff and the quarterback because he got hurt. Maybe we were right on giving him a contract, but there was something significantly different in this set of games. And then what happened is the league got a book on him that Denver's Vic Fangio gave, and now it's making it even more hard. Mm-hmm. Salute to Trayvon Diggs, awesome coverage and a huge stomp on third down against the tight end.
Back-to-back stops.
I was going to say, it's the second down play
second
was a
down
great
play
tackle
was just
as well.
as good. Yeah,
Huge.
yeah. I think and if I could go back, though, to talk about what's going on the offense. Yeah, your receivers. I mean, you're down on receivers. You're down on your offensive line, and your quarterback is what it is right now.
Sure.
This defense is if you look at the last 2 weeks, Brady and then Joe Burrow, 218 yards for Brady, 199 yards for Burrow in this football game. This defense is good enough to carry you in this. You just need help along the way. And if the offense is able to do enough, it's just like last year. You kind of felt like the offense was going to have to carry the defense. This defense is good enough to carry you this year, but you're going to have to get some play from your quarterback, and that includes Dak Prescott.
General, you're spot on, says the 562. The 2-4 Cooper Rush had some bad passes. You're going to ignore those? No, I'm just saying a highly flawed quarterback making bad passes is having success on this football team.
Yeah.
And, to me, he played better than Dak did in week 1. So Cooper Rush had a preseason. Dak didn't. Let's let him get healthy. Let's see him have a couple, 2, 3, 4 games, and then we'll have a really equal sample size. And you tell me, when Dak comes back and has the same amount of games that Cooper Rush has played, at that point we'll have a real good opportunity to do some evaluation. Dante Fowler was amazing. Leighton Vander Esch and Dorrance Armstrong. Brett Maher.
Yeah.
Anthony Barr.
Yeah. See, the reason
Anthony Barr was great yesterday.
And I wrote that down. The reason why you were able to have success with Micah Parsons is because Barr and then Donovan Wilson and Leighton Vander Esch all played well.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that can back up when they have to use Micah Parsons in other spots.
Yeah, Donovan Wilson filled in fantastic yesterday for J-Ron Kearse. And we were worried about, hey, you lose a guy like Kearse, Donovan Wilson, and it speaks to that depth of the defense, right? And they've got a lot of guys. I mean, you're not even having Jabril Cox active on Sundays. We haven't even gotten to see him yet.
Okay, let's update our G-Bag Survivor pool and how it went horribly wrong already for 2 of us. We're going to get 2 payoffs. And with details on that, then the G-Bag of the day coming up next, The Fan.
Miss anything from your
CLB 000521360E.
Looking for an awesome career? Tolbert Garage Door is hiring full-time garage door technicians up to $22 an hour with experience. Valid driver's license required, flexible hours, company vehicle. Send resume to Colby at TolbertGarageDoor.com or stop into the Mesquite location Monday through Friday.
Welcome back, Nation. Here we go. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 6 minutes. We have our G-Bag Survivor Pool to update it. We started it last week, and already half of us are gone. But you can do a bet payoff and get back in?
Yeah.
Is that how it works?
That's how it works, and it's not your choice on whether you're going to get back in for the contents of the show. We got to get back in here. The only way to actually do that is to serve a bet payoff punishment. So weekly, anytime someone loses, they will have to serve punishment, and then boom, they're right back in the game here. So we will all be in the Survivor Pool every week. Otherwise, me and Broadus would be out now.
Well, I am very fortunate to be alive. The Broncos hosted the Texans, and I thought it was a brilliant pick. Denver was not only a 10-point favorite, but I thought I'm probably not going to be able to pick them the rest of the year because in that damn AFC West, I'm going to steal a free win here from Denver. They needed 10 points in the fourth quarter to get out of there. Russell Wilson just one touchdown, 14 of 31 for 219 yards. So Broncos did beat the Texans 16-9. I stayed alive, Brian. How about you?
Oh, I died.
What happened?
I died.
Broadus had me and Broadus both had heartbreakers, man. I mean, yesterday the amount of crazy games, like the NFL was on fire yesterday.
It was amazing.
And unfortunately, Broadus had the Browns.
Didn't end well for you, did it?
They were playing the Jets. It was a no-brainer.
The odds of them coming back to win that game too. It was an all-time great comeback.
I will completely dismantle the Browns and their fans and everything about Cleveland during Best of the Weekend.
As our buddy,
so many good numbers.
Colby Sapp used to say, "Cleveland's going to Cleveland."
What was it about Jacoby Brissett that you liked that made you want to pick that?
I just felt like the Jets were just awful with Joe Flacco playing quarterback. Yeah. And Jacoby Brissett wasn't the problem yesterday. It was the fact that I had my payoff attached to a team that's stupid. Well, that's football. It lacks football intelligence.
That's good passion right there.
You calling out Nick Chubb?
Yes. I am.
You have to call out everyone. They were up 30-17 with 90 seconds to go.
You don't have to score. They used their final timeout.
Why don't you play some defense?
They used their final timeout with 2:09. Nick Chubb, you did not have to score.
You know what's funny is Nick Chubb has been that guy where he has fallen down at the 1 yard line in his career.
SOB he is. What are you doing? How about some football intelligence? You don't have to score. Don't give them the ball back. I mean, they used their final timeout with 2:09. That's it. It's over. And you sat there and scored and gave them the ball back. Whatever the payoff is, I'm going to do. Are you going to read through the payoff?
I'll read through some of the payoff options, and then we'll choose you and I. Walchuk gets a nice Sunday night victory with the Packers.
Packers came through. Thank you, Aaron Jones and A.J. Dillon. I love you both dearly. A big 27-10 Packers win over the Bears. I felt safe with that. They usually win over the Bears. The terrible Week 1 game. I felt that was a safe pick, and certainly the Raiders though.
Yeah, I put my faith in the hands of Derek Carr and the Raiders. That proved to be a massive mistake.
It wasn't a double XP weekend. That's where you missed out.
Yeah, well, it was some Call of Duty weekend. Listen, I felt great in the second half when they're up 20-0. The Raiders are up 20-0, and then football happened, and Vegas Raider football happened, and next thing you know, Kyler Murray is scrambling 84 yards for one 2-point conversion. He scrambled 84 yards on that play. Yeah. And they end up. I mean, it's just an absolute nightmare. I'm living and dying with the Raiders. I felt like a Raider fan. You know how heartbreaking it is to be a Raider fan. I experienced that yesterday. It's one of the worst feelings ever.
Okay. Did you say with it when it clicked over?
Yeah, of course. I'm right.
What an insane 5 minutes.
I felt for him in real time.
How close was Murphy to fumbling that ball going in though? It looked like
he almost did it. Trust me, I was glued. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Okay,
that was insane.
Let's go. What do we got? An actual scouting report, though. I read somewhere somebody had a scouting report on Kyler Murray coming out that when he runs, it looks like a 2-year-old, a toddler who's just stolen something from their parents.
Yeah.
It looks like a toddler with the turbo button, man.
Yeah, he's got boosters going on.
But now I can't unsee that.
They
Like
had
when I watch Tyler.
They had 7 straight passes inside the 10-yard line to try to score, and he couldn't complete a pass and was like, okay, I'll just go ahead and do it.
Well, that was the annoying thing is it was like a 4th down play, and they get flagged for something stupid, and then they get a reset of downs right there inside the 5, and that ends up being the game-winning touchdown, and then Kyler scrambles, a million yards to get a 2-point conversion.
Okay, what are the possible bet payoffs that you guys could do here for the audience?
Okay, so I'll read off a few here. I listed out a bunch, but we got like the first one is opposite face. So if you choose this, then whatever your face currently has, you have to go opposite. So like Broadus, if you choose this, you're usually a shaved face guy. You'd have to grow out your beard. The rest of us, if we chose this, we'd have to shave our face.
Participate in
I know you won't. We have the Cincinnati bow tie, which would be pretty apropos for this week with the Cowboys getting the victory, and you can get the the testicles that hang from
the
trucks and stuff.
Yeah.
You wear that around your neck for an entire show on the Twitch. You have Krusty the Clown, which I think would go well.
That would be good. Need to save that one, maybe.
The Chris Arnold Vacation is a personal favorite of mine. This is where you will do a show shirtless for the entire program. You'll have sunscreen on your nose.
Zinc oxide on the nose.
Yeah, so everybody can see the white on the nose. And then you'll have to take a selfie of yourself and post it on Twitter once per hour during the show that day.
Okay.
That's the Chris Arnold Vacation. The Straw Dog, hot dog in the beer, consume it that way. Frog Legs. Milk Me, which is just consume a gallon of milk throughout an entire show here in the G-Bag Nation. We have sexy calendars and wrestling singlets and ranch pants and hot sauce and shoe beers and stuff like that.
Oh, shoe beers and ranch pants.
Yeah, shoeies. Yeah.
That sounds right up my alley. A nice shoe coldie.
Yeah.
As long as there's, confirmed no bacteria in there that could make me sick. Or maybe that's the fun of it.
There is no way to confirm.
Maybe I'll lose 10 pounds on the back end.
Yeah, that's true. It might work out as a bit of a detox for you for whoever does the shoey. So Broadus and I will have to choose, and we will get that figured out before Krusty's Corner is over.
So you need to get it paid off before the next week to get back in the game?
Yes. There will be a couple of them that maybe we'll give grace for just because maybe you have to order a costume or something like that.
Man.
But for the most part, this week Broadus and I will be serving our punishments.
Alrighty, it's time now for the G-Bag Nation's G-Bag of the Day with Lucius. Here he is.
Yo, what up?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, man, what's up, bro? Yeah, I had a great weekend. Fantastic. How about you fellas?
Yeah, it was a little too hot. I'm ready for the fall.
Okay, it was too hot on Saturday a little bit. Yeah.
How's the horsing?
It was cool. We horsed around a little something, you know what I mean? Had a great weekend.
Wait, were you the Cowboys fan that was on the horseback?
That was not me. Giving us horse owners a bad name. I seen that cat out there, and he even had the cowboy tail on the horse.
Yeah.
This man is serious about his Cowboys.
Now, would that guy have had to pick up his horse's crap if he grumped one there? Okay.
Yeah.
So he has different rules than the police cops.
Yeah.
All right.
The people I was with on Sunday said, I think that's totally legal to walk your horse into there. I believe so.
Nobody's in Texas.
Yeah, in Texas. G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by CBD American Shop and ShopTexasCBD.com. Shout out to the dude I ran into in the gym earlier this morning. Man said, oh, yo, you Lucius from the G-Bag Nation. Man, I love that station. You're like my third favorite.
Okay.
Well, you made top 3.
People say the craziest things, though. I didn't know the ranking. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know the ranking of who's who.
Did he break it down for you, though?
I didn't want to know. I got somewhere to be, man. Oh, I love you, man. You're like my third favorite guy at that whole station, man.
Yeah.
Love you, bro.
That's great. I'm going to give you my fan power rankings right now.
Thanks, guy.
You guys are like my 4th favorite show altogether.
Yeah. That's awesome. Thanks, dude.
We have 4.
When we last left off, Shannon Sharp was our G-Bag of the Day for giving Brett Favre that work for his nefarious dealings.
I talked to people that was in the room when Brett Favre went to the Hall of Fame, and nobody mentioned about text messages that he sent to that jet masseuse. Nobody mentioned anything about the addiction that he suffered from. But yet T.O., they brought up everything. Can you imagine if T.O. would have had an incidents like Brett Favre off the field? T.O. still to this day right now would not be in the Hall of Fame. Yet they walked right past it like Brett Favre did nothing.
That is true. I give you that.
The problem that I have with this situation, you got to be a sorry mofo to steal from the lowest. Mississippi is the poorest state in our country.
It is.
It's citizens.
Skip, bro.
So if they're the poorest state,
Brett
Favre is taken from the underserved. You made $100+ million in the NFL. Now this man done took $1 million. And they sitting around like, well, it happened and we'll see. And they're going to get more money and do it all over again. But he's been a sleazeball. He's been shady for a very, very long time.
You took $100 million.
Sleazeball. Yeah, that is. Yeah, that's
personal.
reprehensible. I can't believe it.
Let's see. Who farted on the set of Fox NFL Sunday?
Glazer. I don't even know. I just that was reaction. I'm sorry.
I'm thinking
I haven't even heard this.
Maybe it was Strahan.
A lot of people said Terry.
Yeah, old man Brad.
What's that other brother on there? What's that other brother on there?
Jimmy Howie.
That does the driving.
Kurt Menefee.
Yeah. He had a certain lean on the still shot that makes me believe it might have been him.
I love Kurt. He's so good at that.
Yeah.
Cheek lift.
Yeah, a little cheek lift right there. Hold on, check this out.
Move. Yep.
Hey, I've got a shot. Okay. I think I've got a shot.
Yeah.
Because, I know we have.
That's Jimmy. That's Jimmy. Yeah, it was in between words. He had to get it out real quick and keep on
I've
talking.
got a shot.
You can hear his voice.
I think I've got a shot.
Yeah.
Because,
He was working it out. That's a push out, bro.
Yeah, that's Jimmy.
I mean, if it slips, I get it. That was like a force.
I think it's Terry.
No, guys,
It's
that's
Terry.
Jimmy. He pushed that out.
That was not even an accidental fart.
No,
that was Jimmy talking, right?
No, but
Yeah,
you can
that's
hear
Jimmy
him talking and pushing.
Yeah.
He's like,
He did do the natural fart pause. Remember, you're talking about somebody. Hey, Zach. So this weekend, was that the what's the
Your body physically, you can't fart and talk at the same time.
It's got to be Terry.
fart pause.
All right, I'm going to ask somebody on the set.
That sounded pretty rank too.
It sounds juicy.
Yeah, it sounds like it could be dangerous.
Yeah, man. Them brothers over 50. You just can't be farting like that. Over 50, my guy.
Never know what you're gonna get.
Michael Irvin excited about the Cowboys winning over the Bengals. You know what? I've seen a lot of sloppy football over this weekend. I'm not going to lie on the NFL side of the game. Yeah. But they all ended like great.
Yeah.
You know
It gets
what I mean?
fun late one way or another.
The witching hour is just
Exactly.
unbelievable.
This is why it is America's team when all hope is gone and nobody believes it's possible. You know, and nobody think there's a chance to do anything. And every time it's somebody has something to do with that team that wears a star on the side of their helmet and they rise up and they do something great. Did you see that? Hey, Stephen A., they said Cooper Rush was doing a Tom Brady imitation the last few plays there, and when they got that, oh my God, we gotta win. Oh, Cooper Rush.
It was pretty clutch, man.
Is that just Michael Irvin in like some random living room by himself?
That looked like a hotel room to me. I don't know. It was a pretty generic table with like a 32-inch. I don't think that'd be at his house anywhere.
Okay.
I imagine his house would like.
I hope it's a hotel room because if it's his lady that picked that out, you shot fire at her decorating skills.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty generic table she's got right there.
Yeah, it looked like a college dorm setup, you know, not like an
old school one.
Maybe
too
that's
now.
his man cave, you know, and of course the lovely Mrs. Irvin has nothing to do with
You
that.
took simple
that
shots
man
at it
cave.
regardless.
It was a tiny TV.
Yeah.
There's no way that's in Michael Irvin's house. It's all 50 inches and up.
Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, my bad. It's my music right here. Ooh. Firecracker. I watched that App State game. It was amazing.
That was amazing.
It was
crazy.
amazing.
It was amazing.
But I'm not going to play it. I'm going to play Broadus going off on the Cowboy caller for some reason. What happened, Broadus? It doesn't matter. Let's just play this.
Is it the quarterback you hate? You hate Dak Prescott?
No, I love Dak. I really
then
do.
What
And
do
it's
you
just-
what do you see as not being what they need? I'm interested. I'm not trying to bash you or anything. I'm just curious but you're going to get Gallup back probably next week. So you would run out there if you ran CeeDee out there, who I thought had a good game today. You get Gallup back, and you have Noah Brown back, and then you got Schultz. Don't you have some better
But
weapons
then our
to throw the
offensive
ball?
line is not even that either.
Yet the
and-
offensive line is banged up to hell. I mean, they're playing with
I know,
with
exactly.
a rookie left tackle, and they're playing with a guy that's really a backup.
It feels like every year there's injuries left and right on this
Okay,
offensive
what are you
line.
bitching about then? That's what I want to know. I mean, are you bitching just to be bitching, or what are you doing? Are you
No, I'm not bitching. It feels like so I'm from Buffalo, right? And Cole Beasley came out and said, "Oh, Buffalo has the best workout area," but
They don't. He's never.
You don't-
I mean, the Star is tremendous.
Yeah, there's nothing like the Star.
The Star's $1 billion
Appreciate the
facility.
phone
I've
call,
been to
Aaron. Thank
Buffalo.
you.
I'm sorry.
No.
I mean,
look, like
we had a couple
We're
callers.
just bitching to be bitching.
We're just bitching to be bitching. We're bitching.
Is it Broadus going off on a caller? Is it Michael Irvin? How dare you be negative after a victory, caller?
No, I mean he was just bitching to be bitching.
He was.
and gosh, they win a game with
Typical
a backup.
New Yorker.
Yeah, Buffalo. I guess I don't know.
Michael Irvin excited about the Cowboys. Who farted on NFL Fox Sunday, or is it Shannon Sharp, our one-time G-Bag of the Day champion? I'm going to go for the mystery farter, Chiafalo.
Yeah, gosh. Okay, since you're going for the farter, I'll go with Brian Broadus there. But I forgot about the fart for a second.
We're tied at 1, Lucius.
Minister Irvin giving us the Lord's word on the Cowboys on a Sunday afternoon.
His dad was a preacher, wasn't he? Is that right?
Sounds like it.
Yeah.
Runs in the genes for sure.
Yeah, Irvin's ready. Kick in his next career. Wolchuk, where you going?
I love a mystery farter, but I got to go bitching to be bitching.
We're at 2-1 to 1, Brian. What do you say?
I'm going to go with the mystery farter myself.
We're tied at 2, which means you got to jump onto Twitter at GBagNation. We're going to create an Insta poll here. You will vote during the break, and then when we return, we will announce the winner and get you Brian Broadus and Krusty's Corner. And where are we going with that today, sir?
Yeah, let's talk about who I thought played well in this football game. We'll do that next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean.
Evan Hagelin, and I'd like you to join me as I sit down with Dak Prescott as part of the Fans I'm Listening special on Sunday morning, September 25th from 6 to 8 a.m. as together we spread awareness about mental health.
I'm Listening on the Fan is proudly presented by the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. It is a Texas authority in barricade rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
Thank you very much. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for voting in the G-Bag of the Day poll. Please follow us while you're there. Brian brought us one by a 2-1 margin. Here he is with Krusty's Corner. Brought us.
I appreciate that. I should just went ahead and voted for that, shouldn't I? I don't think I've ever voted for myself on this thing when it's. I've been up several times.
No, I think it was. You had a really good contender there with the mystery forceful farter on Fox. I mean, that's a heavyweight bout, honestly.
By the way, that was the last call of the night. That one.
Okay.
It was the last
one.
So
you were wound up at that point.
At that point in time, I was like, man, enjoy it. You know, you got a victory, and these things are hard to do. Oh, by the way, I know we're going to pay these bets off.
Yeah. Yes. What are you doing? What'd you choose?
I am going to take the shoey from Woolchuck's shoe. So I'm going to drink a beer or maybe scotch out of Woolchuck's shoe.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's going to be a lot of scotch. It's a lot of scotch.
I'm going to drink. I'm just going to do the best I can. I might have to take a couple of chugs at it, but I'm going to do, it's either beer or scotch. I got to figure out, but I'm going to do it.
I'll have Miller Lite for you if you want to do some beer.
I'd love to do it. A Miller Lite would be great.
Yeah.
Miller Lite
I know you love Miller.
A standard 12-ounce can?
Yeah, standard.
Okay, but I'm going to do it. I got to do it at a Woolchuck shoe, right?
Woolchuck's disgusting shoe that he walks in.
Yeah. Is it the shoe that he wears that day?
No.
So he just brings from home.
He's going to bring from home.
A garage sneaker.
This might be when Woolchuck was like big and kind of sweaty.
I dropped 40 pounds in it and then had to switch shoes.
Okay, well, that's a big shoe. We might need to do a 24-ounce.
The imprint of his foot on the inside of it.
Kidding.
Okay, so you're going to do the shoey right here on the Twitch, here during the show?
Right here during the show. I got to get back into this thing. I can't be out long. So.
Likewise. Okay, so I'm going to choose the Cincinnati bow tie, and I just sent the Amazon link to my wife. I said I'll explain later, but I need you to buy this for me. So I'll have truck nuts at some point on my neck on the Twitch before Friday or by Friday.
By Friday.
This is amazing. I love this.
Cool.
What you think your wife's going to say on this thing real quick?
I don't know. I'm looking forward to her response. She's going to be like, okay.
Oh,
and then,
what?
Well, maybe
it's a very fleshy
Halloween costume. Yeah. Maybe there's a way to spin this into a double deal.
I'll hope to get some more use out of it. So we'll see.
Oh, I'm sure you
might have to pass it along to somebody else.
Yeah, it could be a good.
Might be a pass along thing if somebody else.
Ball sacked sports many a time, so this works out well.
It could be just a good old fashioned gag gift, you know.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah. All right, I told you I was going to tell you who played well here, and I tell you what, I got the opportunity to see the All 22 this morning, so excited about that. And by the way, I'll have a breakdown of that tomorrow too. I'll walk you through some plays.
Scout's eye,
but you know what? I'm going to talk about I mentioned about the things on defense, and I mentioned with Micah Parsons and what allows you for Micah Parsons to be so successul is, sure, it's his ability.
Genetics.
Sure, yeah, mom and dad, whatever you want to say.
DNA, part lion, right? Isn't that what he is? Like DNA, the autopsy on Micah Parsons, and whenever that time comes for him, is going to reveal that he is part literal king of the jungle lion.
Yeah.
He's a freak show.
I totally agree with you on that. But for him to play well, other guys have to step up around him and play well. I mentioned Donovan Wilson at safety, and I was really feeling like that, how are they going to get around not having Curse on the field? how are they going to get around when they want to play their coverage, or they want to play their linebacker down in the box, and he's going to have to cover and make tackles and things like that. I thought Donovan Wilson was outstanding in that football game yesterday.
Yeah, me too.
There was only one time where I saw a poor angle to the ball, but other than that, Donovan Wilson was a absolute beast. He ended up with 8 tackles in this game.
Yeah, and a lot of those were in space.
In space, having to go through trash to get to the ball,
and against good playmakers, guys that are tough to bring down. Jamar Chase, Joe Mixon. I mean, these are guys that are some of the best in the sport.
Yeah, and let me tell you what, he did a really, really nice job when he had the opportunity against Hayden Hurst. I mean, there were some times where Hayden Hurst, the tight end, made some plays, but it wasn't on him. But Donovan Wilson, when he had to cover, he did a super job. I mentioned Anthony Barr. Anthony Barr was another guy that the week before, Anthony Barr looked like to me he was playing in quicksand.
Me too.
He didn't look quick. He didn't look aggressive. He didn't get off any blocks. The only downfall yesterday was the penalty he got against Joe Burrow. Officials are going to call that. That's a tough call.
Yeah.
But I mentioned Donovan Wilson. The one he got, he went after Joe Burrow's head.
For sure.
So that one I thought was legit. But when you talk about Anthony Barr, when they're rushing Micah Parsons, they have to have him, or they have to have Barr. They have to have other guys like Van Der Esch, another linebacker that played very, very well in this game. But Anthony Barr looked like to me that he was playing with, he was physical. He was able to get off those blocks. He played with more quickness in this game.
The play on the screen.
To blow all that up.
A couple of plays in the run game that were really impressive.
Absolutely.
He did an amazing, because last week I did not think was a good game for him. He struggled a lot, but he bounced back and was excellent yesterday.
Okay, how about, we talk about, on the offensive side of the ball here, how about Noah Brown?
Sure.
Okay, with Noah Brown, what he was able to do in this game, go back and look. He had 5 targets, 5 receptions for 91 yards. Every one of those receptions were big, huge plays in this football game. And it goes to show you, though, when you have a guy like Noah Brown who gets a lot of work with Cooper Rush on scout team stuff, there's some familiarity there. There's some, he understands how he's going to run routes and where he's going to be. And so I thought that Cooper Rush did a nice job of getting him the football. The last catch he made was complete luck. I mean, complete luck. If you look,
it got batted, right?
It got batted. I mean, it got batted, and the ball actually was going to the Hendershot on the drag underneath.
Who was open?
He was wide open, and Hendershot. If Rush gets him that ball, Hendershot's going to, and this is the final drive, he's going to turn up the field, and they're going to be in field goal range, maybe get out of bounds and do all those things. But when you watch it from the end zone, you can see Cooper Rush's eyes are completely looking at Hendershot. And as he's letting the ball go and then it gets deflected, great job of reactions by Noah Brown for where he was standing and then been able to make that play.
Yeah, big plays, tough catches. The touchdown was a great grab.
Oh, absolutely. Well, that's the thing that was really great about, and when you're starting to talk about what he's doing he ran that route against Jesse Bates, who Bates was their franchise player, safety. I mean, they drafted Dax Hill to probably replace him because they're not going to pay him. But Jesse Bates is a damn good safety for the Bengals, and he got matched in coverage against Noah Brown. And then on that route, he was able to take him all the way across the end zone, separation and all that. Came up with a big play. So Noah Brown, great job there.
And just to add to the trust factor of him and Rush, 4th and 2.
Yeah.
I'm going to push the ball 17 yards down the field to my guy Brown. That's ballsy. Yeah. And I loved it.
Yeah. Dante Fowler was another one. We didn't see anything from Dante Fowler the first week against Tampa at all. But in this game, when you're talking about the offensive line situation, you wish you could play against an offensive line every week like the Bengals, because they're going to struggle. And Dan Quinn did a great job. He used some hybrid fronts when you're stand-up guys, linebackers. But he used Dante Fowler all over the place in this game, much like he used Micah Parsons. So left end, right end, put him in the middle, move some of his defensive ends into defensive tackles. But Dante Fowler in this game, he only had the one tackle, had the sack, the strip. Now Burrow looked like he was trying to push the ball forward, and so as he's trying to push it Fowler like knocks it forward for him, like knocks it out of his hand. So it wasn't like a real strip. It was like you see Burrow trying to kind of shovel the ball forward to Mixon, but Fowler happened to be there and just knocked it out. So really, really nice
He had
play.
a huge bat down to the line of scrimmage, too, in the fourth quarter.
Sure did.
Highest graded defender, Pro Football Focus.
He had an excellent game.
He did. And the final one real quick here I'll finish up with is with Diggs.
Oh.
Those tackles that he made, and it's funny you listen to Micah Parsons after
Hilarious.
the game. Parsons is like, I can't believe he did it. Like, he was even surprised. But Diggs did a nice job, not only on those tackles, but in coverage as well.
He was out to silence some critics.
He was. He'd had enough. If you hold Jamar Chase to 5 receptions for 50-something yards, you guys are doing some good work.
I think it was
there.
2 for 14 against Diggs.
Yeah.
And one of them, he's there.
slant.
I mean, he's right there. His arms in between, like breaking up the pass. Chase. It was just a great play by Chase. But even that play was blanket coverage.
But that's great
Diggs is
job.
strong.
Just overall great job by the Cowboys defense to win this one. And we could talk all day about what Cooper Rush has been able to do and what Noah Brown, like we were just talking about. But, man, just a super job on the defense for getting it done.
Okay, we're going to hear from Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy press conference coming up. If you want to text into the show, how did the game change, how you're looking at this team overall, we can take some texts. Then we got the Chris Young Show coming up at 3:20, so a very busy 35, 40 minutes coming up next here with you on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Men's T Clinic before we do.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the nation. We are standing by to get you the Dallas Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy presser right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105 through the Fan. Let's see if you can update us on anything. Maybe a little injury update, something like that. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk Chiafalo, and Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 469. So the question is, how does yesterday change how you're looking at this team? Guys, I'd love to go around the room and get your thoughts. 972, I'm glad we had a fun, competitive game compared to last week. I think that's a good way of looking at it. Like, hey, maybe this will actually be fun still, you know? And it is so much more fun when you get the dub. First time my 6-year-old son was engaged in yelling with me, a day I'll never forget. Yeah, it's so fun watching sports with the kids.
I love that. That is amazing. Congratulations to you. That's got to be an all-time great moment. Like I feel like as a sports dad and as somebody that hopes whether it's a son or a daughter, they also are ingratiated in this Cowboys fandom. That's a moment I will never forget.
It took Abby a long time. She just started watching games with me this football season. But I think it's a con for her to get a foot massage. I think that's what I figured out over the weekend. She's like, so, is there a game tonight? And I'm like, yeah, come on, sit down. Let's do this. Mm-hmm. And then, she gets up there and gets her pillows and everything and then looks at her TikToks while I rub her feet.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I'll take it, though.
She sounds like my wife, bro. That's how I can get my wife to just kind of settle in for a little bit and just get lost in the sauce of football.
Yeah. Not too dissimilar. 817, defense is swarming and Cooper Rush looking like a late bloomer. What would you say about Cooper Rush, Brian?
Tell you what, I don't think he's scared. I think that he's super, super calm in the way he plays. Almost to the point where, and I think he did a much better job from the preseason, even a few short weeks ago, of moving the football quickly, not holding it. There's times where you feel like that Cooper Rush is going to stand there and wait. And, when they played the preseason, I saw that. Yesterday, I didn't see that. Yeah. I saw a guy that was more decisive. He understood, it's almost like he had the week to get ready for the game. So I think that helped him in a lot of ways to know what the plan was. And some guys did a nice job for him, though. The running backs I thought were fine. The tight ends were fine. I know they had the turnover there. They don't have that turnover. They're going to kick a field goal or score a touchdown. That thing's not even going to be close.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I like the way he plays with a lot of confidence. And, he's very, very calm in the way that he goes about his business.
You said 2 words, and that's the 2 that I was thinking of in comparison with Dak, and where Cooper Rush is just better right now is just in his headspace of being confident and decisive and just trusting what he sees and trusting his guys to make a play and not holding the ball and double clutching. Should I let it go? Like he's much more confident in what he sees right now, and him playing decisive was noticeable compared to last week's Dak, where there's no confidence in what you're seeing.
You guys remember the play where he ran for 3 yards?
Yep.
They run the boot to the right, and he has a chance to throw the ball short, and he's like, I don't know, because Cooper's kind of looking. He was looking downfield. He was looking for a little bit bigger play, and he decided that I'm just going to run this for 3 yards.
I even thought to myself, I don't know if Dak would have made that play.
I think Dak would have tried to force the ball.
I think so too.
Yeah, but we saw it. That's what the interception was last week against the Buccaneers.
Exactly.
He forced the ball down the field into coverage, and Cooper's thinking, wait a minute, I've seen this look.
And I'm not one that's going to be trying to pound the table like, obviously.
No,
this is
I'm just
Rush's
saying
team.
though, if you're a quarterback that watches
just from week 1 to week 2, and no doubt, and I do think maybe these are things that Dak's probably watching and thinking. I was a little bit hesitant. He knows, he's going back and watching the All-22 in the film study. I'm excited to go back and watch it as well. But I agree with you. I think there was a lot of confidence from Rush. The ball was getting out. He was composed as all hell at times in that football game, especially in big moments. I mean, those 4th downs, some 3rd downs, he just let the ball rip, whether it was to Noah Brown and CD. And I thought the receivers did a good job. I mean, CD Lamb specifically on that game-winning drive to set up Brett Maher, the ball to CD, he does a good job of working back to it, coming back to play the football to make sure he gets the catch. That was some stuff last week I thought we lacked from CeeDee Lamb, coming back, fighting for the football, just trying to, that ball's mine when it's in the air. You didn't quite see that from 88 at times. So I think that the receivers did a good job stepping up. We talked about that. When you have a backup receiver, sometimes, other players, they take it upon themselves. Or a backup quarterback, we're going to step up in this situation, help that guy out. But, one thing that the thing that I think is going to be the common theme, and maybe Tampa Bay's feeling the same way today, this defense is going to carry this team the whole year. I don't think it matters who your quarterback is. Fans, if you want it to be, this isn't high-octane offense like the Rams have or the Chiefs have. I just don't see that being that. Maybe later in the year it changes. But this is going to be play good defense and offensively just manage the game. Don't kill your team. But to me, it just doesn't seem like that's there right now where the offense is going to be carrying this thing.
No, I think that is confirmed as well. Like, as far as what we learned yesterday about this team or how yesterday changes, I think it should give even more confidence after going up against Burrow and Brady in the first 2 weeks and holding them both under 20 and be sitting there at 1-1. I would have taken that at the start of the season for sure. Okay, Rush is more nervous at a press conference than he is in a game. That's a good takeaway, 682. One of the worst interviews we've ever done on Radio Row. 3 or 4 years ago, the Cowboys sent Cooper Rush down there to be the Cowboys' backup quarterback, and it was the most forgettable 7 minutes of interviewing I've ever done.
Did they go through all 52 guys on the roster first, and they just had no choice? They're just going to run lifeless Cooper Rush out there? I mean, it'd be like if the Rangers trotted out Jonah Heim for some sort of Rangers tour.
Sometimes I feel like the PR guy is like, okay, who's the worst person at interviews? Let's give him a boot camp over there at Radio Row. Yeah, that'll be a good idea. Maybe we'll ask Joe Trahan if that's how that went down. Like, how did you decide to send Cooper Rush to the Super Bowl to interview with everybody? I forget what that was. Maybe Atlanta, 2-3 years ago. But yeah, I mean, point taken. He is not nervous. Now, we have seen so much bad football from Cooper Rush. I'm not going to say like one pretty good game sets him up to be a potential starter in the league. It's just you're fairly happy that you have a fairly viable backup in a lot of situations, right?
Yeah, the questions were about was it him or his backup? Who was more equipped to probably figure out does the offense struggle? With depending on who you play there at quarterback. But I tell you what, man, the guy is 2 for 2 in games. For a while there, it's like, oh, they're hanging their hat on a game they had in Minnesota. Well, it's beyond that now, guys.
No,
if you're sitting in that locker room and your coaching staff, you're thinking, this cat just beat Minnesota at Minnesota. He just beat the Cincinnati Bengals. He just went toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow. Now our defense played their ass off, but this cat went toe-to-toe with Joe Burrow and came out on top. So, there's a lot more to it now than just one game.
If you were on your old job, and I think this was with the Cowboys, where you're throwing out trade chum, do you think anybody, if you said, look, he's 2-0, the last 3 games we've had as the Cowboys, he's put up the best game.
If people have been saying, I've got to check this because I think that, they let him go and they put him on the practice squad.
Yeah, nobody wanted him.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Was he a vested veteran? It might be a vested veteran situation where all of a sudden he was not going anywhere. That's what I need to find out.
Yeah, I was wondering
because everybody's like going,
as well.
Yeah,
everyone's
I think
no
Baskey
one wanted him, right?
I think Baskey was throwing out there, and they were throwing it out there, and I was like, going, man, for some reason I think he's a vested veteran.
How much does the preseason matter? The 682. A lot of people want to bring that up. I brought it up earlier.
He wasn't great in the preseason.
Yeah, maybe he was knocking off rust.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he got a ton of work though at practice and things like that, but
it's so tough because it's like Justin Herbert's never played a preseason game.
Right.
Has he ever looked bad? Did he look bad to come out and start the season? So it's maybe certain players but then Dak Prescott last year didn't play in the preseason and he had a red hot start to the year, right? He's an MVP favorite until the calf injury. Him and Kyler Murray, they're 1-2. So it's a convenient thing to say now, but no one was saying it last year. So I think the preseason debate is a little bit BS.
Yeah, I think though Dak's record on opening night is not good.
That's true.
And maybe it's just because of the opponents being Tampa the last 2 weeks, and the Cowboys have never beat Tom Brady.
Man, he was great last year against Tampa, though, right? He held you in that game.
He played well enough to win.
And then this past week, everything that I thought about Dak Prescott made me have to rethink things. Like, man, I'm thinking the guy's going to carry. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. And he went out there and he played like a guy that had never seen a football field before.
All right, at 877-881-1053. I agree with you. It was pretty rough. Are the Cowboys actually okay at wide receiver, Chiafalo? Let me ask you that question. With how Noah Brown is elevated, I'm no longer calling him Mr. Oxnard. I've taken that tag off of him.
Dang it, I loved that.
I know. I did
used
too.
it last night in a tweet.
It was good, but and he is so I hate to say it, unimpressive compared to his peers athletically. I understand why the Cowboys wouldn't want to try him in a regular season game or give him more opportunities, but he's showing that you don't have to be blazing fast or super, quick or anything or have terrific hands. He's just a good professional that knows his job, and through 2 weeks, he's been more productive than Amari Cooper.
Yeah, I mean, I feel much more confident about it now, seeing, okay, Noah Brown is clearly able to make plays in a game, and it's not just the training camp practice stuff, and then you have the Michael Gallup situation coming back.
We got to go to Mike McCarthy. Here he is.
What impact did Micah have on yesterday's game, and just overall, since he's been here in less than 20 games, just speak to just how he's become ingrained with what you're doing?
I mean, Micah wreaks havoc. He's definitely a focal point for every one of our opponents. I mean, you could see that last year. We played him, exclusively, at the defensive end position yesterday. So, I mean, obviously had a huge game. And Captain Obvious question, Captain Obvious answer. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I was actually expecting a little better question from you coming out of the gate. So, not that he's not, he should be first. So, yeah.
That might be a Jeopardy for question 2.
Yeah, no.
Just piggybacking on Michael, what does he do for
Of course.
What does he do for other guys? Though you saw him open up things. They gave him attention and opened up things for other guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think he's a perfect example. The definition of an elite player. I mean, elite players make everybody around them better, both on and off the field. And I think you're seeing him grow in more ways than one. But yes, I mean, he gets a lot of attention. Whether it's sliding the line to him, having the back. What was it? I'm sorry, I missed something.
That was great. Well, that was.
David, at least you didn't have the worst question.
That was weird. Yeah, David, you're off the hook.
You wanted to now next to last.
Yeah.
He said
What did he say?
So there's your bulletin board.
Oh, the Commanders will win.
I know what he said.
Oh.
He said communism.
Communism.
Oh, man.
Steer it into
Social state, right?
My goodness. Don't know where he came from.
Maybe
we should start all over.
And Mike is a great player. Next question. He played great yesterday. Again. So. That was different. Yeah.
All right, 3 and out from the
Did you
group.
see him coming in? Actually, we're going to Skylar.
Skylar Dixon with the AP. You said in that first answer, played exclusively at defensive end. I know you don't want to give away game plans, but and he said during training camp, I don't want to limit myself and where I am. I mean, do you see it leaning more that way going forward, or do you still see him bouncing around?
Well, I mean, really, the philosophy of how to utilize Micah hasn't changed. I mean, we have to continue to create targeting challenges for the offense. I think both his ability to play on and off the line of scrimmage is a huge asset for us, and also I think clearly gives us the opportunity to create matchups from different ways, different challenges that you're able to put on there. I just know from an offensive perspective, when you have to, it makes the offensive staff of the opponent work harder. The challenging of where he is either fourth rusher, is either fifth rusher. And at the end of the day, we're just trying to continue to create opportunities for him. So we won't change our approach.
John Rashad of The Athletic. Cooper Rush after the game, at least on the field, seemed like about as excited as we've ever seen him in the press conference. Yeah, in the press conference, he wasn't like that at all. He was back to his normal self. How much do you think him having demeanor that he has helps him late in the game in those type of situations where I think a lot of people will probably be nervous, and he probably isn't?
I mean, excellent point. I think you saw that in both the 2-minute drills. The offense was 2 for 2 in 2 minutes, and that really plays to his personality. So he's just very decisive. And I thought he played a really solid game yesterday, and had some plays that you obviously look at and grow from. But it's fun to see him excited because obviously that's him getting out of his comfort zone. But yeah, I think it clearly helps them in situational football.
Jane.
Oh wow,
Noah Brown.
this is a fun day today. Yeah.
Jane Slater and Phil Network.
Yeah.
We typically see Noah Brown pop in the preseason, and I know it's been 6 years since he's been here. Why do you think he was able to be as effective as he was last night? Is there something to his time with Cooper Rush working with the twos?
I mean, in my opinion, honestly, I think it's just the fact that he's given more opportunities. I mean, you know, you look at Noah. I know in the prior 2 seasons, you know, he wasn't given a lot of opportunities. It was mainly special teams, and you know, he rotated in. I mean, just the fact that he's playing more, you know, and the attention CD gets, you know, in the passing game, he's cashing in on his opportunities. So, just couldn't be happier for Noah. I mean, he's worked so hard. You know, I know, you know, my first year here, he's just coming back off of a major injury, and I know the training staff, because, you know, it's just like anything. You don't know these guys, and you're asking about them, and just the love that they had for him going through the rehab. And, you know, and I know I said it again yesterday, and I just to show the quality of the football player. I mean, how many number 2 receivers are your personal protector on your punt team? So I think that speaks volumes of how we feel about him, but most importantly, there's just the quality and toughness that he plays the game.
This is a Captain Obvious take 2. When you have a player like Dak Prescott who's going to be out for several games, a lot of times you'll see a team will take several games to adapt to playing without him. What does it say about your team's ability to adapt seemingly as quickly as it did yesterday for that and just going forward?
You know, I think like anything, it just starts at the beginning of the week. I mean, the team, you know, yes, we were disappointed the way week 1 went, and, you know, as far as how it came out. But I mean, you know, I think like anything, you know, the offense lost their starting left tackle. Then, you know, week 1 we lose their starting quarterback and starting right left guard. So, but that's what you spend the off season for. You know, you have menus and concepts, and you know, and frankly, I think our younger players were able to get a lot of work in the preseason games. But you know, Cooper got to play a lot in the preseason games. So I mean, would have been able to play more if he wasn't hurt. So I think all those things, you know, play into it. So, but I think, you know, just start with Kellen and the offensive staff would just, you know, put together a game plan that we were able to stick with, and I thought. I mean, there really wasn't any blink from us. So I know there's conversation, you know, around the exterior here. But you know, at the end of the day, I saw a team that practiced to win the game. You know, it was a preparation. Clearly, it was better from week 2 to week 1, and that's what you would expect. You know, and I think, you know, because there's all the little stuff that has to get into place, your look teams and things like that. So, and I'm big into that. I think you just keep, you know, stacking success, keep building, keep grinding, you know, make sure you're having opportunities for the young guys to develop, and keep the practice field competitive. You know, our defense had a hell of a practice too Thursday, and, you know, and they stepped up huge. I mean, this offense, Cincinnati, we had a lot of respect for them. You know, a lot of respect for Cincinnati's offense, especially their perimeter group. You know, to hold them to no big plays in a game was, you know, it's a huge feather in their cap for our defense. So special teams play big. I just love the last sequence. You know, you get the punt to, you know, to pin them back. You know, great ball location by Brian, coverage. You know, and then the defense gets the 3 and out. And then we get the return. You know, Turp gets a nice return, and then we go down and throw 3 completions and, you know, run the ball and, you know, church clock it and win the game. So I mean, that's complimentary football. That's who we are, and that's the way we're going to play, and that's the way we want to play each and every week.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to ask you about Turpin.
I ain't giving you that.
I was asking about Turpin, but not just at the end of the game, but at the end of the first half. Yeah. I mean, the returns and the 20-yard at the end of the first half, set up the field goal, and then the 14-yard at the end. I'm big with those plays.
Yeah, I mean, field position. I think we were plus 50, you know, in the field position battle. So, you know, and a lot of that comes down to, you know, special teams and, you know, defense, the 3 and outs, getting off the field. You know, you know, the time of possession obviously flipped in the second half. You know, they had the 19-play drive, but, you know, you're playing a quality team. I mean, they played in the Super Bowl last year. I mean, they're the AFC champions. So, I mean, we knew the challenge that we had going into it, but, you know, our guys just played our game, you know, and that's what we have to do each and every week.
All righty, there it is, the Mike McCarthy press conference. The highlight, it appears, a fan jumped in. You know, Mike holds that just inside the front door. They might have to change that if this happens again, but a fan jumped in there and yelled, "Communism wins." And then he was back out onto the streets of Frisco. The Commanders claimed John Ridgeway, the Cowboys defensive tackle pick out of Arkansas. They cut him last week, and now he's got a new team. All right, we'll move aside because it's time for the Cy Young Show. Rangers GM Chris Young right here on 105.3 The Fan is next. I want to chat about D&M Leasing. I hope Welcome back, Nation. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com as we are standing by for the Chris Young Show here. Rangers GM joins us every Monday at 3:20 right here in the G-Bag Nation, and here he is, CY, Chris Young. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing outstanding, thank you. So, did you have a nice weekend? Do you get to go be a sports dad and all that still, or do you have to work nonstop during the season?
No, I was in Tampa with the team this weekend, so it was on the road with the team, but it was a good weekend nonetheless. I mean, I wish we had won the series. We obviously came up short, a little, lost 2 of 3, but we played good baseball against a playoff caliber team. Some positive signs, but definitely some things that we need to do to get to the next level.
Okay, so speaking of getting to the next level, as this wraps up, 5th in the AL in runs scored, do you feel like you're pretty much set on offense for, coming up and approaching the winter and all that?
I think we're set in a lot of ways. I mean, I think that as I reflect back over the last 12 months and where we were at this point last year, we certainly had a lot more question marks offensively than we do right now. And I think that it's been a great thing about this season is we've really had some guys emerge and solidified their roles moving forward, answer a lot of questions. And I think that you can always look to get better, too. I think there are ways that we can continue to get better. I think some of that will just be our guys being around each other more. It was the first year of implementing a new hitting philosophy with new hitting coaches. We really didn't have time to do that this spring. We just hit the ground running as soon as the lockout ended, rolled right into the season with, what was really a new roster, so to speak. So as these guys have had more time together, I think we've seen a lot of progress, a lot of things come together. I think we can expect both improvement from our internal players that we currently have, but also additions externally that complement what we have and what we need moving forward.
Chris, I'm going to ask you if I can circle back. When you travel with the team, like late in the season, is there something particular you're looking for, or is it just something that you feel like that you need to be there to finish this thing out?
Well, I think it's both. I mean, I'm always evaluating, looking for ways that we need to get better, watching the game, making sure that we're playing the right way, playing a style of play that is consistent with what we need to become as a team in terms of a playoff caliber, championship caliber club. I'm also there for support for the coaching staff, there to have strategic conversations, both pre and post game. And just trying to advance this forward and make sure that we are doing everything we can to improve as an organization day in, day out. Obviously, we're judged on our big league results, and at times we get caught up in that. We can get myopic and see the record. We can get a little bit depressed by the record at times, but I think that overall, when we step back, we can see a lot of positives. But we know there are things we have to work on, and being connected with the group, being there, being able to have deep conversations and spend time with individuals that maybe you don't get to do as much at home because you're pulled a lot in different directions. Being on the road is very valuable in that regard.
So it's important for you to be there to be in support. You don't want it to be a deal where nobody's seeing you thinking like, well, okay, he's gonna blow all of us out of here and stuff like that. Is that kind of what you're working through?
No, 100%. We're all in this together, and I certainly recognize that inevitably there are changes over time, and certainly when team doesn't meet expectations or has a period of losing, there are changes, and we've seen some of those changes this summer. But yes, I'm there to be supportive. I believe in what we're doing. I believe the direction we're going. We're going to continue to look to get better every way we can, every chance we get. But ultimately, it's my job to set an environment, set expectations, find the right people to execute those, and then support them along the way and hold people accountable when it doesn't happen.
Rangers GM Chris Young with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. So you got to see John Gray pitching for the club during that series in Tampa's second start off the IL. Pitched well against Miami, had a solid outing again against Tampa Bay. Well, what have you seen from John since he's gotten off the IL? And I mean, you probably have to feel good about him moving into next year if he's able to maintain health throughout the season.
Yeah, I feel really good. John's been tremendous. We knew when we got him that there were some things we felt like would benefit him being out of a tough pitching environment in Colorado. I think those things have really come true. I think that we've seen him develop in a way that we had hoped, and I think that there's still the best is yet to come with him. Obviously, the injuries have interrupted his season a couple times this year. I think as we get him healthy, get a full off season with him, we can continue to make progress both on the medical side, but also in terms of the pitcher he is. He's really been fun. I'll tell you one thing that we thought, but we weren't, you never know until you get around somebody. John's an elite competitor. I mean, this guy is never satisfied. I talked to him after the outing the other day, and he was not happy. We lost the game. He wasn't happy about that, but he was really not happy the way he pitched, even though the results were pretty good. And he held a scrappy Tampa team, in check. So he's the type of competitor we want as we get to, as we have all of our staff with that level of competitiveness, and obviously the talent speaks for itself. We're going to be in a great spot.
I think a lot of Ranger fans were waiting for the other shoe to drop when it came to Martin Perez this year. It didn't. I mean, Martin's been fantastic all year long. Any update you can provide us regarding maybe a long-term extension or contract talks with Martin?
Well, I'll start just by saying that Martin has been tremendous, and he's been a great leader in the clubhouse. He's set a great example for our young guys. He showed a winning spirit. He's really developed into a complete pitcher, in my opinion, and certainly we're hopeful that we retain Martin. We have, said that we'll revisit this after the season. We want to make sure that Martin has just a clear head and is able to finish the season strong. He's pitching tremendously, but I think most importantly, he's been a leader. He's made the guys around him better. He's everything we want. We're looking forward to these conversations once the season ends and trying to work something out here. I am confident that we're in a good spot and that Martin wants to be here. I think that we can find some common ground.
Chris, do you feel like Glenn Otto or Dane Dunning has done enough to be in your 5-man rotation for next season?
Well, look, I think we've seen flashes of really good from both pitchers, and we've seen struggles at times. And I think that that's natural for young pitchers. I think that they both understand that they are competing for spots next year. I think that's inevitable. And I think that's the mindset of a good competitor, too, is that you always are competing. I mean, you guys know in this game it's cutthroat. You can't rest on your laurels. You have to keep pushing forward to get better. And I think with both those guys, there's room for improvement. Again, we're very happy with some of the progress they've made. But overall, the entire body of work, I think that, for us to reach a championship caliber team, we're going to need more from them. And they know that. They're willing to provide that, and they're willing to do what it takes to achieve that. So I think that they're not going to shy away from competition. And I think that's a good thing for an organization. When you have good players who need to compete for their spots, it raises the floor of the organization and the talent, and I think it's going to be a positive for us long term.
Appreciate you, CY. Have a great week, and we'll catch up with you a few more times this season. We always look forward to it.
Likewise, guys. Thank you.
There he goes, Rangers GM Chris Young here on 105.3 The Fan. It must be tough, like you're traveling with a team. You kind of know that they look at you as the boss, and they're evaluating, and you're trying to build relationships. And at the same time, you guys got a game going on while the Cowboys are going on. You want to take a look at your phone. You're trying to pull out your TV app. That's what I'd be doing, right? Like, who cares about this baseball game? We've already lost 87 of them. How much better can it be?
Yeah, but you also try and keep your job. He's got a really big decision, and this will be really the first one of his tenure as the general manager, with no John Daniels in the building, and with the ownership giving him the ability to make the hire. I think honestly he's handling this the right way. I've been in organizations where people have hidden from everybody.
Yeah.
And there's questions about your job and all that. If you're working in the organization, there's a possibility that you could be gone. But
he does a good job of keeping it cool.
Yeah, he does a good job of being out in the forefront and being around the team and the players and stuff.
Ranger shows brought to you by Cars for Kids. Remember to make a difference with Cars for Kids September 22nd on North Texas Giving Day. Hey, we have a few breaking news items from Mike McCarthy's press conference. Dak's going to get those stitches out of his thumb this week. There's still no talk about a timetable for now, although Steven was saying maybe 2 more games as early as just 1 more missed game and then back for the Giants. That's on the very high end, but they're still talking, around 4 or 5 weeks, something like that. It would be all, and that'd be incredible if we could get a look at him. For me, I would be thinking how Russell Wilson looked when he tried to prove how tough he was last year. How'd that go? By the time he was done, Seattle was like, listen, we're done with this guy. We're not even sure he can play anymore. You don't want to come back and be a jobber. Nobody wants to see that. Cooper Rush is sufficient to beat bad teams. I think we found that out. And then Michael Gallup is trending towards a return next Monday. We're going to try to give him a full slate this week in practice, said Mike McCarthy. He is not expected to see his usual workload off the bat, though, so maybe a pitch count for Michael Gallup.
Yeah, I'll be real interested. By the way, if Cooper Rush finds a way to win the Giants game and then beats the Commanders, doesn't that buy you more time?
Sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you're just
you can be more patient with that.
Absolutely. If this thing was like 0-4 at that point, you're probably like hurrying back. But as long as Cooper Rush keeps winning, it's the same thing with Tyler Smith playing left tackle.
Certainly,
just buys you more time.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys are going to win these next 2 games and do exactly that. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo to take us through best of the weekend. Chief, where are we headed with that?
Yes, plenty to laugh at from the football weekend, and we will marvel at the incompetence of Cleveland. That's next.
Blasting out. Esiason joins the Fan to give you his insights on Sunday's action with his new show, Kickoff, Sunday morning at 7 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, if you're in need of traffic control, Barricade Rentals. Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas authority of Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for Chiafalo in the best of the weekend. Here he is, Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. What a sports weekend it was. What a college football Saturday we had. And then you turn around yesterday and just crazy game after another. Much to the demise of myself and Brian Broaddus in our survivor pool, where I have the Raiders, which was just an insane ending. That's my fault for trusting the Raiders with anything. And then the Browns did the Browns thing, and that's really what I want to focus on here out of the gates. But, I mean, just to give you an idea, you have 3 different games yesterday where midway through the third quarter, Raiders are up 20-0 on the Cardinals. Cardinals end up winning that game. Dear
20, you know what? 20-0. You feel like you can just have you a beer and a bump at that point and just go ahead and finish out the game, right?
Facts, bro.
Call it.
I felt great. I'm like, okay, or I'm in the driver's seat here. And then of course the Raiders did what the Raiders do. You have at the start of the fourth quarter, you have the Dolphins down 14-35. 35-14, the Ravens are up on the Dolphins at the start of the fourth quarter. The Dolphins end up winning that game, and then the one that stands out the most, with 90 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter, the Browns are up at home 30-17 on the Jets and Joe Flacco. And, of course, the Jets end up winning that game. Why? Well, because football. And because I would say karma. Because I got some wild stats for you on that game, that Browns game. But pregame, did we all see what was going on with the Cleveland Browns fans? Did we see in the tailgate what it was that they had
No,
to...
I missed it.
You missed it?
I totally missed it.
We got a mannequin laying on some level of what would be perceived as a massage table.
It was on a massage table, yeah.
And
we're Deshaun Watson joking around.
There were some. It was I believe it was the happy endings aren't illegal line that they had.
That's shameful.
It's possible to suspend a fan base. They should be suspended from the next game.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there in the midst of a Cleveland Browns tailgate outside of the dog pound, and it says happy endings are not illegal. There's a mannequin with a fully pitched tent, and there's a tip jar, and it's just a bad look. It's pretty...
It's not even funny.
It's no, it's really not. It's really not
It's
funny.
something maybe you think of while you're at like 0.18 BAC on Saturday night. We got to do this tomorrow at the tailgate, bro. And then you wake up and nobody wants to say, man, that's a really stupid idea.
But you also had Cleveland Browns fans. You had a couple that were both wearing Deshaun Watson number 4 Browns jerseys, but it didn't say Watson on the back. One of them said rubbing, and then the other person's jersey out of the couple had the tugging.
Very
so just like Patriots fans with all their cheating and disgrace, they have totally twisted the story to be it's just a happy ending rub and tug.
Yeah, they've
that
just
Deshaun's accused of.
Yeah, man, they're leaning into it in a huge way, and that's why they deserved the biggest choke job in franchise history.
That's what they were looking for.
Excuse me?
My apologies on that. That was.
They said that was legal.
Lucius, can I order the orange chicken, please? I'd
Yeah.
like the orange chicken.
I would like the lo mein and the crab rangoon. You know, the beautiful thing is this isn't the first time the Browns have done this.
Oh, no.
What?
So the Browns blew the 13-point lead, which Eric told us about. And NFL teams had won the last
2002.
229
Yeah.
consecutive games when leading
That's
by
right.
at least 13 points in the final 2 minutes.
Who was the last team?
It happened to be week 9 of 2001.
Yeah,
And it was the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
When they did so against the Chicago Bears.
Wow.
So, I don't know. Cleveland's going to Cleveland, man. They do this. This is the Browns.
Stupid. That is probably that's one of the most amazing of the mind-blowing stats coming out of this game. You have the Browns. They had a 99.9% win probability with just under 2 minutes remaining in the game, and of course they farted it away. It's the first time the Jets, the Jaguars, and the Lions all won on the same day since 2011.
Oh,
so
my
just to give you an idea of what type of football weekend we had, and bettors all over the place, and survivor pick people like me and Broadus, where it's like, okay, the Jets, the Jags, and the Lions, first time they've all won on the same day in over a decade.
Here come the Lions. How about Dan Campbell?
Oh man,
he's got that
Campbell's my
locker room
guy.
believing a little bit.
Yeah. Well, and you have to, man. Like the way this was going to work was you got basically a season and a half to get these guys to start
Tight
winning,
kneecaps.
because these
Yeah.
guys are buying in. Like Dan Campbell, he's just you can't help it's contagious. Everybody wants to buy in. You watch Hard Knocks, of course, but if you consistently are losing games, that wears off in about a season and a half. And now he's getting to a place where, okay, can they start stringing together some victories here, and then they can just keep it rocking and rolling.
Is it Amon-Ra St. Brown? Is that their receiver?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Amon-Ra
We
St.
might
Brown?
have a new most underrated receiver in football.
He's getting it done.
How about Swift running the ball?
That was
He's
such a
great.
great touchdown. He slips, gets back up, and runs like another 20 yards and breaks a couple ankles on the way to the end zone. That was really cool.
I don't know if you guys saw it afterwards, but Dan addressed, I believe it's Dan Skipper, the former Cowboy offensive
he
lineman.
made the start,
The Arkansas.
And like
tackle.
everybody's going chant, skip, skip, skip.
Yes.
And Dan has just turned to tears in the locker room, like looking at his teammates like he's a proud parent at graduation night. It was a really cool moment.
He got the game ball, didn't he?
He
Like,
did.
he made a start at right tackle. Yeah. 6'10", Dan Skipper.
Huge.
Yeah, he's a monster.
6'10". Nice man, by the way. Very friendly guy.
Yeah, my mom.
Very friendly
My mom
guy.
got to meet him. My sister
Yeah.
had a class with him in
Very
college in
friendly guy.
Arkansas.
Yeah.
and got him to sign something for my mom. And my mom is a big fan of his ever since.
Really?
I'm like,
Very cool.
she was following him as a Cowboy. I'm like, I don't think he's making the team, Mom, but she was really rooting for him.
That's awesome. Yeah, he is a giant, but he's friendly. One of those. Yeah, he's a friendly monster like Boban. That's awesome. The first time the Jets had won an NFL game in the month of September since 2018. The Jets have been 0-4 basically
since
for
2018.
five consecutive seasons, whatever it is, right up until yesterday when the Browns did what the Browns do. And it was the first time that Joe Flacco had won an NFL game on the road since 2019. So congratulations on your incompetence, Cleveland. I got some sounds I would like to play for you, but I'd also like to acknowledge that Walchuk's survivor picking Packers on Sunday Night Football last night after a touchdown pass to I believe it was Lazard. You had the entire Cleveland Browns offense basically doing some type of ayahuasca touchdown celebration.
Really?
It was like they're using the water, like pouring it into fake tea glasses, and he pours it for all his teammates, and then they all kind of get woozy and pass out together.
Yeah, it was awesome.
So that's what they're doing on television right now.
Love it.
Oh, no.
No more
What about
Lambeau
the
Leap.
kids?
No
What
more
about
Lambeau Leap anymore.
No,
What are we not doing? The Lambeau Leap?
No, it's the Lambeau trip, I guess, is what it is now.
We've come a long way from banning players for smoking weed.
Jeez,
now celebrating ayahuasca.
That's
Speaking
pretty
of
quick
which,
turnaround.
Shout out to
Wild.
Josh Gordon. He's playing tonight for the Titans on Monday
Pair
Night
him up.
Football.
Is he really?
Yep.
Gosh, that is reeking of Titan desperation. Is how that
bit.
sounds. All right, I got some sounds to play. I don't know how many we'll get to, but here's the first one of Tyreek Hill. One of those games that we're talking about that was crazy. The Dolphins come back. Tyreek Hill has a monster game. Tua's got 6 touchdown passes. ESPN catches up with Tyreek after the game, and this is how it sounds.
You said everybody would see the type of quarterback Tua is. 6 touchdowns today.
What has it?
Yes, he had 6.
Oh my God, that's lit, bro. Hey, for all you ain't even gotta ask me no question on that. For all the haters out there, man, who saying Tua can't do this, can't be that, I really hope you soon jump on his bandwagon, man, because not only is Coach McDaniels gonna need a wheelbarrow, he also Tua gonna need a wheelbarrow after the season to tote his money, his boatload of money, and also his cojones.
I love it.
Mas Grande.
Oh, man,
I don't think
Tyreek
they
Hill.
care about Mike McDaniel not showering anymore.
No.
It's like, Coach, never shower again.
No, you're 100% right. And then quickly here, we go into the booth with Mark Sanchez, Falcons, Rams, and Mark Sanchez. Look at this guy, Mr. Butt Fumble, dropping maybe the line of the NFL broadcast weekend.
I mean, Shelton's clearing out defenders faster than a teenager clears his search history on his web browser. Holy smokes.
That is quick.
Speaking from experience.
That is that's pretty good stuff there from
Twitter world.
the Sanchez.
Great stuff. Well, Chia follows best of the weekend every Monday at 3:40 here in the G-Back Nation. You want to come back around, especially on Friday for Biggest L, Biggest Dub. It is time for Cowboys Twitter. Are we now looking at the best defensive player in the entire league? That's something we got to talk about, and it's next here in the G-Back Nation. Let's chat about FC Dallas, though. Fans. The Tigres are coming. The Tigres are coming. That's right.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day. It's time for Cowboys Twitter. Top tweets going viral about America's team. And I have a question for you on the TruckWreck.com fan text. Is Micah Parsons now the best defensive player in the league? To me, there's no doubt. If you're drafting players, he's going to be the number one guy because of his youth, because of his compensation until he hits his veteran contract, which is still a year and 15 games away. So there's no doubt. But what about winning a game on Sunday? Is he better than Myles Garrett or healthy TJ Watt? Get your TruckWreck.com fan text in here. We start, though, with the account of Mrs. Marr, Brett Maher's wife, as Brett is back for his second stint with the Cowboys. And after that kick went in, she tweeted in all caps, "Baby Mars being made tonight." As she was fired up and very proud of her hubby for going out there and getting the job done.
She should be.
Heck yes.
Yes. The B in Brett stands for boulders. That's
right.
what he's got. 50 plus, no problem, man.
Ice in his balls right there, baby. And then, look, they called it. They wanted the long leg. They could drill it. That's why they didn't want Liram, Hyrolanu.
Yeah.
They moved on. He couldn't drill it from 50 plus, and Brett can.
This is where you have to give the front office some credit, and you could be fair about this, because you would think that they're going to oh no, Garibay, we really loved Garibay. We really, hey, he was the kicker we wanted all along. You watch him at Tech, all these things. And he came in there and he just peed down his leg.
Couldn't handle it.
He couldn't handle it.
No, he really did.
And then, and Hyrolanu, that was something to me where you talk about accuracy but lacks the leg strength there. And you're right about that. And so usually it's one of those things, no, we're just going to go with the guy. They saw that they were having problems.
They did.
And, they went out and made the switch, and every one of his field goals have been over 50 yards right now. I mean, he hasn't had an easy kick yet.
He was dialed in for the Saints last year. Yeah. He might have figured it out, and just needed to stay with it and get another opportunity. I feel a lot better about him than I ever did about Zuerlein, even though that ball did have a little tail on it.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure it was going in.
Zuerlein started outside left post, and it ended up, it's weird. But, yeah, usually coaches will stick with. They realized that they had a problem there and had to go get that fixed, and they did. And it looks like it's paying off for them right now.
That chick isn't Mars' wife. LOL. It's a bit okay. Well, it was fun.
I thought you were playing along with the bid. I thought you knew that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was so confused in here. Like, man, she was really advertising what she was doing tonight.
Yeah.
With the kick of the Cowboys.
That's her thing. She likes to rock with whoever's kicking. Whether it was Seven Shower and it was Kai Forbath. Yeah, she rocks with the kickers.
Elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, linebacker Micah Parsons leads the NFL with 4 sacks. His 4 TFLs are tied for the league lead. No players totaled more sacks in his first 18 games of a career since the stat began 40 years ago. He had 8 pressures, 2 sacks, and a 22.9% win percentage. Dan Orlovsky said he was the best overall player in the NFL today. Totally wrecked the game and won it for the Dallas Cowboys. So I don't think it's hyperbole. I think he was able to rush the passer totally differently because of his speed. He's just kind of like lining up and giving you a move like a point guard in basketball and then getting around the other side of you, and then you're just turning and running back, retreating without really even doing your offensive tackle stuff. He's just juking people like it's a damn soccer match or something.
He had La'el Collins in a spin cycle where La'el Collins himself is literally doing a 360 spin trying to figure out where this guy's going. And then on a separate occasion, which is the most amazing thing, and it's probably because they're so worried about his speed, because he's not the biggest guy in the world, but the way he's able to just bench press these guys. He just bench pressed Jonah Williams at one point. It didn't result in a sack, but he had a 300-pound man getting basically thrown into his quarterback, and it was just a 2-hand jab right to the chest. I'm like, dear God,
it's 2 weeks in a row.
Just a monster.
Well, you got to give Dan Quinn a lot of credit too, because the free runner that he had, he put two guys in the A gap, and it forced the Bengals to slide the protection, and nobody blocked Micah. Which you're thinking like, man, you got to block. But by putting 2 guys in the A gaps, linebackers and a safety in the gap, he forced the Bengals to have to honor that first, and it gave Micah a free rush on a 3rd down. He pressured Burrow. Burrow was an incomplete pass, and they get off the field.
No, it's 10 pressures in the game.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
17 sacks in his first 8 games. He's leading the league with 4 sacks. There's nothing he can't do. The sack that I loved the most is where he wins twice on the play. He gets there clean initially. Burrow steps up in the pocket. Then he's going to double back, win again, and he comes backside and gets him for the sack.
Burrow will walk into some sacks.
He will, but it's like Parsons doesn't quit. It doesn't matter what side. Like, he's beating Lyle Collins. He's in his head. That's one thing that was a huge takeaway.
Yeah.
I think it's time. It's something that I was on all offseason, and there were some others that were on board with me. I think fans now realize it. Lyle Collins is no longer the guy that a lot of people thought he was. He's not that player anymore.
No.
And the Cowboys front office was right to move on from him. He had about as bad a homecoming as you could have ever imagined yesterday. Well, and Micah, a huge reason why, but it didn't even matter. You can move him over to the other side. Former first-round pick out of Alabama, Jonah Williams, wanted no part of him, and he's kicking his ass. So I think absolutely yes. Today, right now, Micah is no doubt the best defensive player in the sport.
On the Lyle Collins front, and I know it's Pro Football Focus,
Better
but
than Aaron Donald?
I think so.
Yeah.
And Aaron Donald's the only other guy I'd have in the conversation. TJ Watt, too, but TJ Watt hurt right now for 6 games. So, I mean, I think that's the reason why Mike is probably going to edge him out for Defensive Player of the Year. But those are the top 3.
As the Lyle Collins replacement, Terrence Steele, Pro Football Focus has him graded as the single highest graded offensive player on the team yesterday. Steele.
All right.
So, and again, it's Pro Football
good
Focus.
job.
I know
No,
it's
Steele did have a much improved game.
Much better game. No, and I know I've been very, very critical of him, but you have to be fair about it. Give him credit. He did. He played well in this game. I think, once again, he's a much better run blocker than he is a pass blocker.
Let's get some text in here, then we'll get back to the tweets. 469, all 3 are great. Watt is inside out. Garrett sets the edge. Parson is speed around the edge. Yeah, don't sell Garrett short. I mean, he's great at sacking, too.
I think Parsons is more power than he is speed.
Wow, that's saying a lot. But he did lift up 2 incredible tackles in back-to-back weeks, Wirfs in week 1.
Yeah.
I mean, the power is great, and maybe that's why the speed shows up so much, because they're worried about setting against it.
Right,
I don't think he honestly knows pass rush moves.
Yeah.
I think he plays on tremendous feel, tremendous power, and I think that puts blockers on off balance because of his ability to play with that power. I think if he had the pass rush moves like the guys like Watts and the other guys like you're talking about, I think he could be even more. If you committed him to being a full-time defensive end, I think he could learn all those things I just talked about. But the fact that he plays linebacker, I think a lot of that is just to how he plays with power and then the quickness he plays with too.
It's incredible what he's doing to start his career, and if he does work on all those techniques, there's plenty of time for him to grow into a complete player on that side of the ball. But right now, it's like a great wide receiver against a rookie corner. He's turning guys around. I don't know how often we see this kind of stuff. John Machota, Tony Romo's on the CBS broadcast on Cooper Rush. He's improved his throwing mechanics. He's got a great base in the pocket. He knows the game, and he gets through his progressions quickly, and he lets it go. He's not scared. He's tough, and he can take a hit. A lot of kind words for Cooper Rush today as he is currently at the top of his career trajectory. I find it fascinating that he played well enough to win in 2 games in a row. We'll see if he can keep it going. Probably about time for a player like that to crash back to earth, don't you think? We've seen him play a lot of bad football, but who knows? Maybe give him 4 or 5 years. He also talked about Dan Quinn.
Did you really say that?
Yeah. He had some, like Nelly Cruz wasn't a good player until he was 29. Maybe Cooper Rush has finally had enough chances to get in there. Now he's got a little bit of experience. Romo also talked about Dan Quinn, though. Some advice for teams that'll be looking for new head coaches. This guy should be the number 1 guy in the offseason to be the next head coach of your football team. Ed Werder retweeted that. Said among the reasons Quinn returned to Dallas, he knew how dominant the Cowboys defense could be and didn't want someone else coaching it. Cowboys allowed Tom Brady 19 points, Burrow 17 points, helped make Micah Parsons one of the most feared in the league. I like that as part of the legend of Dan Quinn. You got to keep him because he was like, oh no, this thing is going to be so amazing, I can't let somebody else. Now, he did have the interview with Denver. He didn't walk away from that. He was out there and was available to be hired. And then when that didn't come together, that's when it seemed like he took his name out of the running for the other jobs. But the other jobs weren't close to as good as that one.
He wanted the Denver job. That's the one he wanted. And I feel like that if the Boland family had not talked about selling the team, I think he would have got that job. And Joe Ellis, who was the president of the team at the time, him and John Elway, they had a run of defensive coaches there.
Yeah.
And they're selling the team. They're thinking, we got to bring an offensive guy in here, and that's why you get Nathaniel Hackett. That job, that Denver Bronco job was Dan Quinn's. It really, really was. But, ownership needed to be changed, and that's what you got.
All right, elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, Lyle Collins on Micah Parsons. He's just a hell of a player. That's what it is. That's probably one of the best defensive fronts we're going to see this year, if not the best. Just got to get back to work. So Lyle Collins on this defense. I do think it's going to be even better than last year because they're building off of last year. They're not even getting the takeaways yet, and they are really, suffocating some pretty dang good offenses. So, if that's the case, well, that's really the main reason I like the Cowboys to win this game, Chiafalo, because of the defense, and I think it's going to keep them in every game this year.
Yeah, I mean, it really jumped out to me yesterday, just the speed, and we know they've made it a focal point of putting speed on this defense over the last couple of years, but it stood out yesterday. It seemed like no matter where the ball was, there was 4, 5, 6 white jerseys around whoever it was carrying the ball. Pass play, run play, it just felt like the rallying and the speed and the hustle of the defense and the sure tackling. Without their surest of tacklers, Jaron Kearse, Donovan Wilson, we talked about, monster game. He was tackling great. Trayvon Diggs making big tackles.
Diggs.
Just seemed like overall the tackling was really, really good, and the speed jumped off the screen, man. Every time it was 4, 5, just gang tackling.
Yeah, kudos to them. And it goes back to the depth, right, of that defensive side of the football because you're able to get a good rotation along the defensive line as well. I thought Quentin Bohanna got held a couple of times in that game, but he was good coming up and stepping the run as well. Neville Gallimore in the middle. I'm excited to see the play of those defensive tackles when we go back and watch the All-22. But they were just flying around out there. And credit to Malik Hooker. We were talking about the end of last week who's going to have to wear the green dot. Apparently the end there with the minute and 13 seconds, that last third down spot, Dan Quinn was just talking about, hey, our headsets went out. We had no communication with the defense. So that was just them out there making that play on their own. The one that Diggs in the flats comes up, makes a huge tackle. That was just Diggs stepping up in the moment, reading the play, comes up, makes a big stop. And Malik Hooker wasn't, he's got to go out there. He makes the calls with not having Jaron Kearse. He ended up playing an excellent game as well. Showed leadership on that back end. I thought all the way around defensively. Again, this is the calling card for this team moving forward. There's no doubt about it.
I'd kill to play against the Bengals offensive line every week, though.
I think,
too.
Who would you kill?
Just anybody in my way.
Oh, okay.
Maybe whoever the quarterback is.
Anybody in my way.
Anybody if you had a name that just flew out there real fast.
I just didn't have a name.
Catch you moving.
I just didn't have a name. I just didn't have a name.
I'd find you somebody,
I'll tell you what, that's
Dawson can't do that, by the way.
I couldn't find, what would that be? Would that be paying a hit? Oh, no, I can't?
Yeah. You're creative enough. The Dick Wolf of radio, excuse me.
I'm sure there's some other coach you don't like, right? In the women's soccer league.
I'd like all the coaches that I've competed against.
Yeah.
I think probably.
I'm surprised Broadus didn't just spit out whoever it was that stole his truck.
Yeah.
That's because he's got forgiveness in his heart.
I've forgiven that person.
We also don't know who it is.
Oh, good for you, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've forgiven that person.
Broadus.
I have. Yeah.
I'll bleep that guy or gal.
It's the people that call on the show that I don't forgive.
Oh, yeah, the guy
Hey.
that called her last.
Yeah,
That shows growth, man.
Okay, if you were with us an hour ago, you heard one of the most bizarre moments in press conference history. Kind of like when that drunk got into Rick Carlisle's presser a couple of years ago at the AAC.
Zoom call. Was it the Zoom?
Was that a Zoom? I think that was
No,
back in
that
person.
was a person. You're right. That
was just Broadus.
No, I never asked a question.
No, it was John Machota tweeting, someone just briefly entered Cowboys coach Mike McCarthy's news conference at the Star and yelled, "Communism wins," and then ran back out of the building. Strange moment. Is there any kind of tie-in? Is there like some sort of thing that made this happen? Is it China?
Yeah.
Is communism winning?
I don't know. I don't think it is.
Oh, okay.
I don't, but
I don't know either.
I mean,
I
the
don't know.
Jags, the Lions, and the Jets all got a dub this weekend. So,
Yeah.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
A lot of victories going around to people that maybe don't deserve it right
There
this
you
one out,
go.
boys?
Yeah. Well, Chuck, what do you have for us on
I
this?
got nothing, man.
You got nothing on
Dalton
this?
Schultz is nursing an injury.
Nothing
so we're gonna see when
explains
he
this?
Gets back. I think it was just some weird fan that wanted to get attention, and we're talking about him.
They didn't, none of the media members in there took it upon themselves to treat that guy like an on-the-field streaker and just go chase his ass down.
I couldn't get up fast enough to get him.
I don't know. Who would be the most athletic of that crew of reporters that could actually stand a chance?
I actually
'Cause
like
I
the
think
idea
they're all getting smoked.
of Braun, the Cowboys PR guy, just
Yeah.
like chasing after him and making a big
Yeah, send
Dave
a young
Abruzzi.
buck. Yeah.
Somebody just nailing him.
I think Machota could go and get him. I think Machota tweeted about.
Machota's got wheels.
Jane Slater, Hurricane Jane.
That's a good point.
Hurricane Jane might be costing.
Yeah, but
problems.
Hurricane Jane's not out at 3:00 on a Monday. Do we think?
No,
She is a noted communist, though.
What?
I know.
She's chasing the guy around, but not to tackle him, just to give him a high five.
What does that have to do with 2009?
Hysterical, Dawson.
The Cowboys did hope to re-sign John Ridgeway to the practice squad this afternoon, but they lost him, tweets Michael Gelkin. Commanders picked him up, so that's not a loss, though. That's not anything to worry about, is it, Brian?
It sounds like several teams tried to claim this guy. So that was going to be all off of notes. That was going to be all off college notes right there. And he did not show up as well as he did when he played at Arkansas. He's a little bit disappointing there,
Thought he was going to be a little bit better.
Yep, sure did.
All righty, coming up next, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we headed with that?
We've got, you guys want Cowboys or do you want fun? 877-881-1053. I'll let the listeners decide. Tolos, text in. We'll do that next on the fan.
Okay, I do want Diamonds Direct. I tell you about that. It is one spectacular event in September with free financing for 5 years. It continues, buddy. I think this is a third week, and we've heard that people are driving for hours to be able to do this, so they wanted to make it available for you. Here's the deal. You get the amazing low price Diamonds Direct is known for. You pay nothing down. You get to spread your payments over 5 years with zero interest. Yeah, you can afford anything with 5 years, zero interest, buddy. It's pretty sweet. A $4,000 pair of diamond earrings for $67 a month. Maybe that's the engagement ring you've been putting off. You didn't want some little chintz ring with a tiny speck of a stone right there in the setting. You wanted the big one. Well, here you go. A $15,000 designer engagement ring with a big old sparkling diamond. That sets you back $250 a month for 5 years. You just take the price divided by 60. That's your monthly payment. You can even finance the entire purchase, including the tax. It is so smart. You're using someone else's money with zero interest. But listen, it is a limited time offer, so you need to act.
GettyImages.com, or you can drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
The upcoming segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Willard Heating and Air.
Is your home ready for allergy season? Air duct cleaning reduces indoor allergies, reduces energy bills, and improves airflow and system efficiency. Contact Willard Heating and Air Conditioning today at willardac.com to schedule your appointment and save 25% during our summer air duct cleaning special.
Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Well, think again. And those big truck companies have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now, here he is, the woolly bully himself, Zach Wolchuk.
Let's go. All right, it is a Cowboys victory Monday, 20-17. Shout out to the General Gavin Dawson, the only one with the balls to pick the
Nailed
Cowboys. He was right.
Clairvoyance.
He was
what
right.
This is called.
2-0 on the year.
Clear eye view.
Meanwhile, I'm 0-2.
I'm 0-2.
And
I'm 1-1.
I'm probably going to pick against the Cowboys the rest of the year. Well, until then.
I think it's a great plan.
Until, it doesn't work. And then I'll have to rethink everything.
You always got the game day thong to lean on.
Damn right.
If you pick against them the next 2 weeks, you're going to be 0-4.
That's fine with me. As long as the Cowboys are winning, that's all I care about. So I'm going to do a little combo platter here. The Twolos, not a fan of 105.3 on Twitch. And by the way, thank you on YouTube as well. You can always watch us on the fan cam, twitch.tv/Dallas fan cam, and on YouTube.
Buffalo, not a good-looking fan base.
No.
Yes, I know. I tried.
Don't ask Cole.
We're seeing, and I know that guy from last night called me from Buffalo, but sir, if you're still listening, you don't have a good-looking fan base.
A Buffalo 10 is like a DFW 5.5.
Thank you, guys. This makes me feel so much better because when we had Cole Beasley on last year, when we were in the nighttime or whenever it was a year or two ago, I mentioned that. I'm like, you're from DFW. Like, you do understand, like, the attractiveness of your fan base now has gone down tremendously. And he said, I don't know, something stupid that didn't make sense.
I don't know what you're talking
the inside
about.
Mattering more.
Everyone in Buffalo is beautiful.
Have you heard my rap song?
Well, and then he wouldn't rap for us. He said he's not rapping in the season, and literally 3 weeks later, he dropped a new single.
And he wrapped it up.
So, well, I don't know if he did that either. He's got
Wish his
children.
parents would have. I'm just kidding.
Excuse me?
Wow.
Dick's last resort. All right.
It's true. I'll give him a hat to wear.
So we've got top 10 Cowboys thoughts, and then it's National Talk Like a Pirate Day. So let's just try and leave a couple of minutes. I'll go through the top 10 Pirates. So text in your Cowboys thought and your favorite pirate.
Roberto Clemente.
Fictional or factional? I don't care.
Andrew McCutcheon.
877-881-1053. That's a good one.
Willie Stargell.
That's a really good one. Ahoy, matey. Shiver me timber. All right.
Not bad, Wolchuk.
Number one on our Cowboys thoughts. How about that aggressive start? Arr.
Dude, yeah. I was admiring the call and then the play itself where Cooper Rush, I'm thinking if he needs 24 inches, he's going to get 24 and a half. But he goes 17 yards to Noah Brown. Boom, we're rocking and rolling. The confidence meter is skyrocketing for those two individuals and the entire team because McCarthy said, no, I trust you guys. Let's go do this thing.
I swear I thought he was trying to get him to burn a timeout because I was watching from the press box and they were running punt return personnel on and they got caught in between. They're like, my gosh, he's still got his offense out there. And so they got caught a little bit. I thought Mike was trying to get him to burn an early timeout to set things. But no, man, he went through it. Great throw. Great protection, too, by the way.
Beautiful. And I loved it as well. You know, we talked about, hey, what are the things the Cowboys needed to make Cooper Rush successful? And I think all of us were accurate in our predictions there. Play action, bootlegs, get the running game going. But also you've got to find a way to show confidence in him, whether it's we're not going to be shy about pushing the ball down the field, but you go for it on a 4th and 2 first series. That's how you show some faith in our backup quarterback here, guys. We've got belief.
In your own territory.
They showed belief. Damn right. A 6-pack of sacks. Oh, I love a good 6-pack, but I like a 6-pack of sacks. Shout out to that defense led by Micah Parsons. Leighton Vander Esch getting into the party. 2 sacks from Dorrance Armstrong. By the way, 2 sacks for Dorrance. 1 sack for Randy Gregory on the season. Arr.
That's what you call a bounty, I believe.
Ooh, it's
a bounty of booty.
Yeah.
Hey, can we
batten down the hatches, matey?
After all 10 Cowboy thoughts that you have here, could you give us an R just as like an exclamation point on
like you're going
these?
on to the next point?
Yeah. I got you. Enough with these stupid penalties is thought number 3. And that one really ticked me off because you extend a couple of drives there from Cincinnati. And eventually, if you keep doing that, you're going to play against a team that will make you pay for it. And whether the calls are good or bad, I know a lot of people, and I agree. Like the Anthony Barr one, I didn't think it was egregious, but
Wilson's was.
Wilson's was 100%, but you're still putting yourself in a position where the refs are probably going to call that where it's against a quarterback. So I get it. I didn't love the call either, but you also have the special teams play where you jump off sides. It's a 4th and 4. Now you give them a first down, and it's extending the drive. These things, you can clean it up. The Mike McCarthy era, for whatever reason, it won't go away. You got to clean that up, boys.
I felt like it was like a half step in the right direction, though. Wouldn't you agree with that? 5 for 45 is so much better than some of these games we've seen.
It was better, no doubt.
I mean, 5 is not that bad to me. And Terrence Steele, like all the false starts and setting yourself up for 1st and 15s and 2nd and 12s, there wasn't as much of that.
Yep. Number 4, how about special teams? Big punt, Brian Anger to pin him down right before Kevontae Turpin, a couple of solid returns
14
there.
yards on the return on that one.
Absolutely. Field
because
position.
Their punter hammered that thing. I think it went 63 yards.
You talking about the one right before half?
No, I'm talking about the one at the end of the game.
Okay.
Before the final drive, they punted Huber, I think his name's, but he punted the ball 63 yards, and your guy brought it back 14. That saved you having to get an extra first down along the way.
Yeah, and I think the one right before half where they end up being able to go get a field goal, he had a really nice return as well.
Exactly.
Set him up nicely. So that was a welcome sight. And just seeing him on the offense in general, even if it was as a decoy at times, you could just tell it was like, okay, there's additional speed here on the field, and it's like we'll play action with him or something. And it was just nice to see his speed on the field. So shout out to Kellen Moore.
I like the text that just came in 817. What's the Pirates of the Caribbean rated? Arr, hashtag dad joke. Nice. Good text in. Number 5, Noah Brown. Not messing around. Arr, big new career high 91 yards for him. 79 of them coming on that first half. And all of them seem like, you've mentioned this, Broadus, big catches. When
every
Cooper
one
Rush
of them
needed a play,
look them up. Every one of them.
He's looking for Noah Brown.
Yeah. Every one of them were either, first down, 4th down, big catches for him. Noah Brown played outstanding. And he was your personal protector. And another thing real quick, remember when there was a question about whether it was a pass behind the line of scrimmage? I think it was to the running back Pollard. And all of a sudden they're running with the ball down the sidelines. Noah Brown hustled and went and tackled the guy. Only player
the play Pollard almost scored on?
Yeah, well, no, not that.
It was almost like a turnover.
Yeah, it looked like a turnover that the ball might have been considered behind the line of scrimmage, and nobody moved, and the Bengal player took off with the ball, and Noah Brown ran him down in open field, tackled, and no, it was passed beyond the line of scrimmage. That's the kind of stuff. Noah Brown, 5 catches and plays personal protector for you.
Yeah,
great football player.
Yeah. Football intelligence high with that guy.
Number 6, that Dalton Schultz costly fumble. It didn't come back to bite you. Did it not feel like, though, that the football gods, there was going to be a turnover? Zeke put it on the ground, was able to scoop it back. You saw the Cooper Rush interceptions that were dropped, and then eventually Schultz did cough one up, but it seemed like the tides were going to turn to where at some point there will be a Cowboys turnover in this one. It was just meant to be. Fortunately, it didn't bite the Cowboys.
Yeah, and it was interesting to learn that was Dalton Schultz's first lost fumble of his entire career. I always thought he was kind of butterfingery on the catch, but he's actually had good security, and it nearly cost you. It did cost you a chance to go out there and put up a legit offensive game. To have back-to-back starts from Cooper Rush at 20 points, I'd be a lot more confident if they could have kicked that into the mid-20s.
Yeah, you could have very easily. Run that thing in, run more clock. You kick a field goal, you maybe even get a touchdown, and that thing's not even close.
Number 7, that 19-play drive, our longest drive for a Cincinnati team since 2001. Cowboys made them earn everything, but my gosh, you keep allowing 19-play drives, eventually that's going to wear
only
your
one
defense
penalty
down.
along the way.
Yeah.
But they gave up some big. They gave up a 3rd and 10 on the way that was really a rough one there. But the only one penalty they had against them was they had 12 men on the field. And you're thinking
again, it's pre-snap stuff. It's
They got caught a little bit. Yeah, they were a little tired on that.
Oh, you could tell by the end, like the touchdown play, Parsons. At first, I'm going, why is Parsons dropping into coverage? And then I watched it again, and I'm going, actually, I just think he's so exhausted. I just think he's just kind of in no man's land. And so Burrow's got more time. Boom, he finds him. And then same on the 2-point conversion. And you could just tell, like, Parsons just had nothing left in the tank on those final 2 plays of that drive.
They were taking him out a little bit more, a lot more than week one, but. Man, I was just impressed with how the Cowboys defense bounced back after that 19-play drive.
They were so brilliant.
When the Bengals set back up, I'm thinking, oh, boy.
Absolutely.
Can't believe they lost this game.
Number 8, and this goes to the defense again. Credit to them. The 3-and-out right before the Cowboys game-winning drive with 2:13 left in the game. 3 short passes. Trayvon Diggs, big tackle on Tyler Boyd. Cowboys end up going down the field. 57 seconds left. They get the game winner. Huge.
At times, last year when the Cowboys played the 49ers and then the Packers in those back-to-back weeks, I watched the 49ers obviously a lot, as most people did in those 2 consecutive weeks, and you saw a lot of speed coming to the ball carrier and great tackling and some physical play. And I thought that last drive reminded me, and quite a bit of the game reminded me a lot. And I don't know, like, can they be that good of a defense? We saw Trent Dilfer win with the Ravens. We saw Peyton Manning playing horrible quarterback and win big with the Broncos. Joe Flacco won one with the Ravens, and then
Russell Wilson's in the Legion of Boom.
Okay, there's plenty of examples of like defenses being that good, and I haven't imagined this entire offseason the Cowboys defense could really be that good. They say, oh, it's so hard to be great in back-to-back years. They're showing that they are without taking the ball away. Could the defense be generational?
Well, the thing they're doing better than you'll take the sacks and the turnovers. I mean, excuse me, the sacks and the pressures.
Yeah,
you'll take those. And turnovers are great, but you look how that affected. You look how that affected the Bengals yesterday. I mean, you're not getting the turnovers, but man, the fact that the way that they just dominated, they beat up their quarterback. Getting the ball, making them punt, and all those things. Hell, give me the sacks, give me the pressures. That affects games. I know turnovers are huge, but also preventing big plays, I think, are even bigger.
It would have been nothing but field goals, but the Bengals got in a mode where they had to go for it on 4th down.
This was the worst. If you're into those numbers and stuff, the worst air yards in Joe Burrow's short history of. Yeah,
that's incredible.
This is the lowest he's been ever held throwing the football when it comes to air yards.
So last week, the Cowboys, one of the worst offensive performances we've seen in the NFL and maybe our entire lives of watching football. They averaged 3.8 yards per play. How many yards per play did the Bengals average yesterday? 3.8 yards per play. Yeah. On a yards per play basis, the Bengal offense yesterday was just as bad as what the Cowboys was versus the Bucs last week, when it was one of the most disgusting things we'd ever witnessed.
Incredible. 9 and 10 go hand in hand. Another Cooper comeback, 3 for 3 for 30 yards in the final drive, setting up the game-winning field goal. And that was Money Maher drilling it from 50 yards. So there's 10 thoughts from the Cowboy game. The top 10 Pirates. You've got Captain Pugwash, Jean Lafitte.
Jean Lafitte.
Captain Jack Sparrow. Long John Silver. We got Blackbeard.
It's a good one.
Ann Bonny. Captain Hook. Black Bart,
scary,
One-Eyed Willie, and Henry Every.
They're so comic booky. I feel like the pirate genre is right for like a real movie, or one of those HBO shows.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
But didn't they do Black Sails on Stars? I never watched it.
They did.
Was that pirate related? Seemed like maybe it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
877-881-1053.
I think it was. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You guys got a favorite pirate, Lucius?
Poop Deck Pete for me.
No, I don't.
No.
I was thinking about it too.
You were?
Yeah.
Manny Sanguian.
Just go with Captain Crunch, man. You'll be good.
Oh, yeah, it's a pirate right there.
That got texted in, and Captain Crunch is a good one.
Kill you by 1,000 cuts of the roof of your mouth.
Oh, those crunch berries are worth it, though, bro. Pleasure pain is what we call it.
Even to the point you separated from the cereal, they're that good.
That's dessert in the morning.
Yeah.
We got to run around the NFL coming up next. I want to chat about D&M Leasing. Any local area code in 35 lease, dmautololeasing.com. Get a hold of these guys if you need or want a new vehicle. They're going to set you up with your dream ride. What is it? Car, truck, SUV, sports car, monster truck, station wagon, I don't know, minivan, conversion van, whatever you want. D&M Leasing has access to everything. They'll put it in your driveway. You don't even have to go into a dealership or haggle. They'll just give you the best deal possible, the best trade-in value possible. There's no down payment, no payment for 90 days. That's why they call it the Easy Lease. They have approached everything thinking, how can we make this as easy as possible for our clients? Their entire business is built off retention business. Because once you come with the easy lease from D&M Leasing, you never want to go any other way again. There's all kinds of ways to save with it, and it's hassle-free. You just give them a call. About 12 minutes, they will take your order. They'll take what you're trading in, and then you go back to doing your life. We're busy, right? We got to work. We got stuff to do in the nights and whatnot. Maybe
Permapeer.com. That's Permapeer, P-I-E-R.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
It's a Cowboys Monday, brought to you by Twin Peaks and K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey folks, it's Kevin Hagelin, and I'd like you to join me as I sit down with Dak Prescott as part of the Fans I'm Listening special on Sunday morning, September 25th from 6 to 8 a.m. as together we spread awareness about mental health.
I'm Listening on the Fan is proudly presented by the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Council.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created the Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, found new roads.
Wow, what a huge and dramatic weekend of NFL football, week 2. Let's talk about it. Go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. There's Eric Chiafalo with first down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you had a fight in the Bucs Saints game yesterday. That was it was a bit of a slugfest. And then Mike Evans, Marshawn Lattimore, Leonard Fournette, Tom Brady was involved. Little skirmish that turns into a full-on kerfuffle, I would say. And
I love when the ref's coming up to Mike Evans and he's like, "It's Tom Brady. What do you want?"
Like, what do you want from me, bro? This is Tom Brady. And now there's more stuff coming out here. So you have Mike Evans that is being suspended for a game right now. He says he's going to appeal it. But you had Bruce Arians floating around the sidelines for the Bucs yesterday. He wasn't wearing his coaching gear and everything, but he's still a part of the organization, and he's down on the sideline. And so what they're alleging now, and there's video to kind of prove it, where
he instigated,
Bruce Arians instigated Mike Evans, where he says, because Mike Evans just kind of standing off to the side watching Lattimore and Brady talk crap to each other and Fournette, and then Bruce Arians looks over at Mike Evans and goes, "Hey, Mike, get out there. Like, hey, you need to get involved." And that's when Mike Evans runs out and clobbers Marshawn Lattimore. And so now there's some level of NFL investigation going on with what is Bruce Arians' involvement here. I don't know. I mean, he told him to get out there. He didn't tell him to go crush somebody. Just go defend your guy. I don't know how much trouble he can actually get in for this, but Bruce Arians, former Bucs head coach, he was on the sidelines and he's like stirring the pot a little bit. "Yo, Mike, get out there, defend your quarterback." And Mike did exactly that.
I think the suspension's a bit silly. I don't get it. And I love the rivalry between Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore. This has been going on for years. In fact, there was a play where Mike Evans makes a catch. He literally slows up to allow the corner to catch up with him so he can give a stiff arm thinking it's Lattimore, and then it wasn't, and he realized, and he was like, "Ah, dang it," and he tries to get back up to full speed, but at that point it was too late, and he has to trot out of bounds. But he is looking for Marshawn Lattimore at all times. Those two do not like each other.
That's the guy I want on my team, Mike Evans.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a little bit of trouble. Apparently the NFL is so paranoid about fighting in a very violent game. I don't know why. They're going way over the top with it. But watching how Mike Evans manhandled Lattimore, if I'm Lattimore, I kind of like start to move on from this disagreement a little bit because Mike Evans is the man, bro.
Yeah, you got to have some guys with some dog in them. And I think like when you talk about the Cowboys, Donovan Wilson, he's that guy. I think he's ready to clobber anybody between whistles, after whistles. It doesn't matter. Quarterback sliding, doesn't matter. He's coming to lay the wood every time. And by the way, on the Bucs and Brady, looks like Brady. We used to have Romo Wednesdays. Now we're getting Brady Wednesdays or Wifey Wednesdays maybe because he's getting a full on day off on.
He's got to go be present.
He's got to go be present. Exactly
for him.
So
the whole 6-month off season isn't enough.
It's not enough, and those 11 days in August were also not enough, Dawson. She's going to need every single. And I don't know, I haven't double sourced it yet, but I think he also is obligated to post a picture of her every Wednesday. # Woman Crush Wednesday. Yes. I think that's also in the contract there for Giselle and for Tom.
Do you guys specialize in those cheesy write-ups about your significant other on social?
I'm so bad at it.
When I met this woman, I was totally in love, but every day, a little bit more.
My wife's like, I mean, could you post about me every once in a while? And I'm like, gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
Some guys are really good at it, man.
Oh, some guys got it down, bro.
Yeah.
Got it down.
Yeah, just go look at my buddy Kyle Yeomans and DallasCowboys.com.
Yeomans
He's the man
has
at it.
down, but he's also in the midst of an engagement.
Okay.
So he's got that vibe going
Peak
on.
romance.
Like, let's wake up at the Yeomans Instagram in 2 years. 2 years into a marriage, maybe we're not doing a I love you
Full
every
tributes.
single day kind of
We'll
deal.
see.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what Wolchuk has on second down.
All right, I got some quarterback news for you. Congratulations to Trey Lance on a successful surgery. Really gruesome injury. Really sad to see.
I swear I thought you were being sarcastic just now.
No,
when I heard
no.
congratulations, Trey Lance, I thought you were digging deep into the bowels of sarcasm and belching that out. And I just wanted to say, I'm proud of you.
Yeah, thank you. No, on the successful surgery at Stanford Hospital to repair 2 injuries to his ankle, a fibula fracture, and a ligament disruption. The head team physician, Dr. Tim McAdams, is confident that Lance is going to recover in time for a full return in 2023. But it's Jimmy G's team now. Thank goodness they didn't trade him. He had a rushing touchdown and a passing touchdown. The 49ers are back to being contenders, but good to see Trey Lance healthy. Well, not healthy, but the surgery went well, and hopefully
he's
he will be
rarely healthy
for next year. Yeah, he is rarely healthy. I will say this, though. This was a pretty cool nugget. Lamar Jackson, even though they lost yesterday, but he ran for 119 yards and a touchdown. He passed Michael Vick for the most 100 rushing yards by a quarterback in NFL history.
Oh, my goodness. And he's just getting started.
Yeah, most 100 rushing yard games by a quarterback in NFL history. He's just getting started. He's going to obliterate that record. He's going to have it all by himself.
It's well, that is incredible. I do think what we're finding out about Trey Lance is that Kyle Shanahan's a much better coach than an evaluator. He traded up to get Trey Lance when everybody thought he was the 4th best quarterback available. And, even when he's been healthy, it just has not been impressive at all.
Yeah, there was talk about him taking Mac Jones. Remember that? That whole big rumor, they're trading it for Mac Jones. And there's people, guys like Mike Lombardi, who know the Shanahans very, very well, that think that they were going to take Mac Jones with the 3rd overall pick or the 2nd overall pick. And in fact, they got scared because of the backlash about it.
Well, maybe it'll turn out okay.
Yeah.
But I would say that's a big old whiff-a-rooney. And now, maybe it turns out to be a blessing in disguise because Jimmy appeared to have lost nothing from his layoff.
Well, I'll tell you what, and good for him, for Garoppolo, he's going to get to play. There's confidence in the locker room about him. Hey, sometimes the best trades you make are the ones you don't make.
Yeah.
And the 49ers have to feel pretty good about their situation right now. It would be awful with that team, that roster, and to have to play with a quarterback that's far less. They started with a quarterback that was far less, by the way.
And nice job by him. He took a big pay cut, but he's going to be an outright free agent, and they can't tag him.
Yeah.
So maybe he will play good, and this offseason somebody actually want him. Here's brought us with 3rd down.
Yeah, thank you very much about that, General. Hey, DeForest Buckner, he's a defensive tackle for the Indianapolis Colts. The Colts lost yesterday 24-0 to Jacksonville. It's kind of a thing. They love to go to Jacksonville and lose these games. I'm quoting Buckner here. He says, "The S was embarrassing. We got our ass whooped. We come in here tomorrow, take it on the chin, and grow from this." So, yeah, that was also, Matt Ryan was also involved in this thing. And he says, I certainly had high expectations coming in, and you certainly don't think you're going to be 0-1-1. That's just the competitor's mindset. But we are what we are right now, and that's being realistic.
All righty. Around the NFL, brought to you by Metter Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Sunday tickets screwed up big time, and they're going to reimburse customers, but like 1/17 of $200 for a missed game. What is that, like $8? I don't care. That's just like,
get your S together.
Yeah, I paid for this. This is an experience. You can't replace it with a couple $5-10.
Yeah. You can't put a price tag on a football Sunday.
No.
Okay.
No.
And especially yesterday's football Sunday, where it was
for free.
It was every game felt like it was drunk.
Yeah.
And now I didn't. What am I supposed to do? Go back and relive it? Read the articles? Come on, Sunday ticket.
Read the articles.
Better.
I had to go to a sports bar, drop $200.
Yeah.
Came back, couldn't get work done at Sunday night. There is like a whole routine that a lot of fans have, and you interrupt it like that.
I'm a creature of habit. NFL Sunday ticket. You took me out of my element, out of my game, and I took an L because of it.
A fan did strike Kyler Murray in the face after Sunday's overtime win. A Raiders fan in Las Vegas. Kyler had gone into the bleacher area to do some high-fiving and shaking hands and stuff with Cardinals fans that had made the trip, and some Raiders fan took the opportunity to slap him in the face. It surprised Murray, and he was looking around trying to identify who exactly it was, and they're working on that whole deal now to try to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, it's very clear. If you watch, I just watched a replay of it, though. The fan was behind a row of Arizona fans, and so he's like trying to get in. I didn't know if he was an Arizona fan, but he was wearing just a gray T-shirt. I didn't know. I couldn't see if it said Raiders or anything like that, but he clearly hit Kyler Murray right in the bridge of the nose, the eyes, with an open hand.
And
there.
Kyler turned around and kind of went back. He was trying to
then he found out who got him. He found out.
Yeah,
he saw the guy didn't run away though or anything. I mean, I was just watching it right there. So the police have got an idea of who, they've got the video. Now, can you identify who the guy is?
If I'm Kyler, I want criminal charges. If he has any money, I'm going to sue him, and I want the NFL to ban him for life from all games. That'd be appropriate, right?
Yeah.
Well,
I think that's fair.
We might also,
yeah, shout out to that guy.
Yeah, but we also might get a memo from the league: is please, players, don't go to the, and if you're in visiting stadiums, don't go to the fans.
Yeah,
don't do it.
Yeah, right.
We just got news here. Looks like Jalen Smith is signing once again with the Giants.
Okay.
So
best of luck
ahead of the Cowboys game
to Jalen Smith.
Right. How about that?
Best of luck to you. Okay, we got Two Guys, One Booth, an audio celebration of week 2 of the NFL season of the Cowboys' victory. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
But first, it is a Cowboy Victory Monday. That means the Miller Lite is still a-flowing. 100% the beer.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the nation, and it is time now for an audio celebration of the Cowboys' victory. It is a Victory Cowboys Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman coordinating your video. There we are along with you, the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Renewed optimism across Cowboys Nation here at 1-1. Here they are, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, with the highlights of how it went down in the radio broadcast.
Heck yes, every week we love to relive the beauty from a 9-hour Cowboys broadcast game day with Brad Sham, Babe Laufenberg, Christy Scales, maybe a little bit of Brian Broaddus, Ari Temkin, and everyone else who makes an appearance on our game day coverage, because it's time for a little two guys, one booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that,
do
and
that.
then we'll do.
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other.
Do that other.
Oh yeah, it is your home of Dallas Cowboys football, 20-17. Cowboys putting the Kitty Cats to bed with a win over the Cincinnati Bungholes yesterday. And we start off pregame, Babe Laufenberg talking with our homies, Ari Temkin and Brian Broaddus. He's talking about CeeDee Lamb, and well, Babe, what do you think CeeDee played like last week?
CeeDee Lamb last week he played like a dog chasing cars. You know, the dog sits on the porch and a car goes this way and he runs after it, and then it goes that way and it runs over to that one. And he just had no patience, lost all technique.
Oh, man.
That's going after the 88.
I haven't heard that one before. Poor CeeDee Lamb's getting called out by everybody. Stephen Jones comes on here, these airwaves, and he's like, CeeDee, got to step up. Babe Laufenberg has him being a dog in the street chasing vehicles left and right.
Like a dog
just spinning
chasing
around,
cars.
not really
never
knowing
know what to do if I got one.
It's dangerous. My best friend's dog, Ginger, she would always chase the dogs, right? And he lived out on this country road. We'd all be playing in the front yard, and like every 4 hours, a car would come down this road, and she would take off like an Australian sheepdog, bolting after this dog. And one day we heard quite a yelp. Oh, and it was bad. I don't know how much money it cost Cameron's parents to put that Ginger dog back together, but she was in some bad shape for a while. She lived.
Was it one of those like
she lived?
Was it one of those deals where were they brake checking the dog? The dog's chasing him from behind, and they're like, "Watch this!" They slam on their brakes, and the dog's too dumb and just keeps running into the back of it.
She would get so close, like she was trying to bite the tires.
Oh,
I think it was probably somebody that lived down the road and was just used to it and assumed the dog was just getting exercise.
What a speed
not trying
demon
to
of a
hurt
dog!
the car.
I want to get the next gen stats on that, man.
Good dog. Good fast dog.
Brake
Reaching
check
20
that
miles an hour.
dog become a hood ornament? Is that what you're saying? Just kind of.
Well, I'm trying to imagine if you're a dog chasing a car and you end up getting
like
hit.
the bulldog on
you got brake
Peterbilt
checked,
truck. Yeah.
and
okay, it's a
that's
gravel
nightmare.
road, kind of going like this. So
Okay.
maybe you're going 25 or 30 down that road.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's kind of a rolling,
it's
gravelly.
hilly.
Yeah,
I think if the dog is biting at tires, we probably got kind of veered over into the dog.
little veery.
Kind of veered the dog.
Little
like,
Tony Stewart action.
Yeah, you kind of
Just a little bump to
you
keep
weren't
him
sure
honest.
you weren't sure where the dog was by the tires and got under the tire.
It's good gamesmanship, if you ask me, from the driver there. Okay, we continue. Two guys, one booth. Best sounds of the broadcast right here in your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Cowboy Victory Monday is
Tony
Babe.
Stewart.
We go back into the. We kind of get another peek behind the curtains of the Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg marriage here, I believe.
And Brad, you mentioned Brad Allen is our referee. And last year when the Cowboys had him at New England, 14 penalties were assessed against the Cowboys. That's 1 point. My second point is, who would ever name their kid Brad?
I mean,
what were they drinking?
Nice.
What were they drinking? What were they thinking?
Let's go.
G-Bag,
Nice job,
shout out.
Babe-a-roni. Love that Babe Laufenberg.
There we go.
Very
What you
popular
drinking?
man.
What you thinking while trolling Brad Sham? We actually got highlights this week, guys. Can you believe it? And we're going to make an appearance on TD Tuesday.
Oh, very
It's going to be
exciting.
awesome. But before we can get to the touchdown, there happened to be a big 4th down and 2. Cooper Rush. Is he going to make it happen? Brad Sham, take it away.
Rush in an empty gun. Noah Brown slot right inside of Lamb. And Houston, they're going to snap it to him. Good block on the left tackle. Throws it over the middle. Nice catch. First down at the 40-yard line to Noah Brown.
Oh, I don't think any of us thought that's where the ball was going. In fact, I think the Cincinnati defense all thought it might be going to a tight end named Dalton Bleepin Schultz. And when it went to Noah Brown, everybody said, "What the hell?" But we were all partying.
Yeah, that was a big moment for the cojones, as Tyreek Hill would say, for Mike McCarthy
Get the
and
wheelbarrow
for Cooper
out.
Rush.
Dip those suckers in there, baby.
Well, Noah Brown was not done on that possession. We got pay dirt, boys.
2nd and 7. Rush, play fake, bootleg to the right. Looking to throw it in the end zone. Leaping catch. That is Noah Brown with his first ever NFL touchdown.
And the first touchdown of the Cowboys season.
Let's go.
We're going to be motorboating them things all season long.
Loving it. All right, we did have a scary moment along the sideline. The parabolic mic holder. Did you see him get drilled?
He got destroyed.
Well, we had to pause the game. We had a whole breakdown. Brad, Babe, Christy, take it away.
Got 20, first down now. They give it a chase on a sweep right, and Parsons collapses. Oh, there goes the parabolic guy. Jamar Chase just ran into the guy holding the parabolic microphone on the sideline. He will feel that. Workman's comp.
Well, that can be dangerous down there on the side. I mean, I've been down there. They are on the field 1 minute, and they are 10 feet. I mean, it happens in an instant. You don't have a lot of reaction time. Hope he's okay.
Christy, is that a league employee holding that or a network?
No, that's CBS Network.
Do you think they value the parabolic or the person more?
Wow. They're actually checking him. All of the medical staff for the Cowboys is checking on him right now. We're so close to the sideline that they're going to stop play. If anything spills out on this right sideline, it could be dangerous. So they're stopping play now.
Yeah, okay. It already was dangerous.
That's so good.
Brad
Cham's doing an equipment check before a player check there. That's pretty funny.
So the guy making $50 or the guy carrying the $25,000 parabolic mic?
It already is dangerous.
Yeah.
Poor guy just got a concussion. Needs a new nose.
I'll tell you what.
You got to be ready to move down there.
You guys remember when Gil Haskell, the Green Bay Packer coach, got hurt in the playoff game? Got hit on the sidelines.
Which playoff game?
The only Gil I acknowledge is Brent.
Okay, well, this was when we were playing the Cowboys at Texas Stadium in a playoff game, and Gil Haskell, our coach, got just knocked in half, and his head hit the turf. Had to stay. Matter of fact, it ended his coaching career. Is what it did.
Everybody's yelling "World Star," and
he got hit right in the chest, and his head hit that turf at Texas Stadium, and it was just like,
and that was like concrete with a thin stripe of AstroTurf over the top.
We thought we lost Gil for forever.
Is that the first career-ending injury for a coach?
Well, coaches sometimes, like Joe Paterno, broke his leg. There's coaches.
Yeah, but it was something else that ended his career.
Yeah. It's cancer. What ended his career.
Oh, I was thinking of something else. Well, Chuck, please take
over.
He
died because of cancer. Yeah.
So we'll.
He lost his life. Died from shame.
Died from shame.
Right, his career ended
Shower Academy. All right, so we go back to Brad Sham, and Noah Brown was being loud. He was very proud, and I guess Brad could hear him all the way up in the booth.
Rush gets time, passes deep to Brown at the 45, and it's caught. And Eli Apple catches him from behind. Look at Noah Brown fired up. And I thought I heard him say, "I'm on the Cowboy Hour with Brad and Christy tomorrow."
Good plug. Shameless plug, Brad.
Sham is such a dang legend, bro. I can't get enough of that guy.
He is a Hall of Famer for a reason.
Oh, man, that was really, really good. Okay, speaking of really, really good in Hall of Fame, let's get to Micah Parsons getting all over Joe Burrow.
Parsons was out of the lineup. He's come back in, standing up on the left side. 3 men down. Parsons rushing. Burrow back. Flushed out by Parsons. Sacked by Parsons. At the 32-yard line. Neville Gallimore in there to finish it up. Parsons rubs his tummy. Says, "More Tiger, please."
Man, he's making it look easy sometimes. He is, dude. Wow.
Just rubbing the belly. Just keep feeding, baby. Keep feasting. All right, we go to another TD because just one's not enough. That's not enough
because we couldn't get any the first week.
Needed 2 at least. Yeah. 2 for minimum. And Tony Pollard thought he scored originally. I'm glad they kept him in and rewarded him. All right, Tony, go ahead. And can we get a Gifford for the fullback too in this? Yeah. How about a little wrinkle-dinkle there?
1st and goal at the 1. Everybody in tight. No wide receivers. And the ball goes to Pollard, and he dives in for the touchdown. Like I said.
Yeah, man, and as Choppy pointed out this morning, like, kudos to Kellen Moore. It's Tony Pollard got you all the way down there. Let him be the one to finish off the drive.
You got to.
And did Walchuk just graduate from Sprinkle Dinkle? Did you just now give us a new evolution to this, which is the Wrinkle Dinkle?
Yeah, it's a Wrinkle Dinkle.
You got a fan in me.
Played.
You got a fan in me.
I checked out this Packers assistant coach, by the way. That was the 95 NFC title game. Now I remember it.
Yeah.
And they had to bring the ambulance down into that tunnel.
Yeah, he spent quite a bit of, a lot of his time, like a couple of weeks here in a hospital. Said actually that if you ever, for head trauma, Dallas is the best place to be. If you ever have a head trauma.
Oh, good to know.
The medical stuff that you get here is the absolute best.
I got lack of head trauma, tell you what.
Yeah, you have the opposite problem. Yeah. Did we get a thumbs up from Gil that day on the stretcher, or were we not even good enough to get the thumbs up?
It was thumbs down all around. It was thumbs down all the way around. Yeah.
Oh my!
We thought we lost him. Seriously,
that's terrifying.
Yeah.
Is he still with us now?
Oh yeah, he's with us.
Made a good recovery. It looks like he tried to coach a little bit in 2006 with the Seahawks, like a decade later.
Yeah, Mike brought him back just to kind of give him some cash.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I like
good guy.
that. Yeah, that's what friends do right there. Okay, Brad Sham is alleging that the Bengals yesterday are already ready for October 31st.
Evans watches the kickoff go over his head. The Bengals will go left to right. Black shirts, orange helmets, black pants, orange socks. Ready for Halloween.
They did look very
Brad was in a mood yesterday. Did he get extra coffee or something?
He was on.
What
one.
is that?
No, he was good. I mean, like when we have him on for he does a great job with Coach. Like, Coach loves to talk to him. And
does.
Brad asks some really, really good questions. And you have to listen to that segment we do in the pregame show because you can, McCarthy tells him stuff. I'm surprised. Like, usually you think Mike's going to kind of close the vest, but with Brad, he opens up on some stuff.
Speaking of that, you could tell they didn't appreciate the narrative that Mike said we got to be smarter or whatever. And every interview that anybody with the team has done since Mike said that has been caping for McCarthy. Head coaches are so careful when they talk about coordinators and intervening with anything they do. So if he says something that's kind of suspicious like 3 times, there might just be a little bit of smoke. And there might just be a little bit of a fire simmering down there. That's all I want to get out there. That's all I'd like the other side to acknowledge on this deal. You don't talk about that kind of stuff if it's the same as it always was.
Yeah, true. Now, speaking of the penalties, that's been the same, but we did take a step in the right direction to your point, Gavin. We had a penalty reference here, and we also had maybe a dad joke, but let's see if this one lands.
If it's offside Dallas.
Neutral zone infraction, number 90, defense.
Oh, Tank.
5-yard penalty.
90?
First down.
What's 90 doing on the punt team?
Was it 90? I mean, they called 90, but...
Christy, was that Lawrence?
No, it was not. DeMarcus was sitting on the bench, so it was not DeMarcus Lawrence.
Well, we'll have to see that again, but that is the kind of mistake that will absolutely fry an egg on the back of the neck of a head coach and lose you a game.
I wonder if it was 50.
I've never heard that before, but I kind of like it. He's just painting the picture for us, man. That's beautiful.
I was ticked off about it. I was thinking there's no way it's DeMarcus Lawrence out there, right? I was looking around like, it wasn't DeMarcus Lawrence.
Not my tank. Not my tank. All right, from Poetic Brad to let's all just try to decide for ourselves here.
It was Devin Harper.
It was Devin Harper?
Yeah, it was Devin Harper, yeah.
Let's all try and decipher what Brad is talking about here.
Was able to catch him from behind. His eyes got real big when he saw the size of that opening.
And I assume he took full advantage.
Big hole.
Pedro is crushing it, man.
Shout out to Larry Flores this week.
Oh, this was Larry?
Flores.
This is Larry doing it?
And Pedro, take a page out of Larry's books. I think it's the strongest it's been.
These are some highly entertaining cuts, man.
Yeah, no, Larry did a fantastic job. Now, this is maybe the biggest play of the night. Joe Burrow to Mr. Boyd and Mr. Diggs said, "No, sir, you are not getting by me for this first down."
Can't get much bigger than this. At the Cincinnati 15. Snap to Burrow. Throws it right. There's the tackle by Diggs. on Boyd to deny him the first down. That's as big a play as there has been, and the Dallas defense has had some plays.
I love Diggs getting all this revenge from last week, talking about his tackling, and Jamar Chase is going to do this, that, and the other thing. Chase talking about him, and to have such a huge game, maybe this can be a turning point for him as far as addressing the parts of his game that need some work. You definitely build off of it, and if you take some pride and you focus on the things, maybe complete corner is there for the taking still. It'll be interesting when the film comes out, like how much help was he getting? They seem to be going to Higgins quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he was fine. He was locked up. And I think you're absolutely right. The funny thing about it was post with Micah Parsons, and he was like talking about Diggs, like, hey, I saw 7. I was surprised. Great job. That's something when you start talking about complete.
Yeah.
You can't just be a cover guy. You got to go out there and make plays. You get turnovers, you cover, but your ability to tackle and help your team get off the field, that's the kind of stuff that gets you noticed for Pro Bowls.
It was stunning, after that 19-play drive to have such a great defensive play made there. And then after watching the offense stall for like 2 straight hours to get those 3 straight completions, it was a really incredible turn of events.
And then finally, speaking of like well-rounded and just well-rounded skill sets, we have Christy Scales, legendary sideline reporter, good friend of the G-Bag Nation. Not only does she have great sideline skills, but apparently she is a bit of an inches expert.
That's not 6 inches. That's maybe 2 inches.
Okay, it is confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, week 2. 2 guys, 1 booth.
It's in the books. 1-1, baby. Soon to be 3-1. Shoot, yeah. You want some offensive explosion from this guy, Cooper Rush, to make it even more interesting? Wait till he gets a load of that Giants and Washington secondary. This is gonna be like a laser light show out there from your guy.
Just darts all over the place.
Get ready for it. Get ready. Okay.
You're going to pick the Giants. You are.
I'm not picking the Giants. I think this is a pretty dang good football team as long as Cooper Rush doesn't throw 2 turnovers. They aren't even getting takeaways or big special teams plays yet. It's coming.
I thought he was about to say as long as Cooper Rush is the quarterback.
No, I wouldn't do that to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see Dak come back. Let's see what this is going to look like. I think around week 8 or week 9, each one's going to start at about 4 or 5 games each, and you'll have a real good side-by-side comparison. Dak's going to be better. Is it 40 times better? I don't know. We'll have to find out. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, it's time to hit the expressway. Bobby Belt's coming up at 5:30 right here on Cowboys Insider. We'll get his thoughts on stuff as well coming up next. We want to fill the house.